During the Great Qian famine, corpses littered the land, and I was bound to the multi-children blessing system. Marry a wife, have children, and receive 1,000 caddies of grain. Displaced beauties knelt, pleading for shelter. Sir, please take another wife. In the third year of Kongyong in the Great Qian era, an unprecedented drought occurred, sparing only the south with occasional rain. This great drought lasted for 3 full years. North of the Great River, crops failed completely. Famine spread throughout the country. Countless civilians were displaced, and bodies of starved people were commonly seen along the roadsides. The emperor was incompetent, treacherous ministers held power, and corrupt officials ran rampant everywhere, leaving the common people with no way to survive. In June of the 6th year of Kongyong, Liu Shantong from Jian in Ji province killed cruel officials and led 300 villagers in rebellion, sparking responses across the nation. However, the court had become so corrupt it was powerless to suppress the rebellion and could only delegate authority to local governments. Local provinces took this opportunity to amass armies and gain power. While proclaiming they were suppressing bandits, they colluded with rebels, leading to a warlord-controlled situation. Barbarians from all directions also invaded the borders, Xiongnu to the north, Xiangdi to the west, Manyu to the south, and sea pirates to the east. The Great Qian Empire was in grave danger. Lin Imo sat on the bed. To be precise, it was just a wooden frame with a few thin boards that swayed slightly at any movement, as if it would collapse at any moment. The house before him was small, but appeared unusually empty. Inside the house, apart from this broken bed, there was nothing but a battered shelf for bowls. And on the bowl rack was merely a cracked bowl with one side missing and a pair of crooked chopsticks. Clearly, these chopsticks were hastily made from some unlucky tree's branches. Lin Imo was speechless. Were chopsticks really that hard to make? Even finding 2 straight sticks would do. He had only read about living with bare walls in books before, but today he truly experienced it. What's more, this might actually be his own home. It took Lin Imo nearly half an hour to finally sort out the information in his head. He reached one conclusion. He had traveled through time. He was originally a well-known doctor at a top-tier Chinese medical hospital, working diligently every day with the greatest wish being to grant health to everyone who fell ill. But heaven envied his talent and good looks, arranging an ambush on his way home with a truck, taking him out instantly at 70 miles per hour. Yet handsome men were not meant to die. Thus, Lin Imo crossed over. Despite this being a year of famine and having nothing but bare walls, Lin Imo, an optimist, felt full confidence in his new life. After all, with the soul of a modern person, a fine set of medical skills, and an inherently optimistic personality, surviving in this world should not be too difficult. Lin Imo, Mr. Wang the great philanthropist is calling us to settle our wages. Everyone's gone, you'd better hurry. Just as Lin Imo was planning his life, a familiar yet strange voice suddenly came from outside the door. After a short while, Lin Imo realized it was Uncle Tiexu from the same village. Due to the 3-year-long drought, only 1/10 of the crops in the fields survived. To make ends meet, many villagers had no choice but to seek work elsewhere. Fortunately, there was a Mr. Wang in the hometown who was well known as a kind-hearted benefactor. Whenever he had work to be done, he prioritized hiring villagers from nearby areas. He did not reduce their pay because of the famine, but instead paid 10% more than usual. Thus, his jobs were fought over by countless people. I'm coming, Lin Imo hurriedly responded. The rice jar at home was already empty, so Lin Imo immediately jumped up and quickly caught up with Uncle Tiexu. After all, his previous self had already worked for Mr. Wang the great philanthropist for a full 10-day period. Why not claim the wage? Besides Uncle Tiexu, there were several other villagers traveling together. All these villagers were severely malnourished and sickly looking. Indeed, including Lin Imo himself, it was the same for him. When the group arrived at the front gate of Mr. Wang's mansion, more than 10 strong men were already waiting there. Through the gates, one could see inside where vitality thrived. Birds chirped melodiously, flowers bloomed, and it seemed as though it belonged to an entirely different world from outside. At the gate lay a big yellow dog, its tongue hanging out, lazily dozing off. Occasionally, it would lift its head to glance at the villagers. Not long after, an old man with a benevolent expression walked out. He was the old steward of Mr. Wang's household, reputed to have followed Wang's grandfather since he was young, a veteran indeed. Behind him came 4 burly men carrying 2 baskets filled with millet. You've all been hardworking. The old steward smiled kindly and didn't put on airs in front of the villagers. Those whose names I call, come forward to collect your wages. Such eras, such chaotic times, and such generous rich men were exceedingly rare. Zhu Dashin, a tall, skinny middle-aged man instantly stepped forward with a cloth bag, carefully stretching it wide open at the basket edge, trying to widen the mouth as much as possible. Food was too precious now, and dropping even a single grain would cause pain. One dough, the old steward read from the ledger in his hand. The manners guard, who was in charge of dispensing the grain, picked up a rice measure, scooped out 1 dough, and feeling it wasn't enough, added another handful on top until the grain formed a peak before pouring it into Zhu Dashin's cloth bag. No peak, no merchant, was the Wang family's ancestral motto. This guard was also a villager from the vicinity, so he naturally thought to give more to everyone. Thank you, thank you. Zhu Dashin said thanks several times, his face bursting with a smile that was even brighter than the hill flowers of March. The next one, Mao Yu, 8 shang. Li Hu, 1 dough and 2 shang. The old steward called out names. Some received more grain while others less, since they had all done different types of work. But everyone who collected grain left with grins stretched across their faces. 2 words, happy. Lin Mo 1 do. Lin Mo was startled. He hadn't expected to receive a full do himself. Because from his memories, the original Lin Mo had been somewhat lazy and not very hardworking. Even though his assigned task was worth 1 do of grain, his laziness often caused him to leave work unfinished, for which being docked 3 sheng would have been reasonable. However, the old steward still gave him a whole do of rice. Likewise, when the guard measured it out, it did not form a peak this time. Clearly, the guard knew Lin Mo's previous character well and was unwilling to give extra. Lin Mo, aren't you at the age where you should start thinking about taking a wife? From now on, you need to work diligently, save some grain, so you'll have confidence when it's time to marry. The old steward, like a kind elder, advised with care. Thank you very much. Lin Mo bowed deeply to express his gratitude. Kindness shown by others deserved respect in return. However, he didn't intend to continue working there. Although everyone was very nice here, 10 days of hard labor only yielded 1 do of grain, just over 12 pounds. And at his stage of growth, that amount of food would barely cover normal meal needs. But if he didn't do manual labor, what else could he do? Open a medical clinic in the city? Without capital. First, let's head up the mountain and see if I can gather some medicinal herbs. Ding dong. Your plan for future life has been detected. The multi-children blessing system is now serving you for a prosperous family. Oh, system. In his spare time, Lin Mo also enjoyed reading novels, so he was extremely familiar with systems. A Chun-Yer Fu Li, benefit for those who cross dimensions, had fallen right into his lap. System, introduce yourself. What exactly does more children bring more blessings and a prosperous family mean? While walking, Lin Mo quietly communicated with the system. Detection indicates you're currently an individual without any family members. By simply increasing your household size, you will receive rewards. Formal spouses or direct bloodline. Lin Mo stroked his chin as he carefully pondered the meaning behind these words. But the system directly provided an explanation. There is no such thing as a marriage certificate in this world. Therefore, a formal spouse must engage in married relations in reality. As for direct bloodlines, they refer to your own direct descendants, such as biological children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, etc. Having others act on your behalf doesn't count. Lin Mo. What nonsense is this about someone acting on my behalf? Is it mocking me? Lin Mo did not debate further with the system. With the help of the system, he felt slightly more secure surviving in this era of chaos. Moreover, this system should fit right into this world. Due to war and forced conscription, the gender ratio among the Great Qian populace was severely imbalanced. Take the Shangyi village where he resided. There were only 23 men compared to 117 women. This serious imbalance resulted in many women unable to marry. For unmarried women, the imperial court levied heavy taxes, which would increase with age. Therefore, in this area, men didn't need to pay dowries when seeking wives. Instead, the bride's family was required to prepare a dowry. In other words, in Great Qian, any man wouldn't struggle to find a wife. Some farmers could even marry multiple wives, while landlords and wealthy families were practically beyond comparison. Lin Mo had already turned 16, reaching the age of marriage. If he chose not to marry, the local government office might force a match upon him. Refusal? That would be considered illegal. Thinking about it, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. Finally, I've caught up with a bit of the time's benefits. Chapter 2. What kind of luck, just thinking about getting a wife and there's already a beauty coming to offer marriage. Hey Lin Mo, why are you laughing so foolishly? Is it because the old steward said you're going to get married, and now you're happy inside? Tai Zhu, who was with him, saw Lin Mo laughing to himself and couldn't help but tease him. Uncle Zhu, don't make fun of me. Lin Mo came back to his senses, laughing as he waved his hand. Alas. Tai Zhu suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Lin Mo curiously asked. Although Mr. Wang and the old steward are kind-hearted, this bit of food is still not enough. This damn sky, when will it rain? In his family, there were 2 elders above and 2 young ones below, 6 mouths to feed that had been out of food for a long time. These 10 or so pounds of millet would not last through the month even if they ate sparingly. He originally thought things would improve finally, but they'd have to keep starving instead. How could he not be worried? Ah, at least you're good. One fed, the whole family isn't hungry. Tai Zhu stared enviously at the food bag hanging from Lin Mo's waist. Hee. Lin Mo laughed and said nothing. He wasn't even eating enough himself, so he certainly wouldn't play the fool. As for Tai Zhu's situation, all Lin Mo could do was sympathize. Lin Mo, let's discuss something. At this moment, Chun Lai Zi from the same village suddenly came over. This guy has a terrible reputation, so Lin Mo instinctively moved aside. But Chun Lai Zi stuck like a plaster. To put it bluntly, I can save your life. Chun Lai Zi seriously said. People around became curious and looked at Chun Lai Zi, unsure what his intentions were. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. What do you mean? On the ugly face of Chun Lai Zi, a smile hung that made one want to punch him. He got closer and continued. You've come of age. According to the laws of Diqian, soon you will have to serve in the army. Now the whole country is in chaos, fighting every day. You poor fellow, when you arrive at the military camp, either you'll be assigned to defend the western forts or suppress the Mo bandits in the north. At this critical juncture, there will be no time to train you. Do you think on the battlefield, what's the probability you will survive? Even though this guy looked irritating, his words made Lin Mo ponder deeply. Because of continuous wars, Diqian enforced strict conscription rules, where all men after adulthood must enlist. Now in the time of war, being a soldier was the most dangerous profession. Someone like Lin Mo without experience had a high chance of dying on the battlefield. However, Linhua did not trust that a rascal like Chun Lai Zi could teach him anything useful. It's my matter, no need for you to worry. Linhua's hard attitude dashed Chun Lai Zi's calculations. He managed to return alive merely by luck when his own side's horse hit him and knocked him out. When he woke up, the battle had ended. So, he really didn't have much to teach Linhua. He only wanted Linhua's food. Seeing his plan foiled, his face immediately changed. Don't listen to old people, wait until you die. All dead people, wasting so much food. You ungrateful thing. If it weren't for us being from the same village, would I help you? He grumbled angrily. Since Tai Zhu and others were there, he refrained from resorting to open robbery, yet he kept thinking about Linhua as food. After Chun Lai Zi walked far away, Tai Zhu reminded, Linhua, remember to lock your windows and doors tonight. All from the same village, they knew Chun Lai Zi too well. In this chaotic world, someone like him would dare to do anything. Thank you, Uncle Tai, I understand. Looking at Chun Lai Zi's retreating figure, Linhua nodded. He didn't want to provoke such a scoundrel, nor was he afraid of him. Hope Chun Lai Zi doesn't do stupid things, otherwise, Linhua wouldn't mind making him regret being born. Oh, Uncle Tai, when will the bridal procession come this year? Because of the abundance of unmarried women unable to find husbands, the government offices had to forcefully assign them, organizing 2 bridal processions annually to promote suitable women in villages. Linhua was now considering how to gain system rewards, and the bridal procession was definitely the easiest way. Hearing Linhua's words, the people around him laughed. Tai Zhu said, so do you miss a wife? Hee. Linhua laughed, but didn't answer. The bridal procession usually comes 2 months before conscription, which is the beginning of next month, leaving half a month's time. Tai Zhu thought for a moment and replied. The office had their reasons. 2 months would be enough to leave descendants. Tai Zhu continued, Linhua, when you're on the battlefield, remember this saying, stick closely to the veterans in front of you. If you can fight, then fight. If you cannot, run. Don't try to show off. Losing is not disgraceful, surviving is the most important thing. Tai Zhu and others had also served in the military. They had recounted the brutality of the battlefield countless times to Linhua since he was a child. To survive, one needs to be smart enough and have luck on their side. Thank you, Uncle Tai. Linhua nodded appreciatively as he seized the opportunity to ask about the army situation. Back in the village, Linhua suggested, Uncle Tai, come over for lunch at my place, and while you're here, teach me a few tricks for combat. If eating one meal could increase the chances of surviving on the battlefield, Linhua was certainly willing to do it. Tai Zhu readily agreed. That's very kind of you. One less meal for him meant more food for his family. The others envied them greatly. After sending the rice home, Tai Zhu immediately came to Linhua's house. While cooking, he demonstrated some of the bayonet fighting techniques from his military training to Linhua. Although it looked like it wouldn't be very useful or powerful. When cooperating with others on the battlefield, these moves might just give him a little better chance of survival. Just as the two were chatting, a commotion arose outside. Tai Zhu had already taught everything he knew to Linhua, so the two decided to see what was happening. It turned out that a group of displaced people from Jingzhou had come to the village begging. While it was common to see displaced persons, Shangyi village was extremely remote, so this group was actually the first to reach this area. However, the villagers had no food themselves and had nothing to spare for the beggars. The village head was persuading them to leave. You'd better look elsewhere. We're starving ourselves and really have nothing to give you. These displaced people were pitiable, but in such chaotic times, who wasn't pitiable? One can sympathize with others only if they have the ability to help. Without such means, one can only feel sympathy inside, which is exactly how the village head Zhao Xiangui felt now. Seeing this, the displaced people could only disappointingly leave. But one woman could hardly walk anymore. She appeared disheveled, accompanied by a 10-year-old girl. Both were sallow and emaciated, their clothes torn and dirty beyond recognition. The little girl's lips were cracked, her eyes vacant, and her expression dazed, as if she might faint at any moment. The woman's condition was slightly better, but she too couldn't last much longer. They had been walking from Jingzhou, and their body's energy reserves had been completely depleted. They had no strength left to continue to the next village. If her younger sister collapsed and fell along the way, those around her who were also starving would not waste that few dozen pounds of flesh. She didn't want her younger sister to become food for others. Puff. The woman knelt before all the villagers of Shangyi. Village chief, does your village have anyone looking for a wife? I can wash clothes, cook, work in the fields, I can do anything. I beg you, please take us in. My younger sister is starving to death. Yet, the village chief sighed deeply again and shook his head. Young lady, you'd better keep searching somewhere else. The other villagers present remained silent, offering only low sighs. They felt sympathy for the two girls, but lacked the ability to help. Though her appearance was hard to discern, it was clear from her body structure that she was too frail. Her behind was smaller than half that of the village head's daughter-in-law. She obviously wasn't built for childbirth. A rural household would naturally dislike such a bride. More importantly, without dowry was one thing, but bringing an additional burden along was another thing entirely. In these poor times, it would be foolish for anyone to marry her. Despite everyone's refusal, the sisters remained kneeling and did not get up. They decided not to leave. Instead of being eaten on the roadside, they would stay in the village. At least this way, they had a higher chance of leaving a full corpse. As everyone prepared to leave, a voice like light in the darkness reached the two sisters. What's your name? Chapter 3. Could I not know if she's good at childbearing? The woman suddenly raised her head. and the villagers who were leaving stopped one by one. Your servant Chin, unnamed. The woman replied quickly. In this era, it was very common for women to have no name. Excuse me, would you marry me? I can do everything. Housework, taking care of in-laws, and farm work. Seeing Lin Mo's intention in this regard, the girl hurriedly marketed herself and pulled her younger sister along. My younger sister is also hardworking. We will serve you like oxen or horses. Hardworking little sister? Lin Mo looked at the bony little girl and thought that it would take a long time to raise her. However, thinking about adding 2 people to his family at once would definitely make the system happy. So he had no reason to refuse. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Just as Lin Mo was about to reach out, he was rudely interrupted by the village chief. I plan to marry her, Lin Mo said seriously. Upon hearing this, the whole village was shocked. What? Lin Mo, are you crazy? You're living well on your own, why be so desperate? Are you craving for women to the point of insanity? Look at how skinny that girl is, her waist is thinner than a chopstick. It's a miracle if she can even bear children. Taking her home would only waste food. And she's bringing a tag along. The villagers' chatter made the Chin sisters increasingly nervous. They feared the faint hope they had just found would drown in everyone's gossip. But the villagers did not give them any chance to fight back. The village chief grabbed Lin Mo, Uncle knows you're anxious to get married, but the bride caravan is coming next month. There'll be plenty of women with big buttocks for you to choose from then. Why pick this kind? If you marry her and she can't bear children, how will you face your deceased parents? Moreover, you yourself aren't wealthy either. Bringing another 2 mouths home, can you still live decently? Faced with the village chief's earnest advice, Lin Mo was also speechless. Who says women with big butts are better at giving birth? As for whether this girl is good at giving birth, could I not know? Even if her body is weak, as a master physician, helping her recuperate isn't much trouble. Thinking of the good wife, in their eyes, Lin Mo involuntarily felt shivers run down his spine. Every year the bride convoy sends women with big butts. But the question is, are they all pretty? The pretty ones were long chosen by landlords and corrupt officials. And having a wife at home is not just about a fleeting moment in bed. You'll have to see her every day. If I can marry such a beautiful one, why should I pick among ugly ones? Uncle, I am not impulsive. Look at them. They are almost dead. Someone has to help them, right? And if they die in our village, it will harm your reputation and may lead to trouble from government officers. Lin Mo's single sentence convinced the village chief. Though he cared about Lin Mo, at the thought that he himself, as village chief, might be implicated because of this, he immediately changed his stance. You're right. I've underestimated the situation. All right, you take them back quickly. When I go to the pavilion tomorrow, I'll report this to them. The village chief patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and left with an awkward smile. Without the village chief's interference, despite the others' constant murmuring, no one would stop Lin Mo anymore. Only Taiju tried to dissuade him a few times. But Lin Mo's resolve was already set, so naturally he wouldn't change his mind. Get up. From now on, you're my wife. Lin Mo came to Ms. Chin and extended his hand to her. Ms. Chin and her younger sister looked at Lin Mo with delight. Thank you. Thank you. Then they kowtowed 3 times and followed Lin Mo back to his residence. Seeing his house suddenly accommodating 2 extra mouths, Taiju couldn't bring himself to continue eating there and went home reluctantly. Lin Mo is truly mad, actually picking up 2 beggars. He's used to living alone, doesn't understand the hardships of managing a household. Wait and see, sooner or later, he'll regret it. Look how frail that girl is. I'm afraid bearing a child will kill her. As for her, she probably won't last 2 strokes before breaking apart. Many women in the village were talking about Lin Mo everywhere, waiting to mock him. Only the men in the village silently envied Lin Mo for doing what they dared not. The 2 Chin sisters followed Lin Mo to his doorstep. By now, the food in the pot had already steamed ready, and the aroma of rice filled the air. This made the 2 sisters who hadn't eaten anything for days uncontrollably swallow their saliva repeatedly. There should be some water left in the stream near the door. You can wash first, then come over to eat. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he went inside. The 2 sisters responded affirmatively and rushed to the stream nearby to freshen up. The country suffered from a severe drought, and the hardest hit areas were in the north and central plains. Although Ijo experienced less rain too, the problem was mainly due to the lack of irrigation water for the fields. The basic life necessities for the common folk were mostly sufficient. However, Lin Mo was slightly embarrassed on his side because he realized there was only 1 bowl at home and a pair of chopsticks that didn't look like chopsticks. The chopsticks were no big deal. He snapped off a few straight twigs from the doorway, peeled them, and they were ready to use. Not long after, the 2 sisters returned home. Washed clean of their dirt, they looked as if they had transformed into someone else. The older sister's breathtakingly beautiful face left an indelible impression on Lin Mo's mind. She had deliberately washed her face thoroughly to make a good impression on her man. The younger sister wasn't far behind. Her features were delicate and adorable. Although both had suffered severe malnutrition due to long-term hunger, which somewhat dimmed their beauty, Lin Mo initially thought she was just a 8-point beauty, but hadn't expected her to be almost 9-point gorgeous. Lin Mo even calculated that her peak could reach up to 9.5 or even higher. What incredible fortune! Just when he had started thinking about marriage, such a stunning woman came to offer herself in matrimony. And not just 1 but 2. We have only 1 bowl at home. You 2 sisters can eat first. Lin Mo felt somewhat apologetic as he handed over the worn-out bowl and chopsticks to the elder sister. The elder sister was polite and understanding, quickly waving her hands. No, 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 you are the master of the house. Please eat first. All right then. Lin Mo no longer hesitated, served himself a bowl of rice, and began eating quickly. This body hadn't had a proper meal in days. He had originally intended to entertain Taiju, so he cooked enough for 2 people. Half of it would be sufficient for the 2 sisters. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo passed the bowl to them. Seeing how much rice was still left in the pot, they were deeply moved. They knew they had encountered a kind-hearted person. Thank you, husband. She approached the stove, lifted the lid, and immediately a warm waft of fragrant rice filled the air, making her salivate profusely. But she did not serve too much, just scooping out half a small bowl. In this era, food was very precious. Lin Mo already letting her stay with him was more than enough reason for gratitude. How could she dare to take more? Scoop a bit more, finish those rice. Lin Mo understood her thoughts. From her actions, he had obtained a preliminary understanding of her character. At least, now he could judge that she was not a greedy person. No need, we eat very little. The elder sister said while covering the pot lid again, then handed the bowl to her younger sister. The younger sister looked at the rice inside the bowl and exclaimed in delight, "Wow, it's millet rice." She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last ate something like this. During the journey fleeing from Jingzhou, they had mostly survived by digging wild vegetables. When luck struck, they got some leftovers, but those were mostly watery soup without any grain. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are the best person in the world. The little girl clutched the bowl tightly, tears streaming down as she spoke. Hurry up and eat. You won't go hungry anymore from now on. Lin Mo smiled and gently patted her head. With a sniffle, the younger sister nodded and hastily started shoveling rice into her mouth. Even though it was just plain dry rice, in her eyes, it was the most delicious thing in the world. After a few bites, she gave the bowl to her sister, afraid of eating too much. A very sensible little girl. The elder sister ate even less, leaving a bite for her younger sister. They continued yielding to each other for a moment before the younger sister finally accepted after some persuasion. Lin Mo didn't let them eat more, not because he begrudged it, but because both had been hungry for too long. Eating too much suddenly wouldn't be good for their bodies. Brother-in-law, we're done. The younger sister held up the empty bowl with a look of great satisfaction. I'll wash it. She was obedient and thoughtful, volunteering to wash the bowls. Chapter 4, The Sisters Hamiao. I'll tidy up the house. Her older sister didn't idle either. After eating some food, she took the initiative to find work. Even though this family had nothing but 4 walls and not even a proper bed, there wasn't a trace of disdain in her eyes. After all, this was their first place to stay after losing everything. Lin Mo was also the first person who was willing to take them in. A tough life was better than wandering outside with no home. At least here, she would have a mouthful of food. So naturally, she wanted to repay Lin Mo properly and show her gratitude. You stop what you're doing and come over here. Let me see how your body is. Lin Mo sat at the table and waved her over. This sudden request left her at a loss, and her thin face immediately turned red from embarrassment. To let a man, whom she had known for less than half an hour, look at her body, she instinctively rejected the idea. But after a few seconds of inner struggle, she soon convinced herself. Oh dear, what am I thinking? This body will be his eventually, why hesitate? Despite feeling shy, she still mustered her courage. Seeing that her younger sister was still washing dishes by the brook, she closed the door quietly and walked to Lin Mo's side, starting to unbutton her clothes. What are you doing? Lin Mo looked at her, surprised. Although he had seen countless women undressed before him, the older sister's actions still made his heart race. After all, this woman was officially his wife in name already. The ones before could only be looked at or touched lightly. But now with her, the 2T knowledge on the computer could be applied freely. How could one not be excited? Wasn't it you who wanted to see my body? The older sister stopped her hand's movement and looked curiously at Lin Mo. I want to check your health condition, not look at your body, Lin Mo explained. The older sister widened her eyes and stared at him, looking like she was asking silently. Is there a difference? Never mind, just give me your hand. Lin Mo felt too lazy to explain and grabbed her wrist directly. It was daytime, and his home windows were only a few wooden bars with absolutely no privacy. Also, people often passed by the front door, and he didn't want others to see his wife's naked body. Even the village women weren't allowed. When Lin Mo began diagnosing her pulse, the older sister instantly looked shocked. So, you know how to read the pulse and check my health. She felt humiliated and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Mo. Don't talk, adjust your breathing. Lin Mo quickly entered a professional state, observing the older sister's pulse carefully. He was serious about checking her health right now, but later tonight, the check part can be omitted. The older sister quickly adjusted her breathing, calming her heartbeat. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily curiously examined the man in front of her. No. To be accurate, it was a boy, because Lin Mo was actually 1 year younger than her. But as she kept looking, she found Lin Mo's expression growing increasingly solemn, which also tightened her heart. After about a minute, Lin Mo ended the diagnosis. However, the expression on his face grew more and more serious. What's wrong? The older sister asked cautiously. Not good. Lin Mo shook his head. Severe deficiency of vital energy and blood, weakness from overwork, insufficient kidney essence, physical weakness, and illnesses such as stomach problems and cold uterus, among others. As a master of traditional Chinese gynecology, Lin Mo quickly identified most of the issues with the older sister. vital energy deficiency, overworked weakness, kidney essence insufficiency, physical weakness. These corresponded to anemia, low blood sugar, calcium deficiency, and weak immune system. With Western medical means, blood tests were necessary to determine these conditions, whereas traditional Chinese medicine required only a pulse diagnosis. For example, calcium deficiency. A skillful Chinese doctor could infer it through the patient's fine and weak pulse. Fine and weak represented blood deficiency, while fine rapidity indicated yin deficiency. Combining observation techniques with bone palpation could precisely judge if the patient lacked calcium. And diagnosing anemia was much easier. The older sister's skin tone was dull and rough. There was no moon-shaped curve on her fingernails, and instead many longitudinal wrinkles. Her hair was coarse, dry, and split at the ends. All these were signs of blood and qi deficiency. Moreover, her pulse was weak and forceless. Her pulse pattern was deep, fine, and soft. Pulse position deep, pulse form fine, pulse strength soft. These were enough evidence showing her qi blood insufficiency, which meant anemia. However, the older sister completely failed to understand all this, looking confusedly at him. She hadn't expected so many problems with her body. There's no need to worry too much. I'll gradually restore your health. It should take effect within a month at the earliest. Lin Mo smiled slightly, appearing very confident. Does husband know medical skills? The older sister sighed in relief and then curiously asked Lin Mo, are you a doctor? She had never seen such a young doctor. They were usually old men. You can say that, but you are my first patient in this world, Lin Mo answered with a smile. The sister was instantly at a loss for words, strongly questioning Dr. Lin Mo's identity. Not long after, the younger sister returned, and Lin Mo also examined her body. Her problems were similar to her sister's: anemia, low blood sugar, calcium deficiency, and weak immune system, except she didn't have stomach issues or uterine coldness. However, one thing puzzled Lin Mo. Her growth and development hadn't lagged behind those of her peers. Her little bosom had started developing. From the pulse diagnosis, he could tell that these problems had only emerged in the past 6 months. This meant that 9 months to a year ago, her nutritional intake couldn't keep up with her growth rate. Before that, her life must have been quite good. These two sisters probably weren't from an ordinary family. Their lifestyle a year ago should have been relatively privileged. In conjunction with the events of the past year, it wasn't hard to deduce what had happened to their family. You two really don't have names? Lin Mo asked again seriously. After deducing their identities, he hoped there wouldn't be any more secrets. The younger sister looked at the elder sister, hesitating. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, the elder sister knew that he had begun to suspect. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to confess. Please forgive us, husband, we do have names. I am He, and my sister is Miao. Our father named us He Miao, hoping that we would grow strong and healthy. Qin, he confessed respectfully. Xin He, Qin Miao. Average names, but the implication was meaningful. There's no need to be so nervous. As long as you treat me sincerely, I will never let you two down. Lin Mo waved his hand lightly and said calmly. Rest assured, husband, we will never betray your kindness. We'll serve you well and obey your words. Qin He held her sister's hand and said, Miao Miao, you can't call him brother-in-law anymore from now on. What? Then what should I call him? Qin Miao looked curiously at her sister with wide eyes. You should call him husband too. Qin He said. In this era, it was common for two sisters to marry the same man. Qin He didn't want to separate from her sister, and besides, they might never find a better husband than him. Okay. Qin Miao was somewhat shy. I can't bring myself to say it. That's fine. Calling him brother-in-law is great. Lin Mo's smile carried a deeper meaning. Chapter 5. You'll see how great I am once you're asleep. Your sister will know. After lunch, they rested for a while and Taiju appeared at his doorstep. Lin Mo, it's time to get to work. Although the food he earned from working for Mr. Wang the landlord wasn't enough for the whole family, it was currently the only way to support his family. So no matter how hard it was, he had to grit his teeth and keep going. I'm not going anymore, Uncle Taiju. Lin Mo came to the door and declined Tieju's kindness. Now that there were 2 more people in the family, the small amount of grain wasn't even enough for everyone. He decided to look for medicinal herbs in the mountains. This would allow him to make money on one hand, and on the other hand, use them to nourish the bodies of himself and the Qin sisters. Taiju looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Are you sure? If you don't go today, someone will take your position right away. Then you won't have another chance. In his view, Lin Mo was cutting off his own livelihood. Lin Mo smiled and said, I've thought it through. Taiju took a sharp breath, hesitated for a moment, then helplessly said, all right then, and shook his head as he left. Husband, what is it that you do? Can it exchange for grain? Or let me go instead of you? Qin He heard this and quickly walked over. She also wanted to contribute to the family. Before she could call out to Taiju to stop, Lin Mo pulled her back. It's all brute force work like cattle. You can't handle it. Mr. Wang wanted to build a backyard. The tasks included digging the foundation, moving stones, and carrying wooden beams. Men found these jobs exhausting, and if Qin He with her frail body tried, she would be sent back immediately. Okay, then Salma and I will go to the back mountain to dig wild vegetables. Qin He suggested. Eat something first, later follow me to cut bamboo. Lin Mo did not agree. The famine had lasted so long that wild vegetables in the back mountain had been dug up completely, roots and all. Besides, their family's grain could last a few more days. Lin Mo planned to fix things up at home first. Otherwise, that old bed might fall apart tonight. Not hungry, we still have some leftovers. Qin, he quickly waved her hands. It was a lie that she wasn't hungry, but she intended to use the leftover food from noon to make congee for dinner. They cleaned the house, so she already knew how much grain they had left. They must ration carefully. Follow my orders, or I will kick you out, Lin Mo threatened. The two sisters were shocked at first, but soon understood that Lin Mo was concerned about them, feeling warmth in their hearts. They obediently ate a bit, just one bite each to slightly fill their stomachs. There was still some left, which could be used to make porridge for dinner. We are full, let's go chop bamboo. Qin Miao eagerly brought out the worn-out chopping knife covered in dust, with several tiny gaps no bigger than grains of rice. Lin Mo went to the stream side, found a smooth stone, sharpened the dull knife, and then led the two sisters to the bamboo forest at the back mountain to cut down a few bamboos. Back home, Lin Mo started making bamboo shavings. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Qin Miao couldn't understand, never having seen such handicrafts before, and curiously came over to ask. Making wooden nails, to reinforce the bed. The remaining bamboo can be used to make 2 chairs. Lin Mo grew up in the countryside. His grandfather was a carpenter. When his parents worked outside, he lived with his grandfather, thus learning quite a few carpentry skills. Whether large furniture or stools, as long as he had the materials and tools, he could create them. Of course, he didn't just learn these from his grandfather. Brother-in-law, you are really skilled. Upon hearing that Lin Mo could even make chairs, Qin Miao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Husband, what can we do? Compared to her younger sister, elder sister Qin, he always felt a sense of crisis. On one hand, she worried about being useless and being kicked out by Lin Mo. On the other hand, she feared adding burden to the household and facing difficult days ahead. Therefore, she always looked for things to do to show her value and contribute to the family. There actually is something. Lin Mo pointed at the woodshed. There are sickles inside. Go collect some reeds. Reeds? Qin he remembered seeing a patch of reeds on the way into the village, but due to the long-term lack of water, the reeds had long since dried up. To use for firewood? She thought Lin Mo asked her to collect firewood. To make mats, Lin Mo said. Oh. Qin he nodded, thinking you really know so many things. She took her sister and set off to cut reeds. On the way, they encountered some villagers who all gave them extra glances. Although they seemed to discuss matters behind their backs, their voices were loud, and their words not pleasant. Qin he and her sister had endured much hardship during this year, so they paid little attention. After all, they weren't living together with those people. As long as Lin Mo treated them well, it was enough. When the two reached the reed marsh, they cut down 2 big bundles and dragged them back. Because the sickle was blunt and the journey far, plus they had cut a large quantity, it took them quite a while. By the time they returned home, Lin Mo had already reinforced the bed and made a chair. As he worked on another chair, he instructed the two sisters to process the reeds they dragged back. All leaves and reed plumes were stripped off, leaving only the reed stalks. These reed stalks had been thoroughly dried in the sun, but retained some flexibility. Although not the ideal material for a cool mat, under Lin Mo's deft hands, it didn't take long to weave a comfortable straw mat. This was far more pleasant than the withered grass they used before. They worked busily throughout the afternoon. By the time Lin Mo finished making the second chair, it was already dark. Meanwhile, Qin he and her sister had already prepared the congee. Dear, you've worked hard. Have a bowl of porridge first. Qin he filled a single available bowl brimming with porridge and handed it to Lin Mo. The scarce solid bits were all in this bowl. Though the plain porridge contained no additional ingredients and tasted bland, it felt warm and comforting to have someone prepare food for you when you were hungry. Thus, Lin Mo relished every sip. He hadn't eaten much all day and was indeed famished. While Lin Mo ate his porridge, the two sisters, whose stomachs were growling hungrily, stared wistfully from the side. It's about time we get more bowls and chopsticks for the house. Lin Mo silently thought to himself. Wait. He suddenly remembered the bamboo outside the door. Setting down his bowl, he picked up the chopping knife again. Qin he, pass me a torch. Although unsure what he intended to do, the two sisters obediently retrieved a burning log from the stove and followed him out. Watching as Lin Mo dug out some leftover pieces from making the chair, he found 2 discarded bamboo nodes and shaved them smooth with the knife. Now there were 2 new bowls. Next, he made 3 pairs of chopsticks from the remaining bamboo. After slight polishing, they became both straight and functional. Here, now we can eat together. Lin Mo washed the 2 bamboo bowls and handed them to the sisters. Brother-in-law, you're so talented, exclaimed Qin Miao, showering Lin Mo with compliments. Her sweet talk is sugary as if honey had been spread on her lips, tempting others to taste. Being praised always brought joy to one's heart. Lin Mo thought to himself, how talented I am. Your sister will know once you're asleep. Chapter 6. Official couple. The system's reward is here. With chopsticks, bowls, and chairs at hand, the 3 gathered around the table to enjoy their warm porridge. Under the flickering firelight, the scene appeared exceptionally cozy. In this era, once it turned dark, there were no forms of entertainment. Furthermore, it was an overcast day today, making the night somewhat terrifying. People usually chatted idly at the threshing ground after dinner, but today everyone stayed at home by unspoken agreement. Lin Mo lived at the end of the village, near the foot of the mountain. People would pass by his house during the day when fetching water from the mountain, but by nightfall, no one dared to come. After finishing the meal, Lin Mo fetched some water, intending to clean himself. He had sweated a lot during the day, and his body felt sticky and uncomfortable. Master, let me attend to you, Qin he offered upon seeing this. Under the dim firelight, her face flushed with shyness. Despite her embarrassment, she did not forget her duties as a wife. Qin Miao, however, was evidently not ready mentally and had retreated outside the door. Seeing Qin He's initiative, Lin Mo naturally did not refuse. It was perfect for setting the tone for tonight's activities. As Lin Mo's clothes were gradually taken off, his figure became visible. He was on the lean side, not particularly robust. There wasn't much he could do about it. Before he came into this world, his original life had been quite miserable, evident from the sparse furnishings in the house. However, his essential assets were nothing short of satisfactory. This was currently what Lin Mo found most satisfying. At first, Qin He remained shy, but soon adjusted herself, gradually accepting Lin Mo's body. She cleaned him meticulously, not missing a spot. Master, please forgive Salvia. She is still young. Qin He worried that her sister's avoidance might anger Lin Mo, so she took the chance to plead for her. In reality, in this time period, many poor families' children got married at Qin Miao's age, which was not uncommon. Some already had babies. Only because Qin Miao had always led a comfortable life, she found it hard to adjust. Faced with the nervous Qin He, Lin Mo smiled. You really don't need to worry so much. Since I've accepted you all, I won't easily drive you away. Thank you, master. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qin He breathed a sigh of relief. You have said thank you hundreds of times today. There's no need to be so polite. We are family now. Lin Mo gave a gentle smile and took the towel from her hands. Take off your clothes, and I'll help you clean yourself as well. Qin He anxiously protested. I can do it myself. How could I allow master to serve me? Just listen to me. Lin Mo patted her arm and chuckled. Daring not to disobey, Qin He slowly removed her clothes. Everything then proceeded naturally. They wouldn't have to wait for Qin Miao to fall asleep. But Qin Miao suffered. Even though she heard sounds from within the room that clearly weren't related to cleaning, she didn't dare look or ask. She stood in the cold wind for more than half an hour until the commotion inside ceased. A while later, her sister finally opened the door to let her in. Though it was too dark to see her sister's expression clearly, she sensed something was off. The way her sister walked also seemed unusual. Sister, brother-in-law, what exactly were you two doing in there? Why the creaking sound? Her imagination failed her as to why bathing could create such noises. When she was little, she'd heard similar sounds passing by her parents' room. It's nothing. Qin He turned completely red, unable to articulate something like this. But Lin Mo was not shy. Your sister and I did what couples are supposed to do. Qin He became even more embarrassed. Oh. Qin Miao tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then gave up since she couldn't understand. This reassured Qin He, who feared this girl would dig deeper into questions. Spending half an hour in these circumstances, Lin Mo felt that Qin He was too thin, too frail to be considered beautiful. And, where she should have been fuller, there was no meat. It needed improvement. He just happened to know a prescription for this. Due to this prescription, in his past life, quite a few girls sought his help, and those who used it all grew healthier. The results were incredibly effective. System, are you still there? Now that the task was completed, it was time to claim the reward, which made Lin Mo a bit anxious. Yes. A voice responded to him, icy cold without any emotion. Now, does this count as adding a family member? Lin Mo asked. Detected that you and Qin He have officially become husband and wife, plus one family member. Reward, beginner's large gift pack. Just as expected, there was a reward. The system delivered its cold remark and went silent again. However, Lin Mo knew what came next. Claim the beginner's large gift pack. A shining gift bag opened within the virtual space formed in his mind. Full-level hunting skills acquired. Charisma increased. Physical enhancement obtained. Obtained extraordinary perception. Obtained personal space. 5 consecutive prompts appeared in Lin Mo's mind. Information regarding prey, hunting techniques, and skills for battling beasts gradually integrated into Lin Mo's memory. In a short while, he transformed from someone who only knew how to use mouse traps into a master hunter at the peak level. Following that, he sensed changes within himself. His charisma greatly increased. Lin Mo felt his body emanate an extraordinary aura. This quality was more appealing to others and made him more confident. The physical enhancement gave Lin Mo a rebirth. The previous discomforts caused by malnutrition vanished without a trace. He felt brimming with strength all over. Exerting oneself with a woman is quite a physically demanding activity. After half an hour earlier, Lin Mo was out of breath. With his former state, he'd need at least a day to recover. Now, Lin Mo felt like he could go for 300 rounds. Even handling 2 wouldn't be a problem. This proved that men must not only train their waist, but also strengthen their entire bodies. Otherwise, after just a few tries, they would feel too exhausted to move, leading to dissatisfaction. The 4th reward, extraordinary perception, was excellent as well. It significantly enhanced Lin Mo's 5 senses and 6th sense. Since he was in darkness, hearing provided feedback first. In the dark, the faint breathing sounds of the 2 sisters were clearly audible to Lin Mo. Next came vision. After a brief adjustment of his pupils, he could make out objects in the dim light. For instance, Qin Miao was washing herself, her clothes piled at her feet. Her petite, yet delicate figure became clear. Qin He stood beside the bed, her left hand gripping her right, appearing somewhat flustered. This night vision was absolutely incredible. Lin Mo inwardly rejoiced. From now on, he wouldn't need a flashlight to walk at night. He almost forgot, this world didn't even have flashlights. But what delighted Lin Mo most was the improvement in touch and sensory perception. As a traditional Chinese doctor, he needed to examine patients by touching their bodies and sensing their pulse. Enhancing these two abilities indirectly improved his medical skills. The last reward was rather peculiar. It was akin to a game inventory, yet the space inside was larger than the house he currently lived in. By simply focusing his thoughts, Lin Mo could store any item he touched into his personal space or retrieve at any time. Just one question lingered. Would it work on living beings? At this thought, Lin Mo's gaze instinctively turned toward Qin, he standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 7 Xiao Miao, don't be afraid. Qin Miao was still carefully wiping her body, just like her sister, both loved cleanliness. It seemed as if she wanted to wash away all the grime accumulated from months of wandering. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but decided to try to see if he could place Qin He into his personal space. If it worked, that would be wonderful. Don't just stand there, come up and sleep. Lin Mo approached Qin He, grabbed her wrist, and silently thought of the word collect. However, Qin He still stood gracefully before him, but all her clothes had vanished. And Lin Mo also received a system notification. Personal space cannot store living things. Collection failed. But it seemed like it hadn't completely failed. This function was simply too convenient. A few seconds later, Qin He realized something was wrong and screamed when she touched herself. It was her only set of clothes. And she had been wearing them. Why were they suddenly gone? Her scream also startled Qin Miao. What's wrong, sister? She hurriedly picked up her clothes and ran over. On the way, she accidentally spilled the water basin. Given Lin Mo's family conditions, they naturally didn't have the means to lay tiles. Their home was dirt ground. Once wet with water, it quickly turned into a pool of mud. It's fine, don't panic. Lin Mo quickly reassured the two sisters. I just did a trick, messing around with your sister. With that, Lin Mo took out Qin He's clothes from the personal space. Since the house was too dark, neither of the two girls saw anything. What kind of trick is this? Children's focus is always on a different frequency than adults. Do you want to try? Lin Mo looked at the little girl in front of him, thinking that in this world, many girls Qin Miao's age had already married. Some could even have children. Having just received rich rewards from the system, Lin Mo naturally wanted more. So, he decided to adapt to local customs. Though Qin Miao didn't fully understand, it seemed like she got some of it. After a long while, system, you're not asleep yet, right? Drawing on previous experience, Lin Mo easily awakened the system this time. However, the response he received was still cold and unemotional. Detected, you have officially become husband and wife with Qin Miao, plus one family member, rewarded with crossbow making skills, an improved version of Zuga crossbow blueprints. Still, this time, Lin Mo felt like the system was looking down on him. Before long, the crossbow making technique was imprinted into his mind, containing ordinary hunting bows as well as a series of combat crossbows. The content was very comprehensive. As for the blueprints for the improved version of the Zuga crossbow, they were stored in the personal space. Zuga crossbow, and an improved one at that, this thing is actually quite useful. Getting so much reward at first, but now receiving such little made Lin Mo feel the disparity. Yet, having a bow and crossbow provided a bit more security in these turbulent times. At worst, offering it to someone else could bring wealth. After checking the improvements and effects of the improved version of the Zuga crossbow, Lin Mo found that it could fire 20 arrows in quick succession over short distances with powerful damage. Moreover, it had a spare clip, making it excellent for hunting as well. The ordinary bow could attack from long distances, whereas the Zuga crossbow was perfect for close-range bursts. If prey dared to approach, it would be transformed into a hedgehog in no time. Besides, it required minimal effort to use, even suitable for frail women. For the twin sisters, Qin He, using the long bow might not even match the range of a wolf's claws. The Zuga crossbow suited them better. Early the next morning, while the two sisters were still sleeping, Lin Mo woke up early. He cooked a pot of porridge on the stove, and then carried an axe into the mountain to search for materials for making crossbows. Making a Zuga crossbow was too complicated, requiring many materials that could only be bought in the county town. Some delicate parts would require skillful craftsmen to make them, but all these cost money. So, he decided to start by making an ordinary long bow, to catch some prey in exchange for money. For the bow body, bamboo was used. In Shawnee Mountain, there were many hundred-year-old bamboos with extremely strong flexibility, perfect for making bow bodies and arrows. As for the bowstring, cow tendons were the best, but they were usually controlled by the court, and commoners couldn't obtain them. Therefore, Lin Mo had to settle for second best, twisting the bark of trees with high elasticity into ropes as substitutes. By the time he dragged the bamboo and tree bark back home, Qin He had already gotten up. An experienced person could tell from her walking posture what she went through last night. There was nothing she could do. Her husband was just too skilled, and she needed time to adjust. Leaning against the doorframe, Qin He saw her husband return under the morning light, and she froze. Could this man, exuding masculinity, really be her husband? At this moment, he seemed like a hero who had returned after bathing in blood to slay enemies and achieve remarkable feats, radiating with glory. Qin He was instantly enveloped by a wave of happiness, her heart thumping faster and faster. Even as Lin Mo approached, she remained entranced, unable to pull herself away. What's with that look? Lin Mo hadn't realized how much charm he was exuding and the impact it had on young women. Qin He awkwardly snapped back to reality, her face blushing red as she quickly changed the subject. Dear, are you planning to make another chair? The fact that Lin Mo possessed such fine craftsmanship also filled her with great comfort. It made her feel incredibly fortunate that in her moment of despair, when all seemed lost, she had encountered such a good man. No, I plan to make a bow. Lin Mo tossed the bamboo onto the ground and began processing the branches. By the way, there's porridge simmering on the stove. Qin He nodded lightly. She had already seen it when she got up. Is Xiaomiao awake yet? Lin Mo continued asking. Already awake, but Qin He hesitated for a moment, a tinge of concern in her voice. She might not be able to work today. A trace of guilt crossed Lin Mo's face. Your task for today is to rest well at home, and you take care of her. Despite his commanding tone, it was infused with tenderness. Seeing Qin He still standing by the door, he urged her, don't just stand there. Xiaomiao must be hungry. Go ahead and serve her a bowl of porridge. Qin He nodded. However, with the head of the household not yet eating, how could they dare touch their chopsticks? Qin He first served a bowl of porridge, bringing it to Lin Mo. Dear, please eat first. Do you still hurt? Lin Mo accepted the porridge, concernedly asking. His care warmed Qin He immensely, and she shook her head with a smile. Compared to the suffering she had endured before, this pain was nothing. You two go ahead and eat too. Once I finish making the bao, we'll have meat for dinner tonight. Lin Mo gently caressed her cheek. Chapter 8. Is Qin He capable of this? After finishing the kanji, Lin Mo was more motivated to make the bao and arrows. Because the tasteless porridge made from millet had absolutely no flavor. Thus, hunting to earn money and improve their living conditions was becoming urgent. Moreover, He Miao and her sister needed nutrients. They had to eat meat. Putting the bowl aside, Lin Mo skillfully began working. The tough bamboo became even more flexible under the proper roasting of the flame. Lin Mo meticulously polished every detail with precision. In a short while, he processed the parts for the bow and arrows and swiftly assembled them. In less than half a morning, a resilient bow appeared in Lin Mo's hands. He also used the remaining bamboo to make 10 arrows. Although lacking iron tips reduced the lethal power, Lin Mo had no better solution at the moment. This bow looks full of strength. Throughout the morning, apart from taking care of her sister, Qin He had been accompanying Lin Mo. When she saw him finish the crafting, she sincerely felt happy for him. However, she was still worried. Husband, what kind of game can be found on the nearby mountains? Smiling, Lin Mo replied. On the front mountain, you occasionally come across small prey like gray-haired rabbits or pheasants. I'll go with you. Seeing Lin Mo hesitate to tell the truth, Qin He grew concerned. She clearly heard wolves howling last night when she went outside to relieve herself. The dangers lurking in the forest were certainly not as minor as Lin Mo described. Lin Mo was now not only her husband, but also the pillar of their family. She feared Lin Mo might encounter danger. Then who will take care of Miao Miao at home? Still smiling, Lin Mo said, knowing that Qin He was genuinely concerned about him. Sister-in-law, let sister go with you. Her archery skills are really good. I'll stay at home, nothing to worry about. A voice came from inside the house. It was Qin Miao, shuffling to the doorway. Can you shoot an arrow? Lin Mo curiously looked at Qin He. Yes, since I was young, I've been learning archery from father. Nodding lightly, Qin He approached Lin Mo, took the bow and arrow, and showed him a demonstration. At the very moment she picked up the bow and arrow, Lin Mo knew her skills were remarkable. And she didn't disappoint Lin Mo. Her arrow hit the arm-thick tree trunk 10 meters away. But due to insufficient force, it failed to pierce deeply into the wood. Your archery skills are indeed impressive, but your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Moreover, we only have one bow right now. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Qin He's performance genuinely surprised him, but her current health condition was poor, and she needed more rest. The rugged mountain paths would definitely be too much for her weak body to handle. I'll make another bow next time, then take you. Yet, Qin He insisted stubbornly. Father once said, usually when hunting, a partner is necessary in case wild beasts suddenly appear around while killing the target. And I can help carry things too. Qin Miao also chimed in for her sister. Brother-in-law, just let sister go with you. You promised me that I would eat meat tonight. With sister helping, success is more likely, isn't it? Seeing both sisters so determined, Lin Mo finally agreed that Qin He could come along. You must rest well at home and lock the door tightly. Before sister and I return, don't open the door to anyone, Lin Mo instructed. Okay, Miao Miao will remember. Seeing Lin Mo agree, Qin Miao quickly nodded, revealing a crescent-shaped smile on her face. Carrying Qin Miao back indoors, Lin Mo picked up the long-sealed hoe at home, dug out a pound of millet using a bamboo tube, shouldered a bamboo basket, and stepped out. Only after confirming that Qin Miao had locked the door did he feel reassured and leave. However, instead of going straight to the back mountain, he headed to the home of Zhao Xiangui, the village chief. Zhao Xiangui was not only the village chief, but also the local blacksmith. Uncle Zhao, are you busy? Seeing Zhao Xiangui forging iron, Lin Mo greeted him. It's Lin Mo. Is there something you need? Zhao Xiangui threw the iron into the fire to burn and walked over with a smile. Upon seeing Qin He, his pupils noticeably contracted in surprise at her beauty. Still, he merely blinked in astonishment without regretting anything. After all, in the countryside, beauty cannot be eaten as food. Looking fragile as if she couldn't bear the slightest wind, she surely wouldn't be suitable for labor. Not only would she be unable to take care of others, she probably still needed others to take care of her. Besides, she even brought along someone as an extra burden. Having 2 additional mouths to feed would even overwhelm the village chief's household. There's something I want to trouble you with, Lin Mo said. Tell me, if uncle can help, I won't refuse. Zhao Xiangui grinned at Lin Mo while glancing sideways from time to time. Lin Mo took out the hoe. I hope you could forge 10 arrowheads from the iron on this. By the way, I don't have money. Do you think this amount of rice will cover the cost? He handed over the bamboo tube along with it to Zhao Xiangwei. Upon seeing the millet, Zhao Xiangwei's eyes immediately lit up, and his smile grew wider. Rice was very precious nowadays. This amount would suffice for 3 or 4 meals at his home, certainly more than enough. But he didn't rush to accept it, instead trying to dissuade Lin Mo. Lin Mo, if you melt your hoe, what will happen to your 1 acre and 7 foot of land? To farmers, land was still the most valuable thing. Even after such a long drought that had ruined the farmland, it remained the most cherished asset of farmers. Farming? Lin Mo knew a little bit, but not much. Even if favorable weather returned, he didn't plan on making a living through farming. Thus, the hoe was no longer useful. If needed in the future, he could simply have another one forged. Also, why do you want to make arrowheads? Seeing Lin Mo silent, Zhao Xiangwei quickly changed the topic, fearing Lin Mo might change his mind. I want to go hunting in the mountains, Lin Mo said. Oh, I see. But there are jackals and wolves in the mountain. You should be careful. Yesterday, Aunt Xuanhuan went into the mountain to gather firewood and was almost killed by a wolf, Zhao Xiangwei sighed. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Zhao. I'll be careful, Lin Mo smiled. Anyway, you're married now, and being able to shoulder responsibilities is a good thing. I won't meddle anymore, just be sure to stay safe. Zhao Xiangwei took the hoe and the millet. Normally, this quantity of rice wouldn't be enough, but seeing how hard things are for you, I'll help you out. Thanks, Uncle Zhao. Lin Mo maintained his smile. He wasn't the naive teacher from his past life anymore. During his time in the hospital, he had seen human nature clearly and couldn't help but understand Zhao Xiangwei's ulterior motives. Although he secretly rejoiced inside, he still pretended to act as if he'd suffered a loss. He wanted not only benefits, but also a favor in return. Typical behavior of someone who wants both advantages and credit. However, Lin Mo was too lazy to bicker with him about it. The moment Lin Mo left, Zhao Xiangwei hurriedly took the hoe and millet inside to show off to his wife. Dear, come quick. What is it? His wife, Lu Qing, walked out. Store the hoe and the rice away, Zhao Xiangwei ordered. Where did they come from? Lu Qing asked eagerly upon seeing so much millet. Heh, the young Lin Mo gave them to me, Zhao Xiangwei boasted. Yesterday, didn't he pick up a wife? She probably has him enchanted or something. Today he's actually going hunting in the mountains. He not only plans to melt down his hoe for arrowheads, but also gave these millets as payment. What? Lin Mo is going hunting. Lu Qing sounded like she heard a hilarious joke and shook her head. That small frame body of his, it's like feeding the wolves. You're right, Zhao Xiangwei agreed enthusiastically. If hunting were that easy, the hunter from the neighboring village would have been rich long ago. The hunter's nickname from the neighboring village was Cologne. If there's a proper job available, why risk danger in the mountains? In my opinion, he's bound to come back empty-handed. Zhao Xiangwei, let me tell you this. If he changes his mind and comes back asking for the hoe and the rice, you absolutely cannot agree. As if Lin Mo would return in the next second, Lu Qing promptly shoved the millet into her bosom and entered the house. That's absolutely impossible. Zhao Xiangwei stood firm in his decision. After securing the hoe, he rummaged around in some obscure corners and pulled out a few scraps of iron. Chapter 9. Husband, you know so much. After leaving Zhao Xiangwei's house, Lin Mo took Qin He straight to the mountain forest. Qin He, who had rested for a day and eaten some food, was much more energetic than yesterday. Her steps were light, and she showed none of the fragility typically associated with women. Lin Mo had been worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up with her pace, but now it seemed he had underestimated the strength of this woman. After entering the forest, Lin Mo did not linger in the outskirts, but headed directly towards the deep mountains. Qin He followed closely behind, yet began to worry. Husband, didn't you say we were hunting on the front mountain? From Zhao Xiangwei, she had learned that wolves were now attacking people on the front mountain. The back mountain was definitely dangerous. She was concerned that if they went too far into the mountains, they might be targeted by ferocious beasts like wolves and tigers. The prey on the front mountain has already been hunted out long ago. We have no choice but to take our chances in the deep mountains. 3 years of famine had left humans hungry, and naturally, the little creatures in the mountains also suffered. The only ones remaining were the fierce beasts hidden deep within the mountains. Because everyone knew how perilous the deep mountains were, very few hunters dared to venture there. Instead, they would repeatedly search around the front mountain, hoping to encounter a lost small animal. Thus, from the start, Lin Mo's target was set on the deep mountains. Qin He was an intelligent girl. Knowing that trying to persuade Lin Mo would be futile and only cause distraction, she chose to remain silent. The two walked a distance in the mountain. Gradually, the mountain path disappeared, replaced by brambles and shrubs, and the leaves on the ground grew thicker. These signs all indicated that the human activity range ended here. Beyond this point lay the paradise of animals. Qin He kept close to Lin Mo, carefully observing her surroundings. Husband, father once said that if one wants to find prey in the woods, they should look for traces left behind, like footprints, scratch marks, droppings, and such. Qin He had accompanied her father on several hunting trips before, so she knew some techniques for hunting. But at those times, there were many guards present, so she rarely had to worry about her own safety. The situation now was entirely different. In such a vast forest, there were only the two of them. Saying that she wasn't nervous would be a lie. What you said is correct. Look, what is this? Lin Mo had obtained the ultimate hunting skills. When it came to how to hunt, he was naturally more familiar with it than Qin He. With his heightened sense of smell, he quickly picked up on the scent left by prey. Parting a cluster of low shrubs, he found a pile of droppings left by an animal. These are animal droppings. He was amazed as she stared at Lin Mo. How could her husband find something in such a concealed spot? As she was lost in thought, Lin Mo used the backs of 2 fingers to check the temperature of the droppings. The surface had cooled, but inside there was still residual warmth. This must have been left within the last hour. If it was feeding in this area, it shouldn't have gone far. Lin Mo shared his deduction and continued looking nearby. Seeing his focused and professional demeanor, he suddenly realized that perhaps she had underestimated the man beside her. Yesterday, she thought Lin Mo was just a carpenter who decided to go hunting on a whim. But now, he didn't seem rash at all, but rather like a seasoned hunter. Husband, can you tell which animal left these droppings? He couldn't understand what Lin Mo was searching for and asked curiously. A musk deer. Lin Mo answered casually. At the moment he saw the droppings, he already knew the identity of their owner. Right now, he was searching for the trace of the musk deer feeding. Deer typically eat tender grass and tree roots or leaves rich in sap. Look around here to see if there's any evidence of them eating. Most herbivores defecate while feeding, displaying an effortless behavior. This is something most humans past toddlerhood can't do. Of course, they also defecate while traveling. If one finds traces of feeding, it means it's the former case and they're likely still nearby. If not, it's the latter, they've already left, so it would be a waste of time to look further. Husband, come take a look. Are these tooth marks? Soon, he made a discovery. She found some bitten leaves. From the irregular tooth marks and the remaining scent, it could be judged that these were left by the owner of the droppings. Good, they're definitely still around. Lin Mo said with a smile. Following the bite marks, the two soon found more droppings. Clearly, there was more than one musk deer here. This kind of animal doesn't travel in large groups. Usually, they pair up, or at most 3 to 5 together. From the number of droppings and the bite marks, it could be deduced that there were probably over 2 musk deer here. Husband, how do you know so much? He was very curious. How could a boy, 1 year younger than her, and from such poor rural conditions, not only excel at carpentry, but also know so many hunting techniques? Moreover, he even understood medical skills. The more she interacted with Lin Mo, the stronger her curiosity grew. Because I'm capable, Lin Mo smiled mysteriously. He didn't ask further. She knew everyone had their own secrets. Since Lin Mo didn't want to talk about it, what she should do wasn't to dig too deeply, but to suppress her curiosity. After following the trail for a while, the two finally found a herd of muntjac eating grass. There were 4 in total, but they were spread out. Seeing the prey, he was quite excited and even forgot to stay vigilant around her. However, as a top-level hunter, Lin Mo didn't ignore this. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Lin Mo handed the machete and bamboo basket to Stay here. Then, he quietly approached the muntjac herd. Because of the dense weeds and shrubs, he had to find the best shooting angle to ensure a one-hit kill. Moreover, his bamboo arrows had limited power, so he needed to get closer. Lin Mo's movements were incredibly light, as if his body had no weight, and he made not a single sound. Soon, he found an excellent position where the nearest muntjac was less than 5 meters away. Lying in the grass, he quietly waited for the muntjac to move towards him. Time slowly passed. Lin Mo lay motionless in the grass like a statue. Watching from behind, his eyes shifted from complexity to admiration, and then even fascination. In this man, she saw steadiness, responsibility, courage, wisdom, patience, and other qualities of an excellent man. Isn't this the hero she once envisioned? Hard work pays off. After finishing a pile of grass in front of it, the muntjac's bottom moved slightly to the left, and its body turned to the side. The opportunity had come. Lin Mo acted decisively, gently pulling the bowstring full. With a swish, the sharp bamboo arrow shot out of the grass and precisely hit the neck of the muntjac. Since it was his first hunt, Lin Mo was somewhat nervous and almost put all his strength into it. So this arrow completely pierced through the neck of the muntjac. Chapter 10. Harvesting Game and Herbs. Lin Mo did not expect his strength to be so great, nor the arrows he made to have such immense power. Of course, as a full-level hunter, his archery skills were undoubtedly top-notch. A single arrow pierced through the neck of the roe deer. In pain, the roe deer let out an anguished cry and leapt away to flee into the distance. The other 3 also got scared and panicked, scattering in different directions. Surprisingly, they didn't run straight ahead toward Lin Mo. Instead, they turned left. That way was where he was hiding. Seeing this, he quickly hid herself and gripped her hatchet tightly with both hands. With the companion's painful cries, the other roe deer had been completely frightened and didn't notice that there was someone lying in ambush along their escape route. A young roe deer rushed past Yeah. He screamed loudly, suddenly lunging forward. Raising her hatchet high, she forcefully slashed it down onto the roe deer's hind leg, immediately creating a deep red gash. The roe deer cried out in agony, but its instinct for survival didn't stop its legs, and it continued to hobble away. However, before it could take a few more steps, an arrow shot from behind, piercing into its belly. The roe deer fell to the ground. After struggling for a few moments, the intense pain prevented it from getting up again. Are you alright? Without checking on the wounded prey, Lin Mo swiftly went to and pulled her up. I'm fine. Panted heavily, still excited. Husband, I hit it. Ho ho, you're very brave, Lin Mo praised. He now somewhat understood how a frail woman, managed to survive with her younger sister in this chaotic world. An ordinary woman would probably panic in such situations, yet she could quickly regain her composure and act courageously. This wisdom and courage left Lin Mo impressed. Receiving praise from her husband, he felt thrilled and excited. She had finally proven her worth through action. This way, husband wouldn't drive us away, right? Don't just stand there. Quickly take the game and leave. The blood will attract other wild beasts. Lin Mo went back to the earlier ambush spot and lifted the first roe deer he had killed. He moved towards the second one. However, seeing the animal still making painful struggles despite being close to death, she hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should end its suffering. Lin Mo did not pressure her and instead drew an arrow, shooting it straight into the heart of the roe deer, putting it out of its misery. Together, the two roe deer weighed about 50 pounds. Lin Mo carried them effortlessly, one in each hand. Husband, give me one to carry. He voluntarily offered to help Lin Mo with the load. No need. Lin Mo smiled and declined. Although he surprised him, in the eyes of this doctor, she was still the malnourished patient who needed care. He understood Lin Mo's intentions and took the lead in clearing the path. Husband, your archery is truly impressive. Thinking about the precise shot that came from behind, he gained new respect for Lin Mo's skills with the bow. She herself had decent archery skills and knew how difficult it was to accurately shoot a roe deer that was adept at zigzagging under those circumstances. At least, neither she nor her father could achieve the precision Lin Mo displayed. That's true. I've always been quite accurate. Being admired by his wife, Lin Mo also felt happy inside. You must practice every day, husband, and have had a wonderful teacher. He cut through a branch obstructing the path, glancing back briefly. To practice daily? That'd be too much. I only occasionally shoot around. Lin Mo chuckled in response. But indeed, I've had several very skilled teachers. Several. He stopped walking and looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. It's rare even for commoners to encounter a good teacher, but you've been lucky. She wondered how, in this desolate place, there could be several masters of archery. Little did she know that the teachers Lin Mo spoke of and what she understood as teachers were entirely different things. Ho ho. Lin Mo laughed without saying more. He decided to save this topic for a deeper discussion later that night. It's downhill now. Be careful, husband. As they walked down a steep slope, he carefully cut through the branches blocking the way, grabbed onto nearby trees and vines, and descended first. Hand me the roe deer. However, halfway down, Lin Mo abruptly paused. His gaze was drawn to a patch of grass nearby. Looking at the slender leaves and white-purple petals of the motherwort herb, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly thought he could make money by collecting herbs. Wars were raging everywhere, and the army's demand for medicine was enormous. As a result, many pharmacies were unable to supply the general public with adequate medicinal herbs. If he could gather some medicinal herbs and sell them to the pharmacy, they might fetch a good price. He dropped the roe deer down and then shouted to He, throw me the basket. Oh. He, carrying the basket, climbed up. Lin Mo placed the collected motherwort herb into the basket. He did not recognize this herb. She thought it might be some wild vegetable that she didn't know but was edible. Husband, is this a wild vegetable? If it were a wild vegetable, there would be enough for them to eat for a while. Lin Mo smiled and replied, this is a type of medicinal herb called motherwort. Of course, you can also cook porridge with it, which has certain therapeutic effects. Medicinal herb? He paused slightly, her heart thinking, does my husband really understand medical knowledge? That's right, it's mainly used by women. It's a good medicine for regulating menstruation, so it's called motherwort. Lin Mo explained. Regulating menstruation? Since it involved private matters of women, He's face instantly turned red. Yesterday, when I examined your body, I found that your menstrual cycle was somewhat irregular. In the past 2 months, it probably hasn't come on time, has it? Exactly, we can use this to adjust yours. Lin Mo held up a motherwort plant and smiled as he showed it to her. Then, He's face turned even redder. All she wanted to say was, husband, please stop talking, it's embarrassing. In fact, most women in ancient times had gynecological diseases, but out of embarrassment, they could only endure silently. However, even if he didn't mention it, Lin Mo already clearly knew. He doesn't care about others, but his wife must definitely be well cared for. After all, he hoped she would help him create a soccer team. After collecting the motherwort, Lin Mo searched around nearby. There were quite a few plants he knew by name, but no other valuable herbs were discovered. Thus, they returned home carrying the game and the basket. Because their luck was good this time, and they encountered the roe deer herd as soon as they entered the deep mountains, they hadn't spent much time. There and back, it only took a little over an hour. When Qin Miao learned that Lin Mo and her sister had returned, she excitedly ran out to welcome them. After resting for more than 2 hours, she was feeling much better now. Seeing the game slung over Lin Mo's shoulder, she became even happier and threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Sister-in-law, you're great. Sal will finally have meat to eat. Perhaps due to what happened last night, she was no longer so shy in front of Lin Mo. Her eyes were filled with affection. Chapter 11, Little Girl's Guess. As Qin Miao clung tightly to him, Lin Mo felt her exhale deeply. At the very first moment, she chose to cling to Lin Mo instead of rushing to look at the meat that she had longed for so much. It was clear that she didn't care as much about the meat and used this action merely as a cover. Seeing her close her eyes and her body gradually relax as she completely leaned on him, it was apparent how frightened she was. Lin Mo asked with some concern, Meow meow, Did anyone come over while you were at home? No. By this time, Qin Miao had already adjusted her mindset and looked up at Lin Mo. Her lips curved again into a lovely crescent moon shape. Her innocent gaze assured Lin Mo that she wasn't lying. Upon reflection, it made sense. It was broad daylight now. Chen Laizi should be working at Wang Kaiju's house. The others must also be out searching for food and wouldn't have time to mess around at his place. Lin Mo nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter further. He stroked Qin Miao's head and handed a deer to Qin He, asking, "Do you know how to handle this?" Qin He hesitated for a second before nodding. Yes. She hadn't processed an animal this large before, but during their journey fleeing from famine, she had handled mice and rabbits, so she thought the method would likely be similar. Process this one at home, cut off some lean meat to make porridge. There was currently no oil or other seasonings at home, and cooking methods like simmering, stir-frying, or roasting would not yield as rich a flavor as making porridge. Besides, Lin Mo's household did not have a wok for stir-frying either. To be precise, in this era, stir-frying hadn't been invented yet, something akin to the Qinhan period on Earth. Remember to add motherwort. It will benefit your health and that of your younger sister, Lin Mo added. Okay. Qin He nodded. Are you going out? I'll go once, see if I can sell the extra ones and get something in return. Going to the county town? Qin He asked worriedly. She knew Shangyi village was more than 20 li away from the county town, taking about 2 hours. Leaving at this time, it might be dark before reaching there. In these chaotic times, traveling at night was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the county town had a curfew rule, requiring them to close the city gates before it became dark, and Lin Mo might not even get in. Not the county town, just nearby. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. The people from Shangyi village rarely went to the county town, occasionally doing so only when they set off before dawn. Although Lin Mo could reach the county town before it got dark, he surely wouldn't return tonight. Additionally, accommodations in the county town were not cheap, and he had no money. It was possible he might end up detained. After the curfew, the streets would be deserted, and the market would close early anyway. Who else would he sell his prey to? Thus, he decided not to head to the county town, but instead thought of the wealthiest Wang Kaiju in the neighboring 10 or 12 villages. Previously, while working as a short-term laborer at Wang Kaiju's home, he had seen them purchase mountain goods from hunters in other villages. It was said that Wang Kaiju favored such delicacies. All right, stay safe and come back early, Qin He said gently. I will, Lin Mo responded. As Lin Mo left under the eyes of the two sisters, Qin Miao ran straight into her older sister's arms. Qin He felt tender-hearted and lightly stroked her younger sister, asking, afraid? During their escape from famine, her younger sister had gone missing once and stayed in an abandoned village for 3 days. Luckily, Qin He never gave up, and through various inquiries, she eventually found her. Since then, Qin Miao had developed psychological scars, fearing being separated from her sister and being alone. This time, maybe due to the slight sense of belonging she gained here, she had managed to gather enough courage. A little. Qin Miao softly replied. She had been learning from her sister's bravery. Throughout this past hour and more, she continuously tried to cheer herself up. Don't be afraid. Your sister will always be by your side. Qin He comforted. Okay. Qin Miao hugged her sister, but her eyes still lingered on Lin Mo, who was walking farther and farther away. Hungry? Rest a bit. Let me take care of this deer. I've already rested well. Let's do it together. Qin Miao laughed, running back inside to fetch a cutting board, a knife, and a bucket of water. She joined her sister and headed towards the stream to deal with the deer. Qin He didn't forget to bring along the motherwort. On their way back, Lin Mo had taught her how to clean and store the motherwort. Sister, were these animals killed by you or brother-in-law? At the stream side, Qin Miao moved some pebbles, gathering the sparse water into a small pool in front of her sister to make it convenient. They were all killed by my husband. His archery is better than mine. Qin He recalled Lin Mo's hunting scenes in her mind. He truly is an accomplished man, not only skilled in hunting, but also knowledgeable in medicine and carpentry. What's more important is that he has a good temper and treats the two of us very gently. Previously, during their escape from famine, they had learned something. Rural husbands controlled their wives in 2 ways, beating or starving them. They believed that only when a wife feared her husband would she respect and faithfully serve him. Therefore, when she was first accepted by Lin Mo, she braced herself for beatings. But not only did Lin Mo refrain from hitting them, he instead treated them with great gentleness. Moreover, in terms of food, he didn't restrict them at all. This made Qin He feel that Lin Mo was a real gem of a man. She even wondered if her parents were watching over them from beyond, guiding them to find the best man under heaven. I think brother-in-law is amazing too. Qin Miao vigorously nodded in agreement. She continued, Sister, don't you think brother-in-law looks different today? He seems handsomer, more captivating. It's as if he's both like the heroes driving away the Huns described in books, yet also carries an air of a scholar. Compared to when they had first met yesterday, Lin Mo had indeed changed quite significantly. The charm emanating from him profoundly attracted the two sisters. Do you think he could be a young master of some noble family? The little girl suddenly ventured a bold guess. Qin He paused. A young master of a noble family? She shook her head. Surely no young master from a noble family would learn carpentry, a commoner's craft. But Lin Mo certainly gave her a distinct impression, one that didn't align with that of an ordinary farmer. But I do hope he is just a commoner, Qin Miao added. At this moment, she was filled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, she hoped Lin Mo had a powerful background so he could avenge their parents. On the other hand, After enduring years of wandering and turmoil, it was hard to find a stable place to settle down. She didn't want that peace shattered. Don't overthink things. Right now, I only wish for you to live well. He sighed softly, reminding her sister not to dwell on those sorrowful memories. As the two sisters were chatting, a group of women carrying baskets came walking from the direction of the woods. They were the team that went to pick wild vegetables. Because Aunt xuanhuan had been attacked by wolves the previous day, they traveled together for safety. However, the result was that they hadn't unearthed any edible wild vegetables. Adhering to the principle that they wouldn't come back empty-handed from the mountain, they picked up some firewood instead. However, as they passed by the stream, they witnessed a shocking scene. All eyes were fixed firmly on the gazelle in Qinhe's hands. Chapter 12, Unshaken. Dogwa's mother. Look, aren't those the two burdens Lin Mo brought back? Look how thin she is, like a bamboo pole. I say why that boy Lin Mo had to marry her. She turns out to be such a vixen. A few women who had gone outside the village to dig wild vegetables returned empty-handed, meaning they would go hungry again tonight, and their moods were far from good. Seeing Qinhe by the stream, they vented their anger at her. The village women were always loose-lipped, and all kinds of nasty words were said. A bastard and a wild fox, what a well-matched pair. I heard Lin Mo quit his job at Mr. Wang's house. That job is something many people fought tooth and nail for, but he gave it up for a vixen. Tell me, isn't this harmful? Just you wait, in no time, Lin Mo's household will have nothing left to eat. When they come asking us for food, we must all agree not to lend them anything. That seductress is trouble itself. In my opinion, we should kick them out of the village immediately, so they don't bring disaster upon our village. What she says is correct. Let's return home and report to Zhao Xian. While the gossipy women were saying cruel things, suddenly they were interrupted by the voice of Chun Yoshir ahead of them. Look, what is that in her hand? Everyone rushed over, took a closer look, and was stunned by what they saw. That's a roe deer. My goodness, such a big roe deer. It has 15 to 20 pounds of meat. Where did she get the roe deer from? The heads of the village women couldn't process it. They could barely imagine how such a frail woman, thinner than any of them, managed to get such a large roe deer. Even the seasoned hunter Big Intestine from the neighboring village had never caught a roe deer. As the group was still stunned, Jia Zhangshi, who had just been cursing the loudest, instantly changed her demeanor, laughing cheerfully as she approached the sisters Qinhe and Qin Miao. Wow, whose daughter-in-law is this? She is truly beautiful. Jia Zhangshi showered compliments on Qinhe, while Qin Miao was naturally ignored. Seeing Jia Zhangshi run so quickly, everyone else felt annoyed. They cursed her for being shameless and unshaken. Faced with the sudden praise, the two sisters Qinhe and Qin Miao seemed somewhat at a loss. Because they weren't prepared to deal with these villagers yet. You probably haven't met me before, let me introduce myself. I am Aunt Zhang. Lin Mo even ate at our house when he was little. I've watched him grow up. Jia Zhangshi noticed their shyness, so she actively tried to ingratiate herself. When others heard this behind, they scolded her for being too shameless, too brazen-faced. Aunt Zhang, hello. Jia Zhangshi got closer and closer, forcing Qinhe to awkwardly greet her. Good, haha. Lin Mo really married a good wife. Not only does she have beauty, but she is also so polite. In the future, if there's anything you need help with in the village, you can find Aunt Zhang. Jia Zhangshi's words made the crowd behind her unable to bear looking at her straight. She was too shameless. Just moments ago, she was cursing the hardest, but now she turned around and groveled excessively. To offer help was something she actually said? What a joke. Who doesn't know that Jia Zhangshi in Shangyi village is notoriously stingy? Even Mr. Wang looks like her junior in front of her. But Qinhe didn't know that. Seeing how well Jia Zhangshi spoke, she felt a bit of goodwill towards her. Taking advantage of the moment, Jia Zhangshi pointed at the roe deer and asked, Niece-in-law, where did you get this roe deer from? During the afternoon, I hunted it in the deep mountains with my husband. Qinhe truthfully replied. Though she wasn't very comfortable with Jia Zhangshi's warmth, she didn't want to leave a bad impression on the villagers. She herself didn't care much about this, but she feared it might cause trouble for Lin Mo. Did you go into the deep mountains? Jia Zhangshi was surprised. As she said, Lin Mo was someone she watched grow up. She remembered that Lin Mo had never ventured into the deep mountains, nor did he know how to hunt. Could it be that this cunning seductress had such skills? Jia Zhangshi shook her head vigorously inside. Impossible. It seems like she was just lucky, right? She didn't dwell too much on how the roe deer came, instead thinking about how to carve off some meat. After all, it had been 2 years since she last tasted any meat. At the sight of the roe deer, she almost drooled. Niece-in-law, you can't butcher the roe deer like that. You'll ruin the skin. This fur, if sold in the county town, could fetch 2 bushels of rice. Looking at you, it seems you've never done this kind of work, right? Here, give the knife to Auntie, let Annie handle it for you. Before Qinhe reacted, Jia Zhangshi automatically picked up the knife and began slicing open the roe deer. Though her character was extremely poor, her cutting skills were indeed much better than Qinhe's. Qinhe hesitated for half a day without knowing where to start, but Jia Zhangshi managed everything in just a few moves. Moreover, she managed to completely shave the skin off the roe deer. This piece of fur, when you get home, use a rope to stretch it out and hang it up for drying. Since the fur was quite valuable, Jia Zhangshi didn't have any intention to claim it. Next, she removed the internal organs of the roe deer. She worked very quickly, finishing all the tasks before anyone else could step in to build rapport. Niece-in-law, I've done it for you. With this much meat, it will be enough for you to eat for quite a while. Jia Zhangshi didn't try to hide her envy. She wanted to earn Qin He's sympathy and hoped she would take the initiative to share some with her. But she was thinking too much. Qin He had come from famine areas and understood the preciousness of food more than Jia Zhangshi did. All this is thanks to Auntie Zhang. Qin He expressed gratitude with words, but didn't have the slightest intention of giving her any meat. A flash of displeasure crossed Jia Zhangshi's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Niece-in-law, when someone helps you here, you should show appreciation. With our two families getting along so well now, surely you wouldn't let Auntie Zhang help for nothing, right? Jia Zhangshi showed her shameless side. Then she continued, besides, with such heat now, you won't be able to finish all this meat. It will spoil. I'm not asking for much, just one hind leg will do. One hind leg? Qin He felt extremely troubled. That was 4 or 5 pounds of meat, which she certainly didn't want to give away. But Jia Zhangshi did indeed help her, so it wasn't reasonable to refuse her outright. Seeing her sister's predicament, Qin Miao quickly interjected. Auntie Zhang, this requires my brother-in-law's approval. How about you go home first, and when my brother-in-law comes back, we'll inform him about this matter. My sister is really kind. She will definitely bring gifts personally to thank you. She could see through Jia Zhangshi's intentions clearly. She was after the meat. This response appeared as if refusing, yet actually denied Jia Zhangshi's request subtly. However, Jia Zhangshi's face was thicker than they imagined. With a grin, she said, such a small matter, why should Lin Mo bother running around personally? Or let me suggest this, I don't need an entire leg either. You can give me the ribs on this side instead. Ribs have less meat and more bones. Count it as me taking a little loss. In people's eyes during this era, the value of ribs was undoubtedly much smaller compared to the juicier legs full of meat. Facing her compromise, Qin He hesitated to reject. But clever little Qin Miao wasn't going to put up with it. Chapter 13, Selling Mountain Goods. Aunt Zhang, you must be joking. You're our elder. How could we let you take a loss? We just can't make a decision behind brother's back without telling him. We hope you understand. If you insist on taking it now, I'll have to think that you're bullying us. The other sisters and aunts are watching, and you don't want them to misunderstand you, do you? Faced with Qin Miao's quick-witted arguments, Aunt Jia Zhang was fuming with anger. She knew clearly that if she didn't get it now, it would be even less possible once Lin Mo returned. But she couldn't openly seize it. If Qin Miao caused a scene, she wouldn't know how to end this gracefully either. Seeing the two sisters holding firmly onto the meat, she could only grit her teeth in frustration and force an ugly smile. The others, seeing that Aunt Jia Zhang hadn't succeeded, felt a sudden sense of balance restored. It confirmed the old saying. If she gets the meat, she alone will be happy, but if the meat is out of reach, everyone else will be delighted. Others came forward one by one, enjoying Aunt Jia Zhang's embarrassment thoroughly. Though they said nothing aloud, their smiles mocked Aunt Jia Zhang, as if silently taunting. Surprise, huh? Was helping her all for nothing. Hey, what kind of grass is in your basket? A village woman noticed some emu grass cleaned up by the two sisters inside the basket. They had seen the grass before, but didn't recognize it, and thus dared not eat it. It's emu grass. Lin Mo said a small amount can be used to boil porridge, but pregnant women absolutely cannot consume it. Qin He revealed no secrets, yet also refrained from telling them that it was medicinal. Can it really be eaten? The crowd focused only on this point. Yes, Qin He nodded slightly. I think there's some on Qianba Ridge. There seems to be some in the valley too. The women immediately tried recalling where they'd seen it, then rushed off toward those places. Aunt Jia Zhang, having failed to secure any meat, naturally joined their group. How exactly she cursed the Lin family internally remains unknown. After the crowd dispersed, Qin He and Qin Miao took the meat and emu grass home to cook porridge. On the other side, Lin Mo arrived at Mr. Wang, the wealthy landlord's house 5 miles away. This was a sprawling estate spread over several mu of land with quite a few houses within its premises. The eastern wing was still under expansion. Lin Mo thought that at this time, the steward should be at the construction site. Therefore, instead of heading to the main gate, he circled around to the east wing. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon the accountant and Madame 3 committing adulterous acts. After eavesdropping for a while, Lin Mo acquired the necessary evidence and promptly returned to the front gate. He had originally planned to visit the virtuous steward in the east wing, but with this new bit of scandal, he realized finding the accountant would be more effective. Knock knock knock. Lin Mo knocked on the door, and quickly a bodyguard came to open it. Lin Mo, why are you here now? Your position has long been taken by someone else. The guard recognized Lin Mo but didn't notice the young deer strapped to his back. Today's young brother's shift, and I'm not here for work anyway. Lin Mo greeted Yang Xiong with a smile. Yang Xiong was another villager who fought in battles, possessed some skills, though often boasting unnecessarily, rarely abused or berated workers. What brings you here then? Yang Xiong asked curiously. Lin Mo showed him the young deer with a grin. I had great luck today and hunted a young deer in the mountains. Knowing Mr. Wang loves such delicacies, I've come to trade it for some food and money. Such a large deer. Yang Xiong was astonished. Good job, boy. This must be the blessing of your ancestors. He believed it was just Lin Mo's good fortune. Come in, it's been ages since we've tasted wild game. Our master indeed misses these delicacies. Yang Xiong opened the door and ushered Lin Mo inside. I'll take you to the account's office. Thanks, brother Yang. Even though Lin Mo had worked here for over a month, he never really wandered around the estate and wasn't familiar with the internal layout. So he closely followed Yang Xiong. The estate was extravagantly decorated, every detail meticulously crafted, and each floor had a bodyguard on watch. Without a guide, it'd be impossible to enter. The two passed through 2 courtyards until they reached the account's office. Mr. Zhang, goods from the mountain have arrived. Yang Xiong called out into the room, but received no response. He knocked again, still receiving no reply. This is odd. Where could Mr. Zhang be at this hour? Yang Xiong muttered under his breath. Where did he go? I know the answer, but I can't tell you. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Maybe he's gone to the restroom. Brother Yang, please go ahead and take care of your duties. I'll wait here for a bit. Upon finishing, Lin Mo quietly apologized inwardly to Madam 3. Madam 3, I assure you, I wasn't calling you a restroom. That works. Can't leave the front yard unattended. I'll head back first. Yang Xiong didn't think much of it and turned to leave. Lin Mo waited for a while by the door of the accounts office before seeing Accountant Zhang Qin, adjusting his belt buckle, returning in high spirits. Upon spotting Lin Mo at the door, he curiously asked, Who are you? Mr. Zhang. I'm a villager nearby here to sell mountain goods. Lin Mo smiled and brought out the young deer. Oh, it's actually a young deer. You kids sure know how to impress. Zhang Qin inspected the deer and confirmed it was freshly caught that day. The blood flowing out was still fresh. Satisfied, he nodded. The master has been thinking about this kind of game recently. You've come just in time. Normally, I wouldn't offer more than 700 coins, but today, I'll give you 1 tael of silver. Hearing his generous words, Lin Mo snorted inwardly with disdain. In the Great Qian Empire, the commonly used currencies were copper coins and official silver, with 1 tael of official silver equaling 1,000 copper coins. If it was broken silver, it could only be exchanged for 700 or 800 coins. He had brought the larger one, weighing nearly 30 jin, and Zhang Qin would pay only 1 tael? It was obvious exploitation. If this deer were taken to the county town, its fur alone could fetch 600 or 700 coins. Adding up the rest of the meat, it would amount to no less than 2 taels. Zhang Qin was clearly offering half the fair price. Mr. Zhang, isn't this too little? Lin Mo said coldly. Zhang Qin flicked his lips, completely dismissing the matter as he waved a hand. If you think it's too little, take it to the county town. My offer stands firm here. Saying that, he kicked the deer towards Lin Mo. He was certain Lin Mo would compromise eventually. It was already dark outside, making it impossible for Lin Mo to go to the county town. In such hot weather, game left overnight would lose value quickly, and even if Lin Mo managed to take it to the county tomorrow, he wouldn't get the ideal price. Confronted with Zhang Qin's disrespect, Lin Mo didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled softly. Approaching Zhang Qin, he whispered quietly, Mr. Zhang, I seemed to hear some sounds when I passed by the east wing just now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qin, who had just sat down, shot up as if his butt was spring-loaded. Chapter 14, Wang's Appreciation. Zhang Qin's face changed from panic to anger quickly. He grabbed Lin Mo's collar furiously, yelling, Boy, you're talking nonsense. He was very angry. How dare a rustic kid from the countryside threaten him? But he was also scared. He thought he had hidden everything well. Even the maids and guards around him didn't know. How did Lin Mo find out? Lin Mo shouldn't have had any access to that house at all. Little did he know that Lin Mo had an excellent hearing. Do you really not know if I'm lying? Lin Mo slapped Zhang Qin's hand off, then straightened his collar. He used a lot of strength, directly numbing Zhang Qin's hand. The purpose of doing this was to let Zhang Qin know that he wasn't a soft target that could be bullied easily. You dare to threaten me? Believe me or not, I'll make sure you can't leave this estate. Zhang Qin threatened. Then call people. The more, the better. Lin Mo naturally wasn't afraid of such intimidation. Then he casually sat on Zhang Qin's chair, crossed his legs, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. Zhang Qin saw his shameless behavior and felt furious yet helpless. He was well aware that with his own abilities, it would be impossible to silence Lin Mo before others arrived. Therefore, he could only let Lin Mo manipulate the situation. After some consideration, Zhang Qin clenched his teeth and raised 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 taels of silver. Then he quickly turned to 3 fingers. No, 3 taels. Now keep this matter secret inside your stomach. But Lin Mo completely ignored him. This deer is worth 2 taels. It seems Mr. Zhang values his reputation and life as much as 1 tael of silver, less than even an animal. These words made Zhang Qin's face turn livid with rage. He originally assumed that Lin Mo, being a poor man, would happily grab the silver and leave, but instead ended up digging a hole for himself. How much do you want? Through gritted teeth, he strained to contain his inner fury. This depends on whether Mr. Zhang cares about his own life. Seeing Zhang Qin give in, Lin Mo further pressed him. Zhang Qin couldn't help getting angry. 10 taels, that's my bottom line. 10 taels of silver was no small amount. Despite earning decent monthly wages, Zhang Qin was feeling considerable pain in parting with so much money. However, dealing with someone as troublesome as Lin Mo left him with no other option but to accept financial loss as relief. Plus a bolt of cloth and a pound of salt. Lin Mo didn't believe that 10 taels was truly his limit, but he didn't push him too far either. After all, this was a shameful matter related to Mr. Wang's household. If he revealed it, Mr. Wang wouldn't thank him, but rather eliminate him. Thinking about his own survival, Zhang Qin trembled uncontrollably due to Lin Mo's outrageous demands, yet still swallowed his pride under such threats. If it came to light that he had seduced his master's wife, he'd certainly be beaten to death and thrown into an unmarked grave. Mr. Zhang is so strong, these things shouldn't be hard for you, right? Seeing Zhang Qin hesitate, Lin Mo kept pressing. The word strong pierced deeply into Zhang Qin's conscience. He hated this term and vowed to dock Lu's pay next month entirely. You just wait. Zhang Qin nearly shattered his jaw, clenching down with anger, and turned angrily towards the warehouse. Due to the influence of the third wife whispering in his ear, he had a certain financial discretion within the estate. Moreover, most of the items in the warehouse were counted by him alone. Missing a bolt of cloth or a pound of salt could be easily concealed. Besides, Lin Mo brought along a deer, making explanations simpler. As for the 10 tails, he'd have to dip into his own pocket for that. Zhang Qin grudgingly handed over the items to Lin Mo while issuing a stern warning. Young man, you've got what you wanted. If you say anything outside, don't think I won't kill you. Threats accompanied by "do you believe" are typically interpreted as barking without biting. He was merely trying to salvage the last bit of his dignity. Lin Mo feigned fear. Yes, Mr. Zhang can slaughter anyone including his third mistress. I'm terrified of you. Lin Mo hurried away from the bookkeeping room as Zhang Qin was about to explode in anger. However, just stepping out of a courtyard wall, he encountered Mr. Wang returning home. Seeing Lin Mo carrying a bolt of fabric which wasn't top-notch but still worth 2 taels of silver, Mr. Wang wondered why a stranger was holding something of value within his home. Thus, Mr. Wang ordered one of his men to stop Lin Mo. Wait a moment. The surrounding guards immediately blocked Lin Mo's path. Fearing unexpected complications, Lin Mo swiftly stashed the pound of salt and the 10 taels of silver into his personal storage. Who are you, and where did you get this piece of cloth? Mr. Wang asked. Though kind-hearted, Mr. Wang would not tolerate theft. Lin Mo quickly explained. Mr. Wang, I am a villager from Shangyi village. A few days ago, when I was working here, I heard that you wanted to eat some game. So I took the risk of entering the deep mountains and hunted a deer. This bolt of cloth is what I exchanged for the deer with Mr. Zhang Qin in the bookkeeping room. Yang Xiong from the front courtyard can vouch for me. Hearing the commotion, Yang Xiong also hurried over and immediately stood up for Lin Mo. Ah, you hunted a deer? Mr. Wang waved his hand, and the guards surrounding Lin Mo stepped back at once. Just lucky, I suppose. Lin Mo explained. Ho ho, these days game hides in the deep mountains. It's not just about luck. Mr. Wang chuckled and stopped questioning further. In bountiful years, a deer would definitely not be worth this much cloth. But now, it was a famine year, making any food extremely precious. And more importantly, Mr. Wang had a fondness for such delicacies. Young man, I see you're made of good stuff. Would you be interested in becoming one of my guards? I have specialized trainers who can teach you martial arts to make you even stronger. Mr. Wang, seeing the young man's lively spirit and hunting skills, decided to offer him a position. Any other person would have jumped at the opportunity gleefully. Working as a guard for Mr. Wang meant 2 days off every month, 2 full meals daily where you'd always be well fed, occasionally even getting to eat meat. The monthly pay included 2 taels of silver and 4 dough of rice, far better than the short-term labor jobs available. However, Lin Mo now had his system and improved physical abilities. He could hunt and heal others, no longer wishing to work for someone else. Plus, after extorting Zhang Qin, he wasn't in urgent need of money. Thank you for your kindness, but there are still many things at home that I need to finish before I can accept your offer. Lin Mo politely declined Mr. Wang's invitation. Upon hearing this, all the guards looked at him with astonishment. Such a great opportunity, yet he refused. Mr. Wang chuckled again and didn't insist. Very well then, take care of your business at home. If you change your mind later, feel free to come find me anytime. Thank you. Mr. Wang truly lived up to his reputation as a generous man, possessing both grace and vision. Lin Mo was impressed. Mr. Wang, I'll take my leave then. He saluted respectfully and prepared to go. Mr. Wang waved him off. You go. Before he could finish with the word "ba," suddenly his world spun, his vision turned dark, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. Master, quick, get a doctor. The surrounding guards fell into chaos, panicking and rushing over. They had no idea what happened or how to handle the situation. Let me check. Lin Mo moved forward. Since Mr. Wang harbored goodwill towards him, Lin Mo would treat him kindly as well. Grasping Mr. Wang's wrist, Lin Mo felt his pulse and immediately understood the issue. Did Mr. Wang skip a day of eating and then do something physically demanding recently? The guards were surprised. How did you know that? Little brother Lin, what's wrong with the master? Is it serious? Yang Xiong asked anxiously. There's no illness with Mr. Wang. Everyone please don't worry. Lin Mo pressed on Mr. Wang's Rinzhong acupoint. After a brief moment, Mr. Wang woke up. Chapter 15, Miss Wang. What has happened to me? Mr. Wang was a little confused. Why did I suddenly faint? He looked at Lin Mo in surprise. You saved me. A ragged boy like you could hunt already, and you even know medicine. Lin Mo helped him up, smiling. Mr. Wang, there's nothing serious with your body. You simply haven't eaten for too long, making you hungry. You just need someone to prepare a bowl of sugared water. Drinking it will quickly alleviate your current discomfort. Seeing Mr. Wang was all sweaty, Lin Mo could roughly guess why he had fainted. It was due to unscientific weight loss. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the servants in the estate quickly brought over a bowl of sugared water. After drinking it, Mr. Wang felt quite comfortable, his dizziness gone. Your method truly works, Mr. Wang said in surprise. I didn't expect that you would know medicine. Hee, I know a bit. Lin Mo humbly replied. What illness do I have? Do you have any way to cure it? Mr. Wang was somewhat worried about his own health. Lin Mo consoled him. Your body is very healthy. It's just an imbalance from hunger and overeating. Recently, your food intake has drastically reduced while your activity level has greatly increased, leading to physical weakness which caused fainting. Everyone listened with half understanding, not really getting it. Mr. Wang, losing weight and shaping the body requires gradual progress. Don't rush things. Losing weight by reducing food intake cannot make your body slimmer. You should maintain a normal diet, reduce fatty and sweet foods, and exercise gradually. Remember, excessive effort can be harmful. I can prescribe a fat-reducing formula for you, then set a reasonable diet and exercise plan. As long as you persist, you can become healthier in 3 months. Traditional Chinese medicine excels at adjustment. In his previous life, Lin Mo had come across many obese women during his leisure time and specifically researched traditional Chinese methods of weight loss, achieving excellent results. Therefore, he was confident that he could help Mr. Wang lose weight. Really, Mr. Wang was happy and immediately invited Lin Mo into the room, ordering someone to bring paper and pen. Lin Mo wrote a prescription and also made dietary and exercise recommendations. What he gave was far more reliable than what the doctor Mr. Wang had consulted before. Good. If I can slim down, there will surely be great thanks for you. With the increasing number of women around him, obesity became his biggest concern now. He got exhausted after only moving a little bit. He wanted to feed his women well, but unfortunately his body wouldn't allow it. Every time he saw his woman looking at him with a longing expression after they were done, he felt terrible inside. So, he determined to start losing weight. If Lin Mo could help him slim down, it would be equivalent to restoring his male pride, and he certainly intended to reward him generously. Mr. Wang, if you have any questions, you can come find me anytime. Considering Mr. Wang wasn't a bad person, Lin Mo didn't immediately ask for money. It would be the same if he paid after slimming down. By the way, your medical skills seem decent. Do you treat female patients? Mr. Wang suddenly asked. Treating female patients? That was my specialty. Lin Mo nodded. Is there a lady in the house who is sick? To be honest, his daughter suffered unbearable abdominal pain. In severe cases, she even found it difficult to walk. The disease had plagued her for several years, and all the famous doctors in this area had been consulted. She had taken countless medicines, yet there was no improvement at all. Each time I see her in pain, I feel deeply troubled as her father. Mr. Wang sighed heavily. Unbearable abdominal pain? Lin Mo frowned. If it were a gynecological issue, it would be manageable, but if it were internal medicine related, it would be more complicated. Mr. Wang, may I see her? Please follow me. Lin Mo followed Mr. Wang into a young woman's boudoir. Upon entering, he could smell a unique fragrance. There was an incense burner indoors, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. The scent mixed with sandalwood and lavender, having calming, soothing, and relaxing effects. From the decoration and furnishings inside the room, it could be inferred that Miss Wang must be a tasteful person. Passing through an exquisitely designed screen, Lin Mo saw the owner of the room. A beautiful woman was sitting on the bed, holding her abdomen tightly, her charming face filled with expressions of pain. Nearby was a maid, flustered and at a loss on how to relieve her mistress' suffering, could only anxiously pace back and forth beside her. Daddy, you're back. The girl in bed greeted her father and immediately looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression. Who is this? How strange. Daddy suddenly brought a young man into her boudoir. Was this a setup for matchmaking? Mr. Wang naturally had no idea about his daughter's wild thoughts, pointing to Lin Mo and introducing him as, he is the doctor I've invited to treat your illness. A doctor? Wang Yuling was stunned because she had never seen such a young doctor before. In her understanding, doctors were always old men with gray beards. Could someone so young truly practice medicine? Miss Wang, may I ask how long have you been experiencing abdominal pain? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. With Lin Mo's current level of expertise, merely relying on the first step, observation, wasn't enough for him to accurately determine Miss Wang's condition. Are you serious? Wang Yuling still couldn't believe that Lin Mo was here to treat her. She even doubted if this was another matchmaking ploy by her father. Perhaps some young master was pretending to be a doctor to get close to her and win her favor, then quickly marry her off. It wasn't unreasonable for her to think this way, as Lin Mo's demeanor and looks far surpassed those of the young masters in the county town. His ragged clothes, however, were automatically ignored by Wang Yuling. He must be disguising. Certainly, it was a disguise. Of course, I am serious. Lin Mo gave a warm smile, making Wang Yuling feel much more at ease. She coyly shot her father an exasperated glance and complained, Dad, Master Kwang behaves erratically all day. Why do you take his nonsense seriously? Mr. Wang was somewhat frustrated and hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. Little Lin really knows medical skills. Dad was saved by him just now when I fainted. Dad fainted? What happened? Wang Yuqing became very worried and wanted to sit up to question her father, but the moment she moved, her lower abdomen sharply ached. She shouldn't make any sudden movements now, otherwise, the pain would worsen. Don't move, Chi-Chi. Sit properly. Mr. Wang immediately approached and helped his daughter to sit down. Hearing the conversation between father and daughter, Lin Mo was utterly confused. Mr. Wang, did other doctors have methods to cure Miss Wang's disease? Mr. Wang laughed awkwardly. It's Kwang Liang, the famous physician from Guangzhou, Dr. Kwang. Cough cough. He said after my daughter marries, her condition would naturally improve. My daughter mistakenly thought you were the groom I had arranged for her, which made her shy. If you put it that way, it's not entirely wrong either. Chapter 16, The Cure. What kind of ailment would naturally get better after marriage? The answer is definitely women's issues. Combined with the fact that Wang Yuqing kept holding her abdomen, which is the location of the uterus, Lin Mo quickly deduced her condition, dysmenorrhea, also known as cold uterus syndrome. This illness is very common among women. In his previous life, Lin Mo encountered such patients almost every day. Thus, he handled cases like this with ease. He had many ways to cure Miss Wang's condition. However, he still hoped that Miss Wang would consider the suggestion from the previous doctor. Beautiful, wealthy, a classic rich and beautiful woman. Moreover, Mr. Wang only has this one child. Marrying her is equivalent to marrying the entire Wang family, saving decades of hard work. Additionally, it would help him complete the system's task, achieving multiple goals at once. Why not do it? As for feelings, don't be ridiculous. In this era, there's no such thing as free love. Emotions grow over time. Dad, if you say it again, I'll ignore you. Wang Yuqing pouted and turned away. It seemed Lin Mo had thought too much. Clearly, this Miss Wang wouldn't casually marry someone just to cure her disease. Little Lin, if you can treat my daughter's illness, you can name your own terms. Mr. Wang chuckled lightly and didn't press further. Although he liked Lin Mo, they had just met, so he couldn't possibly give his daughter away so easily. Name your terms? Lin Mo secretly rejoiced, then decided not to hold back. Mr. Wang, Miss Wang's condition is rather complicated, but I will do my best to cure it within a month. However, I need 1 stone of rice, 2 bolts of cloth, 100 pounds of iron. Also, I need 10 taels of silver for purchasing herbs and other medical equipment. Mr. Wang nodded. Although it was a bit excessive, he could certainly afford it. As long as you can cure her, these things are not an issue. Lin Mo smiled confidently. It seemed as though these things were already his. He walked to the bedside and said to Wang Yuqing, Miss Wang, please lie down first. It might make you feel better. Wang Yuqing shook her head. It makes no difference. Because she had been lying down for too long, which made her want to sit up. Do we have any sheepskin bags? Lin Mo paused for a moment and asked the maid, Xiaoyu, who was standing beside him. Oh. Xiaoyu was startled by the sudden question. She had been secretly staring at Lin Mo, captivated by his handsome face. What? Do we have them or not? Lin Mo asked. Yes, Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded. Fill it with 7 parts hot water and 3 parts cold water, and bring it here. Lin Mo instructed. Dysmenorrhea is mostly due to cold uterus syndrome, often resulting in lower abdominal pain, a feeling of heaviness, accompanied by low back pain or other discomforts. At the moment, Wang Yuqing was pale-faced, weak, lethargic, and sweating cold sweat, clearly invaded by cold energy. Judging from her painful expression, her abdomen was cramping, and the pain had radiated to her lower body. Even among those who experienced dysmenorrhea, her condition was quite severe. Thus, she couldn't stand, let alone walk. At times like this, drinking nutritious hot soup or placing a hot water bottle on the abdomen can alleviate the symptoms. Oh, okay. Afraid to delay the doctor's order, Xiaoyu quickly searched through a cabinet for a sheepskin bag and rushed to the kitchen where boiling water was ready. Not long after, she hurriedly returned. Here, she followed Lin Mo's request and filled the sheepskin bag with 7 parts hot water and 3 parts cold water. It felt warm, but not scorching to the skin. Wang Yuqing's entire abdomen was cold, requiring some warmth. When Xiaoyu handed over the sheepskin bag to Lin Mo, he noticed her hand was slightly red and swollen, undoubtedly from the hot water. Place this on Miss Wang's lower abdomen. It will relieve her suffering. Oh, Xiaoyu followed the instruction. The effect of the hot water bag was immediate. Once the heat transferred, Wang Yuqing indeed felt much more comfortable, with her pain lessening. She was incredulous. How could something so simple alleviate years of her agony? Dad, this method really works. Wang Yuqing became even more convinced of Lin Mo's medical skills. Seeing his daughter feeling better, Mr. Wang beamed with happiness. Good job. Miss Wang, may I have your hand for a moment? Lin Mo moved a stool and sat down. Wang Yuqing nodded. Previously, she needed both hands pressed against her abdomen to alleviate pain. Now, with the hot water bag, she no longer needed to hold it tightly. So, she extended one hand. Her hand was ice cold, especially her fingertips, as if they had just been removed from ice. Cold hands and feet were a typical sign of bodily coldness. Lin Mo took her pulse, and after a short while, gained a clearer understanding of her condition. Your symptoms should have started 3 years ago. Initially, it wasn't this painful. It only became severe in the past few months because you haven't avoided cold food and consumed many cooling foods. Also, since childhood, your weak constitution and tendency towards cold-related illnesses have led to this current situation. Lin Mo's words revealed Wang Yuqing's medical history. This completely eliminated Wang Yuqing's doubts about him. Amazing. She gave him a thumbs up and asked teasingly, Then do you know what exactly I've eaten? For some reason, she wanted to test Lin Mo's medical skills. Lin Mo continued diagnosing her pulse. Thanks to the system's reward, Lin Mo's perception was as if it had gained self-awareness, probing into her body. You've eaten heat-relieving fruits like plums and watermelons. Also, you've consumed plenty of chilled soups and teas, all cooled with ice water. Lin Mo said this with a smile. After hearing these words, Wang Yuqing was thoroughly convinced. She felt there was hope for her recovery. Dr. Lin, your medical skills are far better than old Master Kuang's. Please treat me. I really don't want to endure this pain anymore. Wang Yuqing sounded somewhat resentful, as she had been tormented for years. Every month it came once. In summer, it was slightly better, but in winter, it was unbearable, like wanting to die rather than live. At night, even with several blankets wrapped around her, her body remained icy cold. At that moment, Lin Mo began to ponder. Wang Yuqing's condition was relatively serious, and the best method, as old Master Kuang had mentioned, was to find someone to marry so that the ailment would be permanently cured. If she didn't want to choose this way, then acupuncture was the only alternative. The reason for the body's coldness, including cold hands and feet, was the lack of warmth reaching those areas. Acupuncture could stimulate blood circulation, expand blood vessels, and use the body's natural heat to alleviate the problem. This method could show immediate results and instantly relieve the patient's suffering. However, there was one issue. This was a feudal society. Even though the ideology in the Great Qian era was more open-minded, allowing male doctors to diagnose female patients without using cloth barriers, The belief in avoiding physical contact between men and women still remained deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. Acupuncture required removing clothing, and even just exposing the abdomen might not be acceptable to her. Chapter 17. If worst comes to worst, let Lin Mo be responsible? What's wrong, little Lin? Is the young lady's illness difficult to cure? Seeing that Lin Mo remained silent, Master Wang became worried again. He hadn't performed well just a moment ago, so why was he suddenly hesitating now? Wang Weiqing also looked anxiously at Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head, feeling like he was troubling himself for nothing. The other party hasn't even said anything yet. Why was he worrying unnecessarily? Considering that Miss Wang appeared to be an outgoing person, what if she could accept it? It wasn't about being entirely undressed. Just exposing her abdomen shouldn't be that hard to accept, right? Curing her is not difficult. Lin Mo's words caused both father and daughter, as well as the maidservant beside them, to sigh with relief. Besides the method mentioned by Dr. Kwong, I have 2 treatment plans. One shows immediate effects, and the other takes longer. Either way, they can permanently cure the young lady's ailment. The father and daughter were delighted. This Lin Mo truly had talent. In such a short time, he had devised 2 treatment options, far surpassing the other doctors. I want the one that shows quick results. Before Master Wang could speak, Wang Weiqing hastily made her choice. She really didn't want to endure such excruciating pain any longer, not even once. Thus, naturally, she chose the faster option. However, Master Wang was more level-headed. Since Lin Mo had said this, there must be advantages and disadvantages to each plan. Little Lin, what exactly are the fast and slow methods, and what are their respective strengths and weaknesses? Master Wang asked. Let's talk about the slower one first. It focuses mainly on medication. I will write you a prescription. You need to take the medicine daily according to the course of treatment, and I'll visit regularly for follow-ups to monitor progress. Additionally, personal hygiene should be maintained and eating habits changed. For at least half a year, avoid cold-natured foods and consume more warming, stomach-nourishing food. With this method, in as short as half a year or up to a year, Miss Wang's illness can be completely cured. Of course, precautions still need to be taken after recovery, otherwise it may easily recur. The disadvantage of the slower method is slowness. In this era when resources aren't abundant, even though their family is a landlord, many things cannot be easily obtained. Therefore, Lin Mo estimated 1 year conservatively. 1 year? So long. Wang Weiqing frowned bitterly at the thought of enduring another winter, making her feel close to collapse. I don't want it. Please use the quick treatment method. Master Wang's face was also full of bitterness, as 1 year was indeed too long. If there was no other choice, perhaps he would accept it. Little Lin, tell us more about the quick method. Lin Mo nodded. The quick method involves acupuncture. I will stimulate the young lady's meridians using a special needle technique to assist her blood circulation. This method can immediately relieve your current pain. Coupled with medication and dietary care, your disease will be quickly cured. Only, the young lady will need to remove some clothes for the acupuncture. Lin Mo left the rest unsaid. Adults would understand easily. After these words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Wang Weiqing's pale, pretty face suddenly flushed red. Master Wang didn't know what to say either. How could they sacrifice her purity and integrity just for treating her illness? Little Lin, can the acupuncture be done by someone else? Master Wang thought of the midwives in the mansion, who also understood some medical principles. If Lin Mo could teach them this method, then the awkwardness would be avoided. Don't worry, I'll ensure they don't spread the needle technique, and I'll give you 100 taels of silver as compensation. Do you think this works? He knew this demand was unreasonable, so he was willing to exchange this technique for money. Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. When I learned this needle technique, it took me 3 full years. Not only does it require special skills, but the practitioner must have a thorough understanding of the body's acupoints and perfectly grasp timing and pressure, not something that can be learned overnight. Swapping a set of techniques for 100 taels of silver, he definitely wouldn't lose out from this deal. But the problem was, it was extremely hard to learn. It was only because of his natural aptitude that he managed to learn it within 3 years. The old Chinese medicine master who originally taught him said it took him 5 years to learn, and that person was considered a titan in the medical field. Are there no other ways? Master Wang said sorrowfully. Lin Mo thought carefully for a while and replied. There is another way. It can be used in combination with medicinal treatment to alleviate the young lady's suffering during the episodes. What method? Both father and daughter spoke in unison. Massage. A special technique can be used to press areas of the young lady's head, abdomen, waist, and hips, relaxing the muscles and stimulating overall blood circulation. This technique only requires knowledge of the full body's acupoints and the ability to control pressure appropriately. Someone with relevant foundational knowledge could master it in 3 to 5 months. Lin Mo sincerely explained. That's still a long time. Wang Weiqing's emotions were agitated, causing increased pain in her lower abdomen. Even the warmth from the sheepskin bag could not relieve it. See, father, it hurts. Wang Weiqing clutched her stomach and burst into tears from the pain. Mr. Wang was heartbroken. Although he had over a dozen wives, this was his only child, who he treated like a priceless treasure, for fear of dropping if held, or melting if kept in his mouth. Seeing his daughter crying from the pain, he felt immense sympathy. Ching, why don't you let little Lin perform acupuncture on you? He's a doctor. We can't refuse treatment because of unnecessary modesty. Purity might be important, but everything should come secondary to healing. As long as they didn't talk about it outside, who would ever know? If necessary, let Lin Mo take responsibility. This was what Mr. Wang thought. Chapter 18. The girls in this world are truly good. Father, what are you talking about? Thinking about having to take off her clothes in front of Lin Mo for acupuncture treatment made Wang Yuqing blush with shyness. Qing, seeing you in such pain breaks my heart. I would rather it was me who is in pain. Mr. Wang anxiously slapped his thighs repeatedly. He held Wang Yuqing's hand and consoled her. Qing, don't overthink it. Little Lin is only here to treat your illness. And as long as we keep it quiet, no one will ever know. If it absolutely can't work otherwise, Father will arrange for him to join our family by marriage and let him take responsibility for you. Little Lin looks decent, capable, and possesses remarkable medical skills, making him a suitable match for you. Mr. Wang must have been extremely worried to make such an impulsive suggestion. Wang Yuqing felt too embarrassed to face anyone and buried her head into the quilt. Father, Lin Mo awkwardly looked at Mr. Wang. Is this really all right? You didn't even ask for my opinion. Of course, I'd agree if you had asked. My dear daughter, if you can't decide, Father will make the decision for you. Little Lin, I entrust Qing to you. For some reason, Mr. Wang increasingly found Lin Mo more likable. Placing Wang Yuqing's hand in Lin Mo's, he gestured to Xiaoyu. Let's go. Xiaoyu was still confused but was pulled out by Mr. Wang. At that moment, Wang Yuqing remained under the quilt, her mind all over the place. She hadn't realized yet how quickly her father handed her over to another man. Miss Wang, if you look down on me, I give you my solemn word that today's matter will never be mentioned to others. If you're willing to give me a chance, then I will take full responsibility for you. Since Mr. Wang had already passed the ball, Lin Mo naturally had to seize the opportunity. No matter whether the ball agrees or not, you should take action first. A moment of hesitation might mean the ball being intercepted by someone else. Under the covers, Wang Yuqing, whose hand was still grasped by Lin Mo, listened to his heartfelt confession. Her face flushed like fire. In this era, parents' commands and matchmakers' words were far more authoritative than imperial decrees. Since her father had spoken, Wang Yuqing hardly resisted. Still, as a young lady of marriageable age encountering such a situation for the first time, she couldn't help but feel shy. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Seeing her silence, Lin Mo felt confident. He couldn't believe that merely coming to sell mountain goods could land him a beautiful wife. Could it be that the system was secretly helping? While pressing on with the advantage, Lin Mo held both of Wang Yuqing's hands tightly and said, Every encounter in this life is a reunion from the previous life. It is because I owe something to you from the previous life that heaven has arranged for us to meet again so I can make amends. You suffer from illness, and I happen to possess the medical skills in this area. This is our predetermined destiny, both in the past and present lives. If these words were spoken in Lin Mo's previous life, they might have gotten him laughed at as a lunatic. After all, those fairy-like women in modern times had probably heard every sweet talk imaginable. What's destiny, compared to buying apples or exchanging handbags? But the girls in this world were quite simple-minded. Moreover, someone like Wang Yuqing, who barely knew any male friends, got easily captivated by Lin Mo's eloquent speech. She pulled back the covers, revealing two big black eyes that stared lovingly at Lin Mo. Though she didn't utter a single word, her enamored gaze said it all. Can I help you? Lin Mo gazed into her eyes and asked gently. Wang Yuqing bit her lips and shyly nodded. So many things were left unsaid, yet she had agreed so readily. Lin Mo once again marveled at how easy the girls in this world were. Lin Mo went outside to find Mr. Wang and asked for a box of silver needles, and then he asked Xiaoyu to bring over a basin of boiling water. He soaked the silver needles in boiling water to sterilize them, and then carefully wiped each needle clean using a towel soaked in boiling water. Wang Yuqing continued hiding under the quilt, showing only her two eyes. She had never seen such an operation before, so she curiously asked, why wash the silver needles with boiling water? Can't cold water do the same job? Cold water cannot disinfect. Lin Mo turned around and gave her a gentle smile while explaining. Disinfect? Wang Yuqing appeared puzzled. I've never seen old man Kuang doing it the way you do. He just uses the needles directly without cleaning. She didn't understand what Lin Mo meant by disinfection. The needles may carry viruses and bacteria, both can cause disease. A qualified doctor must be meticulous and ensure the patient's safety. After sterilizing the needles, Lin Mo moved the table close to Wang Yuqing. Take off your clothes now. Lin Mo set down the needles and looked at Wang Yuqing with a tender expression. At this moment, he displayed the calmness and responsibility of a doctor, without any improper thoughts. His pure gaze also reassured Wang Yuqing a bit more. You should turn around first, she said shyly. All right. Lin Mo nodded, turned around, and only then did he hear the rustling sounds behind him. After quite a while, he heard Wang Yuqing's soft voice. It's fine now. She was still lying in bed but had her head and snow-white neck exposed. Don't be nervous, acupuncture doesn't hurt. And soon, the pain in your lower abdomen will gradually disappear. Lin Mo saw her gripping the quilt and smiled as he consoled her. With Lin Mo remaining so kind, Wang Yuqing gradually relaxed. The hands that had been clutching the quilt slowly loosened. Lin Mo lifted the quilt, and Wang Yuqing closed her eyes out of shyness. Her body slightly curled up, yet it did not detract from her beauty. Her figure exhibited a perfect double S curve, with no trace of excess fat on her abdomen. Her upper body was covered by a pink silk belly cover, while her lower body was wrapped in an underskirt. The underskirt clung tightly to her body, outlining her long and elegant legs perfectly, which made one unable to stop imagining. At first, there might be a slight itch, but you must stay still throughout. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then became serious immediately after admiring her briefly. Wang Yuqing nodded nervously, gripping the blanket tightly. Anyone who didn't know what was happening would think she was being forced into doing something against her will. Lin Mo felt somewhat speechless. This was almost luring him to commit a crime. He took a deep breath and placed the first needle at the chi point. This acupoint can smooth the circulation of blood and qi. As the needle was very fine, there was barely any sensation of pain. Wang Yuming had been in pain for 2 days, and the pain nerves in her abdomen had already become numb, so she could hardly feel anything. Lin Mo gently twirled the silver needle until it stabilized. He then inserted the second needle, this time at the symmetric xuanhuan point. This acupoint can reduce swelling, detoxify, and regulate the flow of water within the body. Next came the xuanhuan point. This is one of the most important acupoints in gynecology, eliminating edema, nurturing primordial energy, and relieving menstrual disorders and other gynecological diseases. As Lin Mo went through a series of acupuncture techniques, Wang Yuming really felt the pain that had troubled her for several days gradually disappearing. The cold in her abdomen was being driven away by warmth spreading from all directions, as if a large warm hand were gently caressing her, bringing exceptional comfort. Now fully convinced that everything Lin Mo had said was true, she trusted him completely with her body. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it quietly, momentarily forgetting her shyness. The acupuncture on the abdomen could only drive away the chill in her abdomen. To cure her condition, her overall constitution needed thorough improvement. Therefore, various acupoints all over her body had to be opened by the silver needles. Lin Mo continued to insert needles on her head and face. These acupoints could relax her nerves, making her quickly fall asleep. Sleep could slow down metabolism, preserve internal heat, and assist in smoothing the flow of blood and qi. Following this, he treated her shoulder points, arm points, chest points, leg points, and foot points. All over her body, except for the most private parts, Lin Mo basically needled every acupoint he could reach. This promoted better blood circulation throughout her entire body, fundamentally improving her chronic coldness. Chapter 19. Lin Mo, have you gone off to become a bandit? Queek. The door opening sound drew the attention of everyone at the entrance. As Lin Mo came out from the room, they all rushed over. Besides Master Wang and Xiaoyu, Mr. Zhang Qin, the accountant, was also here, along with a woman that Lin Mo had never seen before. Xiaolin, how's my daughter? Master Wang asked. Hush. Lin Mo quickly gestured for them to be silent. He carefully closed the door and walked away from it before starting to explain. Miss Wang's condition has been relieved, but she will need 6 treatments to completely get rid of her ailment. One acupuncture session would not naturally have such miraculous effects. Miss Wang Yuyang's situation would take an entire course of treatment. A course consists of 7 sessions, each spaced about 4 days apart. She has fallen asleep now. Do not disturb her rest. Wang Yuyang had not rested well for several days, so allowing her a good night's sleep would be beneficial. Good, good. Master Wang sighed in relief, his face brimming with smiles. You truly have not disappointed me. Indeed, there hasn't been a single sound. Qingqing hasn't slept this peacefully for days. The woman, listening near the door, could no longer contain her inner joy. She was Wang Yuyang's mother, Master Wang's second wife. Because Wang Yuyang was the only offspring in the family, her position in the household was higher than even the first wife. Master Wang, if there is nothing else, I will go home first. I will come back in a few days. You should stay here at the mansion. It will be more convenient this way. Aware of what happened inside the room, Master Wang wanted Lin Mo to stay within the estate so he could learn more about him. But Lin Mo had 2 people waiting for him at home, and thus couldn't agree to Master Wang's request. There are things at my place I need to handle. I'll come back early tomorrow morning. Seeing this, Master Wang did not force Lin Mo to stay any longer. Alright. Mr. Zhang, take Xiao Lin to the warehouse. Master Wang had already informed Zhang Qin of the items Lin Mo needed. By the way, I'll write a prescription, and you can collect the medicine accordingly. Lin Mo nodded and returned to the accounting office with Zhang Qin. All along the way, Zhang Qin eyed Lin Mo with a strange look. Mr. Zhang, if there is something on your mind, just say it. Isn't it uncomfortable to keep it bottled up? Once they entered the accounting office, they were alone. Did you really cure the young Mrs. illness? Zhang Qin could not believe that Lin Mo actually had the ability. Many senior doctors were stumped by the young Mrs. condition. How could a boy who didn't even have facial hair yet be better than those experienced physicians? Moreover, if Lin Mo was this skilled, why was he still hunting? Wouldn't working at a pharmacy in the county town be much easier? What do you think? Lin Mo gave a mysterious smile, without directly answering. Zhang Qin felt speechless. He was now utterly unable to figure Lin Mo out. Considering he still had something compromising in Lin Mo's hands, he dared not ask more questions and merely led Lin Mo to the warehouse. Of course, Lin Mo, who had leverage over Zhang Qin, selected the items himself. He picked the best rice, which was stored in a granary containing roughly 3,000 pounds. When Zhang Qin wasn't looking, Lin Mo swiftly pocketed 300 pounds into his personal storage space. In such a short time, others probably wouldn't notice. Even if they did, Zhang Qin would bear the responsibility, and Lin Mo certainly had nothing to worry about. Perhaps he could even drive Zhang Qin away to prevent further harm to his future father-in-law. Next, he selected iron and cloth. These 2 items were kept openly, and since Zhang Qin had been trailing him, it wasn't easy to take too much. Can you carry all this? A stone of rice weighs 120 pounds. The 3 bolts of fabric weighed more than 10 pounds each, and then there was another 100 pounds of iron. No ordinary person could carry all this. Lin Mo cast a disdainful glance at him. I am far stronger than you. Saying this, he used his left hand to hold the rice, his right to carry the iron, and placed the 3 bolts of fabric on his shoulders. Effortlessly, he picked up more than 200 pounds of stuff. Zhang Qin became flustered. How come the strong, joke just wouldn't go away. Mr. Zhang, good luck. Lin Mo gave a faint smile and turned to leave. Arriving at the front yard, Master Wang was waiting for him there. Good lad. I didn't expect you to have such strength. I was going to find someone to escort you. Both Master Wang and the guards beside him were amazed by Lin Mo's strength. Thank you, Master Wang. I can handle these things. You're still so formal. Call me Uncle Wang. Master Wang smiled as he said this. Uncle Wang, Lin Mo called once. As Lin Mo approached the gate, he turned back towards Master Wang. Uncle Wang, one more thing. Is there something else? Master Wang asked, confused. Thank you for your generosity. I have nothing to repay you with, so let me give you this. Lin Mo set down what he was holding, went under a willow tree, pulled a few twigs, and quickly wove them into a green willow hat, giving it to Master Wang before turning around and walking away without a backward glance. No thanks necessary. I, Lin Mo, always remain anonymous when doing good deeds. Mr. Zhang Qin and the third madam's matter should not be publicized, so Lin Mo could only give a hint here. What do you mean? Master Wang looked at the green willow hat in his hands, utterly puzzled. Lu Dali from the guards explained. Master, this is a hat. After leaving the estate, the sun was almost setting. The workers who worked for Master Wang had already gone home, and there were no pedestrians on the road. Thus, Lin Mo stored all the items into his personal storage space. It wasn't until he reached the village entrance that he took out some iron and rice, carried a bolt of cloth, and went home. Wealth must not be shown openly. He didn't want others to know about his success. There were far too many desperate people in these times, capable of anything. Therefore, it was better not to provoke them. As he turned past the house of Mrs. Zhao, the widow, Lin Mo saw two figures standing by his door from afar. One tall, one short. It was none other than his wife Miao. Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was feeling grateful for having someone waiting for him at home, a voice suddenly came from beside the wall, startling him. Did you go off to become a bandit? Mrs. Zhao, holding a bowl of thin gruel with a few green leaves of wild vegetables floating on top, stared straight at the iron and cloth in Lin Mo's hands. In her eyes, such valuable items couldn't have been acquired any way other than robbery. Lin Mo immediately recognized that the green herb in Mrs. Zhao's bowl was yumukeo, motherwort. So far, only his family knew that yumukeo could be boiled into porridge, yet now it appeared in someone else's bowl. Clearly, something had happened while he was away. Yes, Sister Zhao, are you interested in joining me? Lin Mo looked at the sturdy figure of Mrs. Zhao and thought she might make a decent cannon fodder. You actually became a bandit? That's a capital offense. Mrs. Zhao believed him and quickly distanced herself from Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. With such an empty head, even being cannon fodder wouldn't work. Perhaps she could serve as a cannon barrel. I was just joking with you. These are the rewards I earned for treating Master Wang's daughter. Lin Mo casually explained and then left. He thought to himself that he shouldn't joke like this anymore. What if she really went to report him? The authorities, seeking performance metrics, wouldn't bother hearing his explanation. In these days, how many innocent deaths were there? Lin Mo certainly didn't want to become one of them. You can treat illnesses too? Mrs. Zhao was shocked, looking at Lin Mo's retreating back, muttering. When did he learn to treat illnesses? On the way home, the villagers noticed Lin Mo carrying things and curiously approached him to ask questions. Their first sentence was always, Lin Mo, did you go off to become a bandit and bring back so much loot? Sweating profusely, Lin Mo didn't dare to joke around anymore. He patiently explained that these were the rewards for curing Master Wang's daughter. However, just after explaining, he encountered Zhao Jie, who was fetching water. Zhao Jie was Master Zhao Xiangui's youngest son, staring greedily at the food and fabric on Lin Mo's back. Damn it, Lin Mo, you've really become a bandit? Lin Mo, have you all agreed beforehand? If I were a bandit, your lot would be the first to go. With the growing crowd, Lin Mo decided to promote himself. Everyone, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, these things I earned by treating Master Wang's daughter. I specialize in women's diseases, so if any sisters or aunts feel unwell, please feel free to come see me. We're all from the same village, so I'll give you a discount. Lin Mo raised his voice, instantly drowning out the chatter among the crowd. But instead of praise, all he received was a round of disdainful glances. Tisk, how shameless. Lin Mo, you've changed so soon after getting married. Those young women who were either unmarried or recently wed blushed and hurriedly turned to flee. Chapter 20, Refining Oil. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo finally gained his freedom and hurriedly ran home. Husband, brother-in-law. The two sisters, upon seeing him, quickly rushed over to greet him and took the initiative to help carry his things. You've traded for so many things. Dozens of pounds of rice, a bolt of cloth, dozens of pounds of iron. Qin he was quite surprised at the sheer amount of goods. Their value far exceeded that of just a deer. This bolt of cloth was traded for the deer, and the rest are rewards for curing the daughter of Master Wang. Well, his mouth had already formed muscle memory. My brother-in-law is truly talented. What Qin Miao valued most was this bolt of cloth, because she hadn't changed clothes for several months. Lin Mo's original intention in acquiring the cloth was to make clothes for them. A bolt of 13 meters or more would be enough to make several sets of clothing for them. 2 more bolts could be used to make quilts and bed sheets. However, these were not tasks Lin Mo was capable of performing. Xiaohe, can you do needlework? Lin Mo thought that women of this era should be able to, right? But Qin he blushed and said, no. She preferred horseback riding, archery, and mathematics. She really hadn't studied much needlework. Worried that Lin Mo might despise her for this reason, Qin he hastily added, can I learn now? In rural areas, a woman who couldn't do needlework wasn't considered a qualified bride. Women without such skills simply couldn't get married. Even if they did, their husband's family could use it as a reason to divorce them. So he was worried. Never mind, let's find someone to help us with this. You go put the rice into the rice jar. Lin Mo thought of someone who had once helped his predecessor during the hardest time of his life. Also one of the few good people he believed remained in Shangyi village. Qin He, unsure whether Lin Mo was upset, felt uneasy inside. But Qin Miao didn't have such concerns. She was naturally lively and spoke freely. After entering the house, she pulled Lin Mo aside and asked, "Brother-in-law, will you abandon us because neither my sister and I know needlework?" Of course not. Lin Mo smiled and replied, "Everyone has their own strengths, and he wouldn't dismiss a person due to one shortcoming. Moreover, the reason why needlework was an essential skill for village women was poverty. For the wealthy, it was merely a form of entertainment. Being poor wouldn't accompany Lin Mo for long, so he didn't demand that his women needed to know needlework." Brother-in-law, you're truly kind." Qin Miao hugged Lin Mo's arm, her little face pressed against it. Qin He, who was pouring rice nearby, sighed in relief after hearing this. "Sister-in-law, the porridge is already cooked and smells so delicious. I'll bring it over to you," Qin Miao said, putting the cloth on the bed and quickly running over to serve the porridge. With the addition of fresh meat and bones, the aroma of the porridge combined with the scent of meat, greatly stimulating Lin Mo's appetite, who hadn't had a good meal for 2 days. Recalling he still had salt, Lin Mo added some into the pot. After adding salt, the flavor of the porridge immediately improved by several degrees. Even the bitter taste of motherwort was masked. Not long after, the two sisters carried 3 bowls of porridge to the dining table. Lin Mo's bowl was full, with the most meat, and also contained the only bone. The two sisters themselves only had half a bowl each. Because they didn't know Lin Mo would bring so much rice, following the principle of frugality, they hadn't cooked too much porridge. That was all there was. Lin Mo transferred the bone to Qin Miao's bowl, exchanged his bowl with Qin He's, and gave them no chance to refuse. "You both need to nourish your bodies, eat more. Without healthy bodies, how can you give me children?" Lin Mo's actions touched the two sisters, who had endured countless hardships, deeply. In this world, apart from their parents, only Lin Mo cared about them and treated them kindly. They quickly finished their meat porridge, and Lin Mo began planning out his life in this lifetime. In his previous life, he had a job envied by all men and already a set path for his life. But he was more confused about this life. Though he had the system's help, he still couldn't figure out his direction. He liked this peaceful country life, but how long could this peace last? How could one establish oneself in a chaotic world? Strive for supremacy with the feudal lords? It sounds very passionate, but reality is cruel. No soldiers, no money. What qualifications did he have? Even if he emulated Liu Bei, there were no Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, or Zhao Yun by his side. The extent of the system's abilities was currently unclear. So for now, the only thing he could do was to stay low in this small mountain village and quietly develop. Just treat it like the beginner's village in a game. Having thought this far, Lin Mo was no longer confused. Anyway, the development guideline now was, cooperate with the system, marry more wives, have more children, and expand the family. Xiaohe, where did you put the rest of the meat? Lin Mo stood up, his eyes becoming clearer. Why think so far ahead? It's better to improve our current lives first. I'm afraid it's gone bad, so I hung it outside to dry. Qin had heard from others that dried meat could be stored for a long time, but she didn't know the specific method of drying. She thought just hanging it outside would suffice. Fortunately, Lin Mo noticed in time. Otherwise, it would have definitely gone bad by the next day, and it would attract flies, spreading germs. Wash the rice pot, and place it over the fire. Lin Mo went out, brought the meat inside, and on the chopping board cut off the fat from the deer's body. He sliced the rest of the meat into long strips and hung them above the stove. He only kept some lean meat and the organs to eat in the next few days. He didn't have enough salt for proper preservation, and wind drying wouldn't work. For long-term storage, smoking was the only option. As for the fat, Lin Mo decided to render it into oil. Watching Lin Mo dump all the fat into the pot, the two sisters who lacked life experience didn't know what he was doing. Brother-in-law, are you cooking fatty meat? Let me fetch some water for you. Lin Mo quickly stopped her. No need, I'm rendering oil. Ah, so this is how oil is made. The two sisters immediately felt like they had learned something new. As the temperature in the pot increased, the oil began to bubble up, and the sizzling sound filled the air with a strong aroma, spreading throughout the entire house. Lin Mo used 2 bamboo skewers as chopsticks to stir the fat inside the iron pot, preventing it from burning. By the way, husband, there's something I need to tell you. The two sisters sat one on each side of Lin Mo. Their eyes were fixed on the pot. What is it? The deer was processed by Aunt Zhang. I don't really know how. Qin he said, lowering her head guiltily. Aunt Zhang? Is she Jia Zhang sure? Lin Mo was quite surprised. That woman wasn't known for being kind-hearted. That's what others call her. Qin he replied. Did she ask for some meat? When someone offers help without reason, they're either evil or thieves. Jia Zhangshi was notorious in Shangyi village for being greedy and stingy, taking advantage of everyone in the village. To make matters worse, she showed no gratitude, slandering people behind their backs after taking their kindness. Every time she opened her mouth, others wanted to slap her. So Lin Mo quickly understood what happened. Not just meat. At first, she wanted an entire hind leg. Sister refused. So then she asked for half a ribcage. Sister still didn't agree. Qin Miao chimed in, her clever eyes gleaming with a victorious smile. Lin Mo patted her head. Well done. In the future, ignore such people. She owes our family 3 pounds of rice and hasn't returned it yet. Chapter 21. the two sisters conquered by skewered meat. A young antelope doesn't have much fat, and soon all the oil was rendered out. However, after finishing, Lin Mo discovered there were no extra jars at home to store this oil. Awkward. He would have to go chop some bamboo tomorrow to use bamboo tubes for storage. This also made Lin Mo realize how many things were lacking in the house. He must prepare them as soon as possible. The whole house smelled so fragrant that it made all three of them hungry. But the two sisters refrained from saying anything. After all, they had already eaten quite a bit in the evening, and the best parts had been given to them. For someone who contributed little to the household, those foods were already great blessings, and how could they dare to expect more? But Lin Mo hadn't eaten enough yet. Looking at the remaining meat, he came up with a good idea. Shall he? Cut this piece of meat into chunks of this size, and cut more. Lin Mo took out the meat he'd kept for tomorrow, and gestured with his hands to show the size. Then he left with his woodcutter's knife. He didn't know what he was up to, but obeyed Lin Mo's words without hesitation. It was pitch black outside now, but Lin Mo could see clearly around him under the moonlight. He went to the foot of the mountain to cut some branches, but when he got close to the door, he saw a shadowy figure peering stealthily in this direction. Too far to see who it was, but he was sure it was someone from the village. I was right. Someone is still eyeing us. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, pretending not to see him, and walked indoors. Brother-in-law, where did you go? Qin Miao noticed him holding a lot of branches and asked curiously, what do you want to do with these wet branches? Dry ones could be used as firewood, but what could wet ones be used for? She couldn't figure it out. To make grilled skewers. Since the house only had one iron pot for cooking, and it was occupied by the rendered oil, grilled skewers were the tastiest method Lin Mo could think of right now. And now he had salt to match the flavor of the antelope meat, which should taste fine. Grilled skewers? The two sisters looked confused. At this point, Lin Mo handed a trimmed branch to Qin Miao, thread the meat through it. 5 pieces of meat per stick, and put a piece of lard in the middle. What kind of eating method is this? Qin Miao seemed very interested and followed Lin Mo's method to thread the meat. With the cooperation of the three of them, it didn't take long to finish 20 skewers. 3 caddies of meat and some lard disappeared in an instant. But Lin Mo wasn't heartbroken at all. With so many resources in hand and skills, why bother being hard on himself? So what next? Qin Miao asked. Lin Mo pulled the red-hot wood blocks out of the stove with tongs. They were extremely hot, but without flames, they were ideal for grilling. He then built a simple rack with 2 water buckets and bamboo rods, adjusting the width to complete a makeshift barbecue stand. Lin Mo evenly placed the skewers on it to ensure even heat distribution. Under the intense heat, the antelope meat quickly emitted a fragrant smell. The lard provided some oil, but to make the roasted meat taste better and the texture richer, oil and salt still needed to be brushed over it. Though Lin Mo wasn't a professional chef, he did have some experience roasting meat. Through continuous flipping, the aroma became stronger and stronger. It smells so good, brother-in-law. I'm already drooling, said Qin Miao eagerly, her cravings rising. Can we eat yet? Or should I just try one first to see if it's ready? I never thought cutting the meat into small pieces and grilling it would make it smell so fragrant. Suddenly, they felt that all the delicious dishes they had tasted before were completely overshadowed by these dark, charred grilled skewers. Too fragrant to resist. It does smell amazing, but it's wasteful to use too much oil and salt, said Qin He, still worried about the oil and salt spilled into the fire earlier. Because they were all precious commodities. Haha, don't rush. We need to wait another 2 minutes. Lin Mo teased Qin Miao's eagerness. Moreover, her reaction was a confirmation of his craftsmanship. Who wouldn't want others to like their achievements? 2 minutes? How long is that? The two sisters, hearing the word minutes for the first time, looked at Lin Mo together. 1 minute is the amount of time it takes to count 60 in the rhythm of 1, 2, 3. 2 minutes is 120 counts, Lin Mo explained like teaching children. But Qin Miao replied, oh, that sounds so complicated. Why not just say a short while? Lin Mo laughed and didn't bother explaining. This world had its own concept of time, and Lin Mo could only adapt instead of trying to change it. A short while later, the skewers were done. They're ready. Try them. Lin Mo picked up a skewer first and handed it to the little foodie who'd been drooling since the start. Be careful, it's hot. Then, he handed another skewer to Qin He. Here, dear, please have some. Qin He quickly said. Lin Mo took a skewer and began tasting it. Since it was all lean meat and none of it had been marinated beforehand, it tasted a bit dry. However, the flavor was still quite good, preserving the original taste of the deer meat to the fullest extent. Although Lin Mo thought there were many shortcomings, Qin Miao beside him was deeply fascinated. She let out a long, so delicious. Because of her haste, she burned her lips slightly. It's indeed very delicious. Qin He nodded and commented. In peacetime, this skill alone could be enough to make a living in the district city. Running a barbecue stall for a living? Lin Mo chuckled, but shook his head. If he had that condition, he might as well open a gynecology clinic instead. If those high officials and noble people get to taste brother-in-law's roasted meat, they might just kidnap you. Qin Miao held an empty skewer and giggled. In the blink of an eye, she'd already finished one skewer. Lin Mo and Qin He were both curious. Why? Because by keeping you as a chef in their mansion, they can enjoy such delicacies every day. Qin Miao revealed her thoughts. Qin He nodded. That makes sense. High officials and nobles would do anything to satisfy their own desires. The way you two talk, I'll never dare to grill meat again. Lin Mo glanced at them, seeing Qin Miao eyeing the grilled meat on the rack, but not daring to take more. So, he picked up another skewer and handed it to her. You're so kind, brother-in-law. Qin Miao was ecstatic and immediately stuffed the skewer into her mouth, comforting him. Don't worry, we'll only grill at home. It'll be fine. Lin Mo gave her a look. You sure are good at planning your benefits. 20 skewers of roasted meat filled he and Meow with satisfaction. Qin Meow leaned back in the chair, with oil on her mouth and cheeks. She stretched into the most comfortable position. I haven't been this satisfied in ages. Dear, will we go hunting tomorrow? Despite her contentment, Qin, he began contemplating their family's needs. Tomorrow, I'm going to the county town. While I'm gone, you're not allowed to enter the mountain alone. With 20 taels of silver on him now, he decided to go to the city for a large shopping trip. Worried about Qin he risking herself, he warned her ahead of time. Would you like me to accompany you? Qin he asked. No need. The county town doesn't seem peaceful recently either. You're too beautiful, and I'm afraid someone might take interest in you. According to all the novel plot developments, taking a beauty for a stroll inevitably brings trouble upon oneself. Lin Mo's compliment made Qin he's heart sweet. Chapter 22. We caught a wild boar. Everyone come to kill it. Under the old locust tree outside Lin Mo's house, a shadow was hiding. Because this place is the best spot to observe Lin Mo's house. The branches and leaves of the locust tree are very dense, and there are also weeds nearby, making it very hidden. As long as the person doesn't move, even if others pass by, they won't notice. Jia Zhangshi has been hiding here for a while. She originally thought that Lin Mo's family would quickly go to sleep, but the light in the house never went out, and occasionally laughter could be heard. The mosquito bites made her resentment grow stronger. She had already mentally cursed every one of Lin Mo's ancestors going back 18 generations. So far back, she could reach the Stone Age. No wonder she's called the most vicious-mouthed woman in Shangyi village. She curses people without mercy. The reason why she hid here is because she saw Qin he hanging the meat outside to dry. Jia Zhangshi thought at the time that the meat was hers. Because it was too dark, she didn't see that Lin Mo had already brought the meat inside. Now, all she needed to do was wait for Lin Mo's family to fall asleep, and then she could easily take her meat. Once the meat was in her possession, even if Lin Mo came looking for it the next day, it would be impossible for him to take it back. But damn it, what time is it? Why isn't this family going to bed yet? If you don't sleep soon, I'm going to feed these mosquitoes myself. After quite some time, she saw the door of Lin Mo's room open and someone threw a bucket of water outside. This meant they had finished washing and were preparing to sleep. Sure enough, the firelight inside went out, and the place became quiet. Seeing this situation, Jia Zhangshi suddenly felt wide awake and her heart started pounding with excitement. No, I have to wait a bit longer. They definitely haven't fallen asleep yet. She suppressed her impulse to rush out immediately and continued to wait. About 15 minutes later, when she felt it was about right, just as she was about to stealthily come out from behind the old locust tree, another suspicious shadow appeared beside her. Jia Zhangshi, whose guilty conscience startled her, jumped in surprise. However, upon seeing the other person was also heading toward Lin Mo's house, her fury erupted instantly. Damn it, I've been feeding mosquitoes for half an hour, and you want to snatch it from me? She assumed that the other person was also after the meat. Thus, she quickly rushed out straight to the place where Qin he hung the meat. The latter person was startled by the sudden black shadow, and quickly looked for a place to hide. Thinking that Lin Mo hadn't fallen asleep yet, he decided to retreat and try again later. Suddenly, there came a splash sound from in front of Lin Mo's house, as if someone had fallen into a pit. Then followed a series of cries. Ouch! Help me! I'm going to die. The shadow froze. What's happening? That's Jia Zhangshi's voice. Her pig-slaughtering scream scared the three people inside the house. Qin Miao immediately retreated into Lin Mo's arms, and Qin he tightly hugged Lin Mo's arm. Don't be afraid, let me check. Lin Mo naturally knew what happened because he had casually set up the trap while stepping out to dump water earlier. The place where Qin he hung the meat had a cellar dug by his parents before, used for storing food. But in recent years, due to food shortages, the cellar had not been used much, and the door had always been closed. Seeing that someone had been eyeing his house, thinking they were sure to come steal something, Lin Mo had simply opened the cellar door and placed some bamboo sticks over it. In such darkness, it was impossible to see clearly. Unexpectedly, someone really fell into it. Lin Mo thought it would be Chun Lai Zi, but hearing Jia Zhangshi's voice changed everything. Without saying anything, he grabbed the pole near the wall and rushed out, beating mercilessly on whoever was in the cellar. While hitting, he shouted loudly, "We caught a wild boar. Everyone come to kill the wild boar." Shangyi village wasn't very big, and it was nestled deep in the mountain valleys. Thus, his shout woke many people from their slumber. We caught a wild boar. Hearing this, villagers lit their torches, picked up their shovels and poles, and rushed towards Lin Mo's home. Stop hitting me. I'm not a wild boar. Jia Zhangshi, covering her head, cried out like a pig being slaughtered. Don't deceive me. I can tell the difference between a pig's squeal and a human talking. Lin Mo didn't care and kept striking the old woman on her shoulders and back. Dare to steal from my house. Have you grown tired of living? Moreover, Lin Mo knew, inheriting this body, the original host had long wanted to teach the old woman a lesson. What he was doing now could be considered helping the original owner fulfill a wish. Lin Mo's words made Jia Zhangshi in the cellar so angry that smoke practically came out of her ears, nearly dying on the spot. What does don't deceive me mean? Are wild boars capable of deception? Lin Mo, you little bastard, I'm your Aunt Zhang. Because the cellar was so small, Jia Zhangshi had no place to dodge, and she wailed under the blows. If you beat me to death, you'll get yourself into legal trouble. Lin Mo gave a disdainful smile. Was he really going to kill someone? As a doctor, didn't he know his limits? When the villagers heard about the wild boar, they came running quickly. Lin Mo didn't have much time left to beat her. So, Lin Mo struck faster and harder. Jia Zhangshi screamed in pain as she got beaten repeatedly. Her leg was already broken from the fall, so she couldn't climb out. Lin Mo, where's the wild boar? Zhao Xiangui arrived with his 2 sons. His eldest son Zhao Ying held up a torch, shining light over here. His second son Zhao Jie raised the hoe, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the wild boar. Lin Mo put down the pole and pointed to the cellar. The wild boar fell in there. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie swung the hoe towards the cellar. Suddenly, a scream from inside cried out. It's me, Jia Zhangshi. Zhao Xiangui, save me. I'm going to be beaten to death by Lin Mo, that little bastard. Upon hearing it was a human voice, Zhao Jie hurriedly swung the hoe aside. Bang! It hit the ground. Jia Zhangshi. Zhao Xiangui was confused. What's going on? Why did Jia Zhangshi fall into your family's vegetable cellar? Oh, is it Aunt Zhang who fell in? I thought it sounded like a pig calling out and assumed it was a wild boar. Lin Mo acted completely clueless, looking bewildered. His convincing performance made Qi Miao, hiding behind the door for fun, giggle uncontrollably. As more people gathered, Jia Zhangshi's cries inside grew louder, and she kept accusing Lin Mo of his wrongdoing. Lin Mo, you little brat. You knew it was me down there, but still hit so hard. Are you trying to beat me to death? Everyone, please judge this situation. Lin Mo is committing murder. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's voice, he sure rushed through the crowd. She snatched the torch from Niu Guizi and shone it inside, revealing her blood-covered mother-in-law. She immediately confronted Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what happened? I need an explanation from you. Otherwise, this matter isn't over. Before Jia Zhangshi even emerged, she shouted loudly from within. That's right, this matter isn't over. You owe me medicine costs. If you don't agree, I'll die here and wait for the authorities to drag you off to prison. Lin Mo was amused by the antics of this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair. So they dared to accuse him when they were the ones stealing? And now they try to frame him first. He's sure. Why are you yelling at me? This is my home, damn it. Your mother-in-law sneaked here in the middle of the night. What's her intention? The ones who should explain are you two. Otherwise, I'll send her to see the magistrate, and let's see who ends up in jail at the end. Thinking they could extort him, Jia Zhangshi and her family were dreaming if they thought they'd succeed in 20,000 years. Chapter 23, Losing More Than You Gain. He watched Lin Mo in shock, as if he didn't recognize him. Lin Mo had never dared to argue with him before. Without parents or relatives, he was always the target of everyone's bullying. Why did he suddenly become so quick-witted today? Even she, who was usually eloquent, was left speechless by Lin Mo. Once she heard that Lin Mo was going to take her to see an official, Jia Zhangshi immediately became afraid and hurriedly explained to everyone. I was just passing by. How would I know that this little brat dug a hole at his door? Such a flimsy excuse naturally didn't convince anyone. On the contrary, everyone felt their intelligence had been insulted. So late at night, why aren't you sleeping at home? Beyond Lin Mo's house is the path into the mountain. Do you live on the mountain at night? Even if you go up the mountain, why don't you take the main road in front of your house? Why do you have to cling to other people's houses? Besides, every household in Shangyi village has a vegetable cellar at their doorstep. How could it be considered that Lin Mo deliberately dug a pit? Zhao Xiangui cast an unpleased look at he and then called out to the vegetable seller. Jia Zhangshi, don't disgrace yourself anymore. Come out quickly. Jia Zhangshi complained endlessly. Village chief, my leg is broken. I can't move. She had already been beaten brutally by Lin Mo and felt like her bones were about to disintegrate. She lacked strength all over. You few quickly pull her out. Zhao Xiangui called some young men. Zhao Jie dropped the hoe and, along with 2 other men, dragged Jia Zhangshi out despite her resistance. Only now did everyone notice how severely injured she was. Her condition was tragic. Yet, there was not even a shred of sympathy among the crowd. Instead, they felt elated, vindicated. Lin Mo had done what they wanted to but didn't dare to do. It seems to be a misunderstanding. We're from the same village, so don't dwell on it too much. Lin Mo, give me some face and let's call it off. Zhao Xiangui didn't want to escalate things either and thus pleaded on behalf of Jia Zhangshi. Lin Mo had vented his anger, beat her enough, so naturally he didn't mind doing this favor in return. Since Uncle Zhao pleads for her, what else can I say? Lin Mo waved his hand, showing no intention of further pursuing the matter. But Jia Zhangshi couldn't tolerate this humiliation. She fiercely grabbed Lin Mo's arm and screamed, "Little bastard, you just did this on purpose. How can you just leave it like this after beating me to this extent?" Never. Seeing Jia Zhangshi's unruly behavior, Zhao Xiangui's face darkened instantly. If he weren't the village chief, he wouldn't even care about this. Lin Mo has already decided not to pursue charges against her, yet you have no self-awareness at all. That's enough. Stop disgracing yourself. Zhao Xiangui yelled loudly. He knew that Jia Zhangshi was unreasonable, hence he warned he. Hurry up and take her back. If Lin Mo really reports to the authorities, I can't save her. Realizing they were in the wrong, he pulled her mother-in-law back urgently. Mom, let's go home first, alright? I'll clean your wounds. Fearing being reported, Jia Zhangshi had no choice but to follow her daughter-in-law back. Yet with each step she took, she hurled an insult. Alright, everyone disperse, go back to sleep. Zhao Xiangui dispersed the crowd, then deeply glanced at Lin Mo. How could he fail to notice Lin Mo's transformation? Dad, Lin Mo, that guy was so ruthless. Jia Zhangshi was beaten up badly. On their way back, the Zhao brothers chattered. Strange indeed, the once easy-to-bully Lin Mo, how did he turn out to be so firm? Knowing full well, it was Jia Zhangshi who fell in. He still dared to beat her almost to death. Zhao Jie admired, raising his thumb. After all, not many people in the village dared provoke Jia Zhangshi. Zhao Xiangui said, "This kid has changed significantly ever since he got married. As everyone discussed and departed, none noticed a shadow blending quietly into the crowd. Seeing Jia Zhangshi beaten up so severely, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he came a bit late. Otherwise, it would have been him who was beaten into a pig head. When the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo also went back inside to sleep. He believed that after such a disturbance, probably no one would dare meddle with his family in the next few days. Brother-in-law, you're so bad. As soon as Lin Mo entered, Qin Miao looked at him smilingly. But I like it. That old woman was too malicious to try stealing from our house. She deserved the beating. Qin, he thoughtfully. She must still covet our meat. Don't bother with her. Let's go to bed. Nothing should interfere with making children. According to the system's reward rule, as long as the tadpoles successfully meet their counterparts and manage to settle down properly, they could claim a reward. Therefore, Lin Mo worked very hard. Meanwhile, back at Jia Zhangshi's place, she grew increasingly angry, wanting multiple times to rush back and interrupt Lin Mo's attempt to make babies. But obviously, her daughter-in-law, he wouldn't allow that. He knew their loss was due to a failed theft attempt. She truly deserved it. Lin Mo not pursuing it further was already generous, so there was no reason for her to make a fuss. Thus, the village spent a peaceful night. The next morning, Lin Mo brought a piece of iron to Zhao Xingui's house. Zhao Xingui was just lighting the forge, and his two sons were helping beside him. Upon seeing Lin Mo, all three paused. Uncle Zhao, Brother Ying, Brother Jia. Lin Mo greeted them first. Lin Mo, what brings you here so early? Zhao Xingui stared at the iron in Lin Mo's hands, but feigned ignorance. I want you to forge me an 8-gene lily leaf pot, a coarse saw, a fine saw, and 2 chisels. The iron Lin Mo brought weighed 10 genes, which was enough for these items. Making all these things at once was a big deal for Zhao Xingui, so he promptly invited Lin Mo inside to discuss the details. Since they were simple household tools, it wasn't difficult for Zhao Xingui. And when Lin Mo promised 5 genes of grain as payment, Zhao Xingui's smile couldn't be erased. By the way, Uncle Zhao, can you forge something like this? After agreeing on the terms, Lin Mo drew a part on a piece of paper. However, Zhao Xingui and his sons couldn't understand it no matter how hard they tried. Only after Lin Mo explained did they gradually catch on. This thing is too intricate for me to make. I doubt even the blacksmith shops in the county town could handle it. We might need to go to the provincial city. Zhao Xingui shook his head. What Lin Mo had drawn was one component of Zuga Liang's repeating crossbow, and out of the total 3 complex components, each was similarly complicated. Other parts, though, were simpler. Lin Mo didn't want all the pieces made at one blacksmith shop, so he handed the simple ones over to Zhao Xingui, while planning to take the more complex parts to the county to try their luck. Before leaving, Lin Mo asked Zhao Xingui to keep an eye on his house, worrying that Jia Zhangshi might come back causing trouble. With this lucrative business secured, Zhao Xingui gladly agreed to his request. Having already informed his family about this trip, Lin Mo left Zhao Xingui's place straight for Wang Village. Chapter 24. Good girlfriends, of course, should share happiness and bear difficulties together. At the Wang family manor, Wang Yuling, who had been sleeping soundly since yesterday afternoon until dawn, stretched her arms comfortably. Being troubled by her good friend, a euphemism for menstruation, she had never slept so peacefully before. Miss, you're awake. The second lady personally prepared a silver ear red date soup for you. I'll go and bring it over right away. Seeing that the young miss was in high spirits and showed no signs of being troubled by her good friend, Xiaoyu was also happy for her. She started serving Wang Yuling at the age of 8. The two grew up together. Even though they were master and servant, their relationship was like sisters. Wang Yuling has never treated her as a servant either. Wait a moment. Wang Yuling quickly reviewed what happened yesterday in her mind, and a blush involuntarily appeared on her beautiful face. Miss, what's wrong? Xiaoyu stopped. What about him? Wang Yuling suddenly realized that she didn't even know his full name yet. She felt very frustrated with herself, not even knowing his name, but trusted him fully with myself. Wang Yuling, you're such a big fool. But it really felt good with what he did. Wang Yuling touched her lower abdomen. In theory, she would still need 3 more days to gradually reduce the pain. But after acupuncture yesterday, there wasn't any pain left. Her lower abdomen was warm, as if a warm hand was always stroking and warming it. Thinking about those tender words Lin Mo said to her yesterday, she felt both shy and sweet. Who is it? Xiaoyu couldn't immediately respond. I'm talking about the one who treated me yesterday. Wang Yuling gave her a glare impatiently. Oh, you mean Dr. Lin. He finished treating you yesterday and went home. As soon as she mentioned the word needle, Xiaoyu hurriedly covered her mouth and then slapped herself twice. Please forgive me, miss, I spoke wrongly. Well, just tell me what happened. Since there was no one else here, Wang Yuling naturally wouldn't blame her. Dr. Lin returned home after finishing your treatment yesterday. If miss wants to find him, I can have someone call him over. Xiaoyu grinned mischievously. He went home. Wang Yuling felt a bit disheartened. Father didn't invite him to stay at the manor, did he? Yes, father invited him. But Dr. Lin said he had things to deal with at home and left. Xiaoyu only heard the first half and didn't hear Lin Mo promise to come early this morning. Alright, perhaps there are elders who need his care. Wang Yuling nodded. She thought Lin Mo must be a gentle and filial person, and she wouldn't act unreasonably. Let's go have something to eat. As Wang Yuling got up and jumped down, she forgot she wasn't wearing clothes. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quickly helped her dress and cover her alluring figure. Haha, sure enough, I feel totally relaxed now, without any discomfort. Feeling exceptionally light in her body, Wang Yuling was in a great mood. Speaking of which, let's visit father first. All of this had to thank father for his decision, so she needed to greet him. Miss, father is working out. It seems Dr. Lin gave him a new formula that can slim him down within 3 months. Xiaoyu quickly told her this to avoid her missing him. Oh, then let him work hard. Wang Yuling smiled. She also thought father was too fat, so losing weight would naturally be best. With father not at home, she visited mother and ate breakfast together with her. Because she hadn't eaten well these few days, she was famished. She drank 3 bowls of porridge in one breath and ate quite a lot of pastries. Also, being highly resistant to taking medicine since childhood, upon learning it was Dr. Lin's prescription, she held her nose and drank it all. Mother, I'm going to the county town. Xiaoyu, prepare the carriage. After eating, Wang Yuling immediately headed for the county town. Because she had a good girlfriend there whose condition was the same as hers. Each time her good friend came, she suffered immensely from the pain, feeling her limbs icy cold at night no matter how many blankets she used, with her whole body unable to feel any warmth. This situation became even worse in winter. They both made an oath to share blessings, so she hoped Dr. Lin could help treat her girlfriend too. Good girlfriends should bear hardships together. Since Dr. Lin had examined her body, she would also have him examine her girlfriend's body. Because only in this way was it fair, and only then could they truly be called good girlfriends. As soon as they reached the gate, they encountered Dr. Lin. Miss, it's Dr. Lin. Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Wang Yuling quickly lifted the curtain and looked directly into Lin's eyes. She suddenly felt shy again. You seem much better. Lin Emo didn't feel awkward and took the initiative to say hello. Seeing that her complexion was fine, he put his mind at ease. You guys are planning to leave? You've just recovered from an illness. It's better to rest at home. Lin Emo suggested. I'm going to the county town. Wang Yuling's eyes twinkled, and she suddenly hopped off the carriage to stand in front of Lin Emo. By the way, would you like to come with me to the county town? She suddenly remembered that her best friend's good friend came during the same period as hers. So, bringing Lin Emo there earlier meant her best friend could suffer less pain. What for? Lin Emo was originally heading to the county town to find a blacksmith to forge parts for Zuga's repeating crossbow. Thus, traveling with her posed no problem. But since Wang Yuling seemed to have another purpose, it was natural to clarify things first. It's like this. I have an older sister who is very close to me, and she suffers from the same condition. It also happens these few days, and I want you to help her. Wang Yuling's beautiful eyes locked onto Lin Emo, carrying a hint of supplication. However, Lin Emo felt a little dumbfounded. Help your elder sister? Don't you know how I cured your ailment? Are you sure you want me to help her? Lin Emo asked. Don't worry, I'll persuade her. Wang Yuling nodded earnestly, not at all joking around. Wait a moment. Lin Mo's mind hit a mental roadblock. Did all the words he said yesterday go unheard? Unrequited affection, perhaps? Chapter 25, Guangzhou County Town, Sudden Incident. Alright, if you have no objection, I certainly have even less. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Lin Emo said this and immediately started climbing into Wang Yuqing's carriage. If there was a carriage to travel in, it would of course be more comfortable than walking. Although his physical constitution had improved quite a bit now, still, the journey of dozens of miles would be hard. He could endure it, but his worn-out cloth shoes couldn't. After walking for just a while, Lin Emo already felt that the fabric in front of his big toe was at risk of tearing completely. If he walked all the way to the county town like this, they were bound to break apart. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Yuqing froze. As that was her carriage after all, how could Lin Emo, a boy, casually board it? Isn't your good sister currently suffering? Let's save time and rescue her quickly. Lin Emo replied seriously, and then quickly climbed inside the carriage. This move left even the nearby bodyguards speechless. You're the first man to dare get into Miss Wang's carriage. Young man, impressive. Those who understood the temperament of the young lady were already rubbing their hands in preparation to beat him up. But surprisingly, after hesitating for a moment, the young miss actually climbed inside as well. Everyone was shocked speechless. Zhao Yang, leading the group, looked strangely at the carriage curtain with astonishment on his face. Did you pick up the wrong script? Shouldn't we drag Lin Emo out and give him a severe beating? At this point, Xiaoyu didn't know what to do either. Should she go in or stay out? In the end, she chose to sit at the coachman's seat, leaving the space inside for Lin Emo and Wang Yuqing. Why do you keep looking at me with that kind of expression? This isn't the first time we've met. Inside the carriage, Lin Emo leaned comfortably against the window. Looking at the luxurious interior decoration, he couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of which world, rich people always knew how to indulge themselves. I find your face extremely thick-skinned. Wang Yuqing flipped her beautiful eyes and rolled them with disdain. The carriage had already started moving, and after a moment of hesitation, she did not ask Lin Emo to get off. She was also conflicted about how to deal with Lin Emo right now. After all, this guy was the first man who had seen her naked body, and according to her father's intention, they wanted to push these two together. However, she wasn't mentally ready yet, so she wanted to understand Lin Emo better. Really? Am I that thick-skinned? Lin Emo pinched his own face and then reached over to pinch Wang Yuqing's cheek. We're pretty similar. This unexpected cheek pinch utterly stunned Wang Yuqing. She stood dumbfounded for a moment before stamping her foot and said, You're so annoying. With the convenience of a carriage ride and a beauty who blushed easily for companionship, time passed quickly, and soon they arrived at the county town. Because of recent unrest, all vehicles going in and out must be inspected, and everyone on the vehicle must dismount and walk into the city. Even Wang Yuqing, with her connections, was not exempted. Lin Emo was the first to jump off the carriage, and the towering and majestic city wall immediately came into view. This was his first time seeing an actual city wall, constructed entirely from large pieces of bluestone, giving a sense of grandeur and invincibility. The city wall was as tall as 2 or 3-story buildings, making individuals standing before it appear very small. It was unimaginable, without airplanes or cannons, how great a cost would need to be paid simply using human strength to breach such fortifications. No wonder military strategies stated one needed 10 times the enemy's number to successfully capture a city. First time visiting the county. As Wang Yuqing stepped down from the carriage following Lin Mo, noticing he was gazing at the city wall blankly, she turned around to look too. Interactions along the road had brought their relationship closer. They had gained some mutual understanding of each other. Yeah, sort of. Lin Mo nodded. The appearance of the city further deepened his understanding of this world. The buried enthusiasm inside seemed awakened. Let's go, we can cross over. Thanks to Wang Yuqing's pass, the guards at the city gate merely conducted a token search and let them pass. Lin Mo noticed that the soldiers weren't only checking suspicious characters, they were also blocking refugees. Actually, Guangzhou was located near the frontier cities. Though there were still 2 military strongholds ahead, the population here wasn't large. The number of refugees coming here wasn't many. However, just as Lin Mo couldn't understand why soldiers were preventing refugees from entering the city, suddenly, nearby refugees rioted. A refugee abruptly pulled out a short dagger from his clothes and forcefully stabbed it into the abdomen of the soldier blocking him. The soldier didn't even realize what happened before he fell dead. Following refugees immediately rushed forward, licking the fallen soldier's belongings and picking up the spear from his hand, furiously stabbing toward another soldier. Fortunately, the soldier reacted fast enough to dodge fatal harm. Still, a cut was made on his arm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The surrounding soldiers began to panic and shout in confusion. The rebels are coming. They desperately ran towards the city. Swish swish. Several arrows flew over, and a soldier and a few civilians preparing to enter the city were killed on the spot. What the hell is going on? Lin Mo was startled by the sudden scene before him. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time on a battlefield. The soldier who was just shot was right beside him, with blood splattering onto his face. This made Lin Mo snap out of his daze quickly. He directly picked up Wang Yuqing and sprinted towards the city. It was evident that those rebels weren't decent people. They even killed commoners. Now, it would only be safe inside the city. The soldiers reacted very fast. Most of them had already entered the city. Orders from the commander stationed on the city wall had been given to close the gates. The heavy doors were slowly shutting down. Clearly, they didn't care about the lives of these 20-odd civilians at the gate. If they were slower, they would surely have been locked outside. Protect Miss Zhao Yang. The bodyguard quickly drew his steel sword and directed the others to form a protective line behind Wang Yuqing and Lin Mo. The coachman no longer cared about the carriage and pulled Xiaoyu to run away. Soon enough, 2 of the guards were shot dead. Lin Mo's physical condition far exceeded ordinary people's. Even while carrying someone, his speed didn't slow in the least. As soon as the soldiers began to shut the gates, he had already darted inside. His speed took the gatekeeping soldiers aback, nearly prompting them to attack him. Fortunately, recognizing Wang Yuqing in Lin Mo's arms, they did not mistake him for one of the rebels. Chapter 26. The first time killing. Lin Mo brought Wang Yuqing to hide behind the city gate, placing her in a safe spot. Living in a peaceful era, he was experiencing a large-scale killing scene for the first time. Within moments, lives were taken one after another like that. He truly felt the cruelty of this world. The rebels' offensive was extraordinarily fierce, and they were numerous. Apart from those 20-some disguised as refugees attempting to seize the city gate, at least thousands of others were rushing in from behind. Clearly, these 20-odd refugees were the suicide squads. With the determination to die, they were willing to perish as long as they could take the gate guards with them, buying time for the main force behind. The soldiers were caught off guard and had no time to close the gate. They could only sacrifice their lives to buy time for closing the gate. And of the security men that Wang Yuqing brought along, only Zhao Yang remained. He managed to escort the stable master and Xiaoyu to the city gate with great difficulty, only to find his way blocked. Because the rebels had already reached the city gate, trying to capture it. The partially closed gate was blocked by people. They couldn't get inside. While the soldiers were trying to close the gate on one hand and fight the rebels on the other, they were short-handed. They certainly didn't have the manpower to save the civilians outside. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuqing felt pity. Lin Mo, is there any way we can help them? This shout pulled Lin Mo out of his daze. Watching the soldiers fall one after another, the civilians outside the gate mercilessly slaughtered by the rebels, Lin Mo quickly reacted after regaining his composure. He picked up a bow and arrow dropped on the ground and aimed at a rebel who attempted to break through the gate, shooting him. These specially made military bows were crafted from tough birch wood and ox sinew, having several times the power of his bamboo longbow. And this was Lin Mo's first time killing someone, his nervousness causing him to put all his strength into pulling the bow fully. He didn't know what consequence his arrow would bring, but he knew if he didn't do it, the gate would very likely be broken by the rebels. In that case, all the townspeople would suffer. At the moment he released the string, the arrow pierced through the air. Whoosh! The long, sharp arrow directly pierced through the head of that rebel the next second. It was as if a bowl of tofu pudding fell from the sky, blood and brain matter splashing onto the city gate, adding another stroke of bloody color to the already battered gate. This shot shocked not only the nearby soldiers, but also the rebels. However, Lin Mo, having killed for the first time, was deeply shaken by the sight before him, his adrenaline spiking rapidly. The image of piercing the rebel's head, as if enhanced with terrifying special effects, kept flashing in his mind. Before, when performing abdominal surgery, his hands were steady. Now, though, they began to tremble slightly. Snap out of it. Don't just stand there staring like an idiot. As Lin Mo fell into a daze again, the angry roar beside him pulled him back to reality. The rebels and soldiers were still fiercely contesting over the city gate. The battle was incredibly intense. The archers on the city wall could no longer hold back the tide-like surge of rebels from afar. If the gate wasn't closed soon, everyone would die. Suppressing the churning within his stomach, Lin Mo once again raised his bow. Huh! Lin Mo roared, dispelling the panic in his heart. At this very moment, Rurshir rushed to his cranium. Lin Mo's eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot. Swoosh. 1 arrow. Swoosh. 2 arrows. Swoosh. 7 arrows. Lin Mo shot all the arrows from his quiver in one breath, each arrow full of strength. With 1 arrow going astray, 6 others successfully took down a man each, either piercing through bodies or striking for the kill. The surrounding soldiers were stunned by his strength and marksmanship, which simultaneously greatly inspired them. Their large knives swung toward the enemies became even more decisive and powerful. With Lin Mo's help, they quickly cleared away the rebels blocking the gate, allowing Zhao Liang and others to rush inside at the last possible moment. With a loud boom, the city gate finally closed successfully. Lin Mo felt as if all his energy had been drained, sitting on the ground. Yet he continued to firmly grasp the bow and arrow, though his hands couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, if he had a cigarette, biting it with shaking hands and inhaling deeply, the picture would be complete. Lin Mo suddenly remembered a phrase he'd said before. If war breaks out, I'll unhesitatingly rush to the front lines to defend our country. Thinking about it now, this sentence was so laughable, because those who haven't killed always think killing is easy. Lin Mo, are you okay? Wang Yuqing came to Lin Mo's side. At this point, only Zhao Liang covered in blood and a terrified Xiaoyu remained by her side. The stable master was less fortunate, getting slashed at the city gate and ultimately falling outside the city. There was no denying that the courtyard's guards from the Wang family were very brave. Lin Mo glanced at her as he raised his head, but he didn't speak. He was trying hard to calm himself down. Thank you for saving me. Wang Yuqing also sat beside Lin Mo, equally terrified. Without realizing, she was sitting on a soldier's corpse. That soldier was the owner of the bow and arrows now in Lin Mo's hands. People tend to be selfish when in extreme danger. Lin Mo hadn't intended to save her. Nonetheless, he had indeed killed 2 rebels who had almost taken Wang Yuqing's life. Wang Miss, please stand up. Just as she had settled, the captain of the city gate soldiers came over and protested, not allowing anyone to desecrate his fallen comrade's body. Only then did Wang Yuqing notice that she was sitting on someone else. Seeing that person's eyes glaring directly at her, she jumped up in fright with a scream. Ah! Her scream echoed as she threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Well, Lin Mo couldn't muster any strength at all, so he was immediately pushed to the ground by her. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation would certainly think he had been assaulted. However, on this serious battlefield covered with corpses, no one paid them any attention. Strengthen the city gate and prevent the rebels from storming in. The city gate captain squatted down, gently brushing his hand over the dead soldier's eyes. The surviving soldiers quickly found pieces of wood to reinforce the gate. After Wang Yuqing stood up with Xiaoyu's help, Lin Mo sat up again. Is this your first time killing? As an experienced veteran, the city gate captain had seen many rookies go through their first kills. Lin Mo's expression of shock clearly indicated it was his first time killing, causing such panic. Lin Mo also only looked at him once, choosing not to reply. Relax, everyone has a first time. You'll be fine after this. The city gate captain smiled faintly, as if consoling a new recruit. After all, had it not been for Lin Mo's assistance just now, the city gate might already have been lost, and they all would have died. But your archery skills are really good. I'm curious about what you do. He is a doctor. Wang Yuqing answered for him. A doctor? The city gate captain was very surprised by this answer. How could a doctor possess such exquisite archery skills? To hunt, I secretly practiced on the mountain by myself. Lin Mo slowly replied. Practiced by yourself? Then you're truly a genius, kid. Chapter 27, The Tough Guy. After chatting with the gate captain for a few moments, Lin Mo felt much better. As the feeling of panic slowly dissipated, it was as though a strong barrier had formed in his heart, and it would never appear again. Just as the gate captain had said, having gone through this experience, things would be better from now on. If Lin Mo were to go out and kill the rebels outside the city walls again now, he might still feel nervous, but he would absolutely not feel afraid. Clomp 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 clomp. The reinforcements arrived late. A middle-aged man dressed in bronze armor came to the city gate. Seeing the tightly shut gates, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Li Ling, how's the situation? The voice of the middle-aged man was deep, like an angry lion, and his profound eyes radiated a frightening, murderous intent. With his arrival, the temperature around him seemed to drop slightly, and a wave of coldness swept over everyone. The lucky commoners who managed to escape into the city all looked at him fearfully. Reporting to the magistrate, the rebels disguised themselves as refugees in an attempt to seize the city gate. They have all been killed, and the city gate is safe. We lost 15 men. Gate Captain Li Ling clenched his fists tightly. With so many deaths, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Since the magistrate had already issued an order prohibiting refugees from getting close, he had become complacent due to the remoteness of the area. He thought that the rebels wouldn't bother attacking Guangzhou. Had it not been for Lin Mo, he would have made a grave mistake. The rebels didn't try to break the gate? The magistrate continued asking. Not yet. You continue guarding here. The magistrate acted decisively. After understanding the situation, he prepared to climb the city wall to oversee the battle. However, when he turned around, he saw Wang Yuqing squatting beside Lin Mo. Yuxing, why are you here? Wang Yuxing quickly went forward to pay her respects. Uncle Lu, your niece was visiting Sister Yun today, but just as I arrived at the city gate, I encountered the rebels. If it weren't for Lin Mo's rescue, your niece might have died outside the gate. Their conversation caused Li Ling and others to pale significantly. They never imagined that the girl they had abandoned, nearly left for death, was actually the magistrate's niece. Fortunately, she survived. Otherwise, everyone would have been executed alongside her. Following Wang Yuxing's finger direction, County Magistrate Lu glanced at Lin Mo and then ordered, "It's dangerous here. Leave immediately." He also dispatched some people to escort her. "You too. Escort Miss Wang back to her residence." Outside the city, realizing that taking the city gate was no longer possible, the rebels decided to retreat decisively. Because they did not have any siege equipment, and their numbers didn't offer them an advantage either. After County Magistrate Lu reached the city wall, the rebels had withdrawn. However, he remained vigilant, ordering tight defenses everywhere and personally inspecting the walls. "You're heavily injured, you can't keep going. You must treat your wounds right away." Lin Mo walked with Wang Yuxing for a while and noticed sweat pouring down Zhao Yang's forehead like mung beans rolling down a slope, so he kindly reminded him. Though he had survived the battle, both his shoulder blade and waist took slashes from knives. Due to the depth of his wounds, he had lost quite a lot of blood. It was only by sheer willpower that he managed to hold on this far. For someone weaker, they would probably have fainted long ago. "I'm fine. Let's send the young lady home first." Zhao Liang gritted his teeth and persisted. "Bullshit." Unexpectedly, Wang Yuxing burst out cursing and grabbed Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, please, save him no matter what." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Noticing a tavern nearby, he immediately hoisted Zhao Liang up and knocked on its door. Since they were accompanied by county guards, the innkeeper didn't dare refuse and quickly opened the door to let them in. Lin Mo pulled together 2 tables to serve as a makeshift operating table and let Zhao Liang lay on it. "Is there any alcohol? The stronger, the better. But don't give me diluted wine." Lin Mo looked at the tavern keeper. The latter froze momentarily, wondering if he's thinking about drinking even at this moment. "Do as I say, or I swear I'll demolish your entire store if you delay us any longer." Wang Yuxing slammed her hand on the table, startling the tavern keeper. Being just a civilian, how could he provoke the daughter of a family protected by county guards? He rushed off to fetch the alcohol. "Give me your dagger." Lin Mo seriously examined Zhao Liang's injuries. He needed to cut open Zhao Liang's clothes. Without hesitation, the latter swiftly drew his dagger from his waistband and handed it to Lin Mo. The dagger was extremely sharp, easily cutting through Zhao Liang's garments, revealing 2 deep, bone-exposing wounds. The flesh curled outward, blood flowing profusely. This gruesome sight terrified several people who had sought refuge inside the tavern. Wang Yuxing and Xiaoyu turned away, closing their eyes tightly. Yet Zhao Liang merely bit his teeth, not even letting out a groan. Who would have thought this guy was such a tough man? Lin Mo admired him secretly. "The alcohol has arrived." The innkeeper arrived carrying a jar of aged liquor and asked Lin Mo. "P put it where?" Lin Mo took the liquor and poured it directly onto his hands, cleaning off the bloodstains. This move caused the innkeeper immense pain. "That was my 10-year-old precious liquor, what a waste." But he didn't dare to confront Wang Yuxing, so he could only suffer silently. "Big brothers, please help me hold him down tightly." Lin Mo put down the wine jar and called the 2 county guards over. However, Zhao Liang spoke up at this point. "No need. I can't endure it." The 2 guards saw this and wisely stepped back. Lin Mo nodded, then grabbed the alcohol and poured it directly onto Zhao Liang's wound to clean it. In immense pain, Zhao Liang screamed loudly but held the legs of the table tightly, without moving. Such perseverance earned him respect, even from the 2 previously disgruntled guards. After cleaning the wound, Lin Mo pulled out a pack of needle and thread from his personal space and quickly started stitching while Zhao Liang was still numbed by the pain of alcohol stimulation. The most urgent task now was to stop the bleeding. Only stopping the blood flow could save Zhao Liang's life. Using alcohol to clean the wound aimed to disinfect and prevent tetanus or bacterial infection. His speed was remarkable as the needle darted through the flesh, finishing 1 wound in no time. Everyone on site watched with admiration, respect growing in their hearts. The 2 guards exchanged glances, thinking if they had such a doctor in their group, many comrades' lives could be saved. "I've stopped the bleeding for him, but medicine must be applied to prevent infection." Lin Mo wiped the blood off his hands and turned to speak to Wang Yuxing. Lin Mo was not a surgical doctor and had little experience treating wounds. He could only do so much. The rest would have to rely on other doctors. Having summoned the courage to witness the entire process, Wang Yuxing sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lin Mo. "Thank you." Lin Mo smiled faintly. "Why are you being so formal with me? You're mine already." He did not say these words out loud, but Wang Yuxing understood them, her face blushing crimson. After saving someone, Lin Mo felt much more relaxed. At the same time, it also alleviated the heavy atmosphere. Chapter 28. Is your best friend the daughter of the county magistrate? "Sorry, boss, I've made a mess here." Looking at the disorder all over the floor, Wang Yuxing approached the tavern boss. The latter's face was filled with an awkward smile as he kept shaking his head. No, it's just a small matter." Though he said that, he was bleeding in his heart. With so many people watching in the tavern, any table or bench stained with blood would have to be replaced. Moreover, the fresh blood had seeped into the wooden floor, staining it red, and that would also need replacement. All these things added together would cost a significant amount of silver. But he knew that Wang Yuqing's status wasn't ordinary. Commoners like him certainly couldn't afford to provoke her. So not only for just making a mess, but even if this tavern were demolished, he could do nothing but silently accept his loss. Make them compensate money? That would be no different from an old man eating arsenic. Not only that, he still had to say some kind words, hoping only to get rid of them as soon as possible. To help you all is the honor of our humble establishment. The boss is generous enough. No wonder your business is thriving. You're obviously meant for big deals. Nero looked around at the full house and gave the boss a hearty compliment. The latter's vanity was satisfied, and he immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. Actually, these people had entered after the fight erupted to seek shelter. Those who were actually eating and drinking weren't many. But anyone running a store wouldn't want others to say their business isn't flourishing, right? This youngster jests. Nero glanced around the tavern. Then his gaze landed on the door, so he walked directly towards it. When everyone was puzzled, he was seen grabbing a door with one hand and lifting it up lightly, instantly removing the door panel. That several dozen pounds heavy solid wood door seemed like a toy in his hands, effortlessly held by him. Boss, can I borrow another door from you? Zhao Liang's wound had already been sutured, the bleeding had stopped, but because of the severe blood loss, his body was especially weak, thus unable to walk. Nero intended to use this door to make a makeshift stretcher. The boss who just started liking Nero wanted to cry. Are you asking for my opinion? It's clearly a notification. You've already taken the door down. Am I supposed to not lend it to you? The boss tried his best to keep smiling, albeit more painfully than crying. Feel free to use it. Nero asked two soldiers for help to lift Zhao Liang onto the door panel. Let's go. We shouldn't disturb the boss business. Boss, may your business thrive. Just before leaving, Nero didn't forget to leave another word of gratitude. Plop. At this moment, a pebble landed in front of the boss. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a 5 liang ingot of silver. It was thrown by Wang Yuqing. The boss, who was just worried, suddenly put on a show of parting clouds to see the sun. Dear guests, please walk slowly. His face once again filled with smiles. All the damaged things that needed replacement plus the door and a jar of wine, at most cost 4 taels. So, it equated to earning 1 tael. Though not much, it was an unexpected joy for him. Where should we go next? Nero noticed Wang Yuqing tossing the silver, gaining new understanding about this little devil. To the county office. Wang Yuqing quickened her pace, leading the way in front. County office? Nero immediately recalled her conversation with the magistrate. It was evident that her family and the magistrate had a deep relationship. You mentioned your good sister. Wouldn't she happen to be the magistrate's daughter? Nero asked. Congratulations, you are correct. But there is no reward. After saying these final words, Wang Yuqing turned back and gave Nero a triumphant smile. Her playful look upon turning her head was stunningly beautiful. Guangzhou City wasn't very large, and the group soon arrived at the county magistrate's residence. The gatekeeper soldiers saw it was one of their own and hurriedly opened the door to greet them. Third brother, how's the situation ahead? A man who resembled a steward came out from within the courtyard. There he was, carrying a backpack, anxiously looking toward the street, his vigilance increasing slightly when he saw Nero, the stranger. Miss Wang, why are you here? His reaction upon seeing Miss Wang, Yuqing mirrored Mr. Liu, the magistrate's response. Could it be that the outskirts were also attacked by rebel forces? Wang Yuqing quickly explained that all of this was merely coincidence. However, unintended words struck the listeners deeply. The steward's statement made both Nero and her worry about their home. Nero was concerned about the two sisters, fearing that the rebels might have attacked Shangyi village. Therefore, he wanted to return and take a look. But he didn't know what the current situation at the city wall was. If the rebels were still attacking the city, the county magistrate definitely wouldn't open the gates for him alone. Even if the rebels retreated, it wouldn't mean it was safe yet, and it would certainly not be allowed to let anyone out. It's normal to observe for a period, ranging from 1 day to 3 or 5 days being typical. Realizing that he currently couldn't leave, Nero could only suppress his worries for now. How's the situation up ahead? Compared to Wang Yuqing and Mo's family matters, the steward was more concerned about the city's defenses. If the city gates were breached, he would need to make a quick decision to take the magistrate's family through a safe gate and escape. This was also the reason why each of them had a bag on their back. Reporting to Manager Yun, the city gate has been held. But what's the current situation at the city wall? I don't know. With magistrate personally supervising the defense, it should be fine. A guard reported. Upon hearing this, Manager Yun let out a sigh of relief. There's no problem as long as the city gates are still standing. Manager Yun, my bodyguard is injured. Could you help settle him down for me? Wang Yuqing pointed to Zhao Liang, showing some worry. Don't worry, there happens to be a doctor in the mansion. Manager Yun arranged for Zhao Liang to rest in a side room. Just after placing Zhao Liang down, a doctor came rushing with his medical box. Dr. Kwang, please take a look quickly. Manager Yun beckoned him over. The old man arrived breathlessly next to Zhao Liang, inspecting the wound briefly before being utterly astounded. He immediately asked everyone, who stitched his wound? Wang Yuqing thought something might have gone wrong and glanced at Nero but didn't expose him. Is there any issue? This person sewed the stitches so deftly that it greatly reduced the patient's suffering, and the wound was aligned together as closely as possible. This is actively beneficial for healing the wound. In my 30+ years of practicing medicine, I've never seen such an exquisite stitching technique. It's clear this person must possess remarkable medical skills. Miss Wang, where is this person now? Please do tell the old man. Dr. Kwang looked at the stitches as if admiring art, his admiration like a continuous stream of the Yangtze River. However, Wang Yuqing gave him a big eye roll. You scared me half to death, thinking there was a problem. Here, far away yet right here. Wang Yuqing subtly gestured toward Lin Mo with her eyes. Chapter 29. Sister Yun, let him treat you quickly. Where? Dr. Kwong looked at Lin Mo, but his gaze naturally skipped over him, and he looked back. However, there was no one behind Lin Mo. No one. Dr. Kwong turned to ask Wang Yuqing. Wang Yuqing immediately became speechless. How could you not see such a big live person? I didn't expect the famous Dr. Kwong to suffer from severe eye problems. Such a well-endowed person is standing right in front of you, yet you can't see him? Wang Yuqing said with contempt. Old Kwong's face couldn't hide his embarrassment. But he didn't dare to argue with the young lady of the Wang family, so he could only bitterly smile. Miss Wang, please don't play tricks on me. This young man is so young that he probably hasn't even figured out the most basic medical principles. How could he have such subtle acupuncture techniques? You say he is a brilliant doctor. I absolutely don't believe it. However, just as his words ended, the two guards who carried Zhao Liang inside, as well as Zhao Liang lying on the bed, immediately rebutted. Dr. Kwong, this shows your narrow-mindedness. This brave man's wounds were indeed stitched by Dr. Lin standing right here. Many people in the city witnessed it with their own eyes. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I, Zhao Liang, owe you my life. Zhao Liang struggled to raise his head and paid respect to Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not get angry because of the old man's words. He had no need to prove anything. However, he accepted Zhao Liang's gratitude. Brother Zhao, you're exaggerating. I just simply dealt with your wound. To get better, you still need to take orally administered fire-clearing anti-inflammatory decoctions and apply externally bleeding-stopping and tissue-regenerating ointments. That's not what I'm talking about. It's you who killed the rebels at the city gate, kept the gate safe, and bought time for me and Miss Wang to escape. Zhao Liang knew that if Lin Mo hadn't come to rescue them, they would definitely have already died by now. After this was said, people grew more curious about Lin Mo. Yuqing. Suddenly, a clear voice, but with some lack of energy, came from the door. Sister Yun. Wang Yuqing excitedly ran over. At the doorway stood a tall young woman dressed in a light green long gown, her 3,000 strands of black hair flowing like clouds, 2 tresses hanging before her chest. When Lin Mo saw her for the first time, he was shocked by her beauty. Her face resembled a silver plate, her eyes like water apricots. Her lips were red without any rouge, and her willowy eyebrows were natural without any makeup. Her skin was fairer than frost and snow. Although she appeared somewhat pale due to illness, this made her look like she's sure of this world. Lin Mo took only one look and knew that she had the same condition as Wang Yuqing, dysmenorrhea. However, she could still walk, clearly being much better off than Wang Yuqing. Have you heard you encountered the rebels at the city gate? Are you okay? Have you been injured? Lu Yun endured the pain and walked toward Wang Yuqing. The latter quickly went forward to support Lu Yun. I'm fine. Don't I look all right? Although she said it lightly, it still could not dispel the other's concern. You're feeling unwell? Why don't you rest at home properly? Lu Yun showed her care. They were good friends, and coincidentally, their good friend always came together. When their good friend wasn't around, they were happy and played together. When their good friend came, they both endured the pain together. Because of this coincidence, they made a promise. Good sisters, sharing happiness and hardship alike. Hee, my illness is cured. Wang Yuqing spun around in place, indicating that her body was fine. If it had been yesterday, let alone spinning, standing up would be difficult. Seeing Wang Yuqing jumping around, Lu Yun's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She grabbed Wang Yuqing's hand and asked, Are you cured? How did you cure it? Tell me quickly. It was him who cured me. Wang Yuqing pointed her finger towards Lin Mo. It was then that Lu Yun noticed this simply dressed youth. However, upon seeing how young he was, she immediately made the same mistake as Dr. Kwong. Are you playing tricks on me? Sister Yun, how can you not believe me either? Wang Yuqing shook off Lu Yun's hand, pretending to be angry. How can you waste all my efforts bringing him here to cure you? Good girl Yuqing, of course I believe you. Upon seeing this, Lu Yun apologized to Wang Yuqing while glancing at Lin Mo from the corner of her eyes. Clearly, she still didn't believe that someone so young could cure an ailment that even Dr. Kwong, such a renowned doctor, couldn't manage. Dr. Kwong nearby was equally shocked. He had seen Lu Yun many times and also discussed the matter with many experts in the field, reviewing many references. He ultimately concluded, dysmenorrhea can only be alleviated, not cured. He had just said something like this today, and suddenly someone popped up claiming they were cured. His dignity had taken quite a blow. Sister Yun, let him treat you quickly, it'll be done in no time. Seeing that Lu Yun believed her, Wang Yuqing seemed somewhat impatient. I'm not sure if she was genuinely worried about her best friend, or just eager to realize their promise of sharing happiness and hardship alike as soon as possible. It's not necessary to rush so much. Lu Yun wanted to decline the offer, but was immediately pulled out by Wang Yuqing. Yun sister, the sooner we cure you, the less pain you'll have to endure. Don't hesitate anymore, come quickly. Besides, Lin Mo's treatment is very comfortable. I guarantee you won't feel any pain at all. Lin Mo, what are you waiting for? Thus, Lin Mo and Lu Yun were forcibly dragged outside. Dr. Kwong was curious about how Lin Mo treated illnesses, so he followed them out. Mrs., may I observe the entire treatment process? No, Wang Yuqing loudly shouted, swiftly raising her hand to stop him. You old man, what are you thinking? Stay put. You focus on treating my guards here. If there's even the slightest mistake with him, I'll make you pay with your life. Everyone didn't understand why Wang Yuqing reacted so strongly. Dr. Kwong was utterly speechless. Zhao Liang's wounds had been dealt with almost completely. The rest, applying ointment and bandaging, could be done by anyone. He, after all, was acknowledged as the best doctor in Guangzhou. How could there possibly be a problem? Who do you think you're looking down on? Dr. Kwong, everything's up to you here. Yun, the steward, left this message and hurriedly rushed out after them. The long-standing illness of Miss Lu could finally be treated. He must immediately inform the mistress of this good news. Moreover, with the city secured, he had to tell her that there was no need to flee. At Lu Cloud Courtyard, where Lu Yun resided. Dr. Lin, please take a seat. Xiaobai, prepare tea for Dr. Lin. Even though her lower abdomen was throbbing with pain, Lu Yun still appeared graceful and composed in front of this outsider, Lin Mo. It was only in her presence that Lin Mo truly witnessed the demeanor of a noble young lady. After observing her along the way, he realized that Lu Yun's personality differed greatly from Wang Yuqing's. The former was more rational, enduring great pain while maintaining elegance in front of others, whereas the latter acted freely and without restraint, doing whatever came to mind without hesitation. Don't waste time on useless formalities. Lin Mo, treat her now. Wang Yuqing directly intercepted Lu Yun's personal maid. Xiaobai, you and Xiao Yu wait outside. The treatment process must remain quiet and undisturbed. Before we come out, don't let anyone enter under any circumstances. She shooed both maids out, her urgency making it seem as if she and Lin Mo harbored some improper intention. Chapter 30. The unique thinking of Wang Yuqing. Xiaobai and Xiao Yu were sent out, leaving only Lin Mo, Wang Yuqing, and Lu Yun in the room. This made Lin Mo and Lu Yun feel quite awkward, but the thick-skinned Wang Yuqing didn't care at all. Lu Yun felt utterly helpless with her good friend who was so spontaneous that she completely ignored others' feelings. Had they not grown up together from a young age, anyone else might have struggled to understand her behavior. This is precisely why she only had one friend, Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun didn't understand why the medical consultation required closing the door tightly, based on her trust in her best friend, she decided to cooperate. She was well aware that her best friend would absolutely never harm her. Lu Yun sat opposite Lin Mo, voluntarily extending her white wrist as an invitation. Dr. Lin, please do your best. A faint smile graced her face, her gentle voice like a spring breeze bringing comfort. Being the daughter of a county magistrate, she did not look down on Lin Mo's extremely simple attire in the slightest. From this, it was clear that she was an exceptionally cultured woman, naturally likable. Lin Mo nodded, ready to take her pulse, but was interrupted again by Wang Yuqing. Lin Mo, Yunjia has the same condition as me. There's no need for another diagnosis. Just go ahead and treat her. Yunjia, lie down on the bed, take off your clothes. Oh wait, exposing your abdomen will suffice. Just thinking about Lin Mo also seeing Yunjia naked filled Wang Yuqing with barely contained excitement. Even though Lu Yun was refined, she was still shocked by such indecent words. How could she, a maiden yet to marry, allow a strange man to see? Even if it was just her abdomen. Absolutely impossible. If word got out, how would Lu Yun ever be able to face people? She quickly withdrew her wrist, clearly refusing. Lin Mo was stunned into silence by her shocking actions. Wasn't this girl reckless enough to not hesitate dragging her best friend into danger? But somehow he liked it. Lin Mo was curious to see how the young lady would handle this situation. Oh come on, Yunjia. With all the knowledge you have, shouldn't you know a truth? Being afraid of sickness leads to worse consequences. Just think of him as a doctor, not a man. Wang Yuqing moved closer to Lu Yun, trying to persuade her gently. Speechless, Lu Yun thought to herself, isn't this rare, Wang Yuqing giving a lecture on principle? However, unlike Wang Yuqing, she was a person of strong principles. She had a clear understanding of love and marriage and longed for a beautiful future. She believed that when truly in love, one should give themselves fully to their beloved as a sign of loyalty to love. So whether now or later, no matter what happened, her body could only belong to the person she loves and who loves her back. Hence, she firmly rejected Wang Yuqing. It's not possible. Wang Yuqing clutched her arm pouting while squatting next to her. Yunjia, it's really quick. Just lie there and let him give you a few acupuncture treatments. The pain will disappear instantly. That's exactly how I was cured. At this moment, Lin Mo couldn't help sighing mentally, thinking she didn't seem to have any good ways to convince her friend. Why would anyone listen to her? Lu Yun stared at Wang Yuqing blankly, astonished that she would accept such treatment methods. She had always been so conservative. Even if this man was handsome, it wouldn't be worth sacrificing so much. Sorry Yuqing, I can't accept it. Lu Yun shook her head again. Yet Wang Yuqing stuck out her lower lip, looking like a child with her hurt expression, gently tugging on Lu Yun's sleeve. Yunjia. Seeing her own plan fail, her inner balance was lost again, filled with grievances. We vowed to share happiness and hardship equally. You must keep your promise. Realizing her best friend's grievances, Lu Yun sighed, taking Wang Yuqing's hand softly. Yuqing, I know you're doing this to help me. I'm glad Dr. Lin was able to cure you. I simply cannot accept this treatment method. She thought Wang Yuqing had brought Lin Mo over because they once said they would share happiness together. Lin Mo also considered this. In fact, he was about to say that Lu Yun's illness wasn't severe, requiring only medication and dietary adjustments for improvement. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Yuqing interrupted him. You are not allowed to speak further. She grabbed both of Lu Yun's hands pitifully. Yunjia, I want you to get better soon so you can live free from this terrible ailment, enjoying shared blessings. But you must also bear the difficulties together with me. What does this even mean? Lin Mo and Lu Yun were both puzzled, not knowing where the difficulty lay or how they were supposed to share it. You can't imagine, in the past few months, my pain has been worse than ever, as if there's an icy hand trying to rip out my insides. Every time this happens, I think dying might just be the easiest way out. Yunjia, it's not that I don't value myself. but the pain is simply unbearable. That's why I agreed to let Lin Mo treat me using this method. But we're unmarried girls. Having our stomachs seen by Lin Mo, the bad guy, isn't that a disaster? Since we're best sisters, I thought you should share this disaster with me. Wang Yuqing's logic grew more and more incomprehensible with every word, even beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was as if she had fallen into a pit of mud, determined to drag her good sister down too, because sharing disasters meant enduring everything together. Who taught her such a lesson? Lu Yun, hearing her inner thoughts, didn't know how to respond for a moment. She understood her best friend had no ill intention, otherwise, she wouldn't have disclosed all these strange ideas. Despite the wild imagination behind them, Lin Mo fully supported Wang Yuqing's thinking at this very moment. True friends must endure difficulties together. Besides, judging from what my father implies, he plans to marry me off to him. We vowed to be together forever, so you can't abandon me. Wang Yuqing continued. Forever together? How strange that sounded. Just when their friendship seemed on the verge of ending, after an intense internal struggle, Lu Yun made a decision that surprised Lin Mo greatly. Dr. Lin, please take care of it from here. I do have one request. Could you keep this secret between us sisters? Although Uncle Wang likes you, we still don't know you well enough. So, I'd like some time to get to know each other better before making any decisions later. Lu Yun turned around, her cheeks slightly red, but her beautiful eyes gazed seriously at Lin Mo. Chapter 31. The nearly 60-year-old chief disciple? It turned out that Lin Wo had underestimated the friendship between these two sisters. Lu Yun was actually willing to give up her principles for Wang Yuqing. That's great, Yun's sister. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Wang Yuqing was ecstatic and rushed into Lu Yun's arms, giving her a big hug. Yun's sister, actually, Lin Mo is quite a good person. Then she leaned close to Lu Yun's ear and whispered softly. Daddy likes him very much and wants him as his son-in-law. I don't know what to do now. I'd like you to make the decision. They had always agreed. Either they both marry or neither of them does. All right, Lu Yun said bitterly. She made this decision entirely to take care of her best friend's feelings. She had her own principles when it came to marriage and love, but she also had her promise to her best friend. Between the two, she ultimately chose the latter. Actually, your symptoms are much milder than Miss Wang's. With just medication, the pain can be relieved. After taking some herbal remedies regularly for a period and dietary adjustments, you will recover completely. If you don't want to proceed this way, I can write you a prescription. Lin Mo may have harbored lustful thoughts, but he also had conscience. Lu Yun had been kind to him, so naturally he would not deliberately harm her. To his surprise, Lu Yun refused directly. Thank you for your kindness, but please treat me with the same method. Though she refused, she developed more respect toward Lin Mo. This made her believe that Lin Mo was an upright doctor, rather than a lecherous man. All right, Lin Mo nodded. Please prepare, Miss Lu. He then turned around and bolted the door. Since Lu Yun had already decided, she no longer hesitated. Supported by Wang Yuqing, she came to the bed, took off her clothes, and lay down. She covered herself with 2 quilts, one above and one below, revealing only her smooth, flawless abdomen. Half an hour later, the treatment ended. With Wang Yuqing present throughout, Lin Mo did nothing but treat her. Of course, even if Wang Yuqing hadn't been there, Lin Mo wouldn't have done anything improper. Dr. Lin's hands heal magically. Indeed, I feel no pain at all now. My whole abdomen feels warm. Lu Yun, who had initially doubted him, was thoroughly astonished by Lin Mo's medical skills. She had never imagined that her long-standing problem with painful menstruation, which many renowned doctors could not solve, had been easily cured by Lin Mo. I was right, wasn't I? Wang Yuqing felt reassured now. Not only had her dear sister's ailment been cured, but she had also gone through the same ordeal. This was true sharing in joy and suffering alike. In the future, their friendship would only grow stronger. Oh, Lin Mo, why did I fall asleep after my last treatment, while Yun's sister seemed exceptionally spirited? Wang Yuqing curiously asked. Lin Mo smiled and explained. Your constitutions are different. Oh, Wang Yuqing didn't think much about it. You're the doctor, so your word counts. Lin Mo went behind the screen, and once Lu Yun had dressed, the 3 of them went out. By then, quite a few people were gathered at the door. There were 2 maidservants, the previously seen Cloud Steward and Kwang Doctor, and 2 beautiful women. Also, there were 7 or 8 county government guards. Yin Yun, I heard that Yuxing brought a doctor to treat you. How did it go? What did the doctor say? One of the beautiful women hurried forward anxiously. Mother, Lu Yun called out, with a fleeting awkwardness passing through her eyes, luckily unnoticed by others. It's this Dr. Lin. He has cured my daughter. She doesn't hurt anymore. In fact, she feels really hungry. Lu Yun glanced at Lin Mo, but as their eyes met, she couldn't maintain her usual composure. As if touched by electricity, she quickly looked away. Clearly, she was unable to face him naturally since he had seen her body healed. The beautiful woman was greatly shocked. As a mother, she knew how much pain this disease had caused her daughter. Each time during her menstrual cycle, her daughter's face would turn pale, weak, and without appetite. For 7 days, she ate less food than she normally would in 2 days, causing her to lose several pounds each time, which made her heartbroken as a mother. However, at that moment, she noticed that her daughter's complexion was rosy, and her spirit excellent, showing no signs of being sick at all. She wasn't a doctor, nor was she concerned about the specifics of how her daughter had been healed. All she knew was that her daughter was truly healed. Hurry, tell the kitchen to prepare the dishes that the miss loves most, steamed chicken with vinegar and preserved fish pieces. A simple comment about feeling hungry made her, as a mother, extraordinarily delighted. Mother, Yuqing and Dr. Lin haven't eaten yet either. Lu Yun reminded her mother that guests were still present. Yes, yes, yes. You see, I got so excited that I forgot. Instruct the kitchen to prepare a banquet and properly entertain Dr. Lin. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, Dr. Kwong, who had been sizing up Lu Yun for quite a while, curiously stepped forward. As an outstanding doctor, he possessed some skills in visual diagnosis and olfactory diagnosis. From Lu Yun's complexion and her voice when speaking, he could determine that Lu Yun's illness was truly cured. He found it hard to believe. Miss Lu, could you allow this old man to check your pulse? Dr. Kwong had no other intentions. He merely wanted to see how Miss Lu's current physical condition stood. Let Dr. Kwong take a look as well, the beautiful woman said, trusting Dr. Kwong's medical abilities. Lu Yun extended her hand, and Dr. Kwong placed 2 fingers on her wrist, carefully examining her pulse. The more he checked, the more shocked he became. Lu Yun's pulse was steady and smooth, as if there were a fire inside her body accelerating her blood circulation. The original accumulation of cold energy within her had all been expelled by this fire. It was simply incredible that someone could possess such advanced medical skills. A divine doctor indeed. After a short moment, he withdrew his hand and bowed to Lu Yun. Without saying a word, he walked straight up to Lin Mo. Wang Yuqing thought that he intended to make things difficult for Lin Mo and tightened her fists. Instead, Dr. Kwong suddenly began rubbing his hands together, his face full of flattery. Dr. Lin is young and accomplished, and his godly medical arts command admiration. Now I understand why the title of contemporary divine doctor has remained unclaimed, because it has been waiting for you. Despite his age, his blatant fawning and obsequiousness chilled those around him. Lin Mo couldn't figure out what this old guy was scheming, and instinctively kept his distance. However, Dr. Kwong stepped closer with a leer, his eyes lustful. Divine Dr. Lin, surely you don't yet have any disciples? What do you want? Lin Mo shuddered inwardly, thinking whether this old man might have peculiar fetishes. If not for his age, Lin Mo would have already kicked him far away. I wish to recommend myself as Divine Dr. Lin's top disciple. Surely, you wouldn't want these miraculous medical arts to be lost to future generations. Dr. Kwong's smile gradually shifted from being sleazy to self-indulgent. Upon hearing this statement, everyone present immediately went numb. Here was a nearly 60-year-old man saying these words to a 16 or 17-year-old youth. You'll be 6 feet under before the young man even hits his prime. Lin Mo was speechless. He had taken on many apprentices, but they had all been freshly graduated female medical students, vibrant and full of energy. Of course, Lin Mo was glad to personally tutor them in knowledge. But an old geezer? What were you coming here for? So without giving it a second thought, he firmly refused. I currently have no intention of taking on any more apprentices. To his great surprise, Dr. Kwong was elated and knelt down instantly. Master, please accept Kwong Liang as your disciple. Lin Mo, was I unclear, or is there something wrong with your ears? I clearly stated, I have no plans to take on apprentices. Chapter 32, The County Magistrate's Appreciation. It turns out that once the elders decide to lose face, the young really have no way to deal with them. You can't hit or scold them. You can only watch helplessly as he bows 3 times in succession. And just like that, the master-apprentice ceremony was hastily over. Lin Mo would never have thought that in his previous life, he managed to avoid all elder people who might fall on the ground. But in this life, he still couldn't escape from one. He thought Wang Yuling would step in and say a word for him, but instead found her laughing at the situation. Watching Kwong Liang kowtow 3 times and remain kneeling without getting up, Lin Mo looked utterly helpless. Letting him kneel longer would definitely attract criticism. Old man, if you're going to worship me as your master even at your age, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lin Mo helplessly pulled Kwong Liang up. The latter was elated and revealed an expression surpassing the mundane world. An ancient scholar once said, those with knowledge can be teachers, regardless of their age. Your medical skills are far superior to mine. It's an honor to have you as my master. Those who refuse to improve themselves and mock others instead are truly laughable and pathetic. Lin Mo didn't expect that this somewhat crazy old man had such awareness. This made Lin Mo feel more respect for him. It's rare for you to have this mindset. In the future, we can discuss medical-related issues mutually. As for the master-apprentice thing, there's no need to take it too seriously. However, the old man became serious. Hey, a day as a master means a lifetime as a master. The ceremony has been completed. How can it not count? Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. That's enough. Lin Mo quickly ran away. If I can't withstand the trouble, avoiding it should work, right? Miss Lu, weren't we supposed to eat? Let's go quick. Seeing Lin Mo running off, Wang Yuling burst into laughter, and even Lu Yun couldn't help but smile while guiding Lin Mo along. Dr. Lin, this way. Though barely escaping Kwong Liang's pursuit, Lin Mo still had to endure Wang Yuling's mockery. Ha ha ha, I've heard that Master Kwong has madness syndrome. Today's meeting truly proves he's extraordinary. Lin Mo, you'll become famous in Guangzhou soon. A 16 or 17-year-old boy taking a 60-year-old as an apprentice. If this news spread, it will surely be regarded as a joke. You may transcend the mundane world, but you cannot stop the mundane world from mocking you. I haven't agreed from start to end. It was all his wishful thinking, Lin Mo explained powerlessly. The apprenticeship ritual has already been done. Wang Yuling reminded softly. Thinking about this, Lin Mo felt his scalp tingle. He didn't want to talk about this matter anymore, so he asked the elegant woman beside him. Excuse me, madam, is the county magistrate back? How is the situation outside the city? Wang Yuling immediately put on a worried look. Alas, I don't know how our family is doing now. Since the rebel army's attack failed, landlords outside the city would be targeted. How could Tang family's walls and dozens of guards stand up to thousands of rebel attackers? Madame Lu said, "Don't worry, I will ask for you once Master comes back." Coincidentally, as soon as Madame Lu finished speaking, County Magistrate Lu, dressed in armor, walked in. His armor was still shiny, clearly showing that he hadn't undergone any battle. "Master, you're back." Madame Lu and another woman hurriedly came forward to greet him. She was Magistrate Lu's other wife, Lady Chun. The girl Yuling and Dr. Lin were worrying about the situation of the families outside the city. "Is there any news?" Madame Lu bowed, guiding County Magistrate Lu to sit at the main seat. After the bandits' ambush on the city gate failed, they retreated immediately. County Magistrate Lu picked up the tea handed by Lady Chun, took a sip, and spoke with a stern face. "Currently, the bandits' movements are unclear. I have already sent someone to inquire about your father's situation." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Wang Yuling stood up and bowed. "May I ask, County Magistrate Lu, where did the bandits come from? Will they raid nearby villages?" Lin Mo was also concerned about the situation at home. If they encounter the rebels, with Qin He's appearance, the two sisters were bound to run into trouble. Thinking of this, he became extremely anxious. County Magistrate Lu looked at him and asked Wang Yuling, "Who is he?" When he saw Lin Mo at the city gate, he assumed Lin Mo was Wang Yuling's servant. But now he couldn't imagine why Lin Mo appeared at his dining table. Wang Yuling hurriedly replied, "Uncle Lu, his name is Lin Mo. He is from Chengting, just like me. He is a doctor and cured my illness, so I brought him here to cure Sister Yun." Lu Yun added, "Dr. Lin's medical skills are exceptional. My condition has already been cured by him." Oh, now it was County Magistrate Lu's turn to be astonished. "I didn't expect that such a young Dr. Lin is not only a remarkable archer, but also possesses incredible healing abilities." When he inquired about the details of the gate battle, he had already learned from Li Ling that Lin Mo saved Guangzhou County. And now, upon hearing about Lin Mo's medical prowess, he was deeply shocked. "County Magistrate Lu is too kind," Lin Mo humbly replied, then asked, "May I ask County Magistrate Lu, when will the city gates open?" Thinking about the possibility of his crops being poisoned, Lin Mo was eager to return home. "I don't plan to open the city gates until we understand the direction and intention of the rebel army." As the county magistrate, he had to consider the safety of the townsfolk. Although Lin Mo felt a bit disappointed, he understood. "Since you possess extraordinary skills, have you ever considered serving the country?" Though Guangzhou is a border town, there are two military fortresses ahead that serve as barriers, enough to withstand invasions by foreign tribes. Thus, Guangzhou has little in terms of armed forces. Upon learning that Lin Mo never missed a shot, County Magistrate Lu immediately developed intentions to recruit him. "You've reached the age for conscription. If you join my troops, I can directly promote you to squad leader of the Archer Battalion." Upon hearing this, the guards at the door cast envious glances. The Great Gan dynasty operates on a military merit system. To rise from an ordinary soldier to squad leader, one must participate in at least 2 battles and kill more than 5 enemies to qualify. To be promoted to squad leader, one must take part in at least 5 battles and slay more than 10 enemies. Lin Mo would step into camp already holding the rank of squad leader, specifically the squad leader of the Archer Battalion, a position many struggle years to achieve. Could it not stir envy? In truth, for Lin Mo, this was an excellent choice. Being a soldier in the county is much better than the frontier or the front lines. During quiet times, one could even return home briefly, and the danger factor was greatly reduced. "Thank you for your appreciation, County Magistrate Lu. I would like to go home first before joining your army. Would that be acceptable?" Lin Mo couldn't let go of his wife. Since he married her, he had to take responsibility for them, a man's commitment. "Of course, there's no problem. You can bring your family to live in the city. The housing issue need not worry you. I'll arrange it." The county magistrate dangled another bait. He valued Lin Mo so highly because he lacked talent around him. Moreover, Lin Mo healed his beloved daughter's illness, which made Lin Mo somewhat indebted to their family. Both privately and officially, he needed to keep Lin Missouri close. "Thank you, County Magistrate Lu." Lin Mo clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing thanks again. Although he didn't want to work for others, this was the best way to protect his family. Chapter 33, The True Identity of the Qin Sisters. After eating a little, Lin Mo bid farewell to the family of Magistrate Lu. Wang Yuqing also wanted to go home and check the situation there, but she was stopped by Magistrate Lu and his daughter Lu Yun. They did not know what the situation outside the city was yet. For a girl to go out alone, it was too dangerous. Naturally, Lin Mo didn't want to take along someone who might slow him down. "Lin Mo, take this with you." Just as he was about to leave through the door, Lin Mo was called back again by Magistrate Lu. In the latter's hands was a bow. "This is the bow I usually use. Take it for self-defense on your journey. There are insufficient hands in the city now, so I can't spare anyone to protect you." A bow, a bag of arrows. Magistrate Lu personally handed them over to Lin Mo. Made from purple fir wood, the bow and arrows were far superior in both accuracy and strength compared to the birch longbows used by soldiers. Ordinary soldiers used bows that weighed 1 dan, while this bow probably weighed 3 dan. To give the bow he himself used to Lin Mo clearly showed how much Magistrate Lu valued him. Lin Mo had no idea what to say anymore and could only express his gratitude in 2 words, "Thank you. Lin Mo, stay safe." Just as Lin Mo turned around, Wang Yuqing's voice came from behind him. It was clear that Wang Yuqing was very concerned about his safety. Today was when Lin Mo had saved her life. In that critical moment, Lin Mo had not forgotten her, which already proved his integrity. Thus, although Lu Yun still wanted to get to know Lin Mo better, Wang Yuqing had already made her choice in her heart. "I will." Lin Mo turned back and gave her a slight smile. After bidding everyone farewell, Lin Mo reached the city gate. Guarding the city gate was still Captain Li Ling of the city guard. Knowing that Lin Mo was going to leave the city with the magistrate's permission, he confirmed the safety outside the city before ordering the soldiers to open a crack in the gate. Brother Lin, stay safe. I'm still looking forward to fighting alongside you. From the accompanying guards of the county office who accompanied Lin Mo, he had already learned that Lin Mo was going to join the county army, and he was full of anticipation. I'm also looking forward to it. Lin Mo thanked Li Ling for rescuing him from the panic of killing for the first time. He reminded Lin Mo of his drill master during university military training. After saying goodbye to the soldiers guarding the city, Lin Mo chose to run home. He did not encounter any rebels on the road, nor even saw a single corpse. Passing by several villages, none showed signs of having been plundered. Lin Mo couldn't help but think, these villages were so close to the city, they hadn't even been attacked. Could it be that these rebel forces wouldn't make things difficult for ordinary people? Since the uprising broke out, the great Qian dynasty had fallen into chaos. There were imperial troops, local warlords, as well as militiamen organized by the common folk. Among the rebel forces, some were disciplined, while others behaved recklessly. When the battle erupted at the city gate, many civilians were killed by the rebels. Therefore, Lin Mo instinctively thought they were a group of ruthless bandits. But now it seemed that things weren't exactly like that. Even though he saw that the nearby villages were unharmed, Lin Mo did not dare to waste time and quickly ran toward his home. A journey that would have taken 2 hours, Lin Mo completed in just a little over an hour. Since Wang Yuqing's manor wasn't on the way, Lin Mo didn't detour to check. Anyway, Magistrate Lu had already sent someone there, so it wasn't his responsibility to double-check. Upon returning to Shangyi village, Lin Mo was already sweating profusely, coincidentally bumping into Zhaoying. Lin Mo, didn't you go to the county town? Why did you come back so early? I thought you'd only return home when it got dark. What happened? Was there a wolf chasing after you? Zhaoying joked. The county town has been attacked by the rebels. Has anyone come here to raid our village? Lin Mo asked. There are rebels in our county? Zhaoying was shocked. This was certainly bad news. All those displaced persons encountered earlier were forced to leave their homes because of the rebels. He didn't want to end up the same way. Afraid, he rushed home right away. From his words, it was evident that Shangyi village was temporarily safe for now. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching home, he saw the two sisters cutting branches at the entrance. Against the wall stood 3 tree trunks that had already been repaired, each as thick as a bowl opening. Brother-in-law, Qin Miao saw Lin Mo first. Dropping the branch in her arms, she ran over joyfully. You're back? Sister said you wouldn't return until nightfall, never expecting you to be back so soon. But brother-in-law, didn't you buy anything? Why did you come back empty-handed? Seeing Lin Mo with nothing in his hands, Qin Miao tilted her head and asked. Qin He put down the hatchet and seeing Lin Mo sweating profusely, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Husband, you've worked hard. Salamander, hurry up and bring husband a cup of water. Qin He picked up a towel and wiped Lin Mo's sweat. Qin Miao hurried inside, filled a glass of water, and brought it out. Brother-in-law, drink the water. Galugulu. Lin Mo drank it all in one breath, feeling much more comfortable afterward. Husband, did something happen? Qin, he was very intelligent. Seeing Lin Mo return empty-handed and drenched in sweat, she immediately guessed that something had happened. Lin Mo nodded. Rebel forces attacked the city. Although the city held out, the rebels have vanished without a trace. I was worried they might attack our village, so I rushed back here as quickly as I could. Fortunately, you two are unharmed. Upon hearing about the rebels, both sisters instantly showed anger on their faces. While Qin He managed to conceal her emotions, Qin Miao wore her anger openly on her face. Husband, did you not encounter the rebels? Qin He asked with concern. Not only did I encounter them, but we also engaged in combat, and I killed a few of them. Lin Mo briefly recounted the battle at the city gate. After listening, Qin Miao shouted emotionally, good, those rebels deserve death. Brother-in-law, kill them all. Thinking of how more than 10 members of her family were brutally murdered by the rebels, Qin Miao broke down in tears instantly. Qin He quickly embraced her, comforting her repeatedly. Salameo, don't cry. It's all over now. Seeing Qin Miao sob uncontrollably, Lin Mo felt sorrowful too. He knew that for Qin Miao to find closure, she would need to confront her past. Salameo, be a good girl and tell your brother-in-law what happened. Lin Mo gently patted her back. His soothing voice gradually calmed Qin Miao. Our father was the governor of Shangyong Prefecture. Through tear-streaked eyes, Qin Miao narrated the fate of her family. Shangyong, which belonged to Jing Province and bordered Yi Province, held great strategic significance, making it one of the most heavily hit areas during the uprising. Rumors spread that it fell soon after the rebellion began. As the governor of Shangyong Prefecture, naturally, he became the primary target for the rebels. After breaking through the city's defenses to assert their authority, the rebels slaughtered Qin He's entire family. Since the two sisters were shopping when the city fell, they managed to hide in an ordinary citizen's home and thus escaped a similar fate. To witness the execution of one's own family while being unable to do anything must have left an unbearable grief within the hearts of the two women. Even before their story ended, both sisters were already crying uncontrollably. Lin Wo had no idea they bore such deep-seated enmity, so he hugged both of them tightly into his embrace, his tone firm. I cannot change the past, but I will do my utmost to take care of your future. Chapter 34, The Female Zuga. Husband, thank you. The fact that Miao and I met you in such dire straits is the greatest blessing of our lives. Lin Mo's words made Qin He feel warmth she'd never experienced before. On their journey fleeing as refugees, they had endured nothing but cold stares and exclusion. There were even several close calls with death. Coming to Xiangyi village to seek marriage was a last resort decision when all other paths seemed blocked. Originally expecting a gloomy future, unexpectedly, amidst this desolate land, they found light belonging uniquely to them. The three embraced tightly for a long time. He also gradually let go of the hatred in her heart, no longer dwelling on thoughts of revenge. Her current biggest wish was simply to peacefully spend each day ahead alongside Nero. Husband, who would have thought that even Guangzhou, so remote a place, has seen rebels? Do you know how many people have come? After consoling Qin Miao, he started talking with Lin Mo about this issue. Because it was such a significant matter, they had to be cautious. Just one wrong decision might result in irreparable consequences. I'm not sure exactly how many, but County Magistrate Liu said there are 3,000 or 4,000 surrounding the city. Lin Mo had learned from County Magistrate Liu, and although the bandits had retreated, Liu always felt that they wouldn't give up easily. So many. The number of bandits startled Qin He. Based on your description, husband, this was likely just a probing attack by the rebel army. It's evident they immediately withdrew after failing to capture the city gates. This shows that they are a well-disciplined rebel force, surely led by a capable commander behind the scenes. Therefore, those you've seen aren't necessarily all of them. Either part of their forces are hiding, or these were just their vanguard. Listening to Qin He's spot-on analysis, Lin Mo felt surprised, because it matched perfectly with County Magistrate Liu's speculation. Are you knowledgeable about military strategy as well? Lin Mo looked curiously at the delicate woman in front of him, feeling again that sense of disbelief. Could such an outstanding woman really have been picked up without spending a single coin? Qin He felt some remorse. Husband, please forgive my previous lack of focus on proper housekeeping. From now on, I will definitely learn how to manage the household and take care of our family responsibilities. According to the customs of this world, everything she had learned before qualified as neglecting proper responsibilities. For a woman, embroidery, cooking, managing the household, and nurturing children were the appropriate skills. But Lin Mo smiled unconcerned. I don't consider what you've learned to be neglecting your responsibilities. On the contrary, all the things you've studied are very useful. Embroidery and household duties are something everyone can do, but those skills only prove helpful during peaceful times. This is a chaotic era, where any ability that helps them survive is a good one. Do you truly believe that, husband? A faint joy stirred within Qin He. It seems her husband's thinking is more elevated than ordinary country folk. No, it's actually superior to the majority of men. Being acknowledged by others feels truly wonderful. Following your analysis, what do you think will happen next in Guangzhou County? Lin Mo nodded and continued discussing with her. Although Qin Miao didn't understand much, she still sat beside, her hands propping her cheeks, watching the two. According to my understanding of the rebel forces, they typically occupy cities as strongholds to replenish personnel and supplies. Guangzhou City serves as the supply transfer station between Zanka and Tumu, two major military fortresses. It usually has some food reserves, but the number of defending troops is quite small. Thus, the bandit army will undoubtedly try every possible means to seize this city and secure its resources. Qin He carefully analyzed. In other words, the situation is much graver than what County Magistrate Liu and Lin Mo mentioned. Based on Qin He's analysis, the rebel army numbers over 4,000 people, while the defending soldiers inside the city barely reach 600. Even if Guangzhou's walls are sturdy, how long could they possibly withstand an assault? Therefore, husband, currently, the area outside the city may be safer than inside. This was Qin He's final conclusion. After hearing this, Lin Mo was in a dilemma since he had already promised County Magistrate Liu. I don't quite understand. If the bandit army has the ability to besiege the city, why did they come first to probe? Isn't that stirring up the hornet's nest unnecessarily? At first, Lin Mo firmly intended to bring the two women into the city to take refuge. But if Qin He's analysis proved correct, the city would become a cage trapping them. Who knew if the rebels, after breaking into the city, wouldn't resort to mass executions to instill fear? Ever since Liu Shantong blew the first trumpet of rebellion, in less than 8 months, there have already been at least 10 cities that suffered brutal massacres. Some of the rebels are indeed devoid of humanity, employing any means necessary to achieve their goals, treating the lives of commoners like swine or dogs. Due to countless precedents, Lin Mo dared not gamble with their lives. Perhaps, that's exactly what they want, to stir up the hornet's nest. The Chinese idiom brought up a bold hypothesis in Qin He's mind. Lin Mo's face showed confusion. The result of their action is even stricter defense. County Magistrate Liu has dispatched more people to all the city gates, and the patrols on the city wall have increased from 2 teams to 5. This way, isn't it becoming more difficult for them to attack the city? Qin He shook her head and patiently explained. This is exactly the purpose of alarming the snake by beating the grass. Think about it. Guangzhou County focuses its attention and defensive strength entirely on the city walls, which must leave the inside of the city thinly defended. Lin Mo was suddenly startled. Do you mean that the rebels had already sent people into the city? The purpose of alarming the snake is to facilitate the preparation of the insiders. Shit, these rebel forces are too cunning. Who could have thought that they would use such a suicidal method to alarm the snake and draw the defenders' attention? It can't be helped. I need to inform County Magistrate Liu as soon as possible so they can prepare. Lin Mo's first reaction was to relay this information to County Magistrate Liu. Probably it's too late. Qin He suddenly held Lin Mo's hand. I estimate that the rebels will take action tonight. Why? Sensing Qin He's concern, Lin Mo immediately calmed down. He realized that the wife he picked up by chance turned out to be another female Zuga. The rebels' move of alarming the snake is a very risky one because County Magistrate Liu will definitely send immediate requests for reinforcements to both Zonka and Tomu strongholds. The bandit army must act quickly and decisively before reinforcements arrive. Tomu is only 200 li away from Guangzhou. If County Magistrate Liu sends a fast horse messenger and Tomu dispatches cavalry support, it will only take one day. By tomorrow evening at dusk, reinforcements can arrive. Therefore, the best time for the rebel army to launch an attack is tonight. Earlier, I wasn't sure about the exact number of rebel troops, but now I can estimate that their numbers won't be less than 6,000. So, regardless of whether County Magistrate Liu realizes the existence of insiders within the city, the outcome tonight will still be the city falling. They went through such great lengths probably just to minimize losses. Qin He's analysis left Lin Mo drenched in cold sweat. If everything goes as she said, then his return rushing back due to missing them just saved his life. Thinking about the impending fall of Guangzhou City, Lin Mo's mind felt somewhat chaotic. He grabbed the bow given to him by County Magistrate Liu, not knowing what choice to make. Chapter 35, Overnight. When it came to the topic of the rebels attacking the city, Qin He seemed like a completely different person. She was no longer shy or timid. Instead, confidence naturally flowed from her. All her analyses were perfectly logical, leaving Lin Mo with no choice but to believe her. He couldn't bear to watch County Magistrate Liu's family get murdered, but he lacked the ability to stop the rebels. It was unreasonable to risk his own life just to save others. Moreover, even if he went, it wouldn't change anything, just perhaps cost him his own life. Xiaohe, you're so smart. You must have a way to save them, right? Lin Mo was not a military enthusiast. In his previous life, he had at most watched a few anti-Japanese war dramas and historical novels, and knew nothing about warfare. Thus, he could only place his hopes on Qin He, the female strategist. But this did pose a challenge for Qin He. Although she was well-versed in military tactics, much of it was theoretical. She had never actually led troops into battle and lacked experience in dealing with such emergencies. Besides, time was already running out. Qin He looked apologetic as she held Lin Mo's hand. My lord, these are all my wild guesses. Perhaps none of them will happen. If you're worried, let's go to the county town tomorrow to see how things are. If the city still stands tomorrow, it would mean her predictions were wrong. However, if they were correct, tonight's Guangzhou city would be extremely dangerous. She sympathized with the people inside Guangzhou, but she didn't want Lin Mo to run into danger because of her predictions. Although this thought might seem selfish, during turbulent times, any excessive sympathy could endanger oneself and those closest to them. Seeing Qin He's concerned gaze, Lin Mo nodded. I'll do as you say. Being incapable, yet risking one's own safety to rescue others, that was something a saint would do. The only thing Lin Mo could do now was silently pray for Magistrate Liu and his family. Xiaohe, there's a bow and arrows at home for you to use. Practice first, and I'll make more arrows just in case. No one knew whether the rebels would come and raid the village, so they had to prepare for the worst. Lin Mo took the machete and headed to the bamboo forest in the mountains. As soon as he stepped out, he met Zhao Yangshi. Little Mo, what have you been doing? You're all sweaty. Zhao Yangshi curiously asked. She carried a bamboo basket full of clothes, holding 2 4- to 5-year-old children by the hand. The boy was 5, named Zhao Cheng. The girl was 4, with the nickname Aman. When Lin Mo's parents left, he was only 13 years old, and during tough times, Zhao Yangshi's family often helped him out. Perhaps inheriting emotions from his former self, Lin Mo also felt deep gratitude toward Zhao Yangshi. 2 years ago, Zhao Yangshi's husband was captured while building roads and killed during a Chang tribe attack. Ever since then, their lives became increasingly difficult. Young auntie, going to wash clothes? Lin Mo greeted her. I heard you went to the county town. Why did you return so early? Did you run back? Zhao Yangshi asked casually. Lin Mo hesitated whether to tell her about the rebels attacking the county town. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Even if the rebels were really coming, what could the villagers do once they found out? They were just old, weak women and children. Could they possibly resist? If the rebels didn't come, everyone would blame him for causing panic. Hey, Auntie Yang, I got some cloth. Could you help me make a few sets of clothes? And cut a few feet more. Make 1 set each for little Cheng and a man too. The 2 kids had never worn new clothes since they were born. After their father died, she modified his clothes to fit the children. To be precise, what they wore wasn't clothing but patches of fabric sewn together. Now that you've got a wife, Zhao Yangshi glanced at Qin He and her sister sitting at the door, asking curiously in a low voice. Isn't making clothes something every good housewife should know how to do? Lin Mo laughed awkwardly. She doesn't know how. Zhao Yangshi immediately rolled her eyes. Little Mo, not to scold you, but marrying a wife is for living together, not just admiring her pretty face. This woman, realizing Zhao Yangshi was about to lecture him, Lin Mo quickly interrupted. Haha, please take care of this matter for me then. He knew Zhao Yangshi had good intentions, but he didn't need this kind of nagging. Xiaohe, meow meow, help measure Auntie Yang's size. I'll go chop bamboo. Lin Mo knew Zhao Yangshi was kind-hearted and wouldn't cause trouble for Qin He and her sister, so he grabbed the machete and left the scene. Mom, can we follow Brother Lin to chop bamboo in the mountains? Brother Zhao Cheng and his sister liked Lin Mo very much. When they saw him heading into the mountain, they wanted to join him for fun. Your brother Lin has something important to do. Afraid of disturbing Lin Mo, Zhao Yangshi hesitated, but Lin Mo said it was fine. It's okay, Auntie Yang. I'll take good care of them. So, Zhao Yangshi put down her laundry, measured Qin He and her sister's sizes. Since the 2 sides weren't familiar, there wasn't much further conversation. By the time Lin Mo returned after chopping bamboos, Zhao Yangshi had already washed several pieces of clothes by the stream. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng and a man were playing in front of Lin Mo's house. After Zhao Yangshi finished washing the clothes, Lin Mo brought the fabric to send them home and gave them 3 gin of rice and a piece of deer liver as a token of appreciation. Naturally, Zhao Yangshi was unwilling to accept it. In this era, no one was wealthy. However, no matter how she declined, Lin Mo insisted persistently. Even though he couldn't save County Magistrate Liu and others, he was more than willing to offer help within his ability. These items wouldn't affect the quality of Lin Mo's life, but could significantly improve the living conditions of Zhao Yangshi and her children. Moreover, he believed that with these additional items, Zhao Yangshi would be even more meticulous when making their clothes. Time flew by, and night fell quickly. After eating some hastily prepared dinner, all 3 went to bed early. Lin Mo woke up a few times in the middle of the night. Seeing that it was still dark, he continued sleeping, until the sky turned pale white at dawn. Lin Mo cut some minced meat and cooked fried rice with the leftover rice from last night and deer oil made the day before. The sounds of cooking woke Qin He and her sister. The strong aroma immediately refreshed them. After finishing the fried rice, the 3 headed to the county town. At this moment, the sky wasn't fully lit yet, and there wasn't a single pedestrian on the road. But when they reached the fork leading to Wang Caiju's estate, a group of rebels suddenly appeared ahead. Lin Mo quickly pulled them into the bushes by the roadside. Since the distance was quite far, Qin He and her sister could only vaguely make out the figures, but Lin Mo could clearly see their every move. They were heading toward the main road, each rebel carrying a bulging bag. Behind them were carts loaded with grain and valuables. Lin Mo could even see traces of blood on the rebels' bodies. This instantly led him to realize the Wang estate might have been plundered by the rebels. How could the rebels appear here? Did they not attack the city last night? With this question lingering in his mind, Lin Mo took another route and quickly made his way to the Wang estate to investigate. When he arrived, the rebels had completely withdrawn. Smoke was rising from the estate, and flames were still licking at the granary area. The gate was open, with several corpses lying sprawled near it. Having experienced what happened yesterday, Lin Mo no longer felt the slightest panic seeing those bodies. He observed for a while and confirmed that all the rebels had left before bringing the 2 sisters out. Soon, he saw a familiar face lying on the ground, Yang Xiong. His fatal wound was in the chest, where someone had stabbed him through. The other bodyguards also died in terrible conditions. As they entered further into the courtyard, the sight inside was even more horrifying. Corpses littered the ground, their blood turning the earth red, releasing a pungent and nauseating stench. The scene terrified Qin Miao so much that her face turned deathly pale, unable to take a deep breath. She covered her mouth with one hand and tightly clutched Lin Mo's clothes with the other. Facing this hellish scene, Qin He was in no better condition either. Chapter 36. The Wang family's calamity, ambush, and rescue. The bloodstains in the manor had already turned black and even seemed viscous. Lin Mo estimated the time of their death from this, which should have been sometime in the early night. It was unimaginable what happened here last night. There were more than 100 people in the entire manor, yet not a single living person was found. Lin Mo examined the wounds on the corpses and discovered that many of them had been inflicted after they had died. Whipping the corpses. These rebel soldiers are truly insane. Even after people are dead, they still stab them twice. Lin Mo couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Qin He patted her chest to calm her nausea down a bit, though she remained pale-faced. They're not insane. It's likely they were making sure no one survived by finishing off the wounded. During her escape with her sister, she encountered a battle between the rebels and the Dagon army. That time, the rebels achieved a complete victory, and she personally witnessed them checking the battlefield afterward. They finished off those who weren't dead or pretending to be. Lin Mo nodded, roughly guessing it could only be for that reason. Since the rebels cleaned up so thoroughly, there was probably no survivor left. Lin Mo just wanted to gather something useful now. However, all valuables had been completely looted by the rebels. Even the warehouse where Wang the landowner stored his supplies was burnt down. Watching the warehouse devoured by fierce flames, Lin Mo couldn't help feeling regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should have taken more yesterday when he came to the warehouse. There was no need to leave anything for the rebels. Searching around inside the manor, Lin Mo only managed to find some clothes and kitchenware like pots and pans, all of which he stashed into his portable space. Beyond that, there wasn't anything else useful. The rebels, like locusts, hadn't left behind a grain of rice or a piece of iron. Yet, the sight of him touching something and making it vanish into thin air amazed the 2 sisters. Brother-in-law, is this the magic trick you used to take my sisters and mine clothes? Seeing such a curious ability, Qin Miao quickly became interested, scattering some of her fear. Lin Mo nodded, devising a rationale in mind. One day, I dreamt about an old immortal with both beard and hair white as snow. He taught me this skill, telling me it was called sleeve-containing vastness. I thought it was merely a dream, but when I woke up, I really gained this ability. Dreamed about an immortal? Both sisters marveled. Brother-in-law is truly talented. We knew you were no ordinary person. In feudal times, everyone believed in spirits and demons, especially in turbulent times when people sought spiritual solace. Therefore, they had no doubt in believing Lin Mo received his power from an immortal. My abilities must remain a secret. Do not tell others to avoid attracting troublemakers and disasters, Lin Mo advised. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Even if someone held a knife to Miao Miao's neck, I wouldn't divulge a word. Qin Miao immediately raised her right hand and promised Lin Mo. After ransacking the Wang residence, Lin Mo noticed a peculiar thing. He didn't see the body of Wang the landowner, nor those of his many concubines. Furthermore, the number of guards also appeared much fewer than he knew. Did Wang the landowner manage to escape successfully? This was good news, at least for Wang Yuqing. Lin Mo had no intention of searching for Wang the landowner. They continued toward the county town. Because the main road offered little cover and was easily spotted, Lin Mo worried about bumping into rebels, choosing instead to walk through forest trails. Having lived in this area since childhood, Lin Mo was familiar with the terrain and smaller roads. On the way, he saw many villages burned to the ground, and bodies of villagers lying along the roadside. Clearly, the rebels were far less merciful than he imagined the previous day. These people wave the flag of justice, yet engage in robbery and killing. Upon seeing an entire village slaughtered, He could no longer suppress the anger inside her, denouncing the rebels' brutal and unjust actions. Lin Mo could only express sympathy regarding this. As they grew closer to the county, they encountered more bodies. Villagers who didn't manage to flee all became victims of the rebels' swords. Quick, catch up with them. Don't let them escape. Ha ha ha. You can't get away. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached Lin Mo's ears. He pulled the two girls down and hid among nearby grasses immediately. You hear that? Someone's coming. What? Both women looked utterly baffled. Qin Miao perked up her ears, even using her hands to cup them, but did not hear any sound of someone speaking. No sound at all. Brother-in-law, did you make a mistake? Don't scare Miao Miao. No sound. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that his hearing was several times better than normal people's. The sounds were transmitted from afar, so naturally they wouldn't hear it. Wang Yun, what should we do? I can't run anymore. Very soon, Lin Mo heard a familiar voice. Wang Yuqing, how could she be here? Could it be that the city has really fallen? The worst thing he worried about still happened, and Lin Mo instantly felt helpless. At the same time, he also had a new understanding of Qin He's abilities. He had truly married a female Zhuge Liang after all the confirmations. Yuqing, hang on. They can't catch you at any cost. Lu Yun gritted her teeth and dragged Wang Yuqing to escape. Miss, you go ahead. I'll hold them back. Clang clang. Ah, Sister Yin. Huff huff, I can't run anymore, huff huff. Voices from afar kept coming, getting clearer and clearer. It showed that they were getting closer in this direction. Little He, the enemy is coming our way. Lin Mo looked seriously at Qin He. He needed her help now. The rebels are chasing my friends. I want to see if we can save them. Saving people is important, but it must be under the premise of ensuring one's own safety first. Lin Mo observed his surroundings and soon found two hidden hillocks by the road. Because the slopes were quite steep, to get up there one would have to take a detour, which was conducive to both ambushes and retreats. Since they're your friend, we must help. Tell me what to do, my lord. Qin He gathered her courage and said. She unconditionally supported Lin Mo's decision. We'll lay an ambush over there. If there aren't too many of the rebels, we'll lend a hand. But if there are too many, we'll give up. Lin Mo started to deploy a battle plan. Okay. Qin He nodded. I'll listen to you. As the enemies got closer, both sisters' hearts were in their throats. Lin Mo was similarly a bit nervous. However, having experienced yesterday's events, he quickly adjusted his emotions and pulled Qin He's hand. Don't be afraid. Everything's on me. Okay. Qin He immediately calmed down. I can't run anymore, Sister Yin. You don't have to care about me. Run fast. As the sounds came closer, several familiar figures appeared in Lin Mo's line of sight first. Wang Yuqing was leaning against a big tree, out of breath, even to the point of vomiting. Clearly, her body that had never exercised much had reached its limit. I can't run either. Lu Yun also stopped, with a pitiful face. Today, the two of us sisters will share the same fate. Chapter 37. The arrow skills that made the rebels shiver. Miss, let's go. The rebels are coming. Just as Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing, the two sisters, had stopped to catch their breath, several guards arrived. Leading them was a female guard in military armor. She tried to lift Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing, but the two refused to get up no matter what. Ling guard, save yourself. We can't run any further. Lu Yun didn't want to drag down her subordinates, so she pushed the female guard away. However, the guards remained extremely loyal. The master gave Ling Wei the task of ensuring Miss's safety. How could Ling Wei abandon the miss and flee alone? After saying this, she ordered the other guards to form a circle and shield Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing. The rebels soon caught up. Fortunately, there weren't many rebels, only about 40 or so. Hey, girls, why have you stopped running? The rebel leader, carrying a large sword, strutted forward with great arrogance. Seeing Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing collapsed on the ground like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, he was overjoyed. You've run out of energy, huh? Just obediently follow me back. You're so pretty. I will definitely pamper and love you, huh? Ha ha ha. The surrounding rebels also burst into laughter. If you dare touch Miss even once. Ling Wei pointed her sword at the rebel leader and launched the first attack. It was evident as she executed a fierce set of sword skills akin to wild gales, forcing the rebel leader to retreat step by step. That tall rebel leader, surprisingly, was no match for this frail woman. Shit, where does this bitch come from? Daring to ruin my fun. Charge together, take them down, but don't harm my beauties. The rebel leader was forced to retreat, realizing he was no match for Ling Wei, and decided to fight unfairly without honor, ordering a group assault. Despite Ling Wei and the other few guards fighting fiercely with their lives on the line, they were only 5 people. A tiger cannot withstand the strength of numerous wolves, and soon, 2 of them fell. Each of these 2 guards managed to pull down one enemy before dying. Well, since father and mother are gone anyway, what meaning is there in living alone in this world? As she watched the guards failing to hold out, Lu Yun silently pulled out the dagger she kept for self-defense. This dagger was given to her by her father just before they parted ways. Little did she know, that parting would be forever. Yuqing sister, I will accompany you. Wang Yuqing also took out her dagger, determination in her eyes. I'd rather die than endure the disgrace from these filth. Both hands tightly gripping the dagger, she aimed it at her chest. Lu Yun showed no hesitation either, because she knew that only through her death could Ling Wei escape without hindrance. There had already been too many deaths this night, and it was unnecessary to involve more faithful guards like Ling Wei. Yet, as the two women prepared to end their own lives, an arrow suddenly flew from afar. Whoosh! A rebel responded to the sound and fell, his body dropping right in front of the two women. Dumbfounded, both stared at the corpse, unable to comprehend what happened. The arrow was incredibly accurate, striking directly between the rebels' eyebrows, frightening the surrounding rebels as well. They immediately crouched lower, warily looking around. Ling Wei's reaction speed was extremely fast, and she loudly shouted, "Great! Our reinforcements have arrived." Where could reinforcements have come from? Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing were thoroughly confused. The rebel leader also seemed momentarily deceived by her words, causing disorder within the rebel ranks. The pressure on Ling Wei and the others lessened considerably. However, one injured guard, after killing another rebel, was kicked from behind by another rebel and knocked to the ground. His longsword slipped from his hand, landing nearby. The cruel expression returned to the face of the rebel, who raised his iron cleaver to chop down at the fallen guard's head. But before the blade could fall, an arrow pierced through his neck from behind, shooting straight through it. Looking down at the protruding arrow in disbelief, he died never understanding why this outcome befell him. With another rebel falling, the others began panicking and grew hesitant in their fight against Ling Wei and the remaining two. Yuqing, look at that arrow. Seeing someone was here to rescue them, Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing temporarily abandoned their suicidal thoughts. Regaining composure, Lu Yun quickly recognized the arrows used to kill the rebels. What's special about that arrow? Wang Yuqing was puzzled. It's father's arrow. Lu Yun whispered a reminder. Father's arrow? Are you saying father hasn't died? Wang Yuqing's eyes widened in shock, her disbelief clearly showing. When escaping from Guangzhou City, they had personally witnessed County Magistrate Lu being speared in the back by the enemy to protect the retreat of the citizens. Have you forgotten? Yesterday, father handed over his arrows to Dr. Lin. Thinking of her father's tragic death, uncontrollable grief welled up inside Lu Yun. You mean Lin Mo has come to rescue us? Yuqing Wang also came to her senses at this moment. As arrows continued to fly in from afar, every single arrow took the life of a rebel without fail. This significantly lifted the morale of Ling Wei and her two comrades who had been battling desperately. In the depths of despair, they saw a glimmer of hope, and despite their utter exhaustion, a new surge of strength welled up within them. Over there. Shit, it's just one man. Kill him for me. The rebels had spotted Lin Mo's position, and under the command of their leader, 10 of them charged toward his location. However, Lin Mo remained calm as he continued to shoot down enemies from afar. Every one of his arrows found its mark, striking terror into the hearts of the rebels, while greatly relieving the pressure on Ling Wei and her group. Several times, it was Lin Mo's arrows that had pulled them back from the brink of death. When the 10 rebels reached the foot of the slope, they were temporarily unable to climb due to its vertical, even backwards tilting angle. But since the slope wasn't very high, they split into two groups, 5 crouching down with their hands on their knees while the other 5 prepared to leap upward with the help of their companion's support. Swoosh! Just as they were about to make a dash, an arrow suddenly flew past, directly pinning itself to the face of one rebel. Despite the limited power of bamboo arrows and the shooter's physical strength, at such close range and with perfect aim, it was enough to take a life. The archer, naturally, was Qin He, who had been building up her momentum for quite some time. Lin Mo then turned his arrowhead, shooting another rebel dead. 3 rebels successfully made the jump, grabbing onto the tree roots above their heads, aided by those below, who raised their feet upwards. You are all going to die. Just as one of the rebels was about to climb up, Qin Miao appeared before him with a large rock in hand. Her eyes were bloodshot as she let out a fierce scream filled with hatred that surged from deep within her heart. This hatred gave her immense courage. She brought down the large rock with great force onto the rebel's head. Bang! The rebel's skull cracked open, and he fell down dead instantly. The other 2 were shot down separately by Lin Mo and Qin He. With the first round of attacks failing, the remaining 5 rebels huddled tightly against the sloped surface, too terrified to show themselves. They were now at a distinct disadvantage, knowing full well that any exposure would result in being targeted and killed. However, the nearest gentle slope was hundreds of steps away. Circling around there would mean leaving the current battlefield. For the moment, they were uncertain about what to do next. Seeing that the rebels couldn't ascend, Lin Mo grew more confident and focused on shooting down distant enemies. County Magistrate Lu had given him a quiver with 30 arrows, which was more than enough to send everyone in sight to their deaths. Chapter 38. Are all the people we save beauties? Seeing the failure of the small team's assault, and more than half of them dead or wounded, and still unable to defeat Ling Wei and the other 2, the rebel leader began to panic. Lin Mo's archery was too terrifying. As his men were gradually being wiped out, he himself was losing the courage to fight. If things went on like this, the whole army would probably be wiped out. Retreat! The rebel leader clenched his teeth, and angrily yet helplessly shouted. Then, he disregarded the lives of the 5 people at the bottom of the slope and fled. The rebels fighting against Ling Wei and the other 2 also withdrew from the battle and disappeared into the woods. Shit! These bastards! The rebels at the bottom of the slope were furious upon realizing they'd been abandoned. They could only hug the base of the slope and flee in another direction. After confirming through superhuman hearing that all the rebels had retreated, Lin Mo finally emerged from behind the bushes. Lin Mo, Wang Yuding saw him and quickly waved as she stood up. Her joy after surviving a near-death situation was evident. Lu Yun also stood up, full of gratitude for Lin Mo saving her. On the side, Ling Wei and the other three seized the opportunity to sit down and rest while staying alert around them. Lin Mo found a vine to descend the slope and came to their location. For safety reasons, Qin He and her sister Qin Miao stayed above. Qin Miao, who had killed earlier, was terrified afterwards, and now Qin He was comforting her. Wang Miss, Lu Miss, why are you here? Lin Mo asked. I'm just leading my family, planning to go to the county. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun looked somber. At dawn, thousands of rebels launched a surprise attack on Guangzhou City. My father immediately led people to defend it, but he didn't expect that the rebels already had moles inside the city. My father and the city defending general were caught off guard, and soon the city gates were breached. My father. At this point, Lu Yun was already sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Yuding sighed lightly and helped explain. Uncle Lu and the defending soldiers fought bravely, but they were outnumbered and were killed by the rebels. We owe our escape here entirely to Director Ling and others who fought to protect us. If we hadn't run into you, Sister Yun and I would have surely met our demise. Their account confirmed Qin He's speculation. The city fell, with heavy casualties among the defenders and massacres among the civilian population. What was once peaceful Guangzhou County had instantly become a living hell. Miss Lu, I apologize for arriving too late. Lin Mo said apologetically. Lu Yun let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. Dr. Lin, don't blame yourself. If it weren't for you curing the illness of my sister and me, we wouldn't have made it this far. We would have been killed by the rebels in the city long ago. Now you've saved both of our lives again, and I, Lu Yun, am eternally grateful. These days coincided with a good friend coming to visit, and if it weren't for Lin Mo curing their menstrual pain, they would have struggled to even walk, let alone escape. Thus, counting up, Lin Mo had saved them twice. I feel humbled. Lin Mo didn't intend to claim credit. At this moment, he heard the commotion of distant sounds again. The rebel leader who had fled before had returned with more men. This place is not safe to stay. Let's find a secure location first, Lin Mo suggested. Ling Wei, who had rested for a short period, also stood up. Young lady, this gentleman is right. It was only then that Lin Mo got a clear look at these three guards. They were all women. In particular, the one in charge possessed beauty that did not fall short of Lu Yun's. And at present, blood stained her pale complexion, adding an unusual allure. The other two guards, though ordinary looking, had fiery figures. Having recently killed in battle, they exuded a different kind of confidence. Can you continue? Lin Mo worried if their bodies had recovered enough. We can. Lu Yun clenched her teeth and became strong again. Despite her father's death having struck her deeply, the fact that she was alive meant that her father sacrificed his life for her survival. Therefore, she had to live on strongly. We cannot use the main road. You must first climb up the slope and hide in the forest. The two women, although they'd rested a bit, couldn't run too far yet. If they followed the mountain path, they would definitely be chased. So Lin Mo suggested hiding in the forest. Since he had saved everyone's life, everyone listened to him. Using the same vine, Lin Mo lifted each of them up one by one. With powerful arms, he quickly scaled the slope himself using the vine and pulled it up afterward. Let's go in the opposite direction. Lin Mo had no time to introduce them to each other. He ordered everyone to lower themselves and hide in the shrubs, quietly retreating in the opposite direction. Through his excellent hearing, they effectively avoided the pursuing rebels, maintaining a safe distance from them. The rebels naturally wouldn't think they'd return, so they continued straight ahead chasing. Thus, Lin Mo led them to hide and dodge in the forest for half a day, making several circles. They managed to avoid 7 or 8 groups of rebel soldiers before finally shaking them all off. And they discovered that the rebels didn't dare to stray too far from the county town. By noon, no more rebels could be seen. Lin Mo guessed they had retreated from Guangzhou County to flee toward other counties. After all, Qin He had mentioned that if Guangzhou were attacked, the two military fortresses Zhongku and Tama would not stand idle. Reinforcements would arrive soon. Even so, Lin Mo wouldn't take them back to the county town, where it was still risky. Instead, he headed straight for Shangyi village. Lin Mo, do you know how my family is doing? On the way, Wang Yuding asked about her family's situation. Lin Mo knew such matters couldn't be concealed, so he told her the truth. In the morning, I saw some rebels coming out of your house, so I went to check it out. It turned out Wang Manor had also been attacked, and many people died. But I didn't see your father or mother, so I assumed they successfully escaped. This was at least a blessing in disguise. Wang Yuding let out a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if the home was gone as long as the family was safe. The county town definitely isn't safe right now. You'd better stay at my place for a few days. After breaking away from the rebels, Lin Mo could only return home. Although his home wasn't in great condition, it was still better than Wang Manor, which had become a living hell. Besides, Wang Manor's location was too conspicuous and could easily attract bandits' attention. Shangyi village, on the other hand, was secluded, backed by a large mountain. In case of danger, they could hide deep in the mountains where no one could find them. Our lives are saved by Dr. Lin. We'll follow Dr. Lin's arrangements. Lu Yun expressed no objections. But every time she thought of her own family, sorrow welled up uncontrollably in her heart. The clothes you're wearing are too noticeable. You should change into another set. Lin Mo opened his backpack and took out 5 sets of women's clothing from his personal space, while the others weren't paying attention. Wang Yuting recognized them as the clothes worn by their maids, but she didn't say anything. The group found a patch of woods and slipped inside, quickly changing into new clothes. Their original garments and the 3 guards' armors were wrapped back up. After putting on plain clothes and smearing mud on their faces, they looked no different from refugees fleeing from the turmoil. Lin Mo then led them back toward his home. Chapter 39. Never seen such a shameless person. Because of the distance from the county town and its secluded location, Shangyi village hadn't been affected by the rebels. Even the villagers here were still unaware of the shocking changes in the county town. Lin Mo, bringing back so many refugees. Do you even plan to live your own life anymore? Look at their weak bodies. They can neither do housework nor bear children. I wonder what you're thinking. You're too young, easily deceived by women's appearances, and ignorant about being thrifty. Just as they entered the village, they encountered a group of women digging wild vegetables far away. They all talked at once, not caring about Lin Mo's feelings or those of the women behind him. How could Ling Wei, who had always been proud and haughty, endure this? She was almost ready to pull out the sword hidden inside her thigh. Then a few men walked over and couldn't help but tease Lin Mo. You little guy of great luck, where did you find such beauties? I mean, can you even handle them all at night? Even if you can handle it, that bed made of 3 planks will collapse. Ha ha, you don't even have 4 walls at home. Where does your courage come from to bring so many wives? Can your little broken house accommodate all these people? Being looked down on by the women was one thing. Now being teased by the men, Ling Wei couldn't hold her anger any longer. She grabbed the sword under her clothes, ready to teach them a lesson. Lin Mo, afraid of exposure, quickly held her hand. Bear with it. Just think of it as hearing an extremely foul fart. At this, Ling Wei giggled, and the fire in her heart dissipated. Still, everyone was curious about Lin Mo's home. Shangyi village wasn't large. Soon they arrived at Lin Mo's place. Upon seeing Lin Mo's residence, Wang Yuqing was first unable to contain herself. Lin Mo, you live here? I really don't know how someone in your situation managed to attract such beautiful wives. He blushed and lowered her head shyly. Haha, it is indeed simple, but at least it keeps the wind and rain out. Please don't be picky, okay? Lin Mo awkwardly explained. Dr. Lin, please don't joke. The fact that you took us in is already a great kindness. How could we complain? Lu Yun was full of sorrow and didn't care about the living environment. Is everyone hungry? Let me check if the iron pot is ready. Lin Mo asked He to attend to the guests. Xiao He meow meow. Give our guests a cup of water. I'll cook shortly. After opening the door to let everyone inside, Lin Mo immediately headed for Zhao Xingui's house. On the way, he met Zhao Xingui coming with a big pot and the iron arrowheads he'd asked him to make before. Uncle Zhao, I was just looking for you. Is the pot ready? Lin Mo tapped the pot. Though somewhat crude, it would work. Thanks, Uncle Zhao. He was about to leave when Zhao Xingui pulled him aside. Lin Mo, I heard you brought back more female refugees to be your wives. Zhao Xingui whispered. You're very well informed, Uncle Zhao. Lin Mo didn't deny it, but rather mocked. He couldn't expose the identity of Lu Yun and the others, for fear that some loose lips might talk and cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Mo, don't get too arrogant, because things are going well recently. Do you think you can support 5 wives at once? Even regular landlords wouldn't dare act like this. It was the same as before. Zhao Xingui patiently advised Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo realized there was something else in his words. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it, Uncle Zhao. Come on, why are you upset after only a few words? I'm here to help you. Zhao Xingui lowered his voice even further. Help me. Lin Mo chuckled coldly. Are you planning to give me some grains? Zhao Xingui quickly straightened up. My family isn't rich either. Where would I find extra grains for you? Oh, then goodbye. Lin Mo turned to leave. Zhao Xingui hurriedly caught up, grabbing his arm. Wait, let me finish, alright? What I mean is, I can help you share the burden. Look, you alone have to take care of 6 wives and a girl. That must be a heavy load. But if you quietly transfer a couple of wives to me, I'll cover their food expenses. In this way, won't your pressure decrease significantly? Also, why do you need so many wives anyway? Can you even manage them? Give me 2, or even 3. They can continue living at your place, and I'll provide their rations. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. What reason do you have to refuse? Zhao Xingui became increasingly lewd as he spoke, drooling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo always considered himself patient, but faced with Zhao Xingui's shamelessness, he couldn't suppress his anger. You old bastard, daring to scheme against my women. Zhao Xingui, do you even know what you're saying? Lin Mo glared at him coldly. I never expected that the village chief, who is always respected for his high virtue, would be such a shameless and despicable man. Seeing Lin Mo unwilling to cooperate, and even dared to insult him, Zhao Xingui became angry. Lin Mo, you're nothing but a bastard. I helped you find wives because I respected you, and if you won't appreciate it, that's fine, but don't yell nonsense. Do you believe I could expel you from Shangyi village? Slap. Before Zhao Xingui finished speaking, Lin Mo slapped him hard across the face. On that old face, 4 red finger marks appeared immediately. Then, Lin Mo kicked him down, causing Zhao Xingui to roll on the ground in pain. Calling you uncle was out of respect, but you just don't know how to keep your place. I'm warning you. If you ever dare to scheme against my family, I'll throw you behind the mountain to feed the wolves. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he kicked him one more time and left feeling satisfied. Little bastard, just wait for me. Zhao Xingui held his chest in agony and shouted painfully. Because his house wasn't far away, this scene happened to be seen by Ling Wei, who had come out to get some fresh air. What's going on? When Lin Mo returned, Ling Wei asked while looking at Zhao Xingui, who was still struggling on the ground. That old man wanted to take you as his wife. I refused, and taught him a lesson along the way. Lin Mo explained indifferently. Ling Wei fell silent momentarily after hearing this, then shook her head. You shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't I have disciplined him? Lin Mo looked at Ling Wei in surprise. Although he had only known the guard commander for half a day, he realized she had an explosive temper and couldn't tolerate insults. If Zhao Xiangui, an old man, could lust after beautiful women, why did she choose to endure it? No one was around just now. You should have killed him directly and disposed of the body in a deserted place. What the hell, so brutal? Lin Mo hadn't originally thought about killing Zhao Xiangui since they were from the same village, and he was also an elder. But after listening to Ling Wei's words, it seemed quite reasonable. If it's inconvenient for you, I can help you with it. As a gesture of gratitude for saving us. Suddenly Ling Wei turned toward Lin Mo, her beautiful eyes like a pool of clear spring water appearing in the snow, icy and penetrating. Chapter 40. The Ferocious Ling Wei. Lin Mo was uncertain whether Ling Wei was being serious or just joking around. It seemed as if killing a person to her was as simple as squashing an ant. What are you two talking about? At this moment, Wang Yuqing came out of the house. Being spoiled since childhood, she found it hard to adapt to such a rudimentary living environment and had come out for some fresh air. Nothing. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Seeing that Wang Yuqing needed something from Ling Wei, he left. Meow meow, help me mix some mud. Xiaohe, you go pick up some stones. Lin Mo called out inside the house. All right, my lord. The two sisters immediately sprang into action. Lu Yun felt bored alone inside the house, so she decided to distract herself and followed Qin He outside. I'll help you. Lin Mo went to the right side of the house and used a firewood knife and broom to clear out a clean spot. Ling Commander, can I ask you a favor? Though she herself was safe, Wang Yuqing's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her family. Especially after learning from Lin Mo that her family might still be alive, she became even more anxious. Miss Wang wants me to help find your family, right? Ling Wei instantly uncovered her thoughts. Yes. Wang Yuqing nodded her head. Understood. Ling Wei nodded, not refusing. Wang Yuqing immediately showed a happy smile. Seeing everyone was busy, she approached Lin Mo and volunteered. Lin Mo, what do you need me to do? Can you cut vegetables? Lin Mo asked. No. Wang Yuqing, a wealthy young lady, where would she have done such rough work? I'll do it. A female guard, Yanzi said. Since the young miss was working, they naturally could not stay idle. I can cook rice. Another female guard, Shan Mao, raised her hand indicating her willingness. None of them had their own names. After joining the county guards, they took on symbols instead. I'll go help Miao Miao. Seeing there was nothing here she could do, Wang Yuqing went to the stream to find Qin Miao. Their ages differed by several years, but their personalities were similar, making conversation easy. During the recent escape, Qin Miao also took good care of her. Thus Wang Yuqing developed a particular liking for Qin Miao. Seeing the rich young lady actively seeking work to do, Lin Mo silently sighed. Indeed, people only think of change when faced with disaster. Wouldn't yesterday's her probably rather die than get her hands dirty digging in the mud? This way, perhaps no one would say they're a group of pretty but useless burdens anymore. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to complete the task merely by entering the home. Otherwise, how many rewards would they earn? With more people, strength grows greater. With the help of several women, Lin Mo quickly set up a stove under the eaves and placed a freshly made lotus leaf pot on top. Making a fire, cooking food. Lin Mo stewed a pot of meat. When the meat had stewed until it was 5/10 cooked, the pre-rinsed rice was poured into the pot. The remaining soup water covered the rice perfectly. Not long after, a pot of meat juice braised rice was ready. The instant the pot was opened, everyone was captivated by the aroma of this dish. The strong fragrance filled the air, stimulating every person's taste buds. Smells so good. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Since dawn, they'd been running for their lives. They were starving, chest to back. Smelling the fragrant meat braised rice, Wang Yuqing lost control first. If it weren't for the fear of burning herself, she'd have already reached into the pot to grab some. Although she harbored some resentment over Lin Mo already having a wife, upon seeing how excellent Lin Mo was, she couldn't help but feel happy inside. At least try to show some decorum, will you? Lin Mo reprimanded her without any patience. Wang Yuqing pouted her lips, looking wronged. I'm just hungry. She was Tianjin Huopo and easily forgot about her troubles. Meow meow, 7 bowls. Lin Mo shouted. Right away. Seeing Lin Mo scolding Wang Yuqing, Qin Miao giggled beside them. Hearing the order, she obediently ran to the shelf to get the bowls. Yanzi, Shan Mao, where did Commander Ling go? When distributing the bowls, Lu Yun suddenly noticed someone missing. I don't know. Yanzi shook her head. Seemed to go over there. Shan Mao pointed towards Zhao Xiangui's direction. Lin Mo suddenly felt something wasn't right. This gal. Could she really intend to kill Zhao Xiangui? You eat first. Leaving the bowls behind, Lin Mo hurried to Zhao Xiangui's place. Then focusing his attention, he utilized his acute sense of smell to distinguish between odors in the air. Sure enough, nearby Zhao Xiangui's house, he detected a faint trace of lingering fragrance. That was Ling Wei's scent. And there was another hint of sweat odor, clearly left behind by Zhao Xiangui. Following the trail of the faint perfume, Lin Mo arrived at the back mountain, soon hearing sounds of digging soil and footsteps rustling leaves on the ground. Following the sound for hundreds of meters through the woods, he finally located Ling Wei. She was currently digging a hole. Zhao Xiangui bound with several tree vines, his mouth stuffed with a piece of cloth, unable to make any sound. This was it. She was about to bury him alive. Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was truly too fierce. What are you doing? Seeing that she wasn't joking around, Lin Mo had no choice but to intervene. Oh, you actually managed to find your way here? At Lin Mo's appearance, Ling Wei appeared somewhat surprised. She'd been very careful and hadn't left any trace. I'm planning to bury him. Rest assured, no one saw. She deliberately spoke loudly, which frightened the nearby Zhao Xiangui into kicking his legs frantically as he begged for mercy from Lin Mo. Then she winked at Lin Mo, indicating that she just wanted to scare the old man. As the leader of the guards, she naturally wouldn't kill innocents recklessly. Lin Mo immediately understood her intentions and wasn't as anxious as before. Smiling, he asked, "Where did you get the hoe from?" "I borrowed it from a house we passed by earlier." Ling Wei shrugged. "That borrow was well used. Never borrow again in the future." "All right, then you carry on. I'll head back for dinner first. When you're done, come back quickly. I'll save you some food." Lin Mo said with a smile. Zhao Xiangui was merely a farmer who loved taking small advantages. As long as he got scared, he would definitely behave properly. He was the only blacksmith in the surrounding few villages. This time, after being disciplined, he would follow Lin Mo's commands. "You came all the way here. Won't you lend me a hand?" Ling Wei glanced at him unhappily. "Sure, let's speed up a bit." Lin Mo picked up the hoe nearby and started digging as well. Their conversation terrified Zhao Xiangui so much that he wet himself. He struggled constantly, rubbing his face against the ground in an attempt to scrape off the rag stuffed in his mouth. However, Ling Wei had tied it tightly, and he couldn't remove it no matter how hard he tried. Seeing Lin Mo dig quickly, Ling Wei thought to herself, "This kid is actually quite smart. I'll leave this to you. I'm going back for dinner." Zhao Xiangui had already wet himself from fear. The goal was achieved. She patted her hands, then turned and walked down the mountain. Chapter 41. I want to marry you as my wife. MMM. Seeing Ling Wei, the fierce woman, leave, Zhao Xiangui sighed with relief and then started shouting desperately. He wanted Lin Mo to untie him and take the cloth out of his mouth. "Zhao Xiangui, don't you deserve this?" Lin Mo squatted down and removed the rag from his mouth. He knew clearly that Zhao Xiangui was just a cowardly man. When Ling Wei was digging the hole earlier, he was so scared that he wet his pants. An unpleasant smell wafted from him. "Lin Mo, I was wrong. Please untie me." Zhao Xiangui begged. "Will you still dare to have ideas about them?" "I won't. Never again." Zhao Xiangui wanted to cry but couldn't. If he had known that the woman Lin Mo picked up would be so fierce, even if someone gave him the courage, he wouldn't dare say those words. "I can release you if you forget today's events." As Lin Mo said this, he suddenly produced a silver needle in his hand. "I swear." Before Zhao Xiangui finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck as a silver needle pierced into his fucha acupoint, cutting off his voice instantly. Then, Lin Mo opened his clothes and inserted several needles into his chest. Using a special technique, he manipulated the tendons and veins within his body. Zhao Xiangui only felt something blocking his chest, making it very uncomfortable. What have you done to me?" Zhao Xiangui screamed in fear. "Don't worry. I merely used a small trick to block your heart's blood arteries," Lin Mo explained with a smile. But at this moment, his smile seemed particularly terrifying to Zhao Xiangui. "What do you mean?" "It means every 7 days, you need to come to me to unblock your meridians, otherwise, you will die from reversed blood flow." This technique was something Lin Mo learned from an ancient text. By controlling the force applied, it could put someone into a false death state, greatly slowing down the circulation of blood, which helped complex surgeries. But this life-saving skill could also be used to kill people silently and secretly. In the previous life, Lin Mo's master was framed by Western medicine practitioners after a surgery, resulting in the ruin of his reputation and tarnishing traditional Chinese medicine. The master eventually chose an extreme method, yet still couldn't prove his innocence. Individual abilities ultimately couldn't compete against capital manipulation. Lin Mo used this method to avenge his master. And Western medicine couldn't find the real cause of death, mistakenly thinking it was a heart attack. Zhao Xiangui was a greedy and cow-hearted person, so using this method against him was absolutely appropriate. It not only saved a lot of trouble, but also made him obedient. "Lin Mo, no, Master Lin. I've already realized my mistake. Please spare me. I won't dare anymore." Zhao Xiangui wept and pleaded pitifully. "I didn't kill you. Why are you crying?" Lin Mo kicked him away in disdain. "If you behave and don't spread rumors, I'll let you live." Zhao Xiangui immediately kowtowed. "I'll behave. I will definitely listen to you." After seeing that the purpose of intimidation had been achieved, Lin Mo used a hoe to loosen the vines binding Zhao Xiangui's body. Regaining his freedom, Zhao Xiangui exhaled deeply with relief. "Lin Mo, no, Master Lin, am I really not going to die?" Zhao Xiangui asked miserably. "I won't let you die, you won't." Lin Mo replied disdainfully. Yes. Thank you, Master Lin." "Master Lin, can I go now?" He needed to hurry home and change his clothes and rest. "Go." Lin Mo nodded. "All right." Just as Zhao Xiangui took 2 steps, he heard Lin Mo's voice behind him. "By the way, Uncle Zhao, don't forget the 100 arrowheads you promised to forge for me. I'll come in 10 days to collect them." Zhao Xiangui stopped. "When did I promise?" However, he quickly understood Lin Mo's meaning and bitterly smiled. "Oh, right. Don't worry. I will surely prepare them all for you within 10 days. 100 arrowheads didn't require much iron. It was just a bit labor-intensive. Since his life was in Lin Mo's hands, there was no other choice but to agree to this not-so-unreasonable demand. After Zhao Xiangui went down the mountain, Lin Mo came back from another side of the mountain, returning home. "Husband has returned." Qin he hurried forward to welcome him. "You went looking for Commander Ling, didn't you? How come Commander Ling has already eaten half a bowl of rice, and you're just coming back?" Wang Yuqing curiously asked. At this time, Qin Miao ladled a bowl of rice over and said, "Brother-in-law, here's yours." There were only 3 chairs in the house. Qin He, who had been sitting originally, stood up voluntarily to give her seat. After all, these 2 ladies could be considered guests of their household. They were genuinely famished. The large pot of rice Lin Mo cooked was entirely eaten by them. Even Lu Yun, who normally ate only 1 bowl of rice, finished 2 bowls today. Ling Wei, Swallow, and Mountain Cat, these 3 guards had an even more astonishing appetite, each finishing 3 bowls of rice. It was truly unimaginable how they managed to maintain such great figures. Before cooking, Lin Mo thought that the pot of rice would last for 2 meals, but it was all gone in one. After finishing her 3rd bowl, Mountain Cat still wasn't satisfied and scraped off the pot's crust. However, she didn't eat it. Instead, she wrapped it up with a clean cloth. Ling Wei explained, "They have a mission." Lin Mo nodded without saying anything. After the meal, Mountain Cat and Swallow were sent out to scout the county town and look for Mr. Wang's family. After seeing off Mountain Cat and Swallow, Lin Mo began contemplating how to accommodate the group of women in his house. The less than 30 square meter house obviously wouldn't be enough for everyone, so Lin Mo had the idea of expanding the house. Returning to the county town was definitely not an option now, and after what happened, Lin Mo felt this secluded little village was safer than the county town. Therefore, he planned to build a small courtyard, which would certainly come in handy later, even if Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing left. Building a house couldn't be finished in a day. It required long-term planning. What needed preparing beforehand was food. These women ate too much. He had been wealthy before, but now, the grains brought from Mr. Wang's house wouldn't last long. After thinking for a few minutes, Lin Mo came up with a plan. He would go hunting in the mountain with Ling Wei. Meanwhile, on the right side of the house, they chose a sufficiently large flat area and let Wang Yuqing and Qin Miao clear the weeds. Qin He and Lu Yun went to cut bamboo. Before officially constructing the house, Lin Mo planned to set up a simple tent first. Since Lu Yun and others didn't have a good place to go yet, they could only participate in Lin Mo's house-building plan. After entering the mountain, Lin Mo and Ling Wei didn't stop at the front mountain. Instead, they rushed straight to the deep forest. Ling Wei's physical condition was much better than Qin He's. She moved through the mountains as if she were walking on flat ground. Seeing Lin Mo move so nimbly, almost matching her pace, Ling Wei, being competitive, proposed a contest. Lin Mo, let's see who gets to the white stone over there first. The loser will have to fulfill one request from the winner. Ling Wei selected a target several hundred meters away. There was a broken valley in between, requiring them to take a detour. The white stone was located deep in the mountains, and villagers often saw wolves stepping on it, hence naming it Wolf Stone, a warning against getting too close. However, it was currently mid-afternoon, so the chance of encountering a wolf pack was low. With Ling Wei, a highly skilled warrior, around, Lin Mo felt no fear. Lin Mo was somewhat tempted by Ling Wei's suggestion. Any condition at all. Lin Mo looked the vibrant woman up and down. Ling Wei was about 22 or 23 years old. Her father had been the previous magistrate of Guangzhou County, coming from a military background. She joined the army at 16, fought alongside her father against bandits, and participated in over 100 battles, big and small. Later, she formed a female guard team, becoming its leader. Although beautiful, she was highly competitive and fiery-tempered, causing soldiers to fear her. As a result, no one dared marry her even though she was already 23, a clear example of an older single woman in their time. But Lin Mo was unaware of all this. "Oh, what kind of condition do you want from me?" Ling Wei turned around, looking at Lin Mo with interest. Her beautiful eyes carried a playful glint, as if asking, "Where does your confidence come from that you can beat me?" Despite being a woman, Ling Wei practiced martial arts since childhood and spent 7 or 8 years in the military, cultivating a body as strong as steel. Among the hundreds of soldiers in all of Guangzhou County, none surpassed her physically. Even many officers lost to her. She did not think Lin Mo, a villager, stood any chance of winning. "I want to take you as my wife." Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, making no attempt to conceal his thoughts. This kind of woman, both beautiful and fierce, was simply perfect for him. Lin Mo wanted nothing more than to quickly become a family with her. Hearing Lin Mo's condition, Ling Wei didn't get angry. Instead, she burst out laughing. "Ha! What are you laughing at?" Lin Mo felt slightly embarrassed. "I've lost count of how many people have said the same thing to me, yet I remain single to this day. Do you know why?" Ling Wei's lips curved slightly upward, displaying a touch of seductive charm. "Because you're waiting for me?" Chapter 42, Best of 3? You're really conceited. Lin Mo's response instantly left Ling Wei speechless. She didn't bother explaining how her past suitors had turned out. "I accept your terms. If you lose, you'll become my slave." Ling Wei snorted. She had only intended to play around with Lin Mo, but the demands he made annoyed her, prompting her to raise the stakes. Lin Mo hadn't expected her agreement to be so straightforward. She must have great confidence in her physical abilities. Once a gentleman speaks, Lin Mo extended his palm. "A horse will gallop swiftly." Ling Wei slapped palms with him. "You can start the race." Lin Mo also brimmed with self-confidence. Though his combat skills were inferior to hers, she might take him down with just one hand. Their current competition was about speed and endurance. After all, this was Shangyi Village, where Lin Mo had grown up. He knew the terrain here like the back of his hand. A few days ago, he'd been here with Qin He. Coupled with the physical enhancements awarded by the system, which had already transformed him utterly, his physical fitness was now equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary person. With these two advantages, could he possibly lose to a woman? With a large tree as their starting point, they stood ready on either side. Go! At Ling Wei's command. Both shot off like arrows released from a bowstring. This match would affect their personal freedom and perhaps the prosperity of future generations. Holding nothing back, Lin Mo unleashed his extraordinary stamina 10 times greater than a normal person. From the beginning, he gained a half-step lead over Ling Wei. It was the first time he had fully exerted himself, feeling as if he'd installed feather-light wings, making him unusually agile. And he engaged all his senses. His acute vision and sense of smell helped him quickly judge obstacles ahead, while his nimble brain devised the optimal route. His keen hearing allowed him to continuously track Ling Wei's progress. Under the assistance of various abilities, Lin Mo moved as light as a swallow, darting through the forest. Encountering low shrubs, he leaped gracefully over them. Unable to climb steep slopes? No problem, he promptly found detours. In no time, he completely outpaced Ling Wei. When Lin Mo reached the White Stone Wolf Monument, Ling Wei was still more than 50 meters behind. Though shocked at Lin Mo's speed, she did not give up because he reached the finish line first. She maintained her highest pace until she arrived at the end. You lost. Lin Mo smiled widely as he looked at Ling Wei, who arrived late. Her dramatically rising chest caught his eyes, swirling them into confusion. The pretty wife has arrived? Yes. Still, a question mark should be added. After all, if this girl went back on her word, Lin Mo wouldn't stand a chance against her. What kind of freak are you? Ling Wei adjusted her breathing and stared at him incredulously. Because this was the first time someone had bested her in physical ability. The speed and immense power Lin Mo showcased were all witnessed by her. Though there were elements of clever tactics involved, his performance was absolutely above hers. Rather than being angry, Ling Wei felt a spark of fire ignite within her heart. Don't tell me, doctor, that you come up the mountain every day to exercise. Ling Wei was eager to know exactly how Lin Mo trained. The beginning of love often stems from curiosity about a person. Can I interpret this as you already loving me? Lin Mo teased her. Falling for you? In your dreams. Tell me, how do you train? Such petty tricks meant for innocent girls clearly had no effect on Ling Wei, the tough woman. You guessed right. I really do come up here every day to exercise. Lin Mo confessed truthfully. My foot. Ling Wei rolled her eyes, clearly disbelieving. As an officer who had trained over 1,000 people, Ling Wei well understood that only targeted training could effectively improve overall qualities. If mere mountain climbing could achieve what Lin Mo showed, then all the soldiers under her command would be super warriors. Alright, let's split up and catch our prey. We'll meet back here in an hour. Seeing Lin Mo didn't want to elaborate, Ling Wei didn't bother asking further. So, she shifted the topic and prepared to leave. Is Commander Ling forgetful? Or do you break your promises? What a guy. This girl indeed doesn't plan to admit her loss. My words count, so we move on to the second round. A sly smile flickered across Ling Wei's lips. Shit, there's a second round? Why didn't you say earlier? And how do I know you'll recognize the result after the second round? Grinding his teeth, Lin Mo glared at the shameless woman in front of him. If only he could beat her, Lin Mo would have lunged forward and disciplined her right then and there. Ling Wei's smile deepened mockingly. I never said it would just be one round. Nonsense. Lin Mo clenched his fists but then relaxed them after a moment of thought. Fine, let her go for now. He'll deal with her once he's strong enough. Lin Mo turned and headed east. Hey, you haven't even heard the rules for the second arena yet. Ling Wei shouted after him. I'm not competing anymore. Lin Mo waved his hand without even turning around. Are you already giving up? Don't you want to marry me? Ling Wei teased again. Still, Lin Mo shook his head. Being fooled once was enough. I don't want to get tricked twice. But Ling Wei carried on explaining the rules of the second round. An hour will be the limit. Whoever catches heavier prey wins. In case of a tie, you lose. Her words did nothing to stop Lin Mo from walking away. Best 2 out of 3. If you win this round too, I will certainly keep my promise. Trust you? Like hell I will. Just because you look tough doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. No more competitions, that's it. I'm done. Little brother, if you lose, you'll become my slave. From behind, Ling Wei's mocking voice continued. TCH. Lin Mo nearly slipped down while climbing uphill at the sound of her taunting remark. Little brother? Damn, aren't you mistaking your face for a rolling pin? Lin Mo turned around, ready to confront her, but she had vanished into thin air. Damn it, Lin Mo sighed in helplessness. For now, there was no other choice but to continue with the competition. He didn't know whether winning would guarantee him a wife, but losing would surely make him a slave. Ling Wei had taught him one important lesson. Rules are always made by the strong. Screw this, I need to get stronger. With that determination, Lin Mo stopped hesitating and began searching for lingering scents of wild beasts in the air. The direction he chose was where he'd previously hunted deer. Perhaps this was their living area, and Lin Mo wanted to see if luck would smile upon him again. However, instead of deer scent, he discovered a herd of wild boars. 2 adult wild boars were leading a group of piglets gnawing at tree roots and searching for fallen fruit. Without hesitation, Lin Mo pulled out his bow and arrows. 3 swift shots later, 3 arrows lined up perfectly in the belly of the massive adult male boar. Despite their thick skin, the soft bellies of wild boars were vulnerable, and Lin Mo's strength ensured significant damage with these 3 arrows. Ugh! The wild boars let out piercing cries of pain, yet they proved to be remarkably resilient. Even though grievously injured, they refused to fall. The little piglets immediately gathered around their parents, as the 2 adults fought desperately to retreat deeper into the forest. Lin Mo followed closely, firing several more arrows. One struck down a small boar, while the others impaled deeply into the male boar's body. Yet, still it stood. As it seemed about to vanish into the dense forest, Lin Mo drew his bow again, driving another trio of arrows into its bulk. At this point, the boar looked more like a porcupine. In utter despair, it collapsed before a thorny bush. Chapter 43. Truly keeping the promise? Or shall we consummate the marriage in the mountain? Ling Wei was quite confident about hunting. Her grandfather and father were both excellent hunters, and before she turned 15, she grew up in the mountains with her grandfather. Later, after her father was ennobled as a county captain due to his military achievements, they moved to live in the county town. However, after joining the army, she often hunted in the mountains with her father. Catching rabbits and sheep were as common for her as having meals at home. What was crucial was that she knew how to find prey, and she didn't think Lin Mo, a doctor, could be better than herself. There were abundant resources in the deep mountains, and she soon found a snake over 3 meters long. The snake had just eaten, lying on the rock, basking in the sun while digesting its food, and hadn't sensed the danger approaching. Ling Wei cut off the snake's head with one stroke of her sword. Ling Wei took out a little rabbit from the snake's belly. The little rabbit was still fresh, obviously having been swallowed not long ago. However, it was filled with snake venom, clearly making it inedible. But this snake weighed over 10 jin, which was considered a good catch. This gave Ling Wei a great boost in confidence. She hung the snake's corpse on a branch and continued searching for new prey. An hour later, she returned to Baishirlang Bay with 4 gray-haired rabbits, a wolf, and a snake. It was evident from the game hung all over her body that she had a big smile on her face. In the distance, she saw Lin Mo sitting on top of the wolf monument. Little brother, there sure are a lot of game animals in these mountains. Ling Wei walked up laughing, noticing there was only a small wild boar next to Lin Mo. The curve of her lips widened with even more satisfaction, finally tying one round. Shit. Lin Mo was also shocked by the amount of game on her, especially the wolf on her left shoulder. Too fierce. Could an adult wolf truly never rival a tigress? How about it? Now you know how formidable your sister is. Ling Wei said smugly. Now, we are tied 1-1. What do we compare next? Who said you won this round? Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, interrupting her train of thought. Ling Wei raised her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. You have only a small wild boar, and it doesn't even weigh as much as my wolf. Aren't you the loser, little brother? Accept the bet, as you've said yourself. Right, accept the bet, but I hope you don't back out again this time. Lin Mo pointed to his own feet. Take a look yourself, what this is. Curious, Ling Wei circled around the wolf monument, and then froze when she saw a large wild boar lying at Lin Mo's feet. This boar must weigh at least 300 or 400 jin, while all her game combined wouldn't reach 100 jin. Even if Lin Mo gave her that little wild boar, she would still lose utterly. Another strong suit of hers was mercilessly ground down by Lin Mo, dealing a heavy blow to Ling Wei. She couldn't comprehend it. Where did this 16-year-old boy get all these skills from? Moreover, there were no drag marks on the ground, meaning this wild boar weighing 300 or 400 jin was carried here by Lin Mo. Thinking about it, Ling Wei was internally astonished. This guy has terrifying strength. She could lift 400 jin worth of things, but could walk at most 100 or 200 steps on level ground. But this was deep in the mountains where there wasn't even a proper path, and she hadn't heard the cries of the boar. This meant it came from far away. To carry a wild boar over 400 jin from a distant place shows that Lin Mo's strength is far greater than hers. This little brother isn't ordinary. Ling Wei drew her gaze back from the wild boar and looked at Lin Mo with interest. The amused look made Lin Mo's skin crawl, and he instinctively stepped back. You? What do you intend to do? This girl might bury someone without saying anything first. In the deep forest, Lin Mo was panicking. Snicker. Ling Wei suddenly burst into laughter and asked with great interest. Do you really want to marry me? At first, it seemed serious, but now? Are you planning to keep your promise, only to become a widow afterward? Lin Mo cautiously asked. Ling Wei rolled her eyes. I Ling Wei always honor my words, and I respect the rules of betting. Aside from being somewhat young, your other conditions barely pass muster, so marrying you isn't entirely unacceptable. Hold on, say it clearly. What does somewhat young mean? You haven't even seen yet. How do you know it's small? Lin Mo felt speechless and wanted to immediately introduce her to his second brother. However, her words deeply moved Lin Mo. Then, are you agreeing to marry me? Ling Wei nodded, and for once, showed a rare blush of shyness. Does she really agree? Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo found it hard to believe. He originally intended it as a joke, but he didn't expect Ling Wei to seriously agree. Call me husband and give it a try. At this moment, Lin Mo was a bit nervous and prepared to retreat, so that when Ling Wei suddenly swung her sword, he could dodge in time. However, what he hadn't expected again was that Ling Wei would bow gracefully. Your humble wife Ling Wei pays respect to her husband. It's not real. Too surreal. How did the tiger lady suddenly become so obedient? Could it be that she had been conquered by his kingly and domineering aura? As she bent over, Lin Mo noticed her prominent bust line and involuntarily rolled his dry throat. Are you serious? I've already called you my husband, which naturally means I agree to marry you. Or do you think I jest with my own chastity? Ling Wei replied earnestly. I don't believe it unless. Unless what? Let's consummate the marriage now. Lin Mo himself didn't know where he got the courage to say this. Perhaps it was a heat of passion moment. After he said it, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Mo distinctly felt the eyes staring at him gradually turn into 2 sharp swords. Just as Lin Mo thought he would soon face death, the fierce gaze softened all of a sudden. Then, Ling Wei dropped the ornaments on her body and began unfastening her belt. Lin Mo completely froze. Who knows what went through her mind during these few seconds? But as each piece of clothing was removed one by one, Ling Wei was entirely revealed before Lin Mo, making Lin Mo finally realize that this girl wasn't joking around. Although he had no idea why she had become so submissive, facing such an enchanting person, Lin Mo had no reason to refuse. She had already agreed to be his wife, thus acquiring the name of a married couple. Completing the reality of being husband and wife would gain him the reward. Besides, she was stunningly beautiful beyond reproach. Do you believe me now? About 3/4 of an hour later, Ling Wei looked at Lin Mo, who wore a look of deep satisfaction. Her pretty face was pinky red under the sunset, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. Believe. Lin Mo nodded seriously. In this era, for a woman to give you her body is equivalent to giving you everything. Especially someone like her, a strong-willed woman. Once she yields, she'll follow until death. All along, my parents have worried about my marital affairs because once a woman exceeds 20 years of age, it becomes hard to get married. But I don't like those pretentious scholars, who seem to break a bone with just a little force. And the generals who courted me, none of them were capable enough. I couldn't accept a man weaker than myself. After putting on her clothes, Ling Wei sat on the wolf monument, which was the battleground just now. She admired the sunset while recounting her past. Chapter 44. A mistake, hand slipped. In Diqian, girls can marry at the age of 12, and the golden marriageable age is between 14 and 16. If you are over 16 but still unmarried, you will be labeled as a xuanhuan, leftover woman, which means you will incur an additional levy known colloquially as the leftover woman tax. If you haven't married by 20, it's almost impossible for any young man to fancy you, because in the old ways of thinking, women at 20 have surpassed their best childbearing years. Moreover, there are more men than wolves in Diqian. With so many young women available for selection, who would care about women over 20? To take one home would invite ridicule from family and friends. Ling Wei had been serving in the army, so she didn't need to pay the high labor levy. However, as she grew older, those pursuing her gradually became fewer. In the past few years, it had been a long time since anyone came courting her. Gradually, Ling Wei began to feel loneliness, especially after last year, when her father's old injury relapsed and he passed away without treatment. As the last member of her family left, the feeling of loneliness increased. She often felt herself enveloped by loneliness. This led her to the thought of finding a partner. But being strong-willed, she wasn't willing to compromise too much, just lowering some standards that were previously set. Previously, her suitors had to surpass her in every way before they could marry her. But a year ago, she changed the rules, only requiring 3 out of 5 matches to win, and she'd agree. However, no one dared to challenge her anymore, until Lin Mo jokingly said, "I want to make you my wife." She took him seriously. Unlike other coy and hesitant girls, Ling Wei, having spent her life in the military, was free-spirited and bold, taking actions decisively. Since she agreed to become Lin Mo's wife, there would be no coyness or shyness in fulfilling the duties of a wife. My story is finished. What about yours? Ling Wei gently nudged Lin Mo with her shoulder. First, congratulations on finding such an excellent man. Lin Mo wrapped his arm around her waist and smiled. Spit, I found you to be shameless. Ling Wei rolled her eyes. I grew up in this little village. My parents died early, so I took charge of everything at a young age. Lin Mo summarized his mundane life in one sentence. Lin Mo, now we're husband and wife. You can keep secrets from me, but never deceive me. I'll try to love you, but if I discover you betray me, I won't hesitate to become a widow. Ling Wei stared into Lin Mo's eyes, making a soft threat. I've married you, and naturally, I'll cherish you with all my heart. Besides the stars in the sky which I can't pluck for you, anything in this world you desire, I'll do my utmost to obtain for you. Cough cough. Where did I learn this again? Can't remember. But surely women fall for this sort of thing. Flattery is the best weapon to break down a woman's defenses. Those who once pursued Ling Wei were all like wooden blocks. Romance simply didn't exist in their vocabularies, let alone sweet talk. So this was the first time Ling Wei had heard such sweet words, melting her steel-like heart. Then, can you tell me how you obtained these extraordinary skills? Ling Wei voluntarily leaned into his embrace, showing her tender side for the first time, dropping her tough exterior. Even during battle, she wasn't as gentle. I hear your medical skills are extraordinary. Even Kuang Liang, the foremost doctor of Guangzhou, willingly regards you as his master. And then there's your incredible archery skill, remarkable strength, speed, and stamina. These traits conflict somewhat with your humble identity as a poor boy. Alright, these definitely need a reasonable explanation. Grandpa with silvery hair, here's where I need you. It's because I have an incredibly amazing master. Lin Mo didn't want to lie, but would she understand if he told her about the system inside him? It would be more reasonable to use tales of spirits and gods instead. Who is it? Ling Wei immediately thought of every talented person hiding in Guangzhou that she knew, but none matched the description. I don't know his name. Only that he's an old bearded man calling himself Duafu Daxian, appearing frequently in my dreams to teach me arts, hunting techniques, and strengthening my body with elixirs. Considering the system as a deity actually seems plausible enough. The only difference between the two might be that with the system, tasks must be completed for rewards, whereas deities presumably give unconditional blessings. On the flip side, the system is bound to you, which makes it more reliable than the elusive concept of a god. Deity. Ling Wei sprang up in shock from Lin Mo's arms, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. Are you serious? You're not lying to me. Every word is true. Lin Mo answered earnestly. After pondering for a while and seeing Lin Mo's sincere gaze devoid of any deceitful intent, Ling Wei finally believed him. I never expected you to have such good fortune, and this clears everything up. Indeed, the abilities Lin Mo obtained were too extraordinary. Only the art passed down by a deity could reasonably explain them. With her doubts resolved, Ling Wei felt much more at ease. She stood up, picking up the scattered prey in preparation to head down the mountain. It's about to get dark soon. Let's go home. After hanging all the items on herself, she took one step forward but suddenly turned around, calling out with a grin, "Husband." That was very pleasant just now. That sentence was the highest affirmation a woman could give to a man. Lin Mo was greatly pleased. How about I make you feel good again? Often, pleasant feelings are shared between two people. Moreover, only with more output and more planting of seeds would there be a higher chance for blossoming and bearing fruit. It's going to get dark soon. Do you want us to become dinner for the wolves? Ling Wei gave him a big rolling of her eyes. Just moments before, her killing of that wolf had been sheer coincidence. It signaled that there was a pack nearby. She certainly did not wish to meet a pack of wolves for a romantic encounter under the cover of darkness when you couldn't see your own hand. All right then, we'll talk about it tomorrow during the day. Lin Mo smiled faintly, lightly patted the large wild boar and the small wild boar, and they immediately disappeared without a trace. This sight left Ling Wei utterly dumbfounded. What happened to the wild boars? She blinked her eyes forcefully several times, making sure she wasn't seeing things. Such a large wild boar had vanished into thin air. How did you do that? She hurried to the place where the wild boars had disappeared, finding the phenomenon incredibly mysterious. Lin Mo remained silent with a smile, touching the prey on her body instead. The gray-furred rabbits, wolves, and snakes gradually disappeared one after another. At the same time disappearing were Ling Wei's clothes. It was a mistake, my hand slipped. Lin Mo quickly retrieved Ling Wei's clothes, naturally taking his time to fully enjoy the breathtaking view before him, something he would never tire of admiring. But Ling Wei paid no mind to this, considering there was no one else around anyway. Lin Mo was her husband. Given how intimate they'd already become, what harm was there in just a glance? How did you do that? Ling Wei held her clothes with one hand, while gripping Lin Mo's arm with the other. Lin Mo explained with a smile. This is another skill taught by my divine master, the art of concealment within the sleeve. Chapter 45, The Vegetables and Fruit Seeds Gift Pack and Skill Sticky Cards. It must be admitted that, in certain aspects, the people of this era were still quite simple-minded. If something couldn't be explained, it would just be attributed to gods and spirits. In Ling Wei's view, the ability to make objects disappear into thin air and reappear at will was nothing other than divine magic. Lin Mo, can I learn this skill as well? Ling Wei clearly understood the value of this ability in military campaigns. It could significantly reduce the burden and danger associated with transporting provisions and heavy baggage, making it an indispensable divine art for light marching armies over long distances. Perhaps not. This was a power granted by the system, and there had been no evidence so far that the abilities rewarded by the system could be used by others. We'll see about that later. For now, he could only decline. Ling Wei believed in the divine without question and naturally dared not demand more. Angering a deity was not something mere mortals could afford to do. Let's go down the mountain and head home. The game was all stored in their personal space, so the two of them descended the mountain with ease. Ling Wei seemed to have unshouldered a heavy burden, looking less cold than usual and somewhat more lively. Lin Mo followed behind, silently activating the system. System, wake up. Submit the task. Now that he and Ling Wei were officially married both in name and in reality, the number of family members had increased by 1. Detection complete. You and Ling Wei have officially become husband and wife. Family member +1. Reward, Vegetables and Fruit Seeds Gift Pack, Skill Sticky Card, X1. Both rewards were directly delivered to his personal space. Lin Mo was first attracted by the Skill Sticky Card. What is a Skill Sticky Card? With a thought, the item description appeared before him. Skill Sticky Card. This card must be used on a target after locking onto it. After usage, it allows you to view all skills possessed by the target and select one to copy and use yourself. Note, this item is a single-use item and is restricted to the owner's use only. Are you, system, eavesdropping on our conversation? There was no previous restriction about personal use only. Why does it suddenly appear now? With a thought, Lin Mo summoned a nearly transparent card in his hand, its edges glowing faintly blue. In fact, even if the system didn't add this restriction, others would still be unable to use it, because the items awarded by the system are completely invisible to anyone else. Use on Ling Wei. Lin Mo conveyed instructions through his mind to the card. In times of chaos, enhancing one's own strength is the top priority. He'd personally witnessed Ling Wei's prowess. Several burly men couldn't get close to her. She was the first master-level warrior Lin Mo had encountered since coming to this world. Although unsure of her rank in this world, she was certainly much stronger than himself. So, copying some of her abilities first would surely be worthwhile. Secondly, Lin Mo was curious about what kind of skill she had mastered. Target, Ling Wei. Learn skills. Whirlwind swordplay, Grandmaster. Hunting, Advanced. Boxing, Proficient. Horsemanship, Proficient. Leadership, Proficient. Military strategy, Proficient. Ling family spear techniques, Intermediate. Archery, Intermediate. Cooking, Beginner. Skill proficiency levels, from lowest to highest: Beginner, Intermediate, Proficient, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, Extraordinary. Ling Wei wasn't proficient in many skills, and most of them related to warfare. In terms of daily life, she probably lacked expertise in such areas. Among these various skills, the whirlwind swordplay reached the level of Grandmaster, indicating that she had devoted most of her efforts to perfecting sword techniques. Copy the whirlwind swordplay. Of course, one should choose the higher rank skills for replication. Sticky card used successfully. Acquired skill, whirlwind swordplay, Grandmaster. As the information before his eyes disappeared, a massive wave of data rushed into Lin Mo's mind. A small figure demonstrated the moves of the whirlwind swordplay, each movement ingrained deep into Lin Mo's memory. Unconsciously, Lin Mo began mimicking the moves, embedding them into his body's muscle memory. In just moments, he reached the same height of mastery that had taken Ling Wei almost a decade to achieve. A Grandmaster-level whirlwind swordplay, combined with his body tenfold enhanced by his cocoon dwelling, would surely unleash even greater power. At least, close-range combat could now offer him some security. Open the second reward. Lin Mo continued. Vegetable and fruit seed gift pack. 1 bag of high-quality potato seeds. 1 pack of high-quality cucumber seeds. 1 pack of high-quality chili seeds. 1 mature high-quality orange tree. 1 mature high-quality grapevine. 1 mature high-quality apple tree. 1 natural spring vertical well. 3 types of vegetables, 3 fruits, plus a vertical well. The rewards were quite rich. Lin Mo started inspecting each one carefully. The high-quality potatoes were tubers with sprouts, which could grow when buried in the soil. Moreover, they had good drought and soil adaptability, high yield, and rich nutrition. Good thing it's potato tubers, not potato seeds. Upon seeing the potato seeds, Lin Mo sighed in relief, as the germination rate of potato seeds was extremely low. In the world he came from, almost no one used seeds to cultivate potatoes. They relied on tubers instead. This bag of tubers should be enough to plant 2 acres of land. The performance of the high-quality cucumber seeds and high-quality chili seeds was also similar. In short, they were easy to cultivate, yielded highly, and tasted good. Another advantage was that the batch of seeds rewarded by the system could bypass seasonal influences. Once planted, they would bear fruit quickly, with a short maturation cycle. Only the seeds they produced would need to be planted according to seasons. Lin Mo already had plans for where to plant them. Although the 3 fruit trees did not come with fruits, it was precisely the season for grapes and apples to ripen. By the time these 2 fruits were consumed, oranges would soon be ready too. The system had everything planned out perfectly. What excited Lin Mo the most was the sweet spring vertical well. According to the system, the water inside the sweet spring well contained only trace elements required by the human body, making it pure natural drinking mineral water. Furthermore, the temperature at the bottom of the well remained consistently between 4 to 6 degrees Celsius all year round. This meant that it served as a purely natural preservation fridge. Most importantly, the water source was endless. After all, Dagon had suffered from drought for 3 years, making water a severely scarce resource. Although the little stream outside Xiangyi village was still flowing, the water in it was insufficient for irrigating farmland. The situation in some northern regions was even worse, with many people dying of thirst. With such a well, not only was the family's drinking water issue resolved, but it could also be used to irrigate the vegetable garden. Thus, this reward provided by Ling Wei solved many of Lin's most pressing problems. You're back there grinning like an idiot. If you don't hurry up, it will get dark. Seeing Lin Mo walking slowly and smiling foolishly, Ling Wei stopped to wait for him. Lin Mo grinned. I married such a beautiful and capable treasure of a wife. Shouldn't I be allowed to feel happy? Look at you, so full of yourself. Hearing Lin Mo's compliment, Ling Wei secretly felt delighted. She suddenly remembered others flaunting their affection and, for the first time ever, linked arms with Lin Mo. Let's go, or we'll really be unable to return once it gets dark. Chapter 46. How to Sleep Tonight. After descending the mountain, the sky gradually grew darker. On the road, many villagers could be seen. They were part of the group searching for wild vegetables. Unlike their previous empty-handed returns, today their baskets all contained something. Motherwort, yumukeo. Ever since everyone learned that motherwort could also be eaten, they had gone crazy looking for it. The motherwort on the back mountain had been completely harvested, so they had to go to the mountains in neighboring villages. Of course, motherwort wasn't everywhere, so everyone's harvest was not abundant. Lin Mo took out an adult wild boar from his portable space and carried it on his shoulder. He didn't intend to hide his prey. After all, the village was so small that if someone cooked meat at one end of the village, people at the other end could smell it. It was impossible to eat meat secretly like thieves every time. Moreover, with only the women in his house, it was unclear when he would be able to complete the house repair plan. Therefore, he needed help from the villagers. Soon after Lin Mo and his companion descended the slope, they were spotted by the army of vegetable hunters. When the village women saw Lin Mo carrying a several hundred-pound wild boar, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost, each showing exaggerated expressions. Lin Mo, you. My goodness, Lin Mo, where did you find such a big wild boar? It must weigh 300 or 400 pounds. The butcher's wife estimated the weight of the wild boar. So heavy. Lin Mo, did you carry it down from the mountain yourself? Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Mo, as if he were some kind of monster. Most of them had watched Lin Mo grow up, but never knew he possessed such strength. However, after being shocked, everyone felt extremely envious. Such a large wild boar would be enough to feed a family for 2 or 3 months. Lin Mo, your luck is just too good. You haven't even finished eating the sika deer meat, and now you've hunted another big wild boar. Where will you even begin to eat it all? Every villager is starving, and only your family gets to eat meat every day. Lin Mo, we never imagined you were so skilled at hunting. Could you take us along tomorrow? Yes. I don't expect to catch a boar this big. Even a deer or rabbit would make me happy. People surrounded Lin Mo, chatting incessantly. For this, Lin Mo was already used to it. Ladies, hunting is very dangerous. I can't afford to bring any of you along and put you at risk. If anything happens to you, the uncles and brothers in the yard will tear me apart. Also, don't overeat the motherwort. It is, after all, a medicinal herb, and eating too much could harm your body. Especially you, Dogwa's sister-in-law. Since you're pregnant, motherwort might cause miscarriage risks, so stop eating it. While carrying a boar weighing over 400 pounds, Lin Mo's steps were surprisingly light, and it didn't affect his ability to chat with the women at all. Ling Wei, who was ignored by the crowd, was secretly surprised by Lin Mo's strength. Lin Mo, what did you say? Am I pregnant? Dogwa's sister-in-law looked stunned. Let me have your hand. Lin Mo suddenly stopped, freeing one hand. Dogwa's sister-in-law was very excited at the moment and immediately extended her hand to him. Still carrying the wild boar in the middle of the road, Lin Mo checked her pulse. In a short while, he confirmed, you're already 27 days pregnant. Didn't you feel it at all? Don't eat motherwort anymore. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Upon receiving Lin Mo's confirmation, Dogwa's sister-in-law became incredibly moved and shook her head. Yes, I won't eat it. Wonderful, I'm pregnant. She wanted to share this good news with her husband right away. Lin Mo, do you really know how to diagnose illnesses? Village head's wife Lu Qing curiously asked. Of course I do. Lin Mo grinned. But, how could you possibly know? Haven't you ever studied medicine? Lu Qing questioned in amazement. The gods taught me. Naturally, no one believed Lin Mo's words. As they walked, they soon reached Lin Mo's home. The women in the house excitedly came forward to welcome Lin Mo upon seeing him return with the huge wild boar. The village women wouldn't give up and continued pestering Lin Mo. Ladies, please go home first, and tell everyone in the village to gather early tomorrow morning outside my house to share the pig. Lin Mo said. Share the pig. All the women were startled, thinking they had heard wrong. Is what you said true? Do you really intend to share the pig with all of us? With food shortages at present, and meat being scarce, this wild boar could fetch at least 20 taels of silver if sold in the county town. Could Lin Mo really be that generous to share it with them? Of course it's true, but it isn't without conditions. I'll explain more tomorrow morning. Anyone who wants a share of the meat can come. The news of Lin Mo catching a wild boar over 400 pounds and sharing the meat quickly spread throughout Xiangyi village. Many people came over to confirm the news, and Lin Mo patiently told them to come back the next morning. Brother-in-law, are we having wild boar tonight? Qin Miao licked her lips. She was really looking forward to her brother-in-law's culinary skills. I want to eat grilled meat skewers. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's too late today, inconvenient to slaughter the pig. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, we're having snake soup. Where's the snake? Wang Yuqing circled around Lin Mo but didn't spot any snake. Just as she returned to her original position, Lin Mo suddenly had a headless large snake in his hand, which startled Wang Yuqing so much that she screamed, Ah! Lin Mo, are you trying to kill me? Wang Yuqing hid behind Lu Yun and scolded Lin Mo after being scared. Meow meow, start cooking the rice, I'll go chop the snake. Alrighty. Qin Miao hurriedly ran inside. In these past few days, she had practiced the skill of rinsing rice and cooking very proficiently. According to the system's classification of skill levels, she should be considered an expert. It was such a simple skill, improving proficiency wasn't difficult. I'll help you, husband. He voluntarily held a basin, took a knife, and went with Lin Mo to the stream side. I'll start the fire. Lu Yun proactively found something to do for herself. After digging herbs for the whole afternoon, Wang Yuqing originally wanted to slack off, but seeing this, she had no choice but to help Lu Yun start the fire. Only Ling Wei didn't offer any help, but instead picked up a bamboo branch as a sword and practiced the splitting wind sword technique. With everyone's efforts, the aroma of dinner soon spread out. The snake soup made by Lin Mo smelled irresistible, making all the neighboring children cry from hunger. The women who had worked hard all afternoon were also drooling at the smell. Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing were participating in labor for the first time in their lives, and they were starving, each eating 2 big bowls. Fortunately, there were fewer foodies tonight, saving quite a bit of grain. After the meal, the sky had completely darkened, and problems arose accordingly. How would all the women in this house take baths? And where would they sleep after taking their baths? These were questions needing answers. Lin Mo had only one room, one bed. Chapter 47. Qin He's Comfort. The Pig Division Meeting. With these conditions, I can marry 3 wives. It's truly a miracle. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire himself. But problems must be solved eventually. We can't let everyone not sleep tonight. Wang Yuqing's eyelids are already fighting. They haven't closed their eyes since being startled awake in the middle of the night yesterday. Lin Mo, you don't have a bathroom, and even no bathtub. How am I supposed to wash? Today we escaped first, then worked, covered in sweat and filth, feeling utterly uncomfortable. After all, they're used to luxury. It's understandable they struggle to adapt to tough conditions. Though she's spoiled, she didn't slack during work, so no one holds it against her. Yuqing sister, I'll pour water for you. You can clean yourself first. Husband said he'd make a big tub, then we can bathe comfortably. Qin Miao, who also survived the disaster, understands Wang Yuqing's feelings well. Plus, they get along well, so she readily helps her. Alright, where will we sleep tonight? Wang Yuqing knows it's not the time to be picky. Tolerating physical discomfort is fine, but having nowhere to sleep is unacceptable. She can't sleep on the ground after all. You sleep on the bed tonight, squeeze together, I'll set up a tent tomorrow. Lin Mo spoke. The bed is more than 2 meters long, and all 5 girls are slim. Lying side by side should be no problem. Okay. Wang Yuqing takes a deep breath and gives up again. Dear, what about you? Qin He asked with concern. I'll manage on a chair for the night, it's fine. The conditions are indeed harsh. Qin He moved her lips slightly, heartbroken but without any better solutions. It wouldn't be convenient to send Lin Mo over to another house. Most of the villagers are widows or women left behind. None would be appropriate to visit. I'll stay with you. Ling Wei pulled a chair casually and sat on it. In the past military campaigns, situations much harder than this were common. She briefly explained. The bed was too small. If one less person joined in, others could rest much more comfortably. Being an underling of Lu Yun's father, Ling Wei naturally wasn't suitable to share a bed with Miss Lu. Moreover, she wanted to stay with Lin Mo. You go ahead and wash, I'll go outside. Lin Mo picked up the woodcutter's axe, heading to the doorway to process timber and bamboo. Ling Wei took the chair out, enjoying the starry sky. Can you see clearly? Seeing Lin Mo working undisturbed, Ling Wei was curious. I have night vision. Lin Mo gave her a faint smile, instantly understood by her. Then, she continued gazing at the night sky. Late night, quiet people, longing for family. Lu Yun came alone to the streamside. The babbling brook reflected moonlight, shimmering ripples. Like a silver ribbon separating the darkness ahead. Lu Yun recalled her childhood playing by the stream with her parents. Though almost 10 years have passed, the memory remains vivid. Dad. She looked at the stream and called softly, sorrow impossible to hide. Mom, are you alright? Where are you? Please don't leave me alone. At the time when bandits breached the city, she got separated from her mother. Now, with her mother's whereabouts unknown, how could she not feel anxious? Despite appearing strong during the day, as night fell, her inner vulnerability was unleashed entirely. Tears streamed down her face. The pain of losing her father and the longing for her mother flowed endlessly like the stream before her eyes. The more she thought, the more it hurt. I can understand your feelings. Suddenly, a gentle voice appeared behind her. Lu Yun turned back and saw Qin He. She only knew that Qin He was Lin Mo's wife, unaware that Qin He had similar experiences to her. Madam Lin, can you understand my feelings? Lu Yun wiped the tears off her face. Don't call me Madam Lin. I'm Qin He. You can call me Xia He, just like our husband. Qin He sat down on the grass by the creek. Lu Yun followed suit. I completely understand your feelings because I've had the same experiences as you. To be precise, you're luckier than me. Because you met Lin Mo at the start, while Xiao Mao and I endured half a year of fleeing famine before receiving divine favor. In addition, my parents were killed by bandits, but at least you still hold some hope. Qin, he narrated her story slowly. Learning that she was the daughter of the prefect and once held a higher position and status than herself, Lu Yun was astonished beyond measure. She sympathized with Qin He but had endured far less suffering than her. Unimaginable, how you managed to persist through it all. Listening to Qin He recount her journey, Lu Yun grew even more admiring. My sister and I owe our lives to the sacrifices of our father and mother, so I must persevere and live on to honor their sacrifice. Qin He said with a choked voice. These words once again touched Lu Yun deeply. Wasn't her own life also a result of County Magistrate Lu's selfless sacrifice? The two women found more and more common ground as they chatted until midnight. All the worries in Lu Yun's heart were gradually untangled by Qin He's comforting words. Early the next morning, Lin Mo woke up to find his house surrounded. Still, no one dared approach his window. When had the villagers become so polite? Curious, Lin Mo opened the door and realized Ling Wei was trimming branches right outside. Zhao Xiangui worked hard to maintain order at the scene. He harbored fear toward the woman who almost buried him alive yesterday. He didn't even dare to look at her directly. Awake already? Ling Wei put down the hatchet and walked over to Lin Mo. The morning sun couldn't match the brilliance of the smile on her face. This scene made all the men in Shangyi village envious. Chen Lotzi particularly seethed inwardly. Why? Why should Lin Mo get such luck? Why should a beautiful woman like her be following Lin Mo? He couldn't figure it out. You're up already, why didn't you wake me? Lin Mo asked. I wanted you to sleep in some more. Ling Wei replied with a smile. Warmth spread through Lin Mo's heart. Go ahead and wake them up. With the whole village here, no one would be able to sleep anymore anyway. Besides, his house didn't have curtains, and he certainly didn't want anyone to see his wife sleeping, even though they were all fully clothed. Naturally, what he did was also for the villagers' safety. Considering Wang Yuqing's temperament, if they did see anything, the villagers might lose more than just their eyeballs. Would the blind village of Shangyi sound like fun? Ladies and gentlemen, you've probably heard that I killed a wild boar yesterday. Today, I called everyone here to distribute the pork among you. And at the same time, I hope everyone can help me with something. Lin Mo stepped forward to keep the restless villagers from approaching his home. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into excitement. What kind of help? Anything you need, just say it. We're all one village. Won't we help each other? Speak up. Whatever it is, I'll do it. Does helping more mean getting more meat? Excited voices quickly drowned out Lin Mo's explanation. The wild boar weighed over 400 caddies, and there were more than 60 families in Shangyi village. On average, every person would receive several pounds. However, everyone secretly hoped for more. After all, they hadn't eaten any meat in a long time. Certainly, more work means more rewards. Lin Mo waved his hand, instantly silencing the group. Satisfied, Lin Mo continued. I plan to build a small courtyard in the east. Chapter 48. Xun Lai Zi plans to inform. The villagers learned that Lin Mo wanted to build a new house, and they all expressed understanding. How could this house full of women possibly manage without a larger living space? Lin Mo, don't worry, leave this matter to us. I once repaired the city walls for the county. A few rooms should be nothing. If everyone pitches in, we'll ensure you move into your new home as soon as possible. Haha, hurry up and divide the meat. Once it's done, we can start working. In the current food shortage, every household is already struggling. With no wild vegetables to dig or game to hunt, Having the chance to share some meat naturally makes them willing to work hard. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Mo was also very satisfied. But rules must be established beforehand. Don't rush, everyone. I will first state the rules for distributing the meat. The pay for one day's work is half a jin, 0.5 pounds, of meat, or 12 liang, approximately 230 grams, of meaty bones. The weight system used in Diqian employs the hexadecimal system, with 1 jin equaling 16 liang. Shangyi village has over 100 people, but many of them are elderly and children under 14 years old, those whom Lin Mo naturally wouldn't employ. Thus, there are about 70 to 80 able-bodied individuals who can work effectively. For one person's half jin of meat per day, Lin Mo could still afford it. Furthermore, he would not entertain any dissent. Those unwilling to accept his conditions were dismissed outright by Lin Mo. The city has already been devastated, leaving nowhere to procure food at present. They had no choice but to acquiesce to Lin Mo's terms. After all, this was meat. Half a jin of meat equates to the value of 5 jins of grain. Subsequently, Lin Mo asked the village butcher to slaughter the pigs. Lin Mo then assigned tasks accordingly. He thought Lu Yun was mature and steady, so he entrusted her with supervising the work and coordinating supplies. Indeed, this was her forte. In the past, whenever a new house was built, fellow villagers from the same village always pitched in. All those present had participated in building houses once or multiple times. It was already familiar territory. Upon receiving their tasks, everyone immediately went into action. With the butchering of the pig happening right beside them, everyone felt energized. Tasks such as digging foundations, collecting wood, and burning bricks ensued. The architectural skills in Diqian were relatively impressive. If conditions permitted, one could live in brick and tile houses. Even wooden structures were very sturdy and guaranteed to last 20 to 30 years. Before long, the morning passed swiftly, and the butcher had fully dissected the wild boar. The workers who labored earned their share of meat, returning home joyfully to enjoy their bounty. However, Lin Mo kept tabs on those who slacked off. When it was Chun Lai Zi's turn to collect his meat, the supervisor, Lu Yun, instructed the butcher, cut him 2 liang. Chun Lai Zi became indignant immediately, loudly protesting and creating a fuss. Why? I worked all morning too. Why can others get half a jin while I only receive 2 liang? You woman, you really have no sense of reason. If you don't give me half a jin today, I'll stand here and refuse to move. He then blocked the meat distribution booth, preventing others behind him from collecting their shares. Lu Yun explained, the total amount of time you worked this morning doesn't even reach half an hour, and the work you did was all the easiest. If I were to give you half a jin, wouldn't that be unfair to others? Though she was shrewd and competent, her tone remained gentle and polite, and her appearance was soft and elegant. Thus, her words carried no real deterrent effect against someone like Chun Lai Zi, the village thug. This morning, Lin Mo said we'd get paid if we worked, regardless of the difficulty. You won't recognize my efforts now? That's absurd. If this is how things are, then let's all quit. No more working for their benefit. Chun Lai Zi was deliberately stirring trouble. Faced with this kind of rogue behavior, Lu Yun was somewhat at a loss. The villagers standing behind did not stop Chun Lai Zi either, because if he managed to obtain half a jin of meat, it meant they too could potentially secure more benefits through similar tactics. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Mo and Ling Wei returned. Seeing Chun Lai Zi causing disruptions, Lin Mo, who had long grown tired of him, directly threw him out, landing him several meters away with a heavy thud. You don't need to come back this afternoon. I want people who work, not troublemakers. If you don't wish to work, then don't show up again this afternoon. There are plenty of people from Chuntang Bay, Shao Village, and Wildcat Ridge willing to take these jobs. Lin Mo's decisiveness instantly struck fear into the hearts of everyone. They finally realized that Lin Mo was no longer the former easy target, a weakling any girl could bully. Rather, he was the formidable man who could carry a 400 jin wild boar and walk several miles. No one dared to stir up trouble after that. Lin Mo, wait until I'm ready to deal with you. Don't think you're so great just because you're strong. There are plenty of others capable of taking you down. Dejected without receiving any meat, Chun Lai Zi climbed up from the ground, muttering curses before storming off. When Ling Wei saw that he didn't head home, but went straight to the outskirts of the village, she secretly followed him. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiangue witnessed this scene and immediately felt a tightening in his chest, becoming fearful. After the lesson from Chun Lai Zi, others who wanted to stir up trouble all clamped their tails between their legs and quietly took their half jin of meat back home. Jia Zhangshi, who had originally been standing among the crowd trying to take advantage of the confusion, also sneaked away. She had spent the entire morning there, but hadn't done any work at all. After leaving the village, Chun Lai Zi continued cursing loudly, spewing all sorts of vulgar insults. He hadn't noticed that someone was tailing him. Lin Mo, you dare to hit me. Your good days are over. Wait until I call the rebels. You'll be dead for sure. By then, your meat will belong to me, and all those women in your house will be mine too. I'll ravage you. The people of Shangyi village already knew about the rebels attacking Xuanhuan, but it was unclear how Chun Lai Zi had managed to contact the rebels. Ling Wei, closely following behind, heard the mention of the rebels and held back her hand without acting rashly. She wanted to see if there were rebels nearby. After walking for nearly an hour, they arrived at a village ahead. From afar, one could see rebels patrolling within the village. Furrowing her eyebrows slightly, Ling Wei thought, the rebels actually set up a base here. This place was still over 10 miles away from the county seat. What was the intention behind the rebels setting up scouts so far out? Having discovered the rebel base, Chun Lai Zi had now lost his value. Seeing no one around, Ling Wei revealed herself and called out, Chun Lizi. Chun Lizi stopped and looked curiously at Ling Wei. You, aren't you Lin Mo's new wife? Chun Lizi's eyes were immediately drawn to Ling Wei's stunning beauty. What do you want with me? Noticing there was no one else around, Chun Lizi showed a lecherous grin. I would like you to help me with something. Seeing Chun Lizi approach willingly, Ling Wei let out a faint smile at the corner of her lips. That faint smile instantly mesmerized Chun Lizi, making him lose all sense of reason. If you want me to help with anything, just say so. I'll certainly do it. Excited, Chun Lizi ran up to Ling Wei, thinking, if you're throwing yourself at me, I won't hesitate to take advantage of this. Staring lustfully at Ling Wei's voluptuous figure, Chun Lizi began drooling and intended to drag her into the nearby forest. However, before his hands could even touch her, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his neck and froze in place. His eyes bulged as he looked in disbelief at the long sword Ling Wei held in her hand. There was a streak of blood. A sudden thought flashed through Chun Lizi's mind. That's my blood. Chapter 49. Chaotic situation. Rebels collaborate with foreign tribes? Watching Chun Lizi fall reluctantly, Ling Wei used his body to wipe the blood off her long sword and said, thanks for your cooperation, before leaving gracefully. She had only intended to teach Chun Lizi a lesson and let out some anger for Miss Lu Yun, and she wanted to tell Chun Lizi how to respect her husband. But Chun Lizi wanted to inform the rebels, which threatened everyone's safety and touched Ling Wei's bottom line. Thus, without hesitation, she killed Chun Lizi. As for his corpse, she didn't even bother to dispose of it. In these times, bodies on the side of the road were more common than wild vegetables. Who would notice him? After killing Chun Lizi, Ling Wei took the opportunity to investigate the rebels' base before returning. When she got home, the villagers had already finished eating and started working. Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing were also actively communicating with the villagers, assigning them tasks. Because of Lu Yun's abilities, the entire construction site was progressing smoothly. Qin He and her sister Qin Miao were helping too. After all, this was their family matter. And Lin Mo was building a simple shed. Seeing Ling Wei return, he stopped. Where have you been? Chun Lizi wanted to leak information to the rebels, so I killed him. Ling Wei remained calm as usual. Killing a person was as easy for her as squashing an ant. Oh, people like Chun Lizi, if they're dead, then they're dead. Lin Mo wouldn't blame Ling Wei for it. Moreover, it was his own fault. If Ling Wei hadn't killed him, the possible victims could have been all the villagers or even Lin Mo's family. There are rebels nearby, haven't they retreated? Lin Mo asked in surprise. According to Qin He's previous analysis, after the rebels captured the county town, they should take the grain and leave. Are they not afraid of the reinforcements from the two military fortresses? I don't know if their main force has withdrawn, but they're using that village as a base camp, which means they intend to stay for a long time. I speculate that they want to rule over this area. Ling Wei became worried, because the base camp was too close to them. Once someone leaks information, the traitors can be here within an hour. From Ling Wei's description, Lin Mo also determined that the rebels' base camp was at Mo Tangpu, 9 li away, a vital point connecting the county town, Tingbu, and various villages. The rebels occupying such an important location clearly indicated what Ling Wei said. Xiao He, come here. Lin Mo called Qin He over and informed her of Ling Wei's discovery. The rebels didn't withdraw? Qin He's first reaction was surprise. After all, according to her calculations, it made no sense for the rebels to occupy Guangzhou, a place surrounded by conflicts. Even if they can withstand attacks from military strongholds, it will still be difficult to defend this place. After all, Guangzhou is only 300 li away from the command city of Mianqi. Once the army from the command city arrives, the rebels will surely be surrounded, and by that time, they won't be able to escape. The rebels' occupation of this easily attacked but hard to defend position must indicate another intent. After careful consideration, Qin He put forward a bold hypothesis. What intent? Ling Wei was very impressed with Qin He's strategy after hearing her analysis. The idea that Qin He was not suitable for her husband disappeared. Collaborating with foreign powers. Qin He clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. Collaborating with foreign powers has always been the most hated act by the Qian people. What? Even Ling Wei, who usually has a tranquil heart, stood up abruptly. Rebels, how dare they do such a thing? As a native-born soldier of Guangzhou, she was very familiar with the surrounding barbaric tribes. To the north of Guangzhou are the Chang, to the west of Guangzhou are the Lao, and in the southern Mengshan area of Guangzhou live the savage tribe known as the Bo. The Bo often raid the Qian citizens. The people of Wenshan, Hanjia, and Shu prefectures have suffered greatly from them, and none fail to detest them deeply. During De Qian's prosperous period, troops were sent twice to fight against the Bo. First, 16 10,000 soldiers, and second, 14 10,000 soldiers led by famous generals, but none managed to eradicate them. They were merely driven to the Mengshan area. If the rebels collaborate with the Bo, it would be like inviting wolves into the house, and the three commandery's citizens might suffer once again. We still don't know the situation in the county town. Perhaps things aren't as I guessed. Commander Ling needn't worry too much. Qin He consoled. Xiao He. Ling Wei and I have become husband and wife. You may address each other as sisters in the future. This matter, Lin Mo didn't intend to conceal from Qin He. Qin He hesitated for a moment, with no trace of disappointment in her eyes. Instead, she stood up to congratulate. Congratulations to my husband for marrying a fine wife. Haha, good. In the future, you both get along well, and I will certainly treat neither one favorably over the other. Lin Mo held both women's hands and sincerely said. At this moment, Ling Wei had only one thing on her mind. The rebels collaborating with foreign tribes. Although this is Xiao He's guess, I think it's highly possible, and we need to be prepared for the worst. Facing the rebels, villagers might have a fighting chance. But if the Lao or the Bo were to come, they would not spare a single person of Diqian. She had fought against both tribes and knew how ruthless they could be, especially the Bo, who had once been pacified by Diqian. However, the governor in charge at that time followed his subordinates' advice and executed all 280 barrio chieftains who came to make peace, leading to an irreconcilable grudge. Their hatred for Diqian was etched deep in their bones. Ling Wei is right. We need to form a team, Lin Mo said firmly. In these times, local authorities and the court cannot be relied upon. If they want to survive, they can only depend on themselves. Swallow and Link should return before dark. Then I'll ask them if they can gather some former comrades. Though the county town had fallen, more than half of the defenders managed to break through successfully. So rallying a group of veterans should not be too difficult. That evening, after the villagers returned home, Lin Mo and the others were eating dinner when Swallow and Lynx arrived. Wang Yuqing rushed forward immediately to grab both women. Swallow, Lynx, any news about my father? Miss Wang, could we please drink some water first? Both had left the previous afternoon. Since then, they had eaten nothing but pot barley snacks, and their supply of water had run out long ago. Now, they were both parched and exhausted. Lin Mo instructed them to eat dinner first before reporting on the situation. Miss, Commander Ling Tong, the entire county has been placed under martial law, so we couldn't go inside to investigate further. However, last night, the rebel forces ambushed the Tuama cavalry. Although the Tuama cavalry didn't cause much damage, they were driven back. It seems the rebels have dispatched reinforcements. Not only are they entrenched in the county town, but they've also set up several garrisons around it. They're taxing the people, just like the imperial government used to. Those unable to pay must send someone from each family to serve 3 months of forced labor. Swallow detailed the intelligence she gathered. After hearing this report, everyone felt outraged. Lu Yun clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, furious. They're forcing the common folk into a dead end. Can't understand it. These rebels also originate from poor families. Yet why are they making life hard for the very same peasants? Didn't they rise in rebellion claiming to fight for the common people? And now it's still the common people being oppressed. He herself had been a refugee and understood well the plight of ordinary folks. All around the world, crowds flock for profits. All hustle and bustle stems from self-interest. They see only power and wealth. Who among them really cares whether the commoners live or die? Lin Mo shook his head. He had never believed in the so-called righteous armies. Be it chaotic times, orderly times, or prosperous ones, the common folk always ended up as sacrifices. Chapter 50. Terrible. Have you found out which group of rebels this is? Ling Wei pondered aloud. Reporting to Commander Ling, we heard it's a man who calls himself the Fixed King. We haven't yet uncovered his exact background, Mountain Cat replied. There was too little time, and they hadn't managed to infiltrate inside the county town, so the information they gathered was very limited. Fixed King. Ling Wei thought hard, but could not recall anyone by that name in Wenshan district or its surroundings. Yet someone who could assemble a force of over 10,000 people without a sound must not be an ordinary person. Tomorrow, go again and find out his origins and intentions. Additionally, I give you another task. Find the other guards or militia soldiers and have them come here to see me. Even the Tuama cavalry had been defeated, yet there was no sign of movement from Yinchi. If they wanted to survive, they would have to rely on themselves. Understood. The two accepted their orders. Guards, have you found any news about my mother? Lu Yun asked. And my father's whereabouts? Did you manage to inquire about him? Wang Yuqing also hurriedly asked. But Yinzi's answer left them somewhat disappointed. Miss Lu, we've checked all around, but there's no news of your mother, Yinzi replied. Then, turning her eyes to Wang Yuqing, she continued. We similarly haven't found news of Lord Wang. However, a refugee mentioned that the rebels captured a landlord on the road leading to Chongling. We don't know who this landlord is yet. So Miss Wang, think carefully. If your father escaped, would he head to Chongling? Chongling. Wang Yuqing frowned. My father does indeed own a few small shops in Chongling, but they're insignificant. If he were to flee, he'd more likely go to Mianxi, where there's a family mansion. Oh, then the one captured probably isn't Lord Wang. You can rest assured. Yinzi consoled her. Though she said that, until they saw their families again, Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing couldn't stop worrying. In times like these, chaos abounded, and accidents could happen at any moment. Ling Wei, earlier you mentioned the rebels established a base at Motangpu, and Yinzi said the rebels are grabbing able-bodied men everywhere and collecting taxes. Does that mean the rebels from Motangpu might come to Shangyi village? Lin Mo asked solemnly. Given what had happened so far, these rebels were clearly not benevolent. Once they arrived at Shangyi village, his entire family would be exposed. It could even cause disaster for the whole village. It's highly possible. Ling Wei had already been concerned about this, but didn't say anything before for fear of causing panic. You should go back to Motangpu tomorrow and figure out how many people they have and how many they send each time they go to collect taxes. If we can clarify this, we can make early preparations. Lin Mo didn't want to abandon Shangyi village and become a wandering refugee. Moreover, Wang Yuqing and Lu Yun's families still hadn't been found. They definitely wouldn't leave. How could he just leave these two young women behind? Although the world was vast, it was filled with rebels and bandits. Life away from Shangyi village would likely become even harder. No problem. At present, there were no others available to send. Ling Wei had no choice but to take on the mission herself. That night, everyone discussed for a long time, considering various emergencies and response strategies. Shangyi village had an advantage. It backed onto deep mountains and dense forests. If truly pushed to a point where resistance was impossible, they only needed to retreat into the mountain. Even if 10,000 rebels came, it wouldn't be easy to track them down. Therefore, staying here ensured some degree of safety. Late at night, the four He sisters, Wang Yuqing and Lu Yun, still slept on the beds. 2 shelters were built during the day, protecting them from the wind and rain. Lin Mo, Ling Wei, and the 2 guards slept on straw mats laid inside these 2 sheds. Very early the next morning, Ling Wei set off for Motangpu. He prepared some dry food and water for Yinzi and Shanmao, while Lin Mo gave them 10 taels of silver in case of urgent needs. He instructed them to ascertain the enemy's situation. They were personally promoted by Ling Wei, and their skills were personally taught by her. As both her subordinates and apprentices, their loyalty was unquestionable. The only thing that mattered was their safety. During the day, the villagers still worked for Lin Mo. Dozens of people building houses together made the work incredibly fast. By evening, the foundation of the house was completed, and they began assembling the frame. As per the agreement, Lin Mo distributed half a pound of pork to each person who worked diligently. Lin Mo originally intended to take out the vegetable seeds yesterday, but now they were in danger. He feared that if the rebels attacked, these things might not be safeguarded, so he stored them in his personal space. This personal space had a time stop effect. Any item placed within remained as it was when taken out, ensuring neither the seeds spoiled nor the food decayed. Just before dinner, Ling Wei returned. There are 120 rebels in Motangpu with 3 horses, forming a complete 100-man battalion led by a foreman. During the day, they send 6 groups of people to various villages to collect taxes. What they call taxation is actually for conscripting laborers to build defensive structures at Lai Ko. After a whole day's effort, Ling Wei had gathered extremely clear information about the enemy. One group was made up of 10 to 12 people. This number of individuals was something Lin Mo and his team could certainly handle. But the problem was that behind them stood a full 100-man battalion, and beyond that battalion were all the rebels. Lai Ko, where exactly is it located? And why are they constructing defenses there? He wasn't familiar with this area, thus unable to understand the true intent of the rebels. Lai Ko is 60 miles west of Guangzhou City, serving as a vital passageway connecting Guangzhou with Zhangke Tumu's 2 fortresses. I think their construction of defenses here aims to trap the soldiers from these 2 military fortresses outside, Ling Wei said with a deep tone. If the rebels truly managed to block off Lai Ko, then the 2 fortresses, Zhangke and Tumu, would be left isolated without any support. Without an attack from foreign tribes, these forts would still starve to death due to lack of food supplies. As border fortress garrisons, they cannot leave their posts without orders from the court. Therefore, this strategic move by the rebels was intended to place them in a life or death situation. We need to notify the governor and the commanders of the 2 fortresses immediately. He was worried that if the 2 fortresses were lost, the invasion path for foreigners to Wenshan Prefecture would be completely unobstructed. The county magistrate has already sent someone to inform the governor, yet until now, there hasn't been a single sound. In my view, either he has abandoned Guangzhou or he has joined the rebels. The governor of Wenshan County was far from a good person. He was the root cause of corruption in Wenshan. Lu County magistrate has always been on bad terms with him. Ling Wei even suspected that the rebel surprise attack on Guangzhou was part of the Wenshan governor's plan to kill enemies through borrowed hands. Otherwise, how could a governor who controlled the entire region's military and political affairs not know of the arrival of such a large force of rebels in Wenshan? Ling Wei is right. We must also beware of this governor. Lin Mo felt helpless. The current situation had become utterly terrible. Chapter 51. The rebel army enters the village. Lin Mo, tomorrow make the villagers stop working for a day, and it would be best if everyone hid deep in the mountains. According to my observation, the rebels from Maotongpu will come to our area tomorrow. Though Ling Wei was decisive in her actions, as an officer of the imperial court, she could not disregard the lives of the common people. Even more so, she did not wish for this situation to endanger her newly acquired family. Therefore, having all the villagers hide to avoid conflict with the rebel army was the best choice under these circumstances. Nowadays, abandoned villages were everywhere. Perhaps after the rebels came once and found no one here, they wouldn't return anymore. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Lin Mo understood the villagers. They hadn't witnessed the brutality of the rebels and wouldn't easily abandon their homes. Early the next morning, the villagers came to Lin Mo's house to work as usual. Lin Mo informed them that the rebels were going to collect taxes today. Fellow villagers, the rebels are ruthless and bloodthirsty. Since we don't have grain to pay, they will take us as laborers. Therefore, I suggest you all go hide in the mountains today and return when the rebels leave. The tragic state of Wang village had already spread throughout Shentang. All the residents of Shangyi village had heard about the rebels. However, these were merely rumors. It can't be as serious as you say, can it? We're just a bunch of women. Would they force us into labor? That's true. There had never been a precedent in Dakian for women to perform forced labor, except for those exiled to border regions for capital offenses, where there was no distinction between men and women. I've heard that the rebels kill landlords, tyrants, and corrupt officials. They won't harm us poor people. Lin Mo, now that you have a big estate and business, it's understandable that you want to hide. But for us, hiding our grain should suffice. Sure enough, it was as Lin Mo expected. No one wanted to listen to him. Feeling helpless, Lin Mo could only let Ling Wei lead everyone to hide in the mountains. He himself stayed behind in secret, watching from afar. As long as he didn't show his face, it would be safe once the rebels left. The morning passed quickly, without even a glimpse of a rebel soldier. The villagers cared less about what Lin Mo had said. Only Nyo, the wife of Chun Laizi, because she hadn't seen him all day, became worried and took her mother-in-law and children to hide in the mountains with Lin Mo's family. Seeing that the rebels hadn't come, every household started cooking lunch. Just as they were about to enjoy their meal, a small group of rebels finally appeared. Upon entering the village, they immediately smelled the aroma of meat coming from Zhao Guifu's house, greatly delighting the rebels. Who would have thought? Visiting so many villages and getting nothing, but we find meat in this godforsaken place. You check it out. The squad leader pointed at one of his men and sent him over. Yes, sir. The rebel rushed to the door of Zhao Guifu's house and kicked down the rickety door, causing Zhao Guifu and her 2 daughters to nearly faint in fright. Who are you? Because the rebels wore no uniform, she couldn't immediately recognize their identity. We are the army of Duke Ding, killing the corrupt officials for you. We have come to your village today, seeking military funding. With your support, we can kill more corrupt officials and tyrants. The squad leader walked in, instantly spotting the wild boar stew simmering in the pot. So, sir military officer. Zhao Guifu was shocked. Lin Mo had been right. The rebels had indeed arrived. She acted quickly, covering the pot and offering a bowl of water. We've already heard about the wonderful deed done by your men in the county city. Everyone in the village is praising you. It's just that, with the prolonged droughts year after year, our harvest has always been insufficient. There really isn't any grain left, please understand. No grain, huh? The squad leader smirked cruelly at Zhao Guifu, making her feel extremely uneasy. Then, he used his blade to pry open the lid of the pot, releasing a burst of rich aroma. The squad leader coldly said, "You seem to be living rather well, steaming up meat. Doesn't look like you lack food." At this point, Zhao Guifu wanted to cry in regret for not listening to Lin Mo. The Lord must know, this is wild game caught in the mountain. Zhao Guifu lied boldly since she couldn't dare to tell the truth. Lin Mo had warned them that anyone who betrayed him wouldn't be allowed to work anymore and would thus receive no meat. The Lord must be tired from traveling far and wide, and perhaps hasn't eaten yet. If you don't mind, I can serve you some of this meat. To protect herself, Zhao Guifu was willing to give up the entire pot of meat. The squad leader was pleased with her compliance, and he directly ordered someone to take away the pot from Zhao Guifu's house. Next house. They went to several other houses one after another, and found each home had stewing meat. Realizing that the villagers were lying, they questioned, "Who is the village chief?" The squad leader of the rebels realized there was something extraordinary about this village. Sensing it could be a major feat, he became somewhat excited. "Call all the villagers here, and bring over the meat from your pots as well. If I find out that anyone dares to hide anything, I'll spare not a single person in their household, no matter if they're old or young, male or female." He slashed his sword on the grinding stone at the threshing ground, sending sparks flying, and the harsh sound reverberated throughout Shangyi village. Out of sheer fear for their lives, Zhao Xiangui immediately struck the copper gong to gather all the villagers. And so, everyone already knew that the rebel army had arrived. It was too late to regret now. All they could do was hand over every piece of meat from their homes. Where did all this meat come from? Don't dare to tell me it's wild game from the mountains. I'm no fool. This is clearly a whole pig. The squad leader brandished his steel sword, terrifying the villagers so much that they didn't dare to raise their heads, not even daring to take a deep breath. Not going to say, are you? Fine then. Seeing how good your lives are, we'll collect 5 dough of grain per head. Those who can't pay up will all be rounded up for forced labor. In other villages, they only collected 1 dough. But since they wanted to pressure the villagers into revealing the source of the meat, they increased the demand to 5 dough. 5 dough of grain equaled more than 60 pounds. 60 pounds per person meant that a family of 4 would have to pay over 2 sure. Impossible for any household to produce such a vast quantity of grain. Sir military officer, please calm down. Sir military officer, please don't lose your temper. Zhao Xiangui timidly stepped forward. Report to the officer. This wild boar was caught by us just 2 days ago in the mountain. Since everyone participated, each household got its share. The squad leader clearly didn't believe this explanation. At that moment, he noticed something. Every home had meat except one particular household. And where's your share of the meat? Do you expect me to carve some off your flesh instead? He placed his sword against Jia Zhongshi's neck. She trembled violently in fear, and wet herself right there. Please spare my life, sir. Please, mercy. Jia Zhongshi quickly bowed down to beg for mercy. We swear we haven't received any share of the meat. Lin Mo, hiding nearby and observing the scene, thought to himself, this is bad. Chapter 52, Jia Zhongshi's betrayal, deserved death. Oh, why did everyone else get meat, but not your family? The rebel squad leader gave Jia Zhongshi a disdainful glance, and stepped back 2 paces, covering his nose. You tell me the truth. If you've been wronged, I, as a military officer, will uphold justice for you. Jia Zhongshi believed she had suffered greatly. Hearing the rebel squad leader's words almost brought her to tears. Her leg had been injured on the day at Lin Mo's house. Although it wasn't broken, she still limped and couldn't perform heavy labor. A few days before, Lin Mo had invited everyone to help him. Even someone like Chen Lizi, known for being a troublemaker, was allowed to help. However, her family was refused. This made Jia Zhongshi harbor deep resentment. Now that someone was willing to take her side, her grievances grew boundless. May justice prevail, great military officer. May justice prevail. Everyone refused to betray Lin Mo because they all wanted to continue receiving meat from him. However, Jia Zhongshi never got any, so naturally, she had no such considerations in mind. She hoped with all her heart that the rebels would take away Lin Mo's entire family. Jia Zhongshi, how dare you speak nonsense in front of the military officer? Zhao Xiangui reminded her in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, however, the rebel squad leader kicked him out. Luckily, Zhao was a blacksmith, so his body was tough. He only felt chest pain, but no major injuries. The hell did I give you permission to talk? Anybody interrupting me again gets their tongue cut off. The rebel squad leader barked coldly at everyone, then turned back and smiled at Jia Zhangshi. Speak freely about your grievances. I love righting wrongs. Jia Zhangshi had no idea that the rebels were tricking her into revealing information. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Inform the military officer. All this meat comes from our village's Lin Mo, who distributes it among us. He still has at least 200 to 300 pounds of meat left. Jia Zhangshi immediately betrayed Lin Mo. Oh, and who is this Lin Mo? Stand up and let the officer see you, said the squad leader as he looked around, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Great officer, Lin Mo knew you were coming early this morning and hid in the mountains. Not only does he have hundreds of pounds of meat, but also 5 beautiful wives, Jia Zhangshi said viciously. Is that so? The squad leader's smile widened. Even if the monk escapes, the temple doesn't. Where's his house? If he doesn't come out, we'll burn it down. At the end of the village, he was planning to build a new house. Jia Zhangshi quickly pointed out to the rebel squad leader. Seeing a dilapidated house, the rebel squad leader lost interest instantly. That kind of house, even if given to him, he wouldn't accept. Burning it probably wouldn't cause anyone to care. As for the new house, it was just beginning to be constructed, not worth destroying. The rebels thought of a more brutal plan. Go into the mountain and shout to make Lin Mo come out. Tell him, if he doesn't come out, I'll kill a family every time I count to 10. Hearing this, the villagers nearly wet themselves from fear. Inwardly, they cursed the rebels' ancestors through 18 generations. You call yourself righteous army, yet your behavior is no different from bandits. Everyone could only pray Lin Mo would appear soon and save them all. The only ones not worried were the Jia Zhangshi family. They thought since they had done good by revealing information, the rebels shouldn't harm them and might even reward them. 9-10. Soon, the first round of counting ended. Ling Wei wanted to rush out to save others, but was stopped by Lin Mo. Quietly go to the back. I'll distract them, and you attack them from behind. Husband, I will help you too. Upon hearing the rebel shouts, he also came over. Although it was somewhat presumptuous, since she worried about him, Lin Mo didn't reprimand her, but handed her the bow and arrows. Excellent. Let's see how long you can hide. The squad leader waited, seeing no sign of Lin Mo emerging, and without hesitation, cut down Jia Zhangshi, whose neck was under his blade. Jia Zhangshi, who was deeply immersed in fantasizing about what reward the rebels would give her, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the squad leader had killed her. I've clearly done something good. Why am I the first one to die? Mother. Seeing Jia Zhangshi fall, Mrs. He screamed in terror. Her son and 2 daughters were also frightened into tears. Shut up. The squad leader impatiently cleaned his ears and swung his knife at Mrs. He. 3 more cuts followed swiftly, taking the lives of 3 children. After finishing one family, he started the second round of counting nonchalantly. Witnessing the cruel death of the Jia Zhangshi family, the villagers were horrified. These rebels were not human. They didn't spare even 4-year-old children. They were animals. As for Jia Zhangshi, nobody felt sympathy for her. Many even thought she deserved to die. Lin Mo, please, come out. Seeing the second round approaching its end, the villagers cried out in anguish. They didn't want to die. Of course, there were those who remained clear-headed. Lin Mo, we regret not listening to your words and hiding with you. You mustn't come out. Even if you do, these beasts won't let us live. The one shouting was Zhao Yangshi. She tightly hugged her child. Though she was extremely frightened, she still bravely called out. Everyone else was blaming Lin Mo for not coming out yet. Only she realized clearly that the rebels wouldn't let everyone go free. Hence, there was no need to drag Lin Mo into this mess. However, her shout caught the attention of the rebel squad leader, who then walked over to her. 8, 9, 10. As soon as he finished counting, he raised his steel sword, ready to cut down Zhao Yangshi. Hold it! Lin Mo shouted loudly, and stepped out from behind Zhao Xinggui's house. Seeing Lin Mo, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except Zhao Yangshi, who rebuked him. Why did you come out? Run away quick. You don't want meat, right? I'll give you all my meat, and every 15 days, I will give you 1 pig. I have only one condition. Set everyone free. Lin Mo didn't listen to Zhao Yangshi, but walked towards the front. He wasn't really intending to negotiate with the rebels. Rather, he was using this approach to attract their attention and make them lower their guard. There were 11 rebels in total, scattered around the threshing ground. Lin Mo wanted to get close to the rebel squad leader first, kill him before anything else. Every 10 days 1 pig, I agree. Lin Mo's words made the rebel squad leader greedy. Okay. Lin Mo nodded. At this point, he was merely 5 steps away from the rebel squad leader. A sinister smile played on his lips. I'll deliver it to you now. Before they knew it, a firewood knife had appeared in his hand, its cold flash piercing through the air. It was the chopping wind sword technique. Even though he wasn't using a real sword, the power was significantly reduced. However, a Grandmaster-level sword technique is already fully integrated and can transform any object into a weapon. At such a close distance, the mediocre rebel squad leader hadn't even reacted when a deep cut, bone visible, appeared on his chest. Another strike followed swiftly, decapitating him. Ling Wei, who was hidden opposite, watched this scene in utter astonishment. Chopping wind sword technique? She couldn't understand why Lin Mo knew her signature move. In fact, he performed it no worse than she did. Chapter 53, appointed as the village chief. Lin Mo launched a surprise attack on the rebel squad leader, drawing the attention of all the rebels. In the past few days, they had visited many villages, but no matter where they went, the common people were always filled with fear for them, not daring to disobey their orders even slightly. Therefore, they believed that the villagers were just a flock of sheep, free for them to bully and slaughter at will. Because of this arrogant and overbearing mentality, the rebel squad leader was completely unprepared when faced with Lin Mo's ambush. Seeing this, the other rebels roared in anger. Damn it, kill him! Attack together! The remaining 10 rebels surrounded him. They failed to notice the ghostly figure quietly appearing behind them. Just as the rebels were about to move against Lin Mo, Ling Wei's sword flashed like lightning, swift and venomous like a snake, instantly slaying 2 rebels. At the same time, an arrow flew from the earthen slope to the side, killing another rebel who was about to attack Lin Mo. This sudden turn of events terrified the remaining rebels. There's an ambush. Shit, they're not ordinary farmers. Retreat, quick retreat. In just a few seconds, they had lost 4 men. The remaining rebels immediately decided to flee, leaving Lin Mo and heading toward the outskirts of the village. The villagers crouching on the ground could only watch in shock. Is this the Lin Mo we know? And those frail young women, who kill without blinking an eye, making it seem easier than slaughtering chickens. Ironically, they had been mocking Lin Mo's wives before, thinking them to be useless decorations. Don't let them escape. Lin Mo, holding a woodcutter's axe, burst out fiercely. His impressive burst of speed allowed him to catch up with one rebel within the blink of an eye. The axe hacked deeply into the man's shoulder blade, almost splitting off half his body. Without needing Lin Mo's reminder, Ling Wei understood more clearly the importance of cutting off the root once you've started. If they let these rebels return now, by the afternoon a large army might arrive. But if they killed them all now, they could at least delay things for some time. She swiftly caught up with the rebels, unleashing her whirlwind sword technique, silently taking lives. Of the remaining 6, she killed 4. One was pursued down and killed by Lin Mo, and another was shot down by Qin He. Within less than a minute, the group of rebels who were still boasting earlier now had stopped breathing. The villagers were so scared that they dared not breathe loudly, numbly watching everything happen. A chilling sense of death hovered above everyone's heads. Everyone stand up. Lin Mo glanced briefly at the crowd, finding their performance tolerable. Those unsatisfactory ones have already received their deserved punishment. Wah! Woohoo! The children in the village couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Mo, when did you become so powerful? The villagers now felt some awe towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, how do we handle these corpses? Will the rebels really not come looking after killing so many people? Zhao Xiangui timidly stepped forward. The immediate crisis was resolved, yet they had planted the seed for future trouble. Once the other rebels learn they've killed these men, they would surely never forgive any of them. Losing one small team, the rebels will find us sooner or later. If you want to live, from now on you must listen to me. If something like today happens again, I absolutely won't step in anymore. Though the rebels killing all the villagers might mean they wouldn't come back in the future, Lin Mo could not bear such cruelty. After all, these are countless lives, among which there are quite a few who once helped him. Moreover, if everyone dies, he himself would feel uneasy living here. Thus, he lets them experience this hardship so that they could learn a lesson and unite better moving forward. We will all follow your lead. I regret not listening to you this morning. Fortunately, you managed to kill them all. Who would have thought Lin Mo is actually so skilled? And also your wife. Thank you both for saving everyone. In the future, whoever doesn't listen to Lin Mo, we should ignore whether they live or die. That's right. The Jia family deserves their fate, almost getting us all killed. One after another, the villagers expressed support for Lin Mo while condemning the actions of Jia Zhangshi. Zhao Xiangui then suggested, Lin Mo, our lives are all in your hands now. The position of village chief should go to you. Upon hearing this, his family members expressed confusion, but due to their fear of Lin Mo, none dared oppose. Finally, Zhao Xiangui has done something I approve of, letting Lin Mo be the village chief. I am in favor. Only Lin Mo has the qualification now. Everyone showed approval. So be it. Lin Mo didn't refuse. With the identity of the village chief, he could now openly lead everyone. Since you've chosen me as the village chief, I hope everyone can follow my lead from now on. Everyone has seen it. The rebels are a group of bandits who kill without blinking, and I heard that they might collude with the foreigners. Once they let the foreigners in, the danger we face will increase significantly. The elders instantly turned pale upon hearing about the foreigners, because they had once experienced their massacre. These cursed rebels, worse than pigs and dogs. Colluding with foreigners is against heaven and reason. Lin Mo is right. Foreigners are all beasts. The county governor surely won't allow them to do this, right? Though the county town was breached, many still pinned their hopes on the provincial city. After all, if foreigners invade, the provincial governor would be held accountable by the court. But what they didn't know was that the court was now in dire straits, with most regions governing themselves. Who would come to hold the provincial governor of such a remote area responsible? Thus, to survive, one could only rely on oneself. It's good if the governor can drive away the rebels and foreigners, but if he cannot or refuses to do so, we can only depend on ourselves. To survive, either leave our hometown now with packed bags, seek refuge with relatives if you have any, beg for survival if not, or we unite together and use our strength to protect our home. Becoming displaced is a desperate choice, one no one wants to make unless absolutely necessary. We must protect our own homeland. My family has lived here for generations, survived 3 foreign invasions. I am nearly 70 now. If I must die, I will stay here and die. I won't go anywhere else. Lin Mo, tell us what to do. Everyone will follow your instructions. A few senior elders stood up. With their support, Lin Mo became more persuasive as the village leader. At this moment, the villagers united for the first time. Faced with a common crisis, no one would abandon hope of survival for personal gain anymore. Quickly dispose of these bodies so outsiders don't find out. Also, Dawua and Zhao Di, take 3 or 4 people with me. Lin Mo called up the older children from the village and walked towards the mountain opposite. Chapter 54, Strategy to Cope. Sister Xiaohi, where's Dr. Lin? Upon learning about the battle that just took place from the villagers dealing with the bodies, Lu Yun and her 2 companions hurried out as well. However, only Qin, he was present. There was no sign of Lin Mo and Ling Wei. Your husband has taken a few children up the opposite mountain. Qin, he explained, unsure of why Lin Mo had gone. She stayed behind because someone was needed to take care of things here. Were they injured? Lu Yun asked anxiously. No. Qin, he shook her head. Relieved, Lu Yun and her companions then became worried. Killing the tax collection team of the rebel army would surely raise suspicion at their base. They might send troops over tomorrow to investigate. Qin, he nodded in agreement. My husband and sister Ling Wei have already considered this and are making arrangements right now. At this moment, Lin Mo had already led the older children to the opposite mountain. Shangyi village was secluded because it was surrounded by mountains on all sides, situated within a concave valley, with an exit only in the northeast direction. This valley was called Nianzi Valley, home not only to Shangyi village but also to Xiaozuan village and Yimaoling, totaling more than 120 households. The hill chosen by Lin Mo wasn't particularly tall, yet it offered a view of the road leading into the valley from several miles away. Placing 2 people here allowed them to spot approaching rebels early, buying time for the villagers. Who among you can run the fastest? Lin Mo asked while looking at the 4 children before him. In truth, they couldn't be called children anymore, being around 13 or 14 years old, just 3 or 4 years younger than Lin Mo. Did you forget, Brother Mo? I'm the fastest runner in our village. A petite, dark-skinned girl raised her hand and laughed. Her name was Zhao Di. She was the youngest daughter of Carpenter Li. Her 2 older sisters were already married. She was named Zhao Di in hope of having a brother. When she was 2, her father, Li Carpenter, was summoned by a landlord to do carpentry work. For some unknown reason, he angered the landlord and was brutally beaten to death. Now only she, her mother Lady Liang, and her aged grandfather remained. Lin Mo then remembered. Li Zhao Di was indeed the fastest runner in the village, swift as the wind. All right, I hereby appoint you as the leader of the reconnaissance team. You're all members of the reconnaissance team. Tomorrow at dawn, come to this place. I'll give you a flag, and once you spot rebels heading towards Nianzi Valley, immediately wave the flag. If no rebels are sighted, don't wave it under any circumstances. This isn't play. This must be remembered. Can you handle this important task? Every child dreams of being a hero. Seeing Lin Mo entrust such an important mission to them filled them with a sense of responsibility, straightening their spines as they responded. Don't worry, Brother Mo, we'll definitely complete the task. Oh, Brother Mo, will we get meat if we finish the task? Gowa started salivating at the thought of Lin Mo's meat. As long as you perform well, there will not only be meat, but also white rice to eat. Lin Mo said with a smile. A sense of responsibility could temporarily excite them, but nothing was as real as the promise of food. After all, they hadn't undergone military training, lacking both the discipline and courage of soldiers. Go home and eat first. Having introduced the mission, Lin Mo sent them back home, standing with Ling Wei atop the hill to survey the surroundings. This actually is quite a good defensive position. Setting up a simple defense at the pass, dozens of men could hold off thousands. Pity, it's too small. Due to marrying Lin Mo, Ling Wei considered this place her home. What she thought about now was how to protect it. The valley can accommodate more than 2,000 people. If we develop the back mountain further, accommodating 3,000 or 4,000 wouldn't be a problem. It's not so small. The lack wasn't space, but manpower. If they could rally the dozen-odd nearby villages, they might form a decent force. Unfortunately, unless forced to extremities, no one would abandon their homes and land. And the neighboring villages were similar to Shangyi village, mostly inhabited by elderly people, women, and children left behind. Should everyone gather inside Nianzi Valley, food would become a major issue. Vivi, do you think the young women in the village can be trained into warriors? With no male conscripts, Lin Mo had no choice but to consider women. Ling Wei and her guards were all women, though numbering only 40-odd individuals. Each possessed good combat skills. Ling Wei had experience training female soldiers, which was truly valuable. To train into soldiers, one must meet 3 conditions. First, they must endure hardship, possess sufficient patience, and have good physical fitness without any illnesses. They also cannot be too dull. Second, it takes time. To turn a woman who only knows embroidery and farming into a qualified warrior, it would take at least half a year. Of course, after a month, they could kill enemies, but it would be dangerous. Third, food is needed. During the training process, a large amount of stamina will be consumed, and their appetite will reach 2 to 5 times that of normal times. Without enough food, the intensity of the training cannot be increased, and it would be hard to achieve the desired results. Ling Wei was not optimistic about the women in the village, believing that training them into warriors would not be an easy task. If she were to select soldiers, she would never choose from this group of people. But since this was proposed by Lin Mo, she was willing to try. Perhaps, we can start by selecting a few for a trial. The fewer people we train, the greater my confidence. For now, this is all we can do. I hope Shan Mao and Yinzi can bring us some surprises. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing with Ling Wei's suggestion. However, this was just their discussion. Whether the village women were willing to participate in the training was entirely up to them, and others couldn't force them. Let's head back as well. The news of the rebel army being killed would certainly not be discovered by those at the base until evening, so today would definitely be safe. Husband, I have a question for you. On the way down the mountain, Ling Wei once again linked her arm with Lin Mo's. She used to be a very independent person, relying on no one. Now, having a man to rely on, she enjoyed this feeling. Are you wondering why I also know the Pai Feng sword technique? Lin Mo saw through her thoughts. That's correct. The Pai Feng sword technique was found by my father in a cave, left behind by a master from the previous dynasty. It should be a martial arts secret known only to me and my father. How did you learn it? And your sword skills are very profound, not inferior to mine at all. The Pai Feng sword technique was her proudest skill, which she began practicing at the age of 12 and diligently studied for over a decade before achieving her current level. Lin Mo was much younger than her. Could it be that he started practicing this technique at 5 or 6 years old? Haha, because I use your training results. Lin Mo laughed in response. This could be considered another ability bestowed upon me by the immortal teacher, stealing others' training results. The last time we were in the mountains, I stole your Pai Feng sword technique. I didn't ask for your consent beforehand, but you shouldn't be angry, right? Ling Wei's face flushed slightly. I never imagined there was such a miraculous technique. That was the sword technique I spent 10 years refining, and you mastered it in merely half an hour. Ling Wei shook her head, feeling utterly speechless. Still, she naturally wouldn't get upset over something like this. The more skilled her husband became, the more she liked him. Chapter 55. Ling Wei selects soldiers. Upon returning to the village, the rebel corpses had already been disposed of. Together with Mrs. Jia's body, all were thrown near the wolf monument. No burial was necessary because nature would decompose them overnight. At this moment, some villagers still lingered in the threshing ground. Lin Mo is back. The villagers greeted him one by one, a trace of fear lingering in their eyes. Dr. Lin, Lu Yun and Qin he approached. The rebel corpses have been cleaned up. These are the materials we found on their bodies. Please take a look. 10 steel knives, 1 long bow, 30 arrows. In addition, there is some loose silver, totaling 8 taels and 9 cash, 315 copper coins, and various types of grain totaling 214 pounds. All these things were surely pillaged from nearby villages. Their clothes and boots are also here. Lu Yun has already documented all these items in a ledger. She looks rather capable, like a housekeeper. She handed over the record to Lin Mo for inspection, and it was clear and easy to understand at a glance. Good job. Lin Mo glanced at it, and then returned the book to her. From now on, you will be responsible for the distribution and use of supplies. Lu Yun nodded without rejecting the task. After lunch, Lin Mo gathered the entire village again. I called everyone together this time to discuss an important matter. To protect our hometown and safeguard our lives, we can only rely on our own strength. I intend to train a civilian militia team, regardless of gender. Everyone can sign up. I hope that all of you will actively participate. At this announcement, the villagers burst into an uproar. We're all women. Do you want us to fight the rebels? In their understanding, women are naturally weaker than men. Moreover, they only know how to weave and farm. How could they possibly kill anyone? Our men mostly died in military service, leaving behind only orphans and widows. Lin Mo, don't you think you should give us a chance to have heirs? Those rebels are incredibly brutal. How could we possibly stand against them? Can we find another solution? Making us go to war is like trying to make ducks climb a tree. Most people didn't possess such courage. Even if given a knife and an enemy bound before them, they might not necessarily have the nerve to kill. But no one is born knowing how to kill. Who says women cannot kill enemies? You've all seen the skills of the person beside me. I don't force everyone to sign up. I just need the bravest 10. Those who participate in training will receive 1 pound of meat and 1 pound of rice every day. Since there's a commitment, there must be a reward. Is what you said true? Will we really get 1 pound of meat and 1 pound of rice? I sign up. Count me in as well. Lured by food, about 20 or 30 people immediately stepped forward. Among them were Tieshi, Zhao Ying, and several other young strong men. You better wait a moment, let me finish. Lin Mo waved his hand to quiet down the excited crowd. I will definitely give you the food, but let me be clear. Once you join the training, you cannot quit. We will enforce strict military standards. If someone says after a few days of training that they cannot bear the hardship and stop, they'll be treated as deserters. Ling Commander, explain how the army deals with deserters? All the men present had served in the military. They knew exactly what fate awaited deserters. Execute. Ling Wei calmly spoke one word, filled with deadly intent, instantly dampening many people's enthusiasm. I've served in the army and participated in battles. Count me in too. After some thought, Tieshi stood up despite opposition from his family. Count me in as well. Zhao Ying followed second. And me. Chen Yan, the father of Dogwa, third. With 3 men leading the way, several more women stood up. My husband died on the battlefield, so why shouldn't I accompany him? If I die, Lin Mo, please take care of my children. Count me in. Zhao Widow also stepped forward. Her family consisted only of herself and 2 severely malnourished children. She desperately needed those rations. I've never believed women are inferior to men. Finally, this gives me a chance to prove myself. Sisters, let's outdo the 3 men. A total of 3 men and 9 women. More than Lin Mo originally planned for, but whether they'd earn the right to participate in the training would depend on their own efforts. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Wei, commander of the protective unit of Guangzhou County. I'll be in charge of your training, but signing up doesn't guarantee your qualification to attend. Ling Wei has always been very strict with her subordinates. It is precisely this strictness that allows her to train excellent soldiers. If you want to receive my training, you must first prove to me that you have the qualifications. Upon hearing Ling Wei reveal her identity, the villagers looked at her with astonished eyes. Because all along, in their eyes, the captain of the county's protective guard was a high-ranking figure. It was already something to boast about if they could see her once in a while. And now, such a great person had married into Shangyi village. They were curious how Lin Mo, whom they had watched grow up, managed to marry someone so illustrious. Meanwhile, their curiosity about the other two girls from Lin Mo's household only grew stronger. They had heard Ling Wei call her Lu Yun, Mississippi. May I ask Captain Ling, how do we prove ourselves? Run 10 laps around the valley. Those who can endure it will qualify for the training. Marching and fighting require physical fitness as the foundation. So the first test Ling Wei would administer was their endurance. 10 laps. 1 lap is more than 2 li, which makes 10 laps over 20 li. How is that possible? The crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Though the villagers had decent stamina, none of them had ever run such a long distance before. If you think it's impossible to complete, you can quit now. I won't force you. But if you wish to earn the qualification, follow me. You just need to finish 10 laps before dark. Without further ado, Ling Wei started running ahead. The 12 villagers who had signed up glanced at each other hesitantly, then gritted their teeth and followed her. It wasn't about the steamed bun, it was about pride. They'd already made bold claims, so they had to persevere no matter what. On the other side, Lu Yun quietly pulled Lin Mo aside. Dr. Lin, are you really going to give every villager who participates in the training 1 pound of meat and 1 pound of rice daily? The training requires ample strength and also some encouragement to boost their morale, Lin Mo replied. But your family has less than 10 pounds of grain left. Including the supplies seized from the rebels, we've barely got 225 pounds in total. With our own consumption included, these supplies won't last more than half a month. Lu Yun silently calculated the balance for Lin Mo. She thought this method might be effective, but not sustainable. What if the grain runs out? Would the villagers still willingly continue the training, or even fight? You're right, that is indeed a problem. I can hunt in the mountains for meat, but there's nowhere nearby to buy grain right now. The county town was under rebel control, and trade hadn't resumed yet, so it was impossible to procure grain there. Going to the provincial city for grain would be too expensive and also too far, a case of water too distant to quench a present thirst. Since you've already thought of this, you must have a solution? Lin Mo looked at Lu Yun. These past few days, while helping repair his house, he had noticed Lu Yun's ability. If he could marry her, the family accounts would surely be well managed. There is one method, but it may be somewhat difficult to implement. Chapter 56, Training Qualification. Speak your mind. Lin Mo asked. What you're doing now is to protect the lives of all the villagers. So every villager should make an effort. My idea is for each household to donate 10 jin as reserve food, exclusively for the warriors' use. We'll put the accounts out in the open and ask authoritative people in the village to supervise them, which should reduce their resistance. Listening to Lu Yun's suggestion, Lin Mo was secretly impressed. She could come up with a solution in such a short time and even consider how to avoid conflicts, which showed her strength. Miss Lu, I leave this matter to you. Tell them that once we get through the current difficulties, the food donated today will be returned double-fold by me in the future. Lin Mo knew that everyone had little food at home, barely getting through the winter, and donating another 10 jin would undoubtedly add insult to injury. He naturally wouldn't let the villagers starve to death, so donating food was just a temporary measure. Dr. Lin, please don't be too formal. You've saved my life twice. Helping you do some things is also something I should do. Though the task was not easy, Lu Yun did not refuse. Xiaohe, take 2 people to clean up Mrs. Jia's room. Their family's grain will be confiscated, and the room tidied up will serve as the training restroom. Okay. Leaving the village affairs in the hands of these 3 women, Lin Mo could feel assured. After finishing his instructions, he went hunting deep in the mountains. Although Lu Yun encountered some obstacles here, after her patient explanation and weighing the pros and cons for the villagers gradually accepted her proposal. Each household donated 10 jin of food. Excluding the 12 households undergoing training, they managed to gather a total of 428 jin of food. There were a few households who were truly in difficulty, and Lu Yun did not force them. These grains, mixed with the 214 jin seized from the rebels, were used as military provisions. Ling Wei was still leading 12 villagers in running laps. It had been 3 rounds, and everyone was still holding on. After collecting the food, someone asked if they were still going to repair Lin Mo's house. By this time, Lin Mo had already gone hunting in the deep mountains. After Qinhe and Lu Yun discussed, they decided to continue the repair. The foundation had already been laid, and quite a bit of material had been prepared. If they gave up now, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Besides, this big family really needed a place to live. Therefore, besides training, Shangyi village's main activity became building new houses. Unknowingly, an hour passed, and Ling Wei had already run 10 laps and waited for other challengers on the threshing floor. At 1.5 hours, Zhao Tieshu was the first to complete the challenge. Additionally, 2 village women could no longer hold on and gave up. About 2 hours later, the challenge ended. A total of 5 people completed the challenge, namely Zhao Tieshu, Qin Yan, Zhao Guifu, Lin Guifu, and Niu, the daughter of the butcher. Although most were eliminated, having 5 people obtain the qualification for training still surprised Ling Wei somewhat. She felt she underestimated these villagers' endurance and determination. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification for training. I'm sure you've experienced the hardships of training. I can assure you that the subsequent training will be 10 times more difficult than this. If you want to give up now, it's still in time. Ling Wei wasn't exaggerating. These people are from the same village as Lin Mo, more or less related by blood or marriage. Therefore, she didn't want to see anyone sacrifice themselves. However, as long as there is war, sacrifice cannot be avoided. What she can do is increase the intensity of the training, maximizing their combat capabilities to the greatest extent possible. Only in this way can their chances of survival in battle be increased. Therefore, her requirements for these people will be higher than those of former soldiers. Leader Ling, we worked hard to hold on, so we will absolutely not give up easily. I am also someone who has experienced life and death on the battlefield. I can endure this hardship. Chen Yan, with both hands leaning against his knees, bent over while panting heavily, said firmly, "That's right, please teach us skills. At least when the rebels come, we won't have no strength to resist," Zhao Tieshu also seriously said. All 5 individuals, without any retreat. Ling Wei stopped trying to dissuade them. Rest for 15 minutes, then gather at the village entrance. Just as the group dispersed, a group of people arrived at Shangyi village. It was the village chief and villagers from neighboring Xuanhuan village and Wildcat Ridge. They knew the rebels had come to Nianzigu Valley, but they didn't know the rebels had been killed by the people of Shangyi village. Seeing the people of Shangyi village running around the Nianzi Valley like they had nothing better to do, they were very curious. So when the village chiefs came back, the 2 villages visited Zhao Xiangui in Shangyi village. "Lao Zhao, what's happening in your village? Are those several people so well fed they have nothing better to do than run around the valley for fun?" Village Chief Xiao Changhe from Xiaozuan and Village Chief Yulu from Wildcat Ridge walked straight into Zhao Xingui's house. Since the 3 villages were in the same valley, the relationships between the villages were quite good. "Old Xiao and Old Yu, you've come. To be honest, I'm no longer the village chief of Shangyi village." Zhao Xingui was still making arrowheads for Lin Mo. As he hammered, he greeted the 2 men. "What's going on?" The 2 men asked in surprise. "Then who is the village chief now? Does the pavilion know?" Zhao Xingui bitterly laughed. "The pavilion? It was taken out by the rebels long ago. The new chief, Lin Mo, was unanimously chosen by everyone." Lin Mo, Xiao Changhe and Yulu were even more surprised. "Are you talking about Lin Zhang's son, that Lin Mo who was bullied by girls since he was a child?" Nianzi Valley is not big. As elders in the valley, they knew something about everyone. Besides, Lin Mo was at an age when people start talking about marriage, so naturally, he got more attention. "Hey," Zhao Xiangui snorted with a cold laugh. "I suggest you both don't say such things in front of Lin Mo or his wives." Lin Mo got himself a wife, and more than one. Who would possibly like him? The 2 village chiefs were shocked again. They were well aware of Lin Mo's family situation. Only a dilapidated house, so bad, even rats cry when they come. No elderly person to help take care of children. Under these conditions, which girl must be blind? "Well, let's not talk about this anymore. I know why you came. Let me tell you frankly, our Nianzi Valley will soon face great calamity." Zhao Xingui put a red-hot arrowhead into cold water for quenching, blue smoke rising with a hiss. "What kind of great calamity, old Zhao? You're just scaring us." Yulu didn't take his words seriously. Zhao Xingui looked very serious, not joking around at all. He lowered his voice. "At noon today, rebel tax collectors killed someone from our village and were then collectively killed by Lin Mo and his wives." "What?" Xiao Changhe and Yulu were greatly startled. You've lost your minds. How dare you kill those military gentlemen?" "Shoo." Zhao Xiangui quickly covered Xiao Changhe's mouth. "Lower your voice. What's done is done. Panicking won't change anything. Lin Mo has a wife who is some kind of commander from the county town, and she's currently training our villagers." Yulu widened his eyes, disbelief clearly written on his face. "You want several women to fight against the rebels?" Chapter 57. Will your brother-in-law agree? Yulu thought the people of Shangyi village were crazy to dare kill a rebel lord. Even more ridiculous was their expectation that a few village women could deal with the rebels after the killing. He wondered where they got such courage. Lao Zhao, our Nianzigu area has always been an integrated 3-village community. Now that Shangyi is in trouble, your villages will probably also be implicated. Therefore, the best course of action is for us to unite and collectively deal with the rebels. Only this way can we survive. Zhao Xingui knew he couldn't hide this matter, so he told them proactively, hoping to secure their support. If all 3 villages could contribute, the chances of repelling the rebels would be much greater. However, Xiao Changhe and Yulu rejected Zhao Xingui's proposal without hesitation. "Lao Zhao, it was you people of Shangyi who killed the rebel. This has nothing to do with our 2 villages." Xiao Changhe refused outright. As the village chief of Xiao village, he dared not wager the lives of his 100-odd villagers. "Let me advise you, hand over Lin Mo's family immediately, or Shangyi will be destroyed." Yulu wholeheartedly agreed. "Do you really think there are only dozens of rebels? I've heard the entire county has been occupied by them, involving tens of thousands. There should also be no need to tell you that Wang Zhuang and Shen Ting has already been slaughtered by the rebels. How powerful was Wang the landlord, employing over 60 bodyguards, yet he was still no match against the rebels. Why do you think you Shangyi people stand a chance? Lao Zhao, don't blame us for not remembering old friendships. It's just too dangerous to risk 98 lives from Yeket Ridge for you to die pointlessly." After finishing their remarks, they left as if avoiding a plague. Back in the village, they warned the villagers to have no dealings with Shangyi from now on. Seeing how hastily Xiao Changhe and Yulu had fled, Zhao Xingui felt helpless. He didn't want things to come to this, but what else could he do? Whether it was the rebels massacring villagers or Lin Mo killing the rebels, these weren't matters he could stop. "I think what Xiao Changhe and Yulu said makes sense." Just as Zhao Xingui was sighing, his wife Lu Qing emerged from the inner room. "We should arrest Lin Mo's family and hand them over to the rebels. Only this way can we save the entire village." She believed the calamity originated from Lin Mo, and surrendering him was the only way to placate the rebels' anger. Her words hadn't even finished before Zhao Xiangui angrily shouted at her. Woman's view. Lu Qing froze. Could this man, who usually bowed to her every whim, dare to shout at her? Go and capture Lin Mo's family yourself. Didn't you see that more than 10 fierce rebels couldn't last half a cup of tea when confronting them? Do you think you're braver than them? The rebels scared them into trembling on the ground. So how could they possibly provoke Lin Mo's family? Lu Qing was rendered speechless by the scolding. Even taking it to the extreme, it was Lin Mo's family who saved our lives. Though I, Zhao Xiangui, may love profiteering, I absolutely cannot betray someone who saved us. I urge you to forget this plan immediately. Otherwise, Jia Zhangshi will be your example. Recalling how the Jia family met a gruesome end, Lu Qing turned pale. Fear rose within her. But, even if that's the case, you shouldn't give up the position of village chief like this either. Lu Qing muttered while shifting the topic. Zhao Xingui's tone softened slightly. What do you know? Nowadays, this position of village chief is like a giant rock hanging over our heads, ready to crush our whole family at any moment. Giving it to Lin Mo is the best choice. And right now, only he has the capability to save everyone in the village. Thinking about Lin Mo's killing of the rebels, Lu Qing felt nervous inside. Why do you think he managed to kill those army lords? If Lin Mo hadn't killed them, God knows how many more people in our village might have died. Zhao Xiangui mumbled a sentence, shook his head, and continued forging arrowheads. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Taizhu and 4 others gathered in the threshing field. At the moment, 5 posts stood erected in the yard, where Ling Wei taught them basic combat techniques, like sharpening one's blade in preparation for a battle. When the sun set, Lin Mo returned. Today's luck wasn't good. He only managed to catch 2 gray-haired rabbits, which weighed less than 10 pounds in total. But he did find traces of the previous group of wild boars and dug a trap where they often appeared. If they return, they will most likely fall into it. As the sun set behind the western mountains, Shangyi village gradually quieted down. Lin Mo lit a fire outside the shed. Tonight, they would roast rabbit meat. Lin Mo, your culinary skills are amazing. I've never tasted rabbit this fragrant. Wang Yuqing sat near the fire, staring at the roasted rabbit in Lin Mo's hands. Drool hung from the corner of her mouth, utterly disregarding her own appearance. She had done a lot of physical work this afternoon, moving bricks and carrying wood, and was already exhausted. Hey, you are still a young lady. Don't act like a reincarnation of a starved ghost. Lin Mo was flipping the rabbit in his hand while teasing her with a smile. You make it sound easy. How could I not be tired after working all afternoon? My hands have blisters now. Wang Yuqing pursed her lips. She had never done such tiring work since she grew up. Still, as much as she complained, she never slacked off when working. If someone is busy working, why do you need to butt in? Lin Mo noticed that there were indeed quite a few blisters on her hands and was somewhat surprised. He remembered when they first met. She was a lady who never got her hands dirty. How long had it been since she became so diligent? Sister Yun and sister, he can manage things. Ling wants to train the soldiers. They can all contribute their part. I can't possibly do nothing. What if one day you get sick of me and drive me away? Wang Yuqing sniffed, her face filled with recheck. Lin Mo was speechless. I'm not your father. I'm not that petty. Yuqing's sister, I have a great idea. Qin Miao suddenly came over, giggling mischievously. What's the good idea? Tell me quickly, Miao Miao. Wang Yuqing immediately sought her advice. Qin Miao leaned close to her ear and whispered something quietly. The others didn't hear what she said, but Lin Mo, with his sharp hearing, understood perfectly. As long as you marry my brother-in-law and become his wife, you won't be driven away. Wang Yuqing seriously thought about it. Actually, she had long let go of class notions regarding Lin Mo, attracted by his unique personality charm. Only, she hadn't realized it herself yet. After enduring this calamity, Lin Mo had saved her life 3 times, making her depend on him. Now that her father's whereabouts were unknown, Lin Mo became her only reliance, and this subtle change made her fall in love with him. Moreover, these past few days, even though she was always very tired, she truly felt happy being with Lin Mo. Thus, upon hearing Qin Miao's suggestion, instead of losing her temper as she used to, she thought marrying Lin Mo wasn't a bad choice. Naturally, for a girl to change her mind so quickly, charm played an undeniable role. The charm emanating from Lin Mo had a fatal allure to girls, especially unmarried ones. This plan isn't bad, but will your brother-in-law agree? Without realizing, Wang Yuqing started becoming unsure of herself when facing Lin Mo. Chapter 58, Cowardice. I've agreed. Just as Wang Yuqing finished whispering something secretly to Qin Miao, Lin Mo made a response. Wang Yuqing immediately blushed furiously. You heard that? How could he have heard from such a distance? Annoying. Wang Yuqing thought everyone had heard, so she instantly felt too embarrassed to show her face and covered her face while rushing out. Yuqing. Lu Yin chased after her. With the night so dark, she worried Wang Yuqing might trip and fall. Oh no. As Lu Yin just stood up, Wang Yuqing really did stumble and fall. Wildcat Ridge. Yulu's 2 sons returned from hunting. However, they were not as lucky as Lin Mo. After spending the entire day in the mountain, all they managed to catch were 2 birds combined weighing less than half a catty. Still, they were very excited since they would have extra food for dinner. But as soon as they walked into the door, Yulu called them over to the side house. Father, what is it that you're being so serious about? The elder son Yujiang handed over the birds to his wife and followed over. Yulu recounted the dialogue he had with Zhao Xiangui earlier today, verbatim. After hearing it, the 2 of them also got scared by what Shangyi village intended to do. Shangyi village has gone crazy. What they are doing will implicate us too. Since both villages resided in the same valley, when the rebel forces massacred Shangyi village, they might not spare them either. Yu Jiang and Yu Hai were furious and swore loudly. They even want to recruit us? It's like they're asking for trouble. They are going to be the death of us. Idiots. Those army sirs are ruthless killers. Do they think they can provoke them? Father, son believes there is only one way now to save our village. Yu Hai spoke with gritted teeth, his eyes full of hatred. What method? Yilu knew his second son was always full of ideas, which is why he summoned both of them for advice. Advanced betrayal. Yu Hai earnestly said, tomorrow morning, we shall go straight to Maotang Fort and inform the army leaders of this plan. Only by doing this can we sever all ties with Shangyi village and ensure the safety of Wildcat Ridge. This doesn't seem right. Lady Zhao, Yulu's wife and a woman who had married out from Shangyi village, came in from outside. What if the rebels didn't know about this matter yet? Won't your actions here harm over 100 lives in Shangyi village? Lady Zhao grew up in Shangyi village, and though her parents had passed away, she still couldn't bear to see the village meet a cruel end. Mother, how did you hear other people's conversations? Yu Hai gave Lady Zhao an unsatisfied look before continuing with his argument. What Shangyi village has done amounts to treachery. If we act as we are, it's only for self-preservation. Just think about it. If we don't do anything and tomorrow rebel soldiers attack, will they spare us? Why should we on Wildcat Ridge suffer because of the wrongdoings of Shangyi village? Mother, little brother 2 is right. We cannot sit around waiting to die. Yu Jiang also approved of betrayal. After some deep thought, Yulu nodded in agreement. We must move quickly. Tomorrow morning, little brother 2, you head over to Maotang Fort and find the military commander. Meanwhile, while counting the numbers at Maotang Fort, the foreman realized that a group of men was missing. However, due to their lax discipline, it wasn't unusual for raiding teams to stay out overnight, so the foreman did not give it much thought. Not until the next morning, when Yu Hai arrived at Maotang Fort, did he tell the entire story to the rebel leader. Enraged, the rebel leader cursed. You insolent villager. Hiding corrupt officials would be bad enough, but you dare kill my men as well. Everyone, muster troops immediately. There were 108 men at Maotang Fort, but since all of Guangzhou County was already under their control, they left only 4 behind to guard home base and mobilized the remaining forces. You, take the lead. The rebel foreman ordered Yu Hai to guide them, and Yu Hai had no choice but to comply. In the morning, Zhao Xiangui found Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I forged 50 arrowheads for you. The remaining 50 will be given to you in 2 days. He knew they urgently needed weapons, so he postponed all other work and devoted himself fully to forging these arrowheads for Lin Mo. Uncle Zhao has put a lot of effort into it. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. He had long prepared the arrows, and once these arrowheads were attached, the destructive power of the bamboo bow would increase greatly. By the way, Uncle Zhao, could you forge me a sword? Using a woodcutter's hatchet to perform piffle wind swordsmanship was severely limiting its effectiveness and inconvenient. So Lin Mo wanted a real sword for self-defense. No problem, I'll make it for you as soon as possible. Zhao Xiangui normally forged items such as kitchen knives and hatchets for others. Although he couldn't create famous or precious swords, they were certainly effective for killing. Thank you. Bring whatever iron you need from my home. Of the 100 pounds of iron Lin Mo brought back from Wang Kai, there was still more than half remaining. Lin Mo, there is something I must let you know. Zhao Xiangui pulled Lin Mo aside so the other villagers wouldn't overhear. Seeing his mysterious behavior, Lin Mo invited him inside to talk. Lu Yun and Qin He were in the room. There was no need to hide anything from them. You can tell me what's on your mind now, Lin Mo said. Zhao Xiangui glanced at the 2 women, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Xiao Changhe and Yu Lu came yesterday. I told them about how you killed the rebels, thinking that more hands would bring more strength. But they refused to help, and I'm afraid they might report this to the rebels, so I came to warn you. What was their reaction after you told them? Lin Mo asked solemnly. He had indeed thought about asking the other 2 villages for help, but since it didn't directly concern them, they would never take the risk alongside him. That's why he abandoned the idea. It turned out Zhao Xiangui had already mentioned it. Lin Mo didn't blame Zhao Xiangui. After all, this kind of thing couldn't stay hidden forever. Now, he only wanted to know the likelihood that those 2 would snitch. They were very scared, refused to cooperate with us, and hurriedly left, Zhao Xiangui honestly replied. Lin Mo frowned, and looked at Lu Yun and Qin He. Dr. Lin, I think we should prepare for the worst, whether they report us or not, Lu Yun suggested. Today, let the villagers stop working and go home to pack their belongings, ready to flee into the mountains at any time, Lu Yun advised. Also, inform Commander Ling to stop the training and preserve energy. Lin Mo shared the same thought. He handed over all the arrowheads to Qin He for assembly, asked Lu Yun to notify Ling Wei, and informed all the villagers to go home and pack. Once the villagers heard the rebels were coming soon, they were all frightened. With the lesson from last time fresh in their minds, everyone became obedient this time. Lin Mo climbed up the hill and found Dogwa and Zhaodi who had come to observe at dawn. Brother Mo, why are you here? The children were all focused and hadn't slacked off. Did you see anyone leaving the valley this morning? Lin Mo asked. From their position, they could not only see the road outside the valley, but also the panoramic view inside the valley, including the exit path. Dogwa quickly answered. I saw someone. I was relieving myself there in the morning when I saw Yu Hai from Wildcat Ridge rushing out of the valley. Yu Hai. Lin Mo immediately clenched his fists. When exactly did it happen this morning? I'm not sure about the exact time, but it should be 1.5 hours ago. The sky had just started to brighten, and we'd just arrived not long ago, Dogwa recalled. Trouble. Lin Mo muttered under his breath. You keep watching from here. Once you spot the rebels, immediately wave the flagpole. Then run along the mountain ridge toward the wolf's monument direction. Whatever you do, don't go down the mountain. Understand? Understood. The children realized the severity of the situation and became tense. Chapter 59. In order to survive, selling out Shani Village and Xiao Village. Less than 15 minutes after Lin Mo left, a group of people appeared at the end of the road. A few nervous children, upon seeing them, immediately waved the flagpoles regardless of who they were. After waving 7 or 8 times, they quickly dropped the poles and fled along the route Lin Mo had specified for them. By this time, most of the villagers had already relocated to the back mountain. Lin Mo, responsible for observing signals, after receiving the signal from the children, immediately ordered everyone to retreat deeper into the mountains. Because there were few trees on the back mountain and fewer places to hide, it was only safe to retreat deep into the mountains. But they couldn't go in too far either, since everyone knew very little about the deep mountains. Once inside too far, it would be easy to get lost. And there were also poisonous insects, fierce beasts, even packs of wolves to contend with. Miss Lu, I'll leave this place to you. You must take good care of everyone and keep everything in order. I will guard the back mountain with Ling Wei and Qin He. With so many people going into the deep mountains, there would certainly be chaos, so Lu Yun's oversight was necessary. Be careful, Lu Yun worriedly said. Commander Ling, you must protect Dr. Lin well. She still didn't know about the relationship between Lin Mo and Ling Wei. I will. Ling Wei once again returned to her usual coldness. We're going to. Just as the three of them were getting up, Zhao Taiju came over. You're not warriors yet. Lin Mo directly rejected them. After just one day of training, they wouldn't have the ability to kill enemies. But Chun Yin persisted. Village head, Brother Taiju, and I have been soldiers before and fought wars. That was over 10 years ago. Lin Mo still disagreed. Even though they had been soldiers, after all these years, they had become no different from ordinary people. And with the famine over the last 2 years, they had all come here starving, their bodies much worse than before. Before becoming formal warriors, Lin Mo wouldn't let them risk their lives. We're just going to watch. We're not going to fight the rebel army. So you'd better stay behind. The villagers need your care. All right. The 5 people including Zhao Taiju had no choice but to agree. The rebel army entered the valley in large numbers, causing fear among the people of Yoma Ridge and Xiao Village. Yulu from Yoma Ridge told everyone not to be afraid because the rebels had been invited by them. However, Xiao Village was completely unaware. Seeing the aggressive approach of the rebels, Xiao Changhe feared repercussions and hurriedly had people run to the mountains, without even having time to pack their grain and other household items. General, that way is Shangyi Village, where your men were killed by rebellious villagers. At the crossroads, Yuhai pointed towards the direction of Shangyi Village. But at this point, Shangyi Village was already empty. Riding his horse, the leader of the rebel forces frowned upon seeing the village deserted. Let's go in and check. He whipped his horse and ordered the army to continue forward. General, I've brought you here. Now I'll take my leave. Yuhai had been apprehensive throughout the journey with the rebels, and now he wanted nothing more than to quickly depart from them. However, the suspicious rebel commander wouldn't let him leave so easily. Keep leading us. He drew a long sword and placed it against Yuhai's neck. Yuhai, terrified almost to his knees, legs trembling, stammered, Yes, I'll continue guiding. Now, he somewhat regretted being an informant. He had originally thought that even if the rebels didn't reward him, at least they wouldn't make things difficult for him. But along the way, he had received 2 lashes, and now with a sword against his neck, he felt like crying. Yuhai led over 100 rebels into Shangyi Village, and the leader immediately ordered a search. However, the rebels searched around but found absolutely nothing. Report, leader, the houses are empty. We can't find any troublemakers. Leader, the same here. All the misbehaving villagers have fled, taking all valuables with them. The face of the rebel leader darkened as he looked at Yuhai. Are you playing tricks on me? Startled, Yuhai hurriedly knelt down begging for mercy. General, please reconsider. I didn't know the villagers of Shangyi would hide. General, I figured out, they must be hiding on the back mountain. If you bring troops to search on the back mountain, surely you'll find them. Nianzigu wasn't big, and the only place to hide was the vast mountain range at the back. Looking up, the rebel leader gazed at the vast mountain, whose depth was unknown, dense jungles intertwining. Searching for people in such a vast mountain would be futile. Not even with a force 100 times larger could succeed. Are you deceiving me? In anger, the rebel leader raised his sword, cutting off Yuhai's right ear. General, spare my life. Spare my life. Yuhai screamed in agony, pressing his hands to his ear while knocking his head on the ground repeatedly, like pounding on a pestle stone. On the threshing floor of Shangyi Village, dents had been made by the force of his forehead hitting the ground. I'll give you one more chance. Think of a way to force the obstinate villagers out. Otherwise, the next thing flying off won't be your ear, it'll be your head. The rebel battalion commander held up his sword, admiring the still flowing blood on it. The next second, he opened his mouth wide, sticking out his pale tongue and licking up along the blade. Such a deranged act terrified Yuhai so much that he trembled uncontrollably. Wasn't that his own blood being licked? Set fire to their houses. Facing the threat to his life, Yuhai's mind raced quickly, and he immediately came up with a despicable idea. As long as commander burns their homes, they will surely come out. Houses were the roots of the villagers, as well as their most important property. Ling Mo, hiding on the hillside, overheard their conversation and immediately became consumed with rage. If only it weren't too far, he'd send an arrow straight to Yuhai's end. These 2 villages had been living here for generations, sharing some distant kinship ties. Yet, Yu Hai, for his self-preservation, was acting without any mercy. Is there anything else? The rebel battalion commander didn't adopt Yu Hai's suggestion right away. Instead, he continued playing with the long sword in his hand. Yu Hai was stunned. Setting fire to the houses was already the most immoral plan he could think of. If not, you go die. The rebel battalion commander swung his sword towards Yu Hai. Setting fire to houses was something he'd already done several times before, but never successfully luring anyone out. Villagers were already afraid of them and hid deep into the mountains. Burning houses would only escalate the villagers' panic and drive them further away. Wait! Seeing the impending fall of his head, Yu Hai hurriedly shouted. There is another method. Speak. The sword of the rebel battalion commander paused at Yu Hai's neck. Feeling the coldness approaching, goosebumps rose along Yu Hai's neck, and he wet himself involuntarily. At this moment, drenched in cold sweat, his body shaking violently. In this valley, the three villages have relatively good relations, especially Shao Village and Shangyi Village. The daughter of Shangyi Village's village chief married the son of Shao Village's village chief. If you use the lives of Shao Village's people as leverage, you will definitely force the people of Shangyi Village to show themselves. For self-preservation, Yu Hai once again betrayed Shao Village. Ling Mo gritted his teeth in anger. Burning houses was bad enough. It was unethical, but wouldn't directly harm people. But this traitor sold out all 119 villagers of Shao Village just to save his own skin. This wasn't merely unethical, it was morally depraved. Fortunately, all the people from Shao Village had already hidden into the mountains. Good. If this works, I'll let you go. The rebel battalion commander sheathed his long sword. Lead the way to Shao Village. Chapter 60. Getting what they deserve. Massacre at Wildcat Ridge. The rebels arrived at Xuanhuan Village and discovered that, just like Shanghaikan Village, there wasn't a single person around. The rebel squad leader felt as if he had been made into a fool, and his face turned darker than the bottom of Lin Mo's cooking pot. Sir, Yu Hai sensed something was amiss and tried to escape. But the moment he turned around, he was chopped down by the rebel squad leader. Shit, how dare you play tricks on me, asking for death. Get him up for me. Tell everyone this is what happens when you mock me. The rebel squad leader rode his horse forward and mercilessly trampled Yu Hai with hard iron hooves. The body of Yu Hai, who was not yet dead, had several large dents pressed into it. After venting his anger, a few rebels rushed in and impaled Yu Hai's mutilated corpse from below through the abdomen with a wooden stake, then planted him upright at the village entrance as a specimen. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo thought two words, satisfying. This was probably what the ancients called, those who do evil too often will eventually bring ruin upon themselves. To another village. Even though the rebel squad leader had killed Yu Hai, he still decided to adopt his second suggestion. Because he saw figures moving at Wildcat Ridge, he decided to use the villagers of Wildcat Ridge to threaten the people of the other two villages to appear. At this time, Wildcat Ridge still didn't know what had happened. They firmly believed what Yu Lu had said. The rebels wouldn't cause them any trouble. Thus, when the rebels entered the village, some villagers even warmly approached to welcome them. Scram! You despicable commoners! How dare you deceive our lord? The rebels were already brimming with anger after visiting 3 empty villages. With no hesitation, they swung their blades, cutting down several welcoming villagers. The villagers hadn't even reacted before they met an unfortunate end in the northwest. The people of Wildcat Ridge were directly shocked, speechless. Dad, the father of my child. Relatives of the slain individuals ran over and screamed in anguish. Among them was a 7 or 8-year-old child who watched his father be killed, then lunged onto one of the rebels, scratching and clawing at him. You killed my dad, I'll fight you. Where did this little bastard come from? That rebel shoved the child away and cut him down with one blow. How dare you bite me? You're asking for it. When others saw that even children weren't spared, they were terrified and collapsed on the ground. However, the rebels had no intention of letting them go. After being deceived twice, the rebels decided to execute a few people to set an example. So the villagers huddled next to the bodies were immediately harmed. Seeing more and more people dying, Yu Lu became extremely frightened and shouted loudly, "Run!" The stunned villagers finally snapped out of it and fled into the mountains, crying, "Don't let them escape." The rebel squad leader bellowed grimly. Having encountered 2 deserted villages consecutively, his patience had run out. He drew the bow from his saddle and aimed at a villager's back, releasing the arrow. Whoosh! The villager was unharmed, but unfortunately, another woman about 3 meters away suffered the fatal shot. Seeing people falling continuously, the villagers of Wildcat Ridge fled faster. Especially the Yu family, who were leading the charge. They will bring the rebels here. Seeing the villagers running towards her direction, Ling Wei tightly gripped her sword. There were too many rebels. She had no confidence in dealing with so many people. You stay here with Xiao He. I'll lead the rebels away. Lin Mo handed the bow given to him by County Magistrate Lu Dechin He and reminded him, keep this and hide well. If your position is exposed, retreat immediately. Qin He understood what he intended to do and pushed the bow back to Lin Mo. You need it more than I do. Husband, please return safely. Qin He embraced Lin Mo tightly. Initially, she only felt gratitude toward Lin Mo. As their relationship deepened, and after giving herself to Lin Mo, she gradually fell in love with this man. She considered Lin Mo one of the closest 2 people in the world, also the one she loved the most. Rest assured, Lin Mo patted her back and then told Ling Wei, take care of yourself. Ling Wei nodded slightly. She now wore a full suit of armor, appearing cold and valiant. With the bow and arrows, Lin Mo swiftly moved through the dense forest, heading to the rear of the rebels from another direction. He grew up in Nianzigu Valley, knowing every inch of the place very well. Thus, it was effortless for him to arrive at the village entrance of Wildcat Ridge. Helpless villagers, much like newly hatched chicks, scattered in confusion trying to evade the eagle's attack. In just a few minutes, over 30 people had already fallen victim to the rebels' swords and arrows. To save more lives, Lin Mo, hiding behind a large tree, quickly locked onto the rebel squad leader mounted on a horse, decisively drawing the bow and firing. Lin Mo was extremely confident in his archery skills. Since the rebel squad leader was wearing a helmet, this arrow went straight for his back heart. As long as it pierced through his heart, it would be an instant kill. However, there was a sharp clang sound, and Lin Mo's arrow was deflected back. Shit! Lin Mo widened his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected that this bastard was actually wearing a protective heart mirror. He had been hoping for a dazzling entrance, but instead, he met with a sneaky opponent. What the hell? A 100-man captain wearing a protective heart mirror? Despite this, the arrow had scared the rebel squad leader quite a bit. He quickly jumped off his horse, using its body as cover. There are Imperial soldiers. Over there, attack them. Upon hearing about the Imperial soldiers, most of the rebels stopped chasing the villagers and turned to rush toward Lin Mo's direction. Only a small portion at the front hadn't heard the squad leader's command and continued to chase the villagers. Lin Mo decisively retreated. If he were surrounded by dozens of rebels, he wouldn't stand a chance to escape. However, while retreating, he used his keen hearing to pinpoint the rebels' positions. Once he found a suitable spot, he would stop and shoot an arrow. With extraordinary perception and control, he could easily kill enemies even while moving. Then, he would use his own speed to put distance between himself and the enemy. The rebels also had a team of archers, but they couldn't shoot as far or as accurately as Lin Mo. Therefore, several waves of their arrows missed entirely. Relying on his advantages, Lin Mo quickly shot down over a dozen men. Seeing Lin Mo running faster than a rabbit, the rebel squad leader became worried about potential ambushes and ordered the soldiers to retreat back to Wildcat Ridge. It's just one man. He can't cause much trouble. Wang Dun, Qian Tong, you two lead a team to block him. The rest will continue to slaughter the obstinate commoners with me. The rebel squad leader changed tactics, using the village houses and earthen walls to ambush Lin Mo. Since they refused to expose themselves, Lin Mo couldn't find a good way to counteract them immediately. He could only helplessly watch as they continued to pursue the Wildcat Ridge villagers. A frontal breakthrough was definitely not feasible. Lin Mo wasn't arrogant enough to think he could break through the blockade of more than 10 archers and over a dozen infantrymen. To save more people, he would have to retreat back to his previous position, but that meant he'd have to take another large detour. Just as Lin Mo was crouching low to withdraw, a group of people suddenly appeared on the road leading into the valley. Chapter 61. Suddenly appearing reinforcements. Lin Mo goes full throttle. Mountain Cat, Swallow. Although the distance was far, Lin Mo could clearly see everyone's appearance. Leading the group were two of Ling Wei's subordinates, Mountain Cat and Swallow. Behind them were 50 to 60 people. All of them were raggedly dressed, looking like a group of refugees. Among them, there were about 10 wearing county militia armor, but it was all in poor condition. Some even had bandages wrapped around them. Apparently, they were a group of distressed county soldiers. Lin Mo also spotted a familiar face among them, Gate Captain Li Ling. Since the rebels were hiding, they clearly didn't notice the danger. If they entered the village like this, should the rebels launch a surprise attack, these people would be in grave danger. On one side were the people from Wildcat Ridge, and on the other were the ones brought back by Swallow. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before deciding to save Swallow's group first. It wasn't out of hatred for Lu Yi's family that he shifted his attention away from Wildcat Ridge's villagers, but rather a rational judgment. Because Swallow's group had combat capabilities and could become an asset for him in counterattacking the rebels, he quickly ran towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, the rebels also noticed this group of people and hastily reported the situation to their squad leader. The squad leader, unwilling to take any risks, ordered to stop chasing the villagers and formed an array to meet the enemies. Dr. Lin, Swallow, upon seeing Lin Mo, waved her hand and walked over quickly to greet him. They had managed to bring back 12 warriors this time and found Lu Yun's mother, so they were eager to show off their achievements to Lin Mo. Hold everyone back quickly. There are over 100 rebels in the village. Lin Mo hurriedly stopped everyone from advancing further. If the rebels attacked, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. What? Are Ling Tong and Miss safe? Mountain Cat asked worriedly. They had avoided quite a few rebels along the way, never expecting to get trapped when they returned home. They're fine. Get the civilians up the mountain quickly. Behind them lay the lookout slope at the mouth of the valley. Before Lin Mo finished his sentence, the rebels had already charged forward. At this point, the rebels were somewhat panicked, fearing ambushes from the mountains, which might lead to being surrounded on both sides. Thus, the rebel squad leader decisively launched an offensive, attempting to wipe out the group at the valley entrance first. Zhao Yang, you take the civilians up the mountain and hide. Li Ling roared loudly, drawing his dagger in preparation for battle. The other 11 soldiers, along with Swallow and Mountain Cat, moved forward as well. Despite their fear, the responsibility of being soldiers made them unhesitatingly stand guard in front. Cowardly soldiers were either killed or surrendered. These surviving individuals were all tough, resolute men. It was only then that Lin Mo saw Zhao Yang, the protector of Wang Yuqing. He never imagined Zhao Yang was still alive. Zhao Yang looked toward Lin Mo too, his eyes filled with gratitude. Next, Zhao Yang led more than 40 civilians running up the mountain. Lin Mo had already drawn his bowstring fully, aiming at a squad leader charging in the front. Whoosh! The squad leader fell down with a cry. He swiftly drew the bowstring again, shooting arrows continuously without stopping. Every arrow he shot downed a rebel soldier. Seeing Lin Mo hitting every target, the soldiers gradually put aside their inner fears, consolidating their fighting spirit. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you've become so courageous. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Li Ling had approached him. Li Ling deeply admired Lin Mo's calmness and skillful killing of enemies. This was entirely different from the nervousness and panic displayed a few days ago at the city gate during a battle. It's all due to Big Brother Li's contribution. After killing another rebel soldier, Lin Mo smiled and said, even before the rebels got close, 9 of them had already been felled by Lin Mo. However, there were too many rebels, making it impossible for him to hold them off alone. At this point, the rebel archers began firing arrows. Hold the shields up, Mountain Cat shouted loudly, and 4 soldiers carrying shields immediately rushed forward, using their shields to block the flying arrows. After Lin Mo killed 2 more people, the rebels had already reached close range. Dozens of rebels quickly surrounded Lin Mo and his group. Lin Mo put away his bow and swapped it with a steel sword. The iron sword made by Zhao Xiangui wasn't ready yet, so he could only use the steel sword captured from the rebels instead. Mountain Cat and Swallow were at the forefront, wielding their wind-splitting sword techniques, instantly killing 2 rebels. Kill! Li Ling's eyes turned blood red. He remembered the scene when the rebels breached the city wall, slaughtering civilians and comrades. Fueled by grief and anger, he lunged forward and cut down 2 rebels instantly. However, his arm was slashed. Massacre these dog bastards. The other soldiers also roared angrily, charging forward fearlessly to fight against the rebels. Despite the large number of rebels, regarding morale, these rebels paled in comparison to these dozen wounded soldiers. But these rebels were desperate villains who despised the government soldiers with great hatred. Enemies meeting face to face ignite a fiery rage. Every move they made was a killing technique, each slash aimed directly at vital spots. The soldiers, however, were disadvantaged. There were too few of them, and most had already been injured. If it weren't for Lin Mo, Swallow, and Mountain Cat shouldering the majority of the pressure, they might have already been defeated. This isn't going to work. We'll all be killed. Li Ling watched as 2 more soldiers fell, growing increasingly anxious. Yet, he was powerless to change their situation. Follow me. Lin Mo suddenly remembered a place. With steel knife in hand, he charged forward, attempting to break through the encirclement. 2 rebel fighters immediately stepped up, trying to block him. Mountain Cat intercepted one, while Lin Mo lunged at the other. His steel knife descended like a great mountain pressing down. The rebel fighter's reaction wasn't slow. He quickly raised his own steel knife to block. A thunderous boom echoed. His steel knife was cleanly cut in half, and the force sent him flying backward. With a snap and crackle, bones shattered. The rebel screamed in agony as his arm clearly broke. Before he could finish his cry, a soldier pounced, plunging a blade straight into his chest. Having fended off one attacker, Lin Mo paused not a moment, charging like a ferocious beast towards the next enemy. This opponent was struggling against Mountain Cat's swift sword strikes, leaving no room to defend against Lin Mo. Lin Mo executed a wind-piercing through slanted valley technique, plunging the knife straight into the rebel's waist. To give the wounded soldiers a fighting chance, Lin Mo unleashed his full potential, bringing the splitting wind sword technique to its utmost limit. After eliminating 2, Lin Mo launched another devastating move, crazy wind cutting through waves, cutting straight into over 10 rebels. Though lacking some agility due to the heavy steel blade, Lin Mo's execution added immense power to every strike. Coupled with Lin Mo's considerable strength, the rebels simply couldn't withstand him. Sprays of blood erupted from their bodies, and within seconds, 4 rebels collapsed. 2 surrounded soldiers were freed thanks to this splitting wind sword technique. Mountain Cat and Swallow stared in disbelief. The splitting wind sword technique wasn't some closely guarded secret. All the soldiers under Ling Wei knew it. Yet, mastering this technique required not only hard work, but also insight. They trained for 5 years just to achieve proficiency. Their leader possessed an extraordinary level of insight, which brought her to the Grandmaster realm, something they might never reach in their lifetime. But Lin Mo, how long had he known their leader? Yet his application of the splitting wind sword technique rivaled even hers. Don't stand there gawking. Hurry and break through. The rebels, frightened by Lin Mo's ferocious assault, hesitated momentarily, with none daring to step forward. Thus, this provided them a perfect opportunity to escape. Chapter 62. Does the rebel captain want to escape? Seeing Lin Mo tearing open a gap, Li Ling quickly supported an injured soldier and ran out. Lin Mo holding a knife alone, dozens of rebels dared not approach. Retreat upstream along the stream. There are our people on that side. After everyone had broken through the encirclement, Lin Mo blocked the rebels while shouting loudly. He had retreated in that direction earlier. The rebels stopped chasing after a while because beyond the small stream was a dense forest. Lin Mo thought the rebels were worried about ambushes, so he took advantage of this situation. The soldiers believed it too, using all their strength to escape in the direction Lin Mo pointed. Spread out, men ahead. Seeing the soldiers didn't dare to approach, the rebel captain quickly changed tactics and spread out his infantry. In this way, his archers wouldn't worry about hitting their own teammates. Damn it, this old six doesn't follow martial morality. Being instantly locked onto by more than 10 archers, Lin Mo felt his scalp tingling. It was a field with no cover around, instantly making him a live target for others. Lin brother, catch it. At that moment, Li Ling suddenly appeared, throwing a shield at Lin Mo. He also had a shield in his hand. Thank you. The shield came just in time. Lin Mo quickly grabbed the shield and squatted down. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A volley of arrows came. Some missed, while others were blocked by their shields. Shoot again. I don't believe he can keep blocking. The rebel captain hated Lin Mo to the bone and personally picked up a bow, locking onto Lin Mo. Whoosh. This arrow was stronger than those fired by ordinary rebels. Lin Mo quickly placed the shield above his throat. Ding. The arrow shot by the rebel captain was once again blocked by Lin Mo. Lin Mo could hear and identify the direction, reacting quickly. Such sparse arrows were difficult to hit him. Unless they were all master archers. Dr. Lin, we'll help you too. Two crisp shouts came from behind, as Yinzi and Xuanhuan each held a shield and appeared behind Lin Mo and Li Ling. It turned out that the retreating soldiers were worried that the two might be at a disadvantage, so they gave them all the shields. With their addition, 4 shields completely protected their bodies. However, Lin Mo did not retreat, because he saw a ghostly figure rushing down from the mountain behind Wildcat Ridge. It was Ling Wei. She didn't make a sound. The rebels' attention was all on Lin Mo, therefore none of them noticed her. Advance forward. Lin Mo roared loudly, trying to attract the rebels' attention as much as possible to give Ling Wei a chance. They formed 2 lines, slowly moving forward step by step. Taking 2 steps then stopping, Lin Mo would counterattack with his bow. Through the gaps between the shields, he accurately shot the rebels in front. Damn, can't even deal with these few people? The rebel captain fumed on his horse, ordering the infantry to charge again. Attack together, kill them. Seize your opportunity yourselves. This time, he didn't let the archers sit idle, preferring misfire rather than letting them slip. Anyone who can kill them. 1 head rewards 2 taels of silver, counted as double military merit. To eliminate the fear in the hearts of the rebels and boost their morale, the rebel captain spared no expense. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, brave men will surely appear. The rebels immediately became abnormally excited. More than 60-foot soldiers surged forward, and the archers kept a tight lock on Lin Mo's group of 4. Once they put down their shields, they would unhesitatingly shoot arrows. As for whether they would hit their own teammates, they no longer cared. How much are teammates' lives worth? For a while, Lin Mo's group of 4 became extremely passive. However, Lin Mo was completely calm. Seeing Li Ling preparing to get up and fight, he shouted urgently, "Hold steady. The rebels are about to attack." Li Ling anxiously shouted. Hiding here could block the archers' arrows, but it couldn't stop the rebels' knives and spears. "Hold steady." Lin Mo still shouted. Li Ling was very anxious, but Yinzi and Xuanhuan trusted him deeply. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. 4 rebels rushed first. Just as they raised their steel knives, preparing to finish off Lin Mo's group, they heard Lin Mo roar fiercely. Act now. He held the shield over his head, and with dang dang, 2 sounds, deflected 2 attacks. Immediately afterward, he swung a horizontal slash, directly cutting off both legs of 1 rebel. Ouch! The rebels screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Even the villagers hiding near Wolf Monument could clearly hear it. However, his suffering didn't last long. Just as he fell to the ground, Yinzi stabbed him in the chest to finish him off. Following this, Lin Mo used his shield to send another man flying. The powerful impact force directly broke 3 ribs on his chest. The other 2 rebels were stopped by Li Ling and Xuanhuan. Li Ling drew their fire, while Xuanhuan delivered swift sword strikes. With just 1 slash, he pierced the rebel's throat. From afar, the archers noticed their shields were no longer guarding them and revealed cold grins. It seemed the 2 taels of silver and double military merit were already in their hands. Swish! A glint of steel flashed, and a rebel archer's head was instantly severed. In an instant, more dazzling sword flashes took out over a dozen archers. What sorcery is this? Everyone turned to see Ling Wei suddenly appear, shocking the rebel captain. She was too fast. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, all the archers lay dead. "I've come for your life." Ling Wei lunged straight at the rebel leader with her sword. Realizing he couldn't fight her, panic set in as he frantically spurred his horse and fled. Stop her! Stop her now! However, the infantry were busy surrounding Lin Mo and his 3 companions, leaving him only with the 11 bowmen who were already dead on the ground. Even if he wanted to send reinforcements, it was already too late. Riding his galloping steed, the rebel captain sped away too quickly for Ling Wei to catch up. Retreat. We must retreat immediately. After barely escaping death, the rebel captain saw that most of his men were already either dead or injured. He dared not linger any longer. So after evading Ling Wei's pursuit, he galloped directly toward the valley exit. "Lin Mo, don't let him escape." Ling Wei shouted loudly. "Understood. Cover me." Lin Mo planted his steel blade in the ground, drawing out the redwood bow. Upon seeing this, the 3 immediately moved closer to protect him. Swiftly, Lin Mo bent the bow and fitted the arrow, locking onto the rapidly fleeing rebel captain. The man wore a protective chest mirror, so shooting him in the back was out of the question. His helmet and neck armor also shielded his head and neck completely. For a moment, Lin Mo couldn't find a suitable angle to shoot from. As the rebel captain was about to escape out of the valley, Lin Mo made an urgent decision and aimed at the warhorse instead. Fully sprinting, the horse's tail rose, exposing its most vulnerable area. There would be only one chance. Whether it hit or missed depended entirely on this shot. Drawing the bowstring taut, Lin Mo released the arrow instantly. Whoosh. Chapter 63. Don't leave a single one behind. As always, Lin Mo's aim was impeccable. The long arrow cleaved through the air and struck the horse's rump with unerring precision. Whoa! In pain, the warhorse suddenly stopped. It reared up on its hind legs, lifting its rear off the ground. The rebel sergeant had no time to react, unable to withstand the force of inertia, and was directly thrown off by the horse, landing in a daze. Before he could get up from the ground, Ling Wei had already arrived, severing his head with a single stroke of her sword. Seeing their sergeant killed, the rebels instantly lost morale. "Run for it," someone shouted, and they all scrambled to flee towards the valley entrance. "Don't let them escape." At this point, Lin Mo stopped using his blade and continued firing arrows. Even though he was ferocious in close combat, the feeling of hovering at the edge of life and death made him uneasy. He felt that long-range killing suited him better. Although his own supply of arrows was almost depleted, many rebel archers' arrows lay around, stuck in the ground, ready for use. The fleeing rebels were nothing but live targets for Lin Mo on this vast open field. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Lin Mo effortlessly reaped heads. Li Ling, Yin Zi, and Shan Mao charged forward into the fray. Ling Wei blocked the only exit out of the valley. To the left was an uneven irrigation ditch, and to the right was a sheer cliff. Behind them were Li Ling and his 2 companions in pursuit. More terrifying still was the man with the bow, every one of whose arrows claimed another companion. "You cursed woman, get out of the way." Now desperate to save their lives, the rebels rushed at Ling Wei, waving steel knives furiously, hoping to scare her away. However, their threats were utterly useless. All they faced was a dreaded blade. Ling Wei's swordplay was agile and unpredictable. She took the wind-cleaving sword technique to its peak, creating clusters of dazzling sword flowers before her, and streaks of blood mist rising from the rebels' bodies. In just a single exchange, she slew 5 men. The remaining rebels, seeing they couldn't quickly subdue her, dared not tangle further, because every delay of 2 seconds meant another man falling to Lin Mo's arrows. Over the short span of 20 to 30 steps, 7 or 8 rebels had died under Lin Mo's arrows. Their numbers decreasing rapidly increased their fear significantly. "You few, block her." A corporal attempted to command some soldiers to restrain Ling Wei with authority, but the men under him paid no heed. "Why don't you go, damn fool?" Such terrifying sword skills would mean certain death for anyone who went near. "Let's all rush together, otherwise we will all die here." Under the leadership of the senior banner officer, the rebels tried to break through from both the left and right sides. Due to the wider road, Ling Wei could only block one side. On the other side, rebels managed to break through. However, as Shan Mao and the others arrived, the gap was closed again. Only 11 rebels escaped, while 20 or so remained trapped inside the valley. Realizing there was no hope of breaking through, they dropped their weapons and knelt to surrender. "Don't kill us, we surrender." Shan Mao and the others disarmed them. "Ling Tong, what should we do with these people?" "Ask him." At that moment, Lin Mo walked over. "Just kill them all. Letting these people live would probably result in countless wrongful spirits being restless." Though they might have been combatants, Lin Mo didn't trust individuals without moral standards. Keeping them alive would merely add to his burden, wasting precious food. When other rebels attacked, they might even turn against them. Therefore, Lin Mo did not plan to keep these hazards alive. "Spare our lives, master. Spare us. We're willing to serve the master faithfully. Please, master." "Ah." Lin Mo picked up the sword of the rebel sergeant and slit his throat with a single stroke. Seeing no hope for survival, the remaining rebels transformed once more into vicious wolves, charging toward Lin Mo and his group. However, wolves stripped of their claws were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Within less than half a minute, more than 20 rebels were completely wiped out. "I'll leave this place in your hands. I'm going after the escapees." The 11 who fled would surely expose their position. After suffering such a major setback, next time they wouldn't come with such a small number of men. To ensure the safety of Shangyi village, Lin Mo must eliminate them all, not leaving a single one behind. "I'll go with you. Leave this place to Shan Mao." With just a glance from Ling Wei, Shan Mao immediately understood. "Don't worry, Ling Tong. I've got this." The battle here was over, the danger had passed. Handling the aftermath was something they could easily manage. After Lin Mo and Ling Wei chased out of the valley, there was no sign of the rebels on the main road. They didn't take the main road. Ling Wei frowned. On both sides of the road were woods, along with small paths leading to several nearby villages. If they had been on the lookout slope, they might have caught sight of them. But going back to the lookout slope now would definitely be too late. Lin Mo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully identified the scent left behind by the rebel forces. The rebels had killed people in the village. Some of them carried the smell of blood, making them easy to identify. Left. Lin Mo quickly judged that the rebels had headed towards the direction of Chintang Bay. Chintang Bay was in the opposite direction of Maotang village, indicating that these rebels had a certain level of counter-reconnaissance awareness. Had it not been for Lin Mo's extraordinary senses, it would have been hard to make this judgment. Ling Wei had full trust in his decision. The two swiftly chased along the small path on the left side. Not long after, Lin Mo heard the sound of the rebels talking. "Are they coming after us? I'm dead tired. Let's rest for a bit." "What the hell was that monster? We had more than 100 people, and we were taken out by just a few of them." "That woman I know. She's the commander of female guards in Guangzhou County. The prince has put up a bounty of 500 taels for her capture," said the senior banner officer as he leaned against a large tree beside the road, panting heavily. 500 taels. The other rebels immediately lit up with greed. "Don't around. Go call for reinforcements in Chintan quickly." "You guys, where do you plan to go?" As the rebels prepared to move again, a voice floated toward them. "Shit." Seeing Lin Mo and Ling Wei, the rebels were terrified and started running like mad. Lin Mo raised his bow, shooting down one man with an arrow. He then shot another 2 arrows in quick succession, killing 2 more men. At the same time, Ling Wei also rushed to the rear of the rebel group. The physical strength of the rebels had been completely exhausted, while Lin Mo and Ling Wei remained full of energy. One sword and one bow working together seamlessly from near and far ranges, they quickly killed 10 rebels. Leave a live mouthpiece. Lin Mo still had some questions for the rebels, so he stopped Ling Wei. The remaining person was the senior banner officer, who had his hand tendons severed by Ling Wei and brought before Lin Mo. With a thud, the senior banner officer knelt down in front of Lin Mo. Master, please spare my life. We were forced into this. I'll give you a chance to live. Lin Mo put away his longbow and pressed the blade against the man's throat. Thank you, master. Whatever you want me to do, I will cooperate fully. The senior banner officer rolled his parched throat, not daring to breathe heavily. The first question, how many people are left at your base in Maotang village? Chapter 64, Emptying Maotang village. Reporting to the master, all the troops from Maotang have been brought out, leaving only 4 guards. Lin Mo's sword was merely 0.01 centimeters away from the throat of the banner captain. He dared not lie. The second question, how many people are in Chinting? He had just heard the rebel mention reinforcements from Chinting, which meant that there were quite a few rebels stationed there, certainly more than in Maotang. Chinting wasn't far from Shani village, so Lin Mo's slightly relaxed heart became tense again. Reporting to the master, in Chinting, a battalion commander oversees and has more than 800 men under his command. The banner captain continued to answer truthfully. A team leader manages 100 soldiers, also called a centurion. A battalion commander, or chieftain of 1,000, was previously known as commander of 1,000 soldiers. This was a very important position, usually taken by someone proficient in martial arts. Moreover, over 800 rebels would pose an enormous threat to Shani village. Against a unit of 100 households, Lin Mo could barely manage through with a geographical advantage and a ruthless attitude. But if it were against a 1,000 household unit, unless Lin Mo could multiply himself tenfold, the only choice would be to flee with the villagers, abandoning their homes. The third question, who is King Ding? How many troops does he have? Has he colluded with any foreign tribes, or the governor? The banner captain looked at him in confusion. Is this really one question? Nevertheless, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. Whatever Lin Mo asked, he truthfully answered. His life mattered most. Reporting to the master, King Ding claims to be a descendant of the Dali imperial family, named Lu Ji, originally from Shu province. However, he has primarily developed his power in Brazil and Badong. We are all from the Brazil province. At the beginning, King Ding had only over 600 people, but with generous wealth, he bribed the governor of the Brazil province and gathered over 4,000 soldiers under the guise of recruitment. On the way to Guangzhou, he recruited numerous thugs and expanded his army to over 9,000 people. As for whether he has conspired with foreign tribes, this is top secret information, something I truly do not know. Asking a banner captain about the decisions of his superior indeed placed him in a difficult situation. So, you're saying that you are no longer valuable to me? Lin Mo said coldly. A single sentence frightened the banner captain so much that he lost control of his bladder. Master, you promised me a chance at survival. I've told you everything I know. You cannot go back on your... Before he could finish complaining, Lin Mo thrust his sword into his throat. Just before death, the banner captain heard Lin Mo say, had I not deceived you, would you have told the truth? His eyes wide open, the man died without closing them. Among those slaughtering the villagers at Wildcat Ridge earlier, this man had been the most enthusiastic. Not killing him would mean betraying the souls of the dead at Wildcat Ridge. Ling Wei shrugged, indicating that she didn't mind as long as Lin Mo was happy. Next, are you going to Maotang? From the questioning earlier, Ling Wei had seen through Lin Mo's plan. She admired Lin Mo's courage. After the battle ended, instead of taking his win and leaving, he thought of attacking the base of the rebels to expand on their victory. Let's go. If we hurry, we can still make it home before lunch. A smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Even though they were now at war, he still thought like a doctor. As a physician, when treating others, you must look beyond surface symptoms. For instance, if a person has a fever and you merely give them antipyretics, the fever will likely return shortly. Only by finding and addressing the root cause of the disease can the patient be fully healed. The 2 waves of rebels who reached Shani village could be understood as the symptom of fever. The real source of the illness was in Maotang. To cure this grave sickness entirely, the root cause in Maotang had to be eliminated. After collecting the scattered weapons and silver coins from the fallen rebels, the 2 quickly headed toward Maotang. Lin Mo did not rush to launch an attack, but rather scouted around the village first. He heard more than 4 voices, and initially suspected the banner captain had lied to him. However, upon further observation, he found there were indeed only 4 rebel ruffians. The rest were forced laborers dragged from various villages. These laborers were confined in a house, including both men and women, and would not affect their operations. There are 2 in the left house. Go over there and stand guard while I take out the 2 patrolling ones. Lin Mo arranged accordingly. Turning around, he found Ling Wei had already quietly moved into place. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Mo muttered, what a decisive character she has. In such a vast village guarded by only 4 men, with 2 inside coercing women to their will, Ling Wei easily slipped in. Leaning against the wall, she heard indescribable sounds and the soft cries of the women inside. Her eyes flashed with intent to kill. Still, she did not let anger disrupt her plans, but waited patiently for Lin Mo to act. If she acted now, the 2 patrolling ones might escape, potentially causing trouble later. Soon, the patrolling rebels came back around, and Lin Mo seized the opportunity to fire 2 arrows with a whoosh-whoosh sound, ending their lives. Their dying screams startled the rebels inside, who were committing atrocities. They quickly pulled up their pants, grabbed their steel knives, and rushed out. However, they were sent off by Ling Wei's 2 swift sword strikes just as they exited the door. The women inside, upon seeing the rebels killed and blood splattered everywhere, screamed in terror due to their fragile nerves. Don't scream. You're safe now. Ling Wei wiped the blood off her sword on the rebel corpses and threw the girls' clothes back to them. Then, she turned around and left, meeting up with Lin Mo. Lin Mo arrived at the village and immediately began looting. He threw the rebels' weapons, valuables from their bodies, and his 2 arrows into his personal space. As for the clothes, there was no need for them. He had fabric now, so he didn't lack clothing. He then judged the location of the stored grain by its smell. These rebels had plundered materials for several days without yet reporting it. Piled in one room were grains, cloth, spices, mountain goods, and dry products. Lin Mo roughly estimated that there were about 2,000 pounds of grain here. It was exactly the time when food was scarce, so he decided to take it all. 6 bolts of cloth? With new houses built, naturally new quilts were needed. Take them all. Also, there were 2 deer and 4 rabbits. Take them all. Dry bamboo shoots and dry mushrooms added up to a whole basket. Take them all. In no time at all, Lin Mo emptied the contents of the room. He also searched other rooms. 2 beds were good. He bundled them together with their bedding. He initially thought his personal space was quite spacious, but now he realized it wasn't nearly enough. It filled up very quickly. After looting all the rooms, Lin Mo decided to burn the entire village down. The villagers who were imprisoned had already been released. Most of them thanked Ling Wei before returning home. Only 3 girls around 16 or 17 years old refused to leave. What's the matter? Seeing them closely following Ling Wei, Lin Mo asked in confusion. Master, our families have all been slaughtered by the rebels. We are homeless now. We beg you to take us in. I want to learn skills like this, master, to annihilate the rebels and avenge our families. Please take us in, master. The 3 knelt down, tears streaming down like rain. Having lost their families and having been violated, they now had only one belief that kept them alive: revenge. Chapter 65. The Yu family must atone with death. The flames were like a huge beast, swallowing the village. To leave no trace behind, Lin Mo chose to take a detour through a small path. This way, even if villagers saw them, they wouldn't know where they had come from. As they were leaving, Ling Wei found 2 horses by the fence at the village entrance. One was a red-brown horse, and the other a yellow horse with a black mouth. In Deqian, horses are categorized in great detail based on their color and bloodline, each having different names. A hua refers to a chestnut-colored horse, and gua refers to a horse that is yellow with a black mouth. Lin Mo rode the hua, while Ling Wei rode the gua. This was Lin Mo's first time riding a horse. Thankfully, there was a saddle and stirrups, and this particular hua horse had a gentle temperament, so with Ling Wei nearby, he could manage it well. Behind them followed 3 frail-looking girls. I'm curious why you kept them. They don't look like they can run 10 laps around Nianzi Valley. On the horse, Lin Mo curiously questioned Ling Wei. From his perspective as a doctor, these 3 girls weren't suitable for training, yet due to their poor physical conditions. Because their eyes are filled with hatred, which is a powerful force. Hatred can make people brave and fearless. Many endure all kinds of hardships for revenge and will not stop until their goal is achieved. This kind of stubborn determination often allows one to break limits and become incredibly strong. Perhaps now they aren't as good as those new recruits from Shangyi Village, but Ling Wei believed that given some time, their performances would absolutely amaze everyone. Husband, what's wrong? Could you prepare some medicine to improve their bodies and help them train? Ling Wei suddenly remembered her husband was a doctor who managed to cure Miss Lu's chronic illness. Something like this shouldn't be difficult for him. Leave it to me. A few prescriptions immediately came to Lin Mo's mind. There were internal tonics for promoting blood circulation, strengthening health, and external baths that could remove fatigue and strengthen muscles and bones. However, some of the herbs were not easy to find. You 3, think of a code name for yourselves. Ling Wei jumped off the horse and approached the 3 girls. You can use your favorite animal or plant name, or something significant to you. Through their previous conversation, she learned none of the 3 had real names. Even if they did, Ling Wei wouldn't let them use them. Since their identities were changing, they needed to leave their pasts behind if they wanted to seek revenge. This hatred could both empower them and potentially become a heart demon obstructing their path. I'll go first. 29. The girl dressed in yellow clothes with an egg-shaped face spoke up first. Her eyes were blood red, brimming with hatred. My entire family of 29 people were all killed by the rebels. Xiao? When I was little, my mother used to scare me with this story. Another girl in homespun clothes grimaced with laughter. A childhood nightmare was now her unyielding belief. Bye. The last girl coldly said one word. 29 Xiao bye. Ling Wei repeated their chosen names once, then continued. From now on, forget your pasts. Since you have chosen to believe in me, you must absolutely obey my orders. If anyone disobeys my command during future training or missions, I will personally handle them according to military law. Understood. The 3 clenched their teeth, silently remembering Ling Wei's words. Although they longed for vengeance, they had not been consumed entirely by hatred. Instead, they felt gratitude towards Ling Wei and Lin Mo. It was already the end of the Weishichen hour when they returned to Shangyi Village. Since Lin Mo hadn't returned, everyone was still hiding in the mountains, with only Qin He and Shan Mao observing the situation on Lookout Slope. Husband, Sister Wei, you're back. Ling Tong, how long did it take to chase down a few people? Qin He and Shan Mao walked to greet them at the valley entrance. The area had already been cleaned, the bodies moved, and even the bloodstains covered with soil. Who are they? Shan Mao, being lively and curious, looked at the three girls trailing behind the pair. Is everything all right? Lin Imo hopped off the horse and led it forward. Ling Wei then introduced the three to Shan Mao. They are new soldiers I brought back. Now, you're their team leader. New soldiers? That's great. Shan Mao gladly accepted, stepping forward to greet them. I'm called Shan Mao. Welcome to my team. Husband, since you didn't return, no one dared descend the mountain. Everyone is still hiding in the mountains. Qin He explained the valley situation to Lin Mo now. People from the three villages are all together, hiding near Langbei. The danger has temporarily passed. Bring everyone out now. The rebel base at Mao Tangpu has been completely cleared out, and no one discovered us on the way back. Therefore, even if the rebels from Chunting discover their base has been taken out, they won't be able to trace it back to us in a short time. I'll go right now. Qin He responded. Go by horse. Call everyone to our village. I have something to say. Lin Mo handed his Hua horse over to Qin He. The latter had practiced horseback riding and archery since childhood. His horsemanship was much better than Lin Mo's. Qin He took the reins and whip, leapt onto the horse, and quickly rode towards the rear mountain. Oh, Dr. Lin, when you left, Qin's wife and I counted. There are 28 injured villagers, 4 of whom are severely wounded and need urgent treatment. Also, all of the soldiers we brought back have also been hurt, 2 with serious injuries. After Qin He left, Shan Mao came to Lin Mo. There were no other doctors in the valley, and everyone was waiting for Lin Mo to return. I understand. Although Lin Mo was not a surgeon, treating wounds wasn't difficult for him, as long as there were medicines. No doctor existed in any of the 3 villages in Nianzi Valley, and none of the villagers had herbal medicine stored at home. He would have to go up the mountain later to collect some herbs. However, he had another matter to attend to first. Not long after entering Shangyi village, Qin He led the villagers who gradually made their way out from the mountains. This time, Shangyi village and Shao village had little damage. But Yi Maoling lost nearly half of its people. Their faces were filled with fear from narrowly escaping death and grief over the loss of family members. Lin Mo quickly found Yu Lu's family among the crowd. Because Yu Hai was killed, his body was still hung at the entrance of Shao village, dying an awful death. Yu Lu's family was also immersed in sorrow. Yet, there were very few who sympathized with their grief. Fellow villagers, our Nianzi Valley didn't need to suffer this great calamity. It was someone who lured the rebels here, leading to so many villagers being killed. Who this person is probably doesn't need my words to make clear, they must know themselves. I hope you can step forward and give an explanation to everyone. Lin Mo's gaze faintly turned toward Yu Lu. However, most of the villagers still assumed that the rebels had come of their own accord. Hearing Lin Mo's words, their anger flared up immediately. Which turtle bastard brought the rebels to Nianzi Valley? I've been wondering. Our Nianzi Valley is located in a secluded area. How could the rebels find their way here? Turns out, there was a traitor inside. My daughter unfortunately met her death because of this. You bastards, show yourself. He must give us an explanation today. Even though those who died were mostly from Yi Maoling, there were some daughters who had married into Shao village and Shangyi village. Therefore, all the villagers from the 3 villages were enraged. It's Yu Hai from Yi Maoling. Seeing that Yu Lu hadn't stood up, Zhao Di, who spoke without filter, pointed out the accusation. Because one of her close friends was also killed by the rebels. Big head you, did you report us? Why did you do it? Do you know how many people you killed with your actions? You should pay for my daughter's life. Yu Lu, why do such an inhumane thing? What benefit does it bring you? A group of women rushed forward, tearing at Yu Lu's clothes, crying out to make him pay with his life. Yu Lu struggled to explain himself. I only did this to save Yi Maoling. If I didn't inform on them, when the rebels came to seek revenge, they would definitely involve Yi Maoling and Shao village. I thought that doing this could make the rebels leave Yi Maoling alone. But who knew that these rebels were so unreasonable? Finding no one from Shangyi village, they went straight for us Yi Maoling. Do you think just your side lost loved ones? My son, he was nailed alive to a wooden stake. Yu Lu knelt on the ground, pointing toward the direction where his son had died miserably, unable to speak through his sobs. His original intention was to save Yi Maoling, but ultimately caused harm to it. How noble you are, sacrificing Shangyi and Shao village to save Yi Maoling. Lin Mo saw that this guy showed no sign of repentance, and actually shifted all the blame to him, making Lin Mo's desire to kill him grow stronger. At this moment, Zhao Xiangue also jumped in and criticized. Yu Lu, even if you didn't want to help us, there was no need to invite wolves into the house. Your second son was killed due to your own foolishness. Inhumane dog, you don't act like a human being. Half of Yi Maoling was killed because of you. Everyone witnessed Lin Mo bravely fighting against the rebels and protecting their safety. So, when Yu Lu tried to pass the blame to Lin Mo, no one bought it. Everyone joined forces to condemn Yu Lu. Yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't have informed the rebels. But my son is dead too. Are you still unsatisfied? What more do you want? Yu Lu's eyes were bloodshot, and he angrily roared. He felt that with the death of his son, he was a victim as well. As the village head of Yi Maoling, he commanded a certain amount of respect in the village. This roar instantly silenced many criticisms directed at him. They were all ordinary villagers. Even if they were boiling with anger, what could they do to him? You only lost one son, but Yi Maoling lost more than 40 people. So, are you still feeling wronged? In my opinion, the only way for your family to atone for their sins is through death. This would be the best resolution for Yi Maoling. Lin Mo threw several steel knives at the feet of the Yu family members. Since they had betrayed, they must pay the corresponding price. The dozens of villagers from Yi Maoling and those 2 soldiers could not have died in vain. Chapter 66. 3 villages merge. The Valley Guard is formed. As Lin Mo's words fell silent, the entire village suddenly became quiet. No one had expected that Lin Mo would say such a thing, directly sentencing Yu Lu's family to death. After a moment of stunned silence, the villagers who had lost loved ones thought Lin Mo was making sense. So many lives had been lost, the Yu family could not escape their sins. Of course, there were those with reluctant hearts. Lin Mo, this might not be appropriate. That's right. We are not the authorities. We have no power to decide on others' lives and deaths. Some kind-hearted people spoke up for Yu Lu. Yu Lu has already paid the price for his actions. In my view, it's enough. He will definitely not do such foolish things in the future. Now that the situation is so chaotic, it is precisely when we need to unite. How about giving them a chance? However, the majority of the people just looked coldly at Yu Lu. Although they didn't say it out loud, they supported Lin Mo's proposal inwardly. If the Yu family doesn't die, the public's anger won't be appeased. Lin Mo, it was wrong of me to do this, but it is not a sin worthy of death. Besides, I am the village head of Wildcat Ridge. What qualifications do you have to ask me to die for atonement? Yu Lu was naturally unwilling to accept Lin Mo's proposal. He stood up and kicked the knife in front of him away. How dare you still claim to be the village head of Wildcat Ridge? Aren't you afraid that the spirits of those who died today will come looking for you in the middle of the night? Lin Mo picked up the steel knife and slowly said, asking you to die as atonement is giving you an opportunity for redemption. Since you don't cherish it, then, I'll help you along. As soon as the words left his lips, there was a flash of the knife, and a red mark instantly appeared on Yu Lu's neck. Immediately, like water spilling from a broken pipe, fresh red blood gushed out. Yu Lu widened his eyes, pointing at Lin Mo, but before he could finish his sentence, he knelt down on the ground. After struggling for a few seconds, he fell straight down lifeless. This unexpected move surprised everyone. Even Ling Wei's eyes showed a flicker of astonishment. She wondered why Lin Mo, who had always been friendly to the villagers, killed so decisively today. As for the other villagers, they were all frightened into silence. The adults covered the children's eyes, while the timid ones turned away. Yu Jiang, will you take your own action, or shall I help you? Having killed Yu Lu, Lin Mo did not stop. What is more annoying than a saint mother in turbulent times is a traitor. The way the Yu family acted had already touched Lin Mo's bottom line. They must die? Lin Mo, how dare you kill people? I will report you to the authorities, and you will surely compensate for my father's death. Yu Jiang had been terrified speechless, stuttering as he pointed at Lin Mo. In his mind, he still counted on the government to mete out justice. Lin Mo shook his head and sent him off with one stroke of the blade. Had Yu Jiang chosen to end his own life, Lin Mo would respect him as a brave man and give him a proper burial. Unfortunately, he was as cowardly as his old father. With 2 members of the Yu family killed, the villagers were already scared by Lin Mo's ruthless behavior. Those who had previously pleaded for the Yu family now shut their mouths. Lu Yun's mother thought Lin Mo's approach was inappropriate. She believed Lin Mo had no authority to kill people, and thus wanted to stop him, only to be quietly restrained by her daughter. Lu Yun was a smart girl. Although she was kind-hearted and thought killing wasn't the best solution, upon further reflection, she understood that Lin Mo had no choice but to act this way. Realizing this, she naturally wouldn't let her mother stop Lin Mo. At this time, there were still Ouyang's wife Zhao Shi, the 2 daughters-in-law, and 2 granddaughters remaining in the Yu family. The younger granddaughter was still in swaddling clothes, while the older one was barely over 3 years old. Seeing her dead husband and sons, Zhao completely went dumb with shock. The 2 daughters-in-law were too frightened to breathe loudly, terrified like sheep surrounded by a wolf pack. They clutched their already sobbing daughters tightly and trembled slightly. Ah! Zhao Shi suddenly screamed, falling to her knees before Yu Lu's corpse, crying aloud. Her husband was dead, both her sons were dead too. Unable to bear the blow, knowing herself at fault, Zhao picked up a steel knife lying on the ground and slashed her own neck. Ninth sister, don't. Though originally from Righteousness Village, it was already too late for some elders from Righteousness Village to try stopping her. Zhao Shi had collapsed atop Yu Lu. Wah. Seeing their mother-in-law commit suicide, overwhelming fear swept through the minds of the 2 daughters-in-law, until finally breaking down in sobs. Sisters-in-law, please stand up. I had no intention of making it hard for you. It's just that after something this big happened, someone must take responsibility and give the deceased closure. Lin Mo knew very well that pulling weeds meant removing the roots, yet killing widows and orphans in public would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. The cons far outweighed the pros. Therefore, he decided to adopt another method. Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially people like Qin He and Lu Yun. Their fists were already clenched until they turned white, fearing that Lin Mo would lose control and not spare women and children. The 2 nieces will be under my care from now on. The 2 sisters-in-law can join the army, kill more rebels, and console the spirits of those who died on Wildcat Ridge. Removing roots doesn't necessarily mean killing people. The 2 kids are still young now, like blank sheets of paper. As long as they stay by Lin Mo's side, he could shape them into whatever form he wanted. In the near future, they would have to repay his kindness for raising them. As for the 2 daughters-in-law of the Yu family, the battlefield is their best destiny. This plan is quite good. The Yu family must make amends. Lin Mo thought of everything. Lin Mo's heart is really kind. In this situation, he still wants to help raise the 2 little wretches. The villagers murmured, approving of Lin Mo's approach. Everyone, We have killed all the rebel soldiers from Maotangpu, which avenges our fellow villagers from Wildcat Ridge. The rebel forces from Ting and the county seat probably won't find us soon, but I hope everyone can keep quiet and stop doing foolish things. The effect of using an example to deter others had been achieved, but they still needed a reminder, so it stayed etched in their minds. As long as the rebels remain in Guanro County, the danger has not passed. Moreover, I've heard that the rebels have conspired with the foreign tribes, wanting to let them through our borders. If we want to survive, we must unite. So, I suggest from today onwards, the 3 villages should merge and create a self-defense force to protect our Nianzi Valley. Do any of you have objections? There was no way to recruit people from outside now, nor would anyone else listen to him. What Lin Mo could do right now was only to rally the strength of the 3 villages. We from Wildcat Ridge will follow your lead. Wildcat Ridge currently lacked a village chief and had lost so many people, they urgently needed someone to guide them through this crisis. Lin Mo held grain reserves and had proven ability, making him undoubtedly the best choice. Our Xiao village sees no problem either. We agree to merge. Xiao Chang'e hesitated for a moment and then agreed to Lin Mo's proposal. He understood now why Zhao Xiangui abandoned his position as village head. Lin Mo was terrifying. Since no one has objections, starting from now, the 3 villages will merge into one village. The next step is to establish a Valley Guard team. Men aged between 15 and 35, and women under 30 can sign up. This is the best way to protect your families, and I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. Just like in Shangyi, all those participating in training will receive 1 pound of grain and 1 pound of meat daily. Those not participating in training will donate 10 pounds of grain per household. Since the 3 villages merged, they would be treated equally. With the current shortage of food, 1 pound of grain and 1 pound of meat each day is a huge attraction to the villagers. After much deliberation, ultimately 9 people each from Xiao Village and Wildcat Ridge joined. But how many would pass the test and qualify for training remains uncertain at the moment. Chapter 67, Wang Yuqing Jealous. The people of Xiaozuan and Shanghaikan arrived together at Wildcat Ridge to help deal with the deceased remains. The rebels' bodies could be discarded into the deep mountains, where wild wolves and mountain cats would drag them away, but the bodies of their loved ones must find peace in the ground. On this day, Yinzi Valley was immersed in sorrow. But the dead have gone. Those who survived must continue to live on. Carry all the injured to the training restroom. Also, prepare more boiling water and clean cotton cloth. Because many injured awaited treatment, Lin Mo did not go to Wildcat Ridge to help. After 2 hours of bustling work, he had finally taken care of all the severely injured individuals. Fortunately, no one's life was in danger. Unfortunately, due to a lack of herbs, their recovery would be slower, and there was even a possibility of infection. Not until nightfall did Lin Mo finally get a moment to catch his breath. Back home, dinner was already prepared. At the time when Lu Yun's mother fled along with others from the magistrate's mansion, a cook had accompanied them. She didn't know how her family was doing, and she couldn't return to the county town, so she had no choice but to flee alongside the madam. They encountered rebel group after rebel group, with fewer and fewer guards around them, once narrowly escaping death. It was Li Ling who timely appeared and saved them. Later, Li Ling met up with Mountain Cat and Swallow, learned that Miss Lu was in Shanghaikan, and they came over. The cook's culinary skills were quite remarkable. Despite the rudimentary conditions, the dishes she prepared still looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful. Still, Lin Mo's home was already crowded enough, and now there were suddenly so many more people staying with them. He really had no idea how to accommodate everyone. All the women in this house were either madams or misses. It wasn't possible for them to sleep in the straw shed with the others. After dinner, Lin Mo sought Zhao Yangshi's assistance. Her house had an empty room, which could be used by Madame Chun and Lu Yun. Naturally, Zhao Yangshi wouldn't refuse. However, before sleeping, there was still one thing left for him to do. It was time to give Wang Yuqing and Lu Yun acupuncture treatment. If the treatments weren't consistently administered, all previous efforts would have been wasted, and their pain would recur next month. Happily, he had some free time now. Lin Mo called them inside, asking the others to wait outside. Mrs., it is time for your treatment. Lin Mo retrieved the silver needles, sterilizing them in boiling water. This wasn't the first treatment, and since both sisters were here, they didn't feel overly shy. Lu Yun took the initiative to cooperate. Dr. Lin, I'm no longer a miss. You can call me Lu Yun. Then you shouldn't call me Dr. Lin either. Call me Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled as he spoke. All right. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. That one word pulled the two closer. Dr. Lin Mo, may I ask you a question? While Lin Mo was administering the needles to Lu Yun's beautiful eyes curiously watched him, her cheeks slightly flushed, a hint of shyness showing through. She wanted to divert her own attention through conversation. You may. Lin Mo carefully inserted a silver needle into her xuanhuan acupoint. It was already pitch dark outside. Inside the room, only faint firelight illuminated the space. Even though Lin Mo possessed exceptional night vision, the differences between night and day remained, so he had to exercise caution with each needle he placed. What exactly is your relationship with Commander Ling? You shouldn't misunderstand. I've just noticed that Commander Ling has acted unusually lately. She was always cold towards everyone in the past, but now she smiles occasionally, especially when she faces you. Lu Yun asked. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yuqing nearby abruptly stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Lin Mo. She felt inexplicably nervous inside. Commander Ling and I have performed the marital rites according to the traditions of Dakian. In essence, she is my wife now. There was nothing to hide. Since she asked, Lin Mo gave her an honest answer. Ling Wei is the commander of the guards, merely subordinated to her father in terms of duties. Therefore, her personal freedom and marriage didn't need to gain anyone's approval. This response shocked both Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing. I always thought Commander Ling would never marry in her lifetime, but now she is your wife already. Lu Yun wasn't sure what to say at this moment. On one hand, she was glad that Ling Wei found happiness, but on the other hand, she also felt a sense of loss. What good is that lump of ice? Wang Yuqing discontentedly sniffed and pouted her head away. She acts coldly towards others, but warmly towards you. So, why does someone react so intensely? Could it be out of jealousy? As Lin Mo continued with another needle insertion, he teased with a smile. She knew clearly Lin Mo was referring to her. With her neck stiffened, she strongly argued, I can be more passionate than she is. She refused to accept that she couldn't compare with a block of ice. Moreover, it was she who first got to know Lin Mo, so why should the ice block precede her? I don't believe you. Seeing her pouting like a child, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, and he continued to provoke her with words. After going through this calamity, Wang Yuqing's nerves were somewhat fragile, and she couldn't bear such stimulation. She then gave Lin Mo a demonstration of what true passion was right on the spot. Chapter 68, the third treatment plan, successfully implemented. Lin Mo did not expect Wang Yuqing to suddenly become so bold that it nearly caused him to miss the right spot when needling Lu Yao. Seeing Lin Mo's flustered appearance, Wang Yuqing couldn't help but giggle. Let's see if you dare to say I'm cold and aloof again. Look at me now. Am I still cold and aloof? Wang Yuqing looked at Lin Mo and suddenly became extremely serious. In fact, from the first time Lin Mo gave her acupuncture, she had already decided on this man. Moreover, with her father also intending to betroth her to Lin Mo, her heart had long been set on Lin Mo. However, because they had known each other for such a short time, she wanted to test Lin Mo's character, never expecting so many unforeseen events to occur. Thus, the candidate for her husband kept being preempted by others, which was unacceptable to her proud temperament. Therefore, she made some rash moves. You're quite warm. Lin Mo smiled and said, since you don't feel shy, then there's no reason for me to be polite either. Not looking would be foolish. Lin Mo, do you remember what my father said? He has already betrothed me to you, so you will have to take responsibility for me from now on. I'm not unreasonable either. As long as you treat us well, we won't be unreasonably troublesome. Wang Yuqing's tone suddenly softened, and she directly put everything out in the open to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was somewhat at a loss with this sudden gentle confession. He remembered that Wang the Wealthy had indeed mentioned giving his daughter in marriage to him, but at the time, everyone thought it was just a joke and no one took it seriously. This way makes it seem like taking advantage of someone in distress. Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, Wang Yuqing suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's hand anxiously and said, Lin Mo, surely you don't intend to shirk your responsibilities to us. Both Lu's sister and I have already chosen you. Can two of us combined not match a chiefling? That's not comparable. Lin Mo shook his head bitterly, then looked at Wang Yuqing. Are you really serious? Think it through carefully. I don't want to take advantage of someone's difficulties. At this point, Lu Yun felt somewhat panicked, but she also knew what her sisters in heart were thinking. Now, marrying Wang Yuqing to Lin Mo would be the best choice. And since she had promised her good sister to stay together forever, naturally she had to honor this promise. The reason for her panic was not because of fear towards Lin Mo. Actually, deep down, she greatly respected Lin Mo. After all, men as excellent as Lin Mo are rare. Moreover, they had already fallen to such an extent that they didn't have much choice left. She was nervous because she guessed what her good sister was about to do next. Wang Yuqing, however, nodded firmly. Yeah, we've prepared ourselves. Indeed. Lu Yun went blank. Dear. Suddenly Wang Yuqing changed her address, speaking in a voice full of warmth. Can you use the third treatment plan for us, okay? With the atmosphere built up to this point, how could Lin Mo say no, and still consider himself a man? Everything proceeded smoothly. After a long while, the two women fell asleep, and Lin Mo quietly slipped out, closing the door gently behind him. Lady Chen hurried over, her face showing some concern. They did not know that Lin Mo had switched to another treatment plan. Madam, please rest assured. The treatment process went very smoothly, and both Miss Lu and Miss Wang performed excellently. Lin Mo said, That's good, that's good. Lady Chen sighed in relief. As a mother, who wouldn't wish for her daughter to be healthy? As for the other matters, she hadn't given them much thought. When will Yuner come out? Lady Chen asked again. Perhaps she's a bit tired. Let her rest here tonight. That's fine. Then we'll bother Dr. Lin to take care of Yuner and Rain Xing's brat. Lady Chen didn't give it much thought. After all, she knew her daughter had slept with Lin Mo's wife these past few days. Lin Mo and Ling Wei always slept in the straw shed outside. Having sent off Lady Chen, only Ling Wei and the He sisters remained by the door. Ling Wei suddenly leaned over and teased. Is it done? What? What are you talking about? Lin Mo feigned ignorance. Don't think I didn't hear anything earlier. You really live up to expectations. Ling Wei rolled her eyes at him before turning around and lying down to sleep on the other side of the straw hut. So was she jealous? Lin Mo sighed in resignation. Having too many women was also a trouble. After all, not every woman could be as understanding as Qin He. Husband, go comfort her. Qin He softly laughed, pushing Lin Mo forward. Me and sister he will enter. After entering, Lin Mo came into the straw shed, picked up Ling Wei, and walked toward the back mountain. Here wasn't the place for conversation. Ling Wei wasn't angry. She just didn't know how to face Lu Yun. But at the moment Lin Mo lifted her up, she became happy, and her worries instantly dissipated. Because she could sense that in Lin Mo's heart, they were equals. Ling Wei wrapped her arms around Lin Mo's neck, and a tender smile appeared on her usually cold face. Chapter 69, The Warriors of This World. The advantage of having a personal space is that you can always conjure up a bed whenever and wherever you want. Therefore, Ling Wei's experience was much better this time around. Afterward, the two embraced each other, gazing at the starry sky above. Fireflies danced around them like little sprites in the night. This night scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Husband, war is a cruel thing. Do you really intend to form the Valley Guard? Ling Wei nestled into Lin Mo's arms. If she had her way, she wouldn't want Lin Mo to be involved in any wars. Years of military service had already left her exhausted. How wonderful it would be to live quietly in the valley as an ordinary couple. Besides this, do you have any other good ways to protect everyone's safety? Lin Mo sighed lightly. In fact, he didn't want to go to war either, but he also didn't want to live a life of mediocrity. Especially in times of chaos, mediocrity means weakness, and weakness will eventually be eliminated. To survive, one must possess absolute power. The system Lin Mo obtained revolves around having numerous offspring and a thriving family, so he has to develop along this path. However, he doesn't want his future large family to be lambs for slaughter. Therefore, the idea of forming an army came to mind. Vivi, have you ever heard of the world is destined to reunite after long division and divide after long unification? Since the reign of Emperor Anil of Dagon, the land has been in constant turmoil, with frequent invasions by foreign tribes. For 100 years now, the common people have lived in misery. The court shows no interest in progress and instead favors eunuchs and corrupt officials. Today's Dagon Empire has accumulated many problems and is inevitably heading toward its demise. Unfortunately, all the rebel kings are nothing more than mediocre talents who have done nothing but cause suffering among the populace without achieving anything constructive. To bring an end to these wars early and let the people live peaceful lives, someone must step forward. I hope that person is me. Even though these words sound like lines from some novel, Lin Mo, being in this world, felt somewhat sincere. Which young man doesn't dream of being a hero? And isn't the biggest family in this world just the imperial family? With 3,000 beauties in the harem alone, surely producing numerous offspring and prospering in numbers isn't hard? So this became Lin Mo's ultimate goal. Husband, I never expected you to have such great ambitions. Ling Wei tightly hugged Lin Mo, deeply moved by his words. As a general, how could she not yearn to achieve glory on the battlefield and leave a legacy in history? But the chaos made her feel powerless, plus falling into domestic bliss gave her thoughts of retiring to a simple country life. These passionate words from Lin Mo rekindled her own dreams. Husband, if you want to conquer the world, I, Ling Wei, will spare no effort in helping you realize this ideal. Our hearts as husband and wife are aligned. We can achieve what others cannot. Lin Mo felt quite lucky. Ling Wei's courage, Qin He's strategy, Lu Yun's steadiness, and Yuqing's. Wait a moment. Wang Yuqing, she seems not very capable, but teasing her does bring joy, and she is good at livening up the atmosphere. Her pain brings happiness to others. Then, let's call it Yuqing's joy. Oh, Vivi, what level of strength do you hold within this empire of Dagon? Since his predecessor was a straightforward farmer, Lin Mo knew little about the martial prowess of this world. He could only judge based on Ling Wei's actions and his knowledge from historical novels. Ling Wei could handle 2 or 3 dozen rebels at once, but any more would overwhelm her. According to historical novels, there was a considerable gap compared to those mighty generals who could effortlessly take heads from enemy armies numbering in the millions. Perhaps she reached the level of a third-tier warrior, but her swordsmanship had already reached the Great Master realm, which suggests third-tier warriors in history probably weren't as skilled as her. Ling Wei firmly believed Lin Mo's abilities came directly from divine instruction, so it was understandable that he didn't know much about this world. Thus, she patiently introduced him to the hierarchy of warriors. In Dagon, martial artists are divided into 7 levels from lowest to highest: beginner, lower grade, upper grade, superb, master, great master, and transcendent. Though martial artists are ranked by grades, their combat capabilities vary depending on the weapons they use and the martial arts they practice. For example, a superb grade warrior who excels with bows might easily get killed once a lower grade warrior closes in. As for warriors using heavy weapons such as heavy spears, crescent-bladed halberds, or maces, they perform best while mounted on horses. Horses help them fully leverage their skills. That's why renowned generals always favor fine steeds. In my case, I'm most skilled with swords, which gives me advantages in close combat, but I'd be at a disadvantage in large-scale battles. Lin Mo nodded. This wasn't too different from the ancient martial history he knew. Moreover, it is certain that this world, despite having ranks, is not a fantasy world. Everyone is mortal, and age does not increase significantly due to martial prowess. Throughout 1,000 years of history, there have been countless extraordinary warriors who passed away from illness in their 40s or 50s. Speaking of combat ability, the rank of a warrior is just a concept, without clear boundaries. Therefore, people categorize your rank based on the martial arts you master. If one of your martial arts reaches the beginner level, then you are considered a beginner warrior. Similarly, if one of your martial arts reaches the grandmaster level, then you are a grandmaster warrior. Ling Wei explained in great detail, making it easy to understand. So, are you a grandmaster now? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Ling Wei was somewhat embarrassed, nodding. You could say that, but I only excel at one set of sword techniques. If I encounter a stronger master, I might not be a match for them. That's still impressive. Lin Mo rewarded her with a kiss, and then asked, are there many people above the master level in this world? Not many. To reach the master realm requires extraordinary insight. Mountain Cat and Swallow have fairly good aptitude, yet after 4 years of practice, their mastery of the wind-cleaving sword technique is merely proficient. So they are just upper-grade warriors? Lin Mo had seen them fight. They were much stronger than ordinary rebels. The strength of that rebel squad leader should be below theirs. Ling Wei nodded, somewhat proudly stating, "So, my lord, you are truly fortunate." Without the skill sticky card, Lin Mo would probably never reach the Grandmaster level in his lifetime. Unfortunately, we're just not cut out for martial arts, so we can only rely on cheats. When we first met, what was the level of the rebel leader you fought against? Lin Mo continued asking. He should be superb, and he just entered the superb level not long ago. Someone who has just entered the superb level and can hold over 10 moves under a Grandmaster's sword? It seems the rankings in this world are indeed different from those in fantasy novels. In fantasy novels, each level is like an unbridgeable gap, whereas the distinctions in this world don't seem as significant. That night, Lin Mo learned a lot about the warriors of this world from Ling Wei. He also learned about the 10 famous generals of Great Qian, as well as the wisest few individuals. Truly worthy of a dynasty that has lasted for over 400 years, its depth cannot be underestimated. Even though this world has long been fragmented, Great Qian remains steadfast. Overthrowing this giant will be a daunting task. Chapter 70, Family Members +2, Bountiful Rewards. On the following morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the birds in the forest. Ling Wei curled up in his arms, showing no sign of wanting to wake up. Seeing that it was still early and the villagers had yet to rise, Lin Mo didn't disturb her. System, submit the task. Yesterday's discussion ran too late, and he forgot to claim his rewards. Now was the perfect time. Detected marriage with Lu Yun becoming official. Family members +1. Rewarded with 10 acres of medicinal fields, 10 acres of fertile land. Personal space doubled in size. Detected marriage with Wang Yuqing becoming official. Family members +1. Rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Master level merchant identity card. Note, the identity card can be used by anyone. If this person willingly uses the card, they will have absolute loyalty towards the host. This is good. Lin Mo quickly took out the master level merchant identity card. Finally, there was a tool that could be given to someone else. This card could grant any individual master level business acumen and guarantee 100% loyalty. 100% loyalty was crucial. With this restriction in place, he could trust others with confidence, allowing him to relax and manage things from the sidelines. An idea instantly came to Lin Mo's mind as to who should own this card. There was no one better suited than Wang Yuqing to receive this identity card. Her sharp mind, influenced by Wang Kaiju from a young age, made her knowledgeable about commerce. Most importantly, her status as the young lady of the Wang household held weight. Wang Kaiju had numerous connections in the One Mountain Prefecture, and if the business were ever to grow, Wang Yuqing could leverage these relationships. Putting away the identity card, Lin Mo curiously entered his personal space with his consciousness. The storage area of the personal space had doubled in size. Beyond the storage area, 2 new plots of land appeared, something never seen before. The brown plot on the left was for growing medicinal plants, while the yellow plot on the right was for farming crops. How do I use this thing? Lin Mo was confused. His body couldn't enter this space, making it impossible to farm directly. But rewards shouldn't be merely decorative. Lin Mo tried covering the medicinal field with his consciousness. A virtual panel immediately appeared. Medicinal field planting catalog. Dandelion, 3 taels / silver per acre. Maturity period, 300 days, cost 90 taels for immediate maturity. Bitter ground flower, 3 taels / silver per acre. Maturity period, 180 days, cost 54 taels for immediate maturity. Isatus root, 3 taels / silver per acre. Maturity period, 240 days, cost 72 taels for immediate maturity. The catalog was filled with thousands of herbs. The cheapest ones, such as fish mint, cost 1 tael per acre, while the most expensive included caterpillar fungus, Sichuan fritillary bulb, and ice globules. With enough silver, even 1,000-year-old ginseng or 10,000-year-old old roots could be grown. Though not particularly expensive, the maturation cycle for the herbs was quite long. For instant maturity, Lin Mo lacked sufficient silver at the moment, but leaving the land unused wasn't an option either. After all, this was a miraculous medicinal field where, once planted, the crops were unaffected by weather conditions and didn't require watering or fertilization. Plus, the shorter the maturity cycle, the fewer taels required for immediate growth. Considering future conflicts, Lin Mo decided to plant some herbs for healing wounds, stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and detoxifying. 1 acre of white yam root, 1 acre of fairy crane grass, 1 acre of huangqin. In total, it cost less than 50 taels. Having gained experience with medicinal plants, Lin Mo moved on to the farmland. Farmland planting catalog. Xuanhuan rice, 10 taels / silver per acre. Maturity period, 154 days, cost 154 taels for immediate maturity. High-quality silk seedlings, 8 taels / silver per acre. Maturity period, 163 days, cost 130.5 taels for immediate maturity. Jinzhao 950 copper coins per acre. Maturity period 110 days, cost 5.5 taels for immediate maturity. Good grief, over 10,000 pages of catalogs. There were 40 types of rice alone with more than 2,000 classifications, leaving Lin Mo dazzled. Given the current shortage of grain, Lin Mo opted for the cheapest Jinzhao 09 variety of rice. 8 acres in total, costing only 4 taels of silver. This rice type was common short grain rice with average taste and nutritional value. Its yield ranged between 300 to 400 pounds per acre, depending on the system's mood. With a milling rate of 70%, that meant at least 210 pounds of rice per acre. In other words, 6 taels of silver could be exchanged for at least 210 pounds of rice. Damn, this was too expensive. Unbelievably, during bountiful harvests, 1 tael of silver bought 60 pounds of rice, which amounted to 360 pounds for 6 taels. Buying rice this way would lose you 150 pounds. System, you're way too greedy. Initially, Lin Mo wanted to argue with the system, but like punching air, the system completely ignored him. Lin Mo could only console himself helplessly. It was a famine year now, and a pound of grain was being sold for 30 coins, and even then, it was a price with no supply. Compared to those unscrupulous merchants hoarding grain, the system's pricing could be considered quite fair. Moreover, the personal farmland was unaffected by climate and geography. It could be planted and harvested anytime and anywhere without the need for strenuous cultivation or meticulous sowing. There was no need to deal with weeding or pest control. Once seeds were scattered, all one had to do was wait 110 days for harvest. With that in mind, spending 5.5 taels of silver to instantly mature crops was already quite reasonable from the system. As Lin Mo still had some grain on hand, there was no rush to accelerate the growth. Let it grow naturally first, and deal with it when there was a shortage. For the other 2 acres of land, Lin Mo planted loofah on 1 acre and tomatoes on the other. Both were relatively cheap vegetables, costing only a few taels of silver to mature. After the tomatoes ripened, Lin Mo picked one to try. The produce from the personal space contained no pesticides or advanced technologies and was free from dust or impurities. The fruit could be eaten right off the vine. Lin Mo's tomatoes were thin-skinned, juicy, and rich in sweet-sour flavor. Taking a bite, the juice's tartness mingled with the sweetness of the tomato flesh like a spring breeze blowing over, refreshing his whole body. Dear, what is it that you're eating? Ling Wei slowly opened her eyes and saw the red fruit in Lin Mo's hand she'd never seen before, arousing her curiosity. Come, have a taste. Lin Mo handed her the tomato. Ling Wei took a bite and was instantly attracted by the tangy and sweet taste. It's not bad. Then she took another large bite and continued chewing greedily. What is this fruit called? Where did you get it? Why haven't I ever seen it before? The fist-sized tomato was quickly finished by Ling Wei, leaving her licking the tomato juice from the corners of her mouth with a look of boundless allure. This is a tomato, which can be eaten raw as a fruit, used for cooking dishes, or made into sauces. The taste is fine, right? Do you want more? Lin Mo introduced it. Yes, I want more. Ling Wei's appetite was larger than an ordinary girl's, and after expending much energy last night, her stomach had long been grumbling with hunger. Rarely did Ling Wei act coy, but Lin Mo accommodated her, conjuring up 2 large tomatoes for her with a wave of his hands. Now, in my dreams, I can enter the fairyland where my master resides, and the tomato comes from the fruit of his magical place. It's extremely wondrous there. As long as you have money, you can grow anything. Lin Mo gave another plausible explanation for the tomatoes. Ling Wei believed it without any doubt. Chapter 71, The Gift from the Immortal Master. With the system farmland in place, Lin Mo no longer had to worry about his little patch of land being destroyed when the rebels came. So, after returning home, he took out the potato tubers and seedlings of peppers and cucumbers that had been given as rewards earlier, intending to cultivate a vacant lot beside the house to plant peppers and cucumbers. As for the potatoes, he would just plant them in his family's vegetable garden. As for the 3 fruit trees, he was in no hurry. Once the courtyard was built, it wouldn't be too late to take them out along with the water well. When he got home, Qin He and the others were still asleep. Ling Wei, due to her training mission, went straight to the threshing ground. Lin Mo picked some tomatoes and placed them on the table. Despite his lightness of movement, Lu Yun was also already awake early in the morning. She looked at Lin Mo, recalling last night's incident, which made her instantly feel extremely embarrassed. You're awake. Come have something to eat. I've picked some fruit. Lin Mo greeted with a smile while admiring the graceful figures of the few girls. You don't look. Seeing Lin Mo continuously staring at her, Lu Yun's face became redder than the tomatoes on the table. Yuner is so beautiful. Even looking isn't enough. Why should I not look? Not only did Lin Mo continue to look, but he also walked over closer to look. Yuner, do you feel like me? As if this is all a dream? Well, we should thank you, this girl. If it weren't for her antics, how could I have married such a fairy-like wife as you? These 2 sentences made Lu Yun feel very comforted inside. After waking up in the morning, she felt dazed and completely unprepared mentally. She also didn't know how to face Lin Mo and her mother. Lin Mo's words were like a pill to calm her down, making her gradually feel reassured. You just know how to say pretty things. Lu Yun lightly scolded, no longer as shy and restrained as before. She stood up, dressed properly, and approached the dining table, curiously asking about the tomatoes. What kind of fruit is this? Tomatoes. Tomatoes? I haven't heard of such fruits. Where did they come from? Lu Yun's reaction was identical to Ling Wei's. At this time, Qin He and Wang Yuqing also woke up. Qin He put on her outerwear and came to greet Lin Mo. Good morning, my lord. But Wang Yuqing didn't dare to face Lin Mo and continued pretending to sleep. Yuqing, stop pretending to be asleep. Get up. I have something important to tell you. Lin Mo knew through Wang Yuqing's breathing pattern that she was already awake. Then he walked over and slapped her buttocks. Aya, the latter let out a startled cry, quickly flipping over and grabbing the nearby blanket to cover herself. The you from last night was much braver than you are now. Lin Mo teased with a smile. Wang Yuqing couldn't stand Lin Mo belittling her, so in a moment of decisiveness, she threw off the blanket, revealing her impressive figure. Humph. Then right in front of Lin Mo, she calmly began dressing herself without any urgency. By this time, Qin Miao had woken up as well, and everyone sat together at the table. Lin Mo told everyone about his immortal master. Qin He and Qin Miao had already known about it, so they didn't show much reaction. However, Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing listened with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe for a long time. It wasn't until Lin Mo showed them the sleeve containment technique multiple times that they finally believed him. Lin Mo, I thought you were just a villager, yet you possess so many amazing abilities because you have an immortal master. Now that we are husband and wife, can you make your immortal master appear so that we may pay our respects? Just imagining meeting an immortal filled Wang Yuqing with excitement, causing her to flail her arms. Call me husband. Lin Mo tapped her head. Wang Yuqing stuck out her tongue and suddenly became shy. I can't call it out. Yuner, teach her how to address husband. Lin Mo took hold of Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun was a woman who dared to act boldly. Since she and Lin Mo had consummated their marriage and she knew Lin Mo would protect her, she freely acknowledged her identity. Who spanned? Although she found courage, it was still somewhat embarrassing to utter those two words for the first time. Wang Yuqing wasn't going to lose out either, shouting out, husband. Very obedient. Lin Mo patted her head. You won't be able to see the immortal master. It's because I can only dream of him at night. But the immortal master gave you a gift. Lin Mo took out the identity card of a master merchant, whose golden radiance instantly illuminated the entire room. Wow, what is this, brother-in-law? Is this a gift for me? Wang Yuqing, looking incredulous, reached out to touch the identity card. This is an identity card formed by divine magic, recording the principles of commerce. The immortal master said that Yuqing has talent in commerce, thus granting her business abilities. Upon hearing that she was praised by the immortal, Wang Yuqing was overjoyed. Is this truly a gift from the immortal master? Hurry, give it to me. She couldn't wait to feel the power of the divine arts. Lin Mo asked seriously, are you willing to accept this skill? Of course. This is given by the immortal master. How many people in the world would want such blessings? I'm no fool. How could I possibly refuse? Wang Yuqing accepted without hesitation. That's good. Lin Mo handed her the identity card and taught her how to use it. Place it in your palm, fold your hands, and silently concentrate on using it. Wang Yuqing followed the instructions immediately. At once, a streak of golden light emitted from her palm, and a flood of immense information surged into her mind. Other than a slight dizziness, she felt no discomfort, and the entire process took less than half a minute. When she opened her hand, the identity card had already vanished into thin air. This is too magical. Before, when father made me look at account books, I got a headache just thinking about them. Now, if I think about those accounts again, I can easily handle them. Wang Yuqing opened her eyes and described her new sensations with awe to everyone around her. Of course, the phrase she repeated the most was, too magical. Without studying or comprehending, one card could match the decades of experience that her father had accumulated. Indeed, very magical. Congratulations, Yuqing, for being favored by the immortal master and endowed with divine skills. Lu Yun sincerely congratulated her best friend and was also delighted to be married to such a talented husband. Congratulations. So envious of you, big sister Yuqing. Qin He and Qin Miao also expressed their congratulations. Haha, thank you all. We're all good sisters, so the immortal master definitely hasn't forgotten about you either. Wang Yuqing smiled broadly. Yuqing, the reason the immortal master passed down his divine techniques to you must be because he hopes you will help your husband. You need to remember that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Do not let the earnest intentions of the immortal master go to waste. Lu Yun quickly reminded her, noticing that her close friend was getting carried away. Lu Yun's thoughts were meticulous, and she was mature and steady, embodying the demeanor of a household matriarch. I know, Yun's sister. Wang Yuqing immediately calmed herself down. All right, everyone eat a bit. Later, there are things you'll need to do. Lin Mo picked up the tomatoes from the table and distributed them among everyone. Qin Miao was already hungry and, upon receiving hers, began eating it right away. The refreshing sweet and sour flavor instantly won over her taste buds. Brother-in-law, the tomatoes grown by the immortal master are so delicious. The taste is indeed excellent. Sour but sweet, I like it. The girls all like this flavor. You eat slowly. There will still be more when you finish. Don't choke. Chapter 72. Carrying a black bear home. The entire village is shocked. Lord, what do you want us to do? Qin He stopped after eating a tomato. In these turbulent times, all the burdens fell on Lin Mo's shoulders alone. She hoped to share some of his load. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun also stopped. Fu gave me seeds of 3 types of crops, all of which are drought-resistant and easy to grow. You go find 2 capable women and help them plant. Lin Mo took out sprouted potato chunks, chili seedlings, and cucumber saplings, introducing them one by one. He also told them the planting methods. Leave this to us. After hearing this, Qin He felt she could contribute as well. Hiring others required paying a certain amount of compensation. Nowadays, with the grain storage needed to form the Valley Guard team, every bit of savings counted. Yuner, how were those villagers who came with your mother yesterday settled? Now that Lin Mo was the village headman of the 3 villages, everyone in the Millstone Valley was under his jurisdiction. Since those people had lost their homes and arrived here, they should be properly accommodated. Zhao Xiangui helped settle them temporarily at various households overnight. They're residents from the county town and probably won't stay here long. Once things calm down, they'll certainly return to the county town. So she thought there was no need to build specific houses for them. These people all had houses in the county town. They were waiting for the rebels to leave or for the situation to stabilize before returning to live in their own homes. That's right. Lin and Mo thought they might settle in Millstone Valley. Tell them they can leave if they wish, but they need my permission. Also, within 1 month, no one can leave the valley. After a month, those who want to stay in Millstone Valley are welcome, and I won't stop those who wish to leave. Since these were people unwilling to stay, Lin and Mo was even less willing to trust them. If they left and disclosed information about Millstone Valley, it would absolutely be a disaster for Millstone Valley. Also, while living here, they cannot eat and live for free. Either they earn food through labor or pay silver coins. Count up their skills, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, cooks, and report back. Living in the city means they likely have special skills. They can contribute their abilities to benefit Millstone Valley. I understand. Everyone should be up already. I will go find them. After finishing the tomato in her hand, Lu Yun walked out. Sister-in-law, I'll go too. Qin Miao was more interested in what Lu Yun did and wanted to follow her to learn. Go ahead. Lin and Mo patted her head. The latter grinned playfully, grabbed another tomato off the table, and ran out. Sister Yun, wait for me. Lord, I'll go weed. Qini decided to do the work herself, but Lin Mo didn't feel comfortable with it. Let the villagers do such rough tasks. Just hire a few people. It's just several pounds of grain. Treat it as doing good, giving them a chance to earn grain. Because each household needs to contribute 10 pounds of grain, families throughout Millstone Valley lack provisions. Thus, such opportunities would definitely attract many takers. After Qin he left, only Wang Yuqing and Lin Mo remained in the house. Seeing that they both had things to do, Wang Yuqing, having recently gained new abilities, became restless. Lin Mo. What should I call you? Lord. Wang Yuqing quickly corrected herself. Sister Yun and sister, he both have things to do. What can I do? You can help me have children. Lin Mo joked. Of course, this was just a joke. Her close friend had just left, and according to customs, they couldn't conceive at this moment anyway. Oh, that's not what I meant. Wang Yuqing rolled her eyes dramatically. She held Lin Mo's arm, looking at him with an imploring face as if saying, give me something to do. I'm sure I can do it better than anyone else. All right. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lin Mo agreed out of pity. You'll soon go find Sister Wei and together with her fortify the defenses at the entrance of the valley. While you're at it, ask Sister Yun if there are any experts among the people from the county town specializing in this field. Got it. Leave it to me. Wang Yuqing happily rushed out. With them all busy, Lin Mo didn't sit idle either. Remembering he dug a trap in the deep bamboo forest 3 days ago, he quickly moved into the woods to check the trap. He originally intended to catch a wild boar, but instead, the trap contained a black bear. Judging from its size, it weighed no less than 200 jin. Lin Mo instantly laughed. A black bear was much more valuable than a wild boar. Every part of the black bear is a treasure. The bear paws are extremely precious. Eating them can fend off wind cold and enhance one's strength, making them the top nourishing food in the world. The bear skin can be made into a soft blanket. Bear bile and fat are valuable medicinal materials with numerous benefits. Bear bones are an excellent medicine for treating rheumatism, pain, and arthritis. As for whether the bear's meat was tasty, Lin Mo did not know since he had never had the chance to try it before coming to this world. After dealing with the black bear, Lin Mo stored its body in his personal space. He then reset the trap, waiting for the next lucky creature to fall into it. With this black bear secured, there was no need to go hunting again today. When Lin Mo emerged from the forest carrying the black bear on his shoulder back to the village, killing a black bear was undoubtedly the highest honor for any hunter. As the village headman of the 3 villages, Lin Mo needed to establish authority, and this black bear was the perfect assistant. When everyone saw Lin Mo striding out of the woods with a black bear slung over his shoulder, they were all astonished by his strength and courage. The villagers felt fortunate to have such a brave and strategic young village headman leading them. Village headman, you're incredible. I've lived in Nianzi Valley for 60 years. I've only ever heard of black bears injuring or devouring people. You're the first person to take down a black bear. With a village headman this strong, what do we have to fear from the rebels? Brother Mo, when will you teach us how to hunt? Faced with the praise from the crowd, Lin Mo felt slightly embarrassed. After all, he hadn't killed the bear using his own abilities. But at that moment, explaining would have been meaningless. Accepting admiration and reverence was not just respecting himself, but also respecting others. Sir Lin, I, Zhao Liang, am blind to your extraordinary skills. Forgive me for not recognizing you as someone with deep hidden talents. Zhao Liang stepped out of the crowd to greet Lin Mo. Too kind of you. How's your wound? Zhao Liang's survival was unexpected, considering the heavy injuries he suffered when the rebels attacked the city. Thank you for your concern. My wound has healed considerably. After the bandits stormed the city, he escaped along with the magistrate's family. Because of the chaotic situation, Lu Yun and Madame Chun got separated. He ended up mistakenly following 2 guards in Madame Chen's group. His wounds reopened once during the escape, but fortunately, they had brought medicine, and the fellow guards quickly treated him, preventing his condition from worsening. You don't need to keep calling me master. Just call me Lin Mo. How could I? You saved my life, and Miss told me that she and Madame Chun were also saved by you. This great kindness I cannot repay. From now on, Zhao Liang belongs to you. Even if it means climbing through knives or fire, I won't hesitate. A guard who would disregard his own safety and fight to protect his master must be a man of deep loyalty and gratitude. Chapter 73, Descendant of the Master Craftsman. The news that Lin Mo had hunted a bear quickly spread throughout the entire Nianzi Valley. Everyone came to see, including those from the county. A middle-aged man, ragged but evidently wearing fine clothing underneath, stepped forward and asked, "Village Chief Lin, I'll offer 100 taels of silver. Could I buy this black bear from you?" An offer of 100 taels of silver was extravagant, drawing astonished glances from the villagers, who were also envious of Lin Mo for earning what would support his family of 5 for 4 or 5 years in just a morning's work. "You want to buy this bear?" Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Among the refugees was someone so wealthy. "Here's why, my mother is old and frail. I want to buy its paws to help her regain strength." The crowd saw that indeed standing beside him was an elderly woman on the verge of collapse. He seemed to be quite filial. Lin Mo had originally planned to use the bear's paws to nourish the bodies of his wives, but since someone was willing to buy it, he could sell one paw. After all, money was urgently needed right now. "So you only need the bear's paws, correct?" Lin Mo was curious why he wanted to purchase the whole bear. "We have fled here with your kind hospitality, which we deeply appreciate. In the coming days, we will continue to trouble you. We naturally cannot eat and live here without contributing anything, so I'd like to buy this bear and share it with everyone." He intended to divide the bear meat among the other refugees. This made Lin Mo feel even more respect for the man. "How about this? I'll give you half the bear for 50 taels of silver. The bear's paws are highly nourishing. Your respected mother is already advanced in age, weak in chi and blood. Her body should be nourished gradually rather than too intensely. Even a single paw needs to be consumed over multiple times." There was only one bear, and Lin Mo naturally couldn't entirely hand it over to the people from the county. If he did, the villagers would undoubtedly feel discontented. After all, the poor and the rich were always in opposition. "Thank you for the reminder, village chief." The middle-aged man bowed in gratitude. Lin Mo called upon old Neo the butcher to kill the bear. He kept 2 paws for himself and extracted the bear fat and bones, as these were all ingredients that could be used to make medicine. As for the bear meat, he distributed it among the villagers who helped around his house and the soldiers he was training. "That person you met earlier is named Wu Yu. He owns 3 taverns and 6 shops in the county. His wealth in Guangzhou County ranks in the top 5. After the crowd dispersed, Lady Chun and Lu Yun approached, with Lady Chun introducing the man who had bought the bear. So wealthy. Lin Mo suddenly felt he had sold at a loss. Lady Chun saw through his thoughts and sighed softly. This time, his taverns and shops were all destroyed. The wealth he accumulated over a lifetime has turned to dust. Despite such dire circumstances, he can still produce 100 taels of silver for his aging mother and to help fellow refugees. It truly isn't easy. Don't think about selling at a loss anymore. "You're absolutely right, madam." With this said, Lin Mo actually admired Wu Yu even more. "What? You're still calling her madam?" Lady Chin frowned slightly and gave a soft humph. Lin Mo froze, immediately looking at Lu Yun, only to find her shyly lowering her head. She didn't know how to tell her mother about the situation, but as someone experienced in life, Lady Chin noticed something amiss just by observing the way Lu Yun walked. And Lu Yun wasn't good at lying to her mother, spilling everything about last night once questioned. Lady Chin didn't know Lin Mo well and wasn't willing to entrust her daughter to a stranger with numerous wives. But done deeds could not be undone, so she had no choice but to accept the situation. Lin Mo pays respects to mother-in-law. Lin Mo bowed respectfully, offering a gesture of greeting appropriate for addressing elders. Ordinarily, you should follow proper matrimonial rituals, hiring a sedan share to bring Yuner home as your bride. Given the great calamity that befell us now, I won't fuss about formalities. But there is one thing I must insist upon. You must promise me not to let Yuner suffer any grievances. Otherwise, I will not agree to handing her over to you. Lady Chun held on to Lu Yun's hand, clearly reluctant to let go. Please rest assured, mother-in-law. You can trust me to take care of Yuner, ensuring she feels not the slightest distress. There's only one thing you should worry about. What is it? Both Lady Chun and Lu Yun looked curiously at Lin Mo. You've already promised. What else could there possibly be to worry about? You should worry if Yuner will be spoiled into becoming a plump, chubby little fat tie. Lin Mo said with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately blushed bright red. Detestable. Lady Chun was reassured considerably. Well then, let's chat. I heard Ms. Yang is making clothes for you. I'll go see if I can help in some way. Even though she greatly desired companionship now, she understood that Nianzi Valley currently needed both Lin Mo and her own daughter more than ever. Mother-in-law. Just as Lady Chun turned away, Lin Mo called her back. What else is there? She looked back at Lin Mo. Your husband sacrificed himself to protect the entire county. His death outweighs Mount Tai in importance, and you should feel pride in him. The deceased have passed. We should remember them, but not be overwhelmed with grief. It's important to take care of oneself. After all, you still have your daughter, and in the future, you will have grandchildren who need your care. Through his diagnostic skill, Lin Mo saw the inner sorrow of this seemingly strong woman. Lately, her excessive depression had caused physical decline. Lin Mo was worried she might fall ill from sadness. After hearing his words, Lady Chin paused. Though Lin Mo's words were somewhat lighthearted, they reignited her hope for life. Grandchildren? Granddaughters? Lady Chin felt as if she had found a new purpose, gaining instant comfort. I understand. After Lady Chin left, Lu Yun softly said, Thank you. I've always been worried about my mother's health, but with just one sentence from you, she feels much better. What are you saying? She's my mother now, isn't she? Lin Mo smiled. Lu Yun felt warmth in her heart. By the way, I've questioned the people from the county. There's a carpenter, a brewer, a dyer, various artisans, and an iron worker. Returning to the main topic, Lu Yun explained the situation of the townsfolk in detail. I know that blacksmith. My father said he is the descendant of Master Gan Yan, whose family has been renowned for forging swords for 1,000 years. Although his lineage has fallen into decline by this generation, his ancestors once crafted countless famous blades. Qin, he mentioned that you wanted to forge some important components. Perhaps he can help you. 1,000-year-old forging family. Where is he? Take me to see him. Lin Mo indeed had crucial items to forge, the key parts for the Zuga repeating crossbow. He had already prepared the other components, needing only to produce 3 essential pieces to assemble a fully functional Zuga repeating crossbow. If these crossbows could be mass-produced, he would feel more confident when facing the rebel attacks. However, the Zuga repeating crossbow is a highly lethal weapon, and its method of construction cannot be casually disclosed. Originally, he planned to split the work among several craftsmen, assigning each one to create only a specific part, so as to prevent any leak of knowledge. Now that there was only this one renowned craftsman available, caution was imperative. Chapter 74, Gift of the Sword. Because of his lineage, Gan Yan's descendant Gan Yu lived as a guest in Zhao Xian's house. When Lin Mo and Lu Yun arrived, a burly man with highly bulging muscles was teaching Zhao Xian how to forge an iron sword. Village chief, Miss Lu, you're here. Zhao Xian quickly put down the iron sword and came forward to greet them. Village chief, your iron sword is being forged, and there happens to be an expert guiding me. He pointed at Gan Yu beside him. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Gan Yu also hurried to bow in respect. I am Gan Yu, village chief, it's good to see you. Gan Yu admired Lin Mo's abilities greatly, and was also grateful for Lin Mo's hospitality. Master Gan, don't be too polite. I've come to ask for your help. Lin Mo did not beat around the bush and directly cut to the chase. Gan Yu replied, coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well, village chief. You have something for me? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Zhao, may I borrow your annex room? Of course, no problem. Please make yourself at home. All the members of Zhao Xian's family had already gone out, and this annex room was where Gan Yu stayed, so no one would disturb them. Once inside, Lin Mo spoke first. I wonder what Master Gan needs from me. Then Gan Yu retrieved a long, rectangular parcel from under the bed without saying a word. Upon opening it, a sword was revealed inside. The scabbard was extremely exquisite. Every single line on it displayed the fine craftsmanship of its maker. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches and 3/10 long, and though the blade was still sheathed, it emitted a subtly powerful aura even while lying quietly. Gan Yu carried the precious sword over to Lin Mo, presenting it respectfully with both hands. This sword was made by my ancestor Gan Yin, named Hupa because it emits a tiger's roar when unsheathed. Weighing 9 caddies and 9 ounces, it is classified as a heavy sword. A regular iron sword weighed about 2 caddies, whereas Ling Wei's fine steel sword only weighed 3 caddies 7 ounces. Anything above 4 caddies could be called a heavy sword, usually not exceeding 5 caddies. A 9 caddy 9 ounce heavy sword was exceedingly rare. Hupa, how have I never heard of this sword before? Asked Lu Yun curiously. Logically speaking, the valuable swords crafted by the ancestors of the Gan family should all be world-renowned. Lu Yun's father was also skilled in swordsmanship, and he possessed a manual listing famous swords, documenting all known great swords since ancient times. She had reviewed it during her leisure time and remembered all the recorded swords. Gan Yu explained, this sword has been passed down within our family. It has never been seen by outsiders, thus it remains unknown. However, this is the masterpiece crafted with dedication by 3 generations of the Gan family and does not fall short compared to any of the legendary swords created by our founding ancestor. Though their ancestor Gan Yin was a master in forging swords, later generations produced many exceptionally talented individuals as well. Gan Yin, Gan Yi, and Gan Ji, who created this Hupa sword, were all grandmasters of sword-making in their era. Their combined effort resulted in the creation of this Hupa, which surpassed even the achievements of their founding ancestor in terms of materials selected and the techniques used. Thus, they revered this sword as their family treasure. However, by Gan Yu's generation, the Gan family had completely fallen into decline. They had always had a small population, and now only Gan Yu's branch remained. Since I've heard that village chief Lin hired Zhao the blacksmith to forge a sword, I intend to present this sword to the village chief. Gan Yu respectfully held the sword out to Lin Mo with both hands. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then picked up the sword to feel its weight. Indeed, it was very substantial. His strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, and this sword suited him perfectly. It was hard to imagine that the size of this sword was similar to Ling Wei's, yet its weight was nearly 3 times as much. Lin Mo unsheathed a part of the precious sword. The sound of its removal resembled the deep snort of a tiger in the mountains. Even though the tiger's body was not yet visible, an aura of kingship had already surged forth. Indeed, this is a fine sword. Lin Mo resheathed the sword, but did not hastily accept it. For you to gift me such a valuable item, I presume there must be some difficulty you seek my help with. Pang. As Lin Mo finished his sentence, Gan Yu suddenly knelt down on both knees. Master Gan, what are you doing? Giving such a valuable sword as a gift, and showing such a deep gesture implied that the matter he wished to entrust was certainly no trivial matter. Although Lin Mo wanted to accept the sword, he wouldn't risk his life recklessly either. I do have a matter, village chief, and I need your assistance. Please stand up first, and let's talk about it calmly. Lin Mo gestured, but Gan Yu refused to rise. 3 months ago, my wife Qian and I went to visit relatives in Mian. On the main street, we were arrested by the imperial soldiers and thrown into prison. Since then, I've been separated from my wife. For 7 days, I endured severe torture day and night in the jail, beaten until my flesh split open, yet I never knew what crime I had committed. After 7 days, the authorities released me without any explanation. Ganyu kept hitting the ground with his fists repeatedly, almost digging a hole in old Zhao's floor. From this, it was clear how much resentment he still harbored over this incident. At this point, he choked up and found it difficult to speak further. Let me guess. Was it because some corrupt official had his eye on your wife, so he arrested both of you? But your wife refused to yield under any circumstance, and the official used your life to threaten her. In the end, your wife was forced to give in for your sake, which is why you were released. Am I right? Such a cliché plot. It seemed almost every historical drama included something like this. Ganyu suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Mo, astonished. How did the village chief know? Isn't that their usual tactic? Lin Mo gave a cold smile and continued. Are you asking me to rescue your wife? I sincerely beg the village chief to take action. If you don't help me, no one in this world can. Ganyu slammed his forehead against the ground forcefully. As a man, I am utterly shameless, needing a woman's pleading to save my life. As a husband, I am powerless, standing by helplessly as my wife is humiliated. Village chief, Ganyu looked up imploringly. I understand it's not feasible now for you to demand my wife back from Qinshou, but I only ask that when you have the ability, please lend a helping hand. If my wife has already met her end, I humbly request you to retrieve her body and bury me with her. Even so, I will be eternally grateful. Seeing Ganyu again bowing his head to the floor, overwhelmed with sorrow, Lin Mo felt some respect for this man. In this world, women's status was very low. Most men just treated their wives as property. But he, to save his wife, had discarded his dignity and even brought out the family heirloom. Such a man of deep sentiment and righteousness was rare and commendable. For this reason alone, Lin Mo was willing to help him. Gon Master, please rise. Your devotion to your wife is truly admirable. I too am a married man, and I can understand your feelings, so I agree to help you with this matter. Lin Mo glanced at Lu Yun nearby, thinking that if one day Lu Yun were captured, he would certainly spare no effort to rescue her. This, after all, was the responsibility of a man. Thank you, village chief. No, thank you, Lord. Starting today, my life belongs to you. I will serve you with utmost loyalty, never wavering. If I break this vow, may I be destroyed by heaven and earth. Ganyu pointed a finger at the sky and pressed a palm to the ground, swearing his allegiance with heaven and earth as witnesses. That he would swear loyalty was something Lin Mo hadn't anticipated. However, with this oath, there was no longer any worry about the manufacturing process of the Zuga repeating crossbow being leaked. Thank you, Lord. From this day forward, Ganyu's life is yours, and I shall dedicate myself entirely to serving you with undivided loyalty. If I break this vow, may I be obliterated by heaven and earth. Chapter 75. Building defensive works, out to purchase. Vows made by people who are untrustworthy naturally cannot be trusted. But for Ganyu, in order to save his wife, he was willing to give up everything. A man of such heavy emotion and righteousness would never violate his oath. Gon Master, please rise. Once we resolve this matter, I will send someone to the district city to inquire about the situation. Gon valued sentiment. Lin Mo would surely keep his promise. Having promised to rescue his wife, there would be no breach of trust. Thank you, Master. By the way, Master, you said before that you needed me to do something. Please give your instructions. With hope for saving his wife, Ganyu seemed much more relaxed than before. Lin Mo took out 3 blueprints which were originally intended for 3 blacksmiths. But now, with a descendant of a renowned craftsman as an ally, it wouldn't need to be so complicated anymore. Take a look at these 3 components. Can you forge them? Lin Mo did not know what level Ganyu's forging skills had reached, so he was somewhat worried. After all, the blueprint provided by the system was quite precise. The most critical part was equipped with a self-protection program. In case the enemy obtained Zuga's crossbow and tried to dismantle it for research, this part would automatically destroy itself. This way, the weapon could be protected from being used by the enemy to the greatest extent possible. For this reason, the top casting technician was required. Ganyu scrutinized carefully for a long time, with a somewhat solemn expression. There is no problem with the first 2, but I need to try the 3rd one. No problem, I'll set up another smelting furnace for you. You can ask me for anything you need. You must finish forging these 3 parts as soon as possible. This is related to the safety of the whole village and the timing for rescuing your wife. Currently, the recruits in Nianzigu were mostly female soldiers. Women's physical fitness is naturally inferior to men's. They would have been at a disadvantage in close combat. Furthermore, it would have been difficult for them to draw ordinary bows and arrows. Therefore, Lin Mo was eager to get Zuga's repeating crossbow done. If each person could have a Zuga's crossbow, seeing rebels would be like shooting ducks. Even 1,000 or 800 rebels would not be an issue. Master, rest assured, I will certainly do my best. Upon hearing that it was related to saving his wife, Ganyu immediately became energetic and enthusiastic. Master, may I use the furnace here until the new smelting furnace is ready? Ganyu was impatient to start right away, wanting Zhao Xiangwei to make room. Sure, I'll go and talk for you. Lin Mo walked out and told Zhao Xiangwei, Uncle Zhao, you don't need to rush on forging my sword for the moment. In the next few days, let your furnace be available for Master Gon, and I will compensate you with 1 gene of grain every day. Not having to work yet receiving 1 gene of grain, Zhao Xiangwei was very pleased. Certainly no problem, Master Gon, please use it at will. Ganyu immediately took over the tongs and hammer and began forging iron. Leaving Zhao Xiangwei's home, Lin Mo saw Ling Wei and Wang Yuqing leading people at the valley entrance already starting to construct defensive works. Let's go see. On the way, Lu Yun asked, Husband, do you know who the person Qinshou who seized Ganyu's heir is? Lin Mo shook his head. Is he the governor of Wenshan? Do you know? I do not. I am just guessing. That's right. This Qin Shou is indeed the governor of Wenshan. These 2 years have seen great calamities from heaven, leaving the people in distress. He has embezzled a lot of disaster relief funds and forcibly married many unfortunate women. Even if his concubines at home aren't 100, they are at least 80. Who would have thought? He still doesn't know contentment and dare to commit such a grievous act of street abduction. Lu Yun deeply disliked this governor because of his numerous evils and frequent troubles caused to her father. Were it not for the 2 military fortresses directly subordinate to the prefecture office in Guangzhou County, her father would have been removed long ago by Qin Shou. Lin Mo's mouth twitched heavily. So many concubines. What an animal. Are you trying to say the governor's power is too great, and I shouldn't lightly agree to Gan Yu's request? From Lu Yun's eyes, Lin Mo saw concern. Lu Yun nodded. According to what I know, the district city has 7,000 or more troops. Since last winter, bandits have roamed rampant, and rebels have run wild. The district city started large-scale recruitment, increasing its military strength to more than 20,000 people. Trying to save someone from his hands would be akin to smashing eggs against stones. A county city actually has a force of 20,000 troops. This was not something Lin Mo had anticipated. However, promises made would not be reneged on. Relax. Before having sufficient strength, I won't take any unnecessary risks easily. Besides, saving someone doesn't necessarily mean having to fight. With so many concubines under Qin Shou, how could they receive equal attention? Missing 1 or 2, he probably wouldn't even notice. Do you have a plan yet, husband? Not yet temporarily. Let's deal with the immediate difficulties first. Upon arriving at the valley entrance, Ling Wei and Wang Yuqing immediately ran over when they saw the 2 of them. Husband, Yin's sister, you've come? I'm discussing the construction of the valley gate with Wei's sister. Wang Yuqing was highly enthusiastic, her whole person exuding boundless vitality. Have you come up with a plan yet? Lin Mo, seeing that villagers had already begun digging the embankment, inquired from Ling Wei. The terrain here is quite good. Constructing a valley gate will not be difficult. All the timber we need can be harvested from the mountain, but other materials need to be purchased outside. Roughly how much will it cost? Lin Mo asked. At least 50 taels. Ling Wei quickly calculated in her mind. All right, make a list, and I'll head out soon and see if I can purchase the supplies. He thought about having nothing planned for the afternoon, so it would be perfect to venture out, taking the opportunity to learn more about the rebel army's movements. However, just as he finished speaking, Li Ling, who was busy excavating soil, came over. Village Chief Lin, you don't need to worry about errands like this. You should stay put in the village. The villagers will feel at ease that way. Lieutenant Li's words make sense. Ling Wei also supported what Li Ling said. That's right, husband, your safety is most important. You must not take unnecessary risks going outside. Lu Yun and Wang Yuqing both advised him. Seeing everyone cared so much, Lin Mo felt it was difficult to insist on leaving the valley. He took all the silver pieces from his pocket and handed them over to Li Ling. Lieutenant Li, I'm counting on you. There's no need to be so formal. If it weren't for Commander Ling's people saving us, I would have been dead a long time ago. And you are the one who saved my savior's life. So naturally, you're my savior too. In fact, you've saved me twice now. Doing this favor for you isn't even close to repaying your kindness. Li Ling gave a hearty laugh, pocketed the silver coins, then left the valley straight away. By now, he was dressed in casual clothing and looked similar to an average farmer. Wei, if Lieutenant Li can successfully purchase everything we need, how long will it take to complete the valley gate? What kind of function will it serve? Lin Mo had no experience leading siege battles, hence he wasn't very familiar with the capabilities of defensive works. Ling Wei explained. If everything goes smoothly, we can start using it in 3 days, improve it within 10 days, and stabilize it within 15. After 15 days, the new recruits' training should show some results as well, and at that point blocking off 1,000 or 800 people shouldn't be a problem. Alright, how are the recruits doing? How many have we recruited in total? He had forgotten to ask this matter after being preoccupied all morning, only remembering now. Chapter 76. The new house is built, and the entire family gathers to celebrate. Since Ling Wei was responsible for constructing defensive fortifications, the training of new recruits was managed by Shan Mao and Yinzi, with the addition of 3 soldiers, making a total of 5 drill masters. Given that we now have ample time, I've loosened the conditions somewhat. There are 28 people from the 3 villages participating in the training, 9 more coming from the county town, and 3 brought by Mo Tangpu, totaling 40 people. Among them, there are 23 male soldiers and 17 female soldiers. These male soldiers have all served in the military before, so there won't be any issues with their training. However, the physical fitness level of the female soldiers is lower, as they lack any foundation whatsoever, which may make things more arduous for them. The physical differences between men and women are unavoidable. But if they can persevere, in the future, they may not necessarily perform worse than the male soldiers. After all, the guard team led by Ling Wei has quite formidable combat strength. Are there also 9 people from the city who joined the army? This revelation did indeed surprise Lin Mo. Since their roots weren't here, it wasn't necessary for them to risk their lives to protect Niansigu Valley. In response, Ling Wei explained, some carry blood feuds. Others just want 1 gene of food and 1 gene of meat every day. They fled the county in a great hurry and had no opportunity to pack belongings or property. If they wanted to live in Niansigu Valley, they couldn't eat and stay for free, thus joining the military became their only option. I see. Lin Mo nodded, glanced at the farmers working, then lowered his voice and said to Ling Wei, it's certainly important to train their skills, but loyalty is the top priority. I'd rather have a group of loyal cannon fodder than a group of rebellious strongmen. Do you understand? Since he had decided to accomplish something significant in these chaotic times, the chosen ones must possess loyalty and belief. He could not bear to painstakingly train a group of soldiers only to find out that they wouldn't serve him. I understand. Rest assured and leave it to me. Ling Wei was extremely confident about this matter. You've worked hard. Ling Wei nodded slightly, appearing somewhat aloof on the surface, but deeply appreciated Lin Mo's concern within her heart. Leaving the valley entrance and returning to the village, Lin Mo then met up with Lu Yun to visit the carpenter. Producing Zuga crossbows doesn't just involve creating special mechanisms and iron components. Items like the bow body, winch, and bowstring also need to be mass-produced. Lin Mo planned to initially make 50 of them. When each person would have one, along with the defensive fortifications, dealing with the rebel army should be quite easy. The carpenters from the city indeed had better skills than those in the village. After looking at Lin Mo's blueprints, they expressed confidence. In the next 2 days, the mourning for relatives was also completed at Yemaling, leading them to join in the defense and construction efforts of Niansigu Valley. Every day, the soldiers trained diligently, transforming their hatred into endless strength. Some even voluntarily requested to increase their training intensity. Because they were still laying foundations now, Ling Wei only let them practice swordsmanship for half an hour each day. However, many took advantage of their rest time to practice swordplay, and their diligence inspired other soldiers. There weren't enough swords yet, so everyone had to use wooden sticks as substitutes. As for knives, there were plenty of those. Before, when they eliminated a rebel centuria, they confiscated over 80 steel knives and more than 20 bows. Thus, during their breaks, the soldiers also asked Li Ling to teach them basic knife techniques. Li Ling had been quite busy these past few days, going out every day to purchase supplies. Since the county was still under lockdown, it was impossible to get everything in one go. Moreover, after leaving the valley, they also needed to avoid the rebels, so the progress of completing the tasks was relatively slow. Luckily, every time he returned, he always had some gains, ensuring that the defensive fortifications at the valley entrance didn't come to a halt. As for Lin Mo, he went hunting up the mountain every day, practiced swordsmanship with Ling Wei during his leisure time, and learned spear techniques and horseback riding. At the same time, he would lead his wives to practice martial arts to protect themselves and stay fit. Time flew by quickly, and a week passed. Every day inside the valley was bustling with activity, while life outside the valley remained turbulent. Due to the disappearance of all the rebels from Motangpu, their stronghold was burned down, and the rebels seemed not to pay much attention to the incident. Their focus was entirely on Lyko. According to the information transmitted back by Li Ling, the rebels had captured more than 6,000 civilian workers to construct defensive fortifications at Lyko. Moreover, their troops were divided into 2 groups, one stationed in the county and another in Lyko. Their intention was clear, to besiege the armies guarding the 2 key military fortresses, Zongku and Tumu, and trap them outside the passes. By now, the 2 fortresses were also at a critical juncture. With the foreign forces advancing towards the fortress, if the defenders sent out troops to repel them, the rebels would build an impenetrable wall behind them without any obstacles. If they attacked Lyko, the fortress would inevitably be breached by the foreigners. They sent dozens of distress messages to the commandery city and provincial capital, but so far, no replies had been received. The commanders of the 2 fortresses were currently deliberating countermeasures. Precisely because the rebels' focus was all on Lyko, Lin Mo's side had sufficient time. With the help of dozens of villagers, his new house was quickly built. While it couldn't compare to Wang Yuqing's estate, this 2-entrance courtyard, with a front yard and a back garden, and an independent living room between 2 rows of houses, was quite impressive. With the new house, Lin Mo wouldn't have to sleep in the hayshed at night, nor would he have to share a forest bed with Ling Wei. Each of the wives picked a room in the backyard, leaving several rooms still vacant. Lin Mo brought Ms. Chun back and chose a spacious room for her in the front yard, as well as accommodations for the cook, Shanmao, and Yanzi. With the small courtyard now available, Lin Mo placed the Gantian well in the front hall. Due to the increasing population in Niansigu Valley, water consumption had rapidly risen, and the stream's water supply was insufficient at times, causing several interruptions. This endlessly flowing well could significantly alleviate the water shortage. Moreover, its sweet and refreshing water could be offered as a benefit for the soldiers. The backyard was fairly spacious, planted with grapevines, orange trees, and apple trees at the back garden. These fruit-bearing plants were mature ones. In a few days, there would be grapes to enjoy. Today is our first day moving into the new house, and it's a day worth celebrating. This also marks that hardships will pass, and everything will gradually get better. I'll cook a few dishes for everyone today. Moving into a new home was indeed a joyous occasion, but Ms. Chen still disagreed with Lin Mo cooking. Lin Mo, you're the head of the family now. How can you do something like cooking? Haven't you heard? A gentleman should keep away from the kitchen. Today is indeed a day for celebration. Mama Zhou, please take the trouble to prepare a few more dishes. Mama Zhou was the skillful cook, mama being a term used in this era. She was actually only 26 or 27 years old, 7 years younger than Ms. Chun. All right, madam. My lord, let me handle these coarse tasks. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, saying to Ms. Chun, the phrase a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen refers to a benevolent ruler staying away from killing, not that men can't cook. Yes, you're right. But as the head of the household, you should act accordingly and not do everything by yourself. You should direct your thoughts and strength towards greater undertakings. In recent times, Ms. Chen's mindset had improved considerably. Although she still occasionally spaced out alone, she could forget her sorrow when with Lin Mo and others. As my mother-in-law commands. Lin Mo smiled. But I'm afraid Mama Zhou might not know how to make some dishes. Surely, it's fine if I give her a bit of guidance on the side. Chapter 77. If you feel nauseous when eating something sour, can you only eat spicy? Lin Mo was helping in the kitchen. Naturally, the ladies of the house couldn't stay still either, and they all came to the kitchen. The whole family worked together, and within half an hour, they had prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. In these days, Lin Mo had hunted a lot in the mountains. There were tender pearl chickens, gray rabbits with excellent texture, smoked wild boar meat, and some valuable herbs. Clay pot stewed chicken with some precious herbs needed only a little salt. The moment the lid was opened, the whole yard was filled with a rich aroma. Besides that, Lin Mo had also planted 1 batch of chili peppers, 1 batch of green onions, 1 batch of garlic, and 1 batch of ginger in the system space, which were all relatively cheap. All expenses were paid for with the game and grain exchanged with the people from the county town. At first, he thought about planting Sichuan pepper, but it was rather expensive, so he could only temporarily abandon the idea. With these seasonings, the dishes smelled much stronger, and there was basically no smell of raw meat anymore. A classic dish of stir-fried meat with chilies, a bowl of diced rabbit meat with chili peppers, and a bowl of shredded meat with peppers. In total, 8 big bowls of food, 7 of which were meat dishes, plus a small dish of fresh tomatoes. Meow meow, go call Wei Jie back for dinner. Hee hee, I'll see if Wei Jie smells the aroma and returns on her own. Qin Miao swallowed her saliva and quickly ran out. Sure enough, as she expected, just as soon as she went out, she saw Ling Wei and Shan Mao coming home. Yinzi followed Li Ling out of the valley, because now the Yinzi Valley is under closed management and many necessities are purchased by them. They also gather intelligence at the same time. Wei Jie has returned. Qin Miao, who had just gone out, suddenly ran back again. Ling Wei and Shan Mao were right behind her. What delicious meal did we make today? It's so fragrant. Shan Mao sniffed hard, greedily savoring the aroma in the courtyard. When do you think our meals don't smell good? Ling Wei glared at this glutton. She ate the most every day. Even though she exercised daily, she still gained some weight. Haha, that's because Mom Zhou's cooking skills are great. And the credit also goes to the master of the household. Shan Mao stuck out her tongue, behaving like a kid who hadn't grown up yet. She was the same as Ling Wei. Her father was the military commander in the county town, and she liked wielding swords and spears from a young age. Add to that her rough and tumble nature, which made her less ladylike, and no one dared to marry her when she reached marrying age. She was already 19 years old and still not married, and her family could no longer afford the high tax for unmarried older women. Reluctantly, her father let her join the army. She wasn't as pretty or outstanding as Ling Wei, and after joining the army, she interacted with fewer men and naturally remained even more unmarried. All right, we've been waiting for you guys. Hurry up, wash your hands and have dinner. Lin Mo called out. The feast was very plentiful and delectable, but it was a pity that there was no wine. This vegetable is called chili, which has a spicy flavor. I didn't know if all of you can tolerate spiciness, so I didn't dare ask Aunt Zhou to put too much. You try it first. If it's too spicy, adjust next time, slowly get used to it. Before eating chili, you can start with some tomato slices to stimulate appetite and neutralize the spiciness. Lin Mo placed a piece of tomato in Qin He's bowl to her right, and then gave a piece to Lu Yun on his left. As for himself, he didn't need anything to neutralize the spiciness. He had been in this world for nearly a month, always eating bland food, and he had been yearning for a taste like this. He immediately picked up a piece of stir-fried meat with chili and put it into his mouth. Spicy. What a longing-inducing taste. Ugh. Just as he savored this exquisite delicacy, Qin He on his right side took a bite of the tomato and suddenly began vomiting violently, running away covering her mouth. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Is Sister He sick? Wang Yuqing worriedly asked. Sister, are you okay? Qin Miao worried about her sister and immediately put down her chopsticks to chase after her. I'm fine. Qin He merely dry-heaved once and got better shortly afterwards. I'm really sorry, interrupting everyone's meal. We're all family, no need to say such words. Sister He, are you feeling unwell? Let Lin Mo check on you. That's right, brother-in-law has profound medical skills. If you're sick, he definitely can cure you. I'm fine. Qin He didn't want to disturb everyone during their meal. After all, they ate only 2 meals a day. After a busy day, everyone was already hungry. Let's eat first. I'll help you check afterward. Seeing Qin He's steady breathing and not looking ill, Lin Mo didn't worry any further. I don't know why, but today whenever I smell something sour, I feel somewhat nauseated. Qin He looked at the tomato in her bowl and felt a bit helpless. Give it to me. Lin Mo silently nodded, swapping a bowl of rice with Qin He. Qin He smiled and said, let me try the stir-fried meat with chili you've been craving for so long. It's a little spicy, be careful not to choke. Lin Mo reminded her hurriedly. Although there were few chili peppers, they were quite spicy, and people who first encountered spiciness might have a hard time with it. However, after eating one bite, Qin He didn't feel a thing. Instead, she found it very tasty. Is this spiciness? It's indeed a little spicy, but it tastes really good. Really, let me try too. Seeing that Qin He liked it, Wang Yuqing hurriedly took a bite as well. As a result, her face turned completely red from the heat. Hoo-hoo. He-jia, this is not a bit spicy. It's extremely spicy. Others tried it as well, and found it a bit too hot to handle, so they only dared to eat the meat and avoided touching the chili peppers directly. In the Great Gan Dynasty, there were no chili peppers. All spiciness came from ginger, Sichuan pepper, mustard, and similar spices. Naturally, the spiciness of these ingredients couldn't compare with chili peppers. I think it's fine though. He began doubting herself when she noticed everyone being overwhelmed by the spiciness. Even Ling Wei wouldn't dare touch the chili peppers directly. Could it be that there's something wrong with my taste buds? Liking spicy food is a good thing. Many delicacies require spice. Here, eat some more. Lin Mo didn't think this was a bad thing, and gave He another portion of spicy dishes. He could indeed handle spiciness very well. On the contrary, she found the non-spicy dishes uncomfortable to eat, and they even made her feel nauseous. This worried everyone greatly. Was she truly ill? Except for Lin Mo and Lady Chen. After the meal, Lady Chen pulled Lin Mo aside and quietly said, "You should check if He is pregnant. Nausea is one of the most obvious symptoms of early pregnancy, and those who had been through it would know. There's an 80 or 90% chance." Lin Mo smiled. Still, he had to confirm it personally. "Xiaohe, come over here." Lin Mo called He over and then began diagnosing her pulse. Everyone gathered around, making He quite nervous. "Relax, I'm not sick, don't worry. Maybe I'm just tired from these past few days. A good night's sleep will fix it. Don't talk." Lin Mo carefully examined He's pulse. Moments later, his expression showed happiness. Because the pulse was smooth and round like a bead, its movement was fluid, rolling back and forth in a circular motion, and felt strong under pressure. It was a typical pregnancy pulse, also known as the fetal pulse. Chapter 78. First Pregnancy, Generous Rewards. Lin Mo, what are you smiling at? Ling Wei was the first to notice Lin Mo's change in expression. The others looked at him curiously one after another. Hui Jia is sick, and you're actually laughing? Wang Yuqing looked completely puzzled. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo retracted his hand and burst into laughter. After more than 20 days of effort, spreading countless seeds, they had finally taken root. Thinking about a new addition to the family, how could Lin Mo not be happy? This laugh caused everyone else to stare in bewilderment. What's going on? He also wore a look of confusion. It must be that you're pregnant. Lin Mo is just happy. Mrs. Chen said to everyone. What? Pregnant? Hui Jia, you're actually pregnant? Everyone looked at He in amazement. It was so sudden, they hadn't mentally prepared for it at all. He was stunned, asking Lin Mo for confirmation. Husband, is what Aunt Chen said true? Lin Mo nodded very surely. Yes, you are indeed pregnant. You dislike sourness but like spiciness, meaning you might have a girl. To become a father. Lin Mo found this quite fascinating and looked forward to it. A girl, huh? He seemed a bit disappointed. In this world, the preference for boys over girls was far more severe than in Lin Mo's previous life. After all, the Qian had been constantly at war, leading to many young men dying on battlefields, and an imbalanced gender ratio. Moreover, taxes on girls were much higher than on boys, which led to some poor families committing heartbreaking acts when discovering the birth of a daughter. And within the prominent families, the idea that having a boy was considered an achievement while having a girl was a burden, was deeply rooted. There were only 2 sisters in He's family, and thus her mother faced constant criticism while alive. Were it not for her father's protection, her mother would have had an even harder time. So upon learning of her pregnancy, she was excited, yet did not want it to be a daughter. Girls are good too. Daughters are their father's little sweaters. Lin Mo did not find anything wrong with having a daughter. Daughters were caring. Besides, the system's rewards didn't differentiate by gender. Thus, whether it was a boy or a girl, Lin Mo liked them both equally, without favoritism. Do you truly think so, husband? He asked softly. Of course. Whether we have a boy or a girl, you will always be our household's hero. Lin Mo held her hand, then turned to address the other wives. Xiaohe has already set an example for all of you. You need to work hard as well. Contribute to our home sooner, understood? Cough cough. Mrs. Chen cleared her throat loudly, reminding him that there were still others present in the room. Meanwhile, the other ladies blushed bright red. Such words should be whispered privately, not said in public. From now on, take good care of yourself, Xiaohe. I'll prepare some medicine to help with your pregnancy. You should no longer engage in heavy physical labor. It's not good for you. Do you understand? As this would be his first child across 2 lifetimes. Even without the system, he would cherish it deeply. Lin Mo's words weren't directed solely at He. They were also for the others to hear. It meant that everyone needed to look out for her carefully. By the way, Yuner, tomorrow you can select a few maidservants to take care of your daily lives. Our lives and statuses are different now. Prestigious households must have the appropriate appearance. Moreover, with the completion of our construction projects, many commoners have nothing left to do, and he has been worrying about it. Therefore, if he hires maidservants, the village girls would definitely compete for these opportunities. We can take care of ourselves now. Why spend money on this? Wang Yuqing remarked, sighing lightly. I don't know how Xiaoyu is doing. Is she dead or alive? It's troubling. Xiaoyu had accompanied her for 4 years. Although just a maid, they were like sisters. Back when the city fell, their group encountered a rebel army. Xiaoyu got separated from Lu Yun's maid. How rare, Miss Wang actually being reasonable. Lin Mo teased with a smile. Humph, serves you right for underestimating me. Wang Yuqing replied with a light snort. If you're so responsible, then Yuner can hire 1 less maid. That won't do. Everyone else gets 1, why not me? That doesn't make any sense. Wang Yuqing immediately protested, causing everyone to burst out laughing. I don't need 1. I'm not used to it. Ling Wei shook her head. Although she was the daughter of a county magistrate, she had never let a maid serve her since childhood. I can serve Ling Tong myself. Mountain Cat grinned. At night, looking at He who was sound asleep beside him, Lin Mo began calling out to the system. System, does pregnancy count? According to the system's own rules, as long as a member is added to the family, a reward can be obtained. Though this member was still just in the cellular state, it was undeniably created, and its existence shouldn't be ignored. Pregnancy grants a reward once, and a smooth delivery provides another reward. This was the most comforting sentence Lin Mo had ever heard from the system. One baby could bring 2 rewards. Nice, very nice. Would getting someone other than my wife pregnant and having a child also result in a reward? Lin Mo suddenly considered this possibility. As long as the child is your biological offspring, you can receive a reward. Nonsense. Would I let someone else help with something like this? This system should not need reminding. Submit task. Pregnancy detected for the host's wife, Chin He. Biological confirmation complete. Reward, formula for chiotti soup, skill upgrade card, 10,000 taels of silver. Damn, just for being pregnant, the rewards are so rich. Lin Mo thought about the other 3 wives, his heart pounding with excitement. This is the host's first pregnancy, hence the bountiful reward. The host will similarly receive a generous reward during the first childbirth. Now it made sense. No, wait. What do you mean first pregnancy and first childbirth? Forget it. Why argue with the system? Lin Mo set aside thoughts of visiting the other wives' rooms and examined the 3 rewards. Chiotti soup formula. Continuous use for 7 days enhances physical constitution by 4-5 times. Required herbs. Goji berries, Synopsis root, atractalodes, Chinese yam. Preparation method. It required a good number of ingredients, exactly 9. Lin Mo immediately checked their planting costs. If only planted, these 9 herbs weren't expensive, requiring over 100 taels of silver. However, to harvest them immediately would cost more than 2,300 taels of silver. But once grown, these herbs could produce 7,000 servings of chiotti soup, enough to enhance the physical attributes of 1,000 people. Lin Mo immediately decided it was worth the price. After all, increasing the constitution 5-fold meant even a woman could overpower a strong man, right? Without hesitation, Lin Mo spent the money to plant the herbs. Good thing the system was humane this time, and rewarded him with 10,000 taels of silver. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Mo's personal space stored 9 types of herbs, each yielding an acre's worth of production. Next, he looked at the second reward. Skill upgrade card. Can upgrade any skill by 1 level. Note, limited to the host use only. Truly any skill. The higher the skill level, the harder it is to upgrade. Therefore, using this card on a high-level skill would be the best choice. When Lin Mo held this item, all his skills instantly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 79. Beyond the Ordinary Realm, Body Refining Soup. Chopping Wind Swordsmanship, Grandmaster. Hunting, Master. Archery, Master. Medicine, Supreme Quality. This is a comprehensive evaluation. Carpentry, Supreme Quality. Cooking, High Quality. Farming, Low Quality. Writing, Beginner. Living 2 lifetimes has allowed him to acquire quite a number of skills. But Lin Mo never expected that. In the eyes of the system, his reputation as a master of traditional Chinese gynecology was only considered supreme quality, not even reaching master level. Looking at the skills ranked higher up, Lin Mo hesitated. Should he elevate chopping wind swordsmanship to the beyond the ordinary realm, enhance his archery, or focus on his old trade? Currently, it seemed these 3 skills had the highest cost-effectiveness when upgraded. Archery for distant combat, medicine for healing, and swordsmanship for close-range self-protection. Given his great care for his own life, Lin Mo ultimately chose to upgrade the chopping wind swordsmanship. The skill enhancement card immediately transformed into a strange force, applying itself to Lin Mo's learned chopping wind swordsmanship. In his mind, flashes of complex and profound sword techniques surged forth. As if by breaking through a barrier with the tip of the sword, he gained an understanding that could lead from comprehending 1 sword move to understanding 10,000 moves. And the chopping wind swordsmanship itself stepped into the beyond the ordinary realm. What is known as beyond the ordinary refers to transcending the mundane and ordinary, entering another level. Lin Mo realized only then that the martial arts theories Ling Wei had previously explained were applicable only below the beyond the ordinary stage. Once reaching this realm, one could integrate knowledge, bringing related skills to their utmost potential. Naturally, one would be stronger than any grandmaster. Take Lin Mo's acquired swordsmanship. Going forward, no matter what sword technique he encountered, he would easily learn and elevate it to grandmaster level. Therefore, for a grandmaster to challenge someone who reached the beyond the ordinary stage under fair conditions is highly unlikely to result in victory. Before, during sparring sessions with Ling Wei, Lin Mo always found himself at a disadvantage, even though both were grandmasters. Yet Ling Wei's overall martial arts knowledge surpassed Lin Mo's, and her use of chopping wind swordsmanship was more skilled than his. Meanwhile, Lin Mo relied heavily on his physical prowess. The first 30 moves, he could overpower with brute strength, but by the 50th, he would gradually fall behind. Now, Lin Mo was confident he could defeat Ling Wei within 10 moves. This skill upgrade card wasn't used in vain. Lin Mo privately congratulated himself. If it had been used on his archery, there wouldn't have been such an effect. Unfortunately, there was only 1 card available. The next morning, Lin Mo arrived early with herbs in hand, heading straight to the kitchen. Over the past few days, while hunting in the mountains, he explored many new areas and gathered various herbs. Therefore, among the herbs he brought out today, even those unfamiliar with herbal medicines wouldn't recognize anything extraordinary. Your humble servant greets Lord of the House. Upon entering, Lin Mo saw Aunt Zhou, the cook, already busy in the kitchen. In Deqian, common households typically had 2 meals a day, the first around the hour of C, 10 a.m., and the second around U, 5 p.m. Previously, they followed this schedule due to poverty. But Lin Mo was accustomed to eating 3 meals a day, so once they had ample food, he reinstated the 3-meal-a-day tradition. Most wealthy individuals and nobles adhered to a 3-meal-a-day regimen. That's why Aunt Zhou got up early to prepare breakfast for everyone. Lord of the house coming so early to the kitchen. Are you hungry? I'm steaming buns using the method you taught me. It'll be done soon. Recently, Lin Mo taught Aunt Zhou many ways to prepare various dishes. Besides main courses, he also introduced snacks, such as steamed buns, fried dough sticks, vegetable boxes, pies, and other items, ensuring a different dish each day for a whole month without repetition. Waving a hand, Lin Mo said, I'm not here because I'm hungry. I've come to decoct some medicine. Decoct medicine? How could you possibly do such laborious work yourself? If Madam sees this, she'll scold you again. Why don't you teach me how to decoct it, and let me take care of it? While rolling the dough, Aunt Zhou voluntarily took over the task. Having worked at the county magistrate's home for many years, she was accustomed to doing everything diligently. A loyal, hardworking, and dedicated person. Lin Mo joked with a smile. Aunt Zhou, can you perform the art of duplication? Can you split yourself into two? Aunt Zhou responded. Lord of the house really likes joking. I am no celestial being. How can I make 2 versions of myself? If you need to prepare breakfast, decoct medicine, and maintain the fire all at once, how will you manage? With only her in the kitchen, however capable she may be, multitasking would overwhelm her. Aunt Zhou was taken aback, unable to find a proper answer momentarily. I am a physician. Decocting medicine is my responsibility. Let me handle it myself. Lin Mo smiled, went outside, drew a bucket of water, and began refining the body refining soup. After half an hour, the courtyard surrounding Lin Mo's quarters filled with a concentrated medicinal aroma. The body refining soup strengthened the body, and thus the scent it released also benefited health. Moreover, Lin Mo had already conducted research. These ingredients posed no harm to pregnant women, meaning he could also benefit from the body refining soup to fortify her constitution. Thus, Lin Mo first gave a portion of the body refining soup to each member of his family, including himself. Since the soup was effective for everyone, Lin Mo also had one. After drinking it, they all felt brimming with energy, as though their strength would never run out. However, this effect was only temporary. To make it last long-term, one must drink it consecutively for 7 days, once every day. Mother-in-law, you should have a bowl too. And Aunt Zhou. Everyone else had already drunk theirs, leaving only Chen Shi and Aunt Zhou. Should I drink it too? Chen Shi was somewhat surprised, as she thought the soup was meant to nourish the girls' bodies. Aunt Zhou felt deeply honored. Master, this medicine is so precious. How could a servant like me deserve it? Husband, what kind of medicine is this? After drinking it, I feel much stronger. Lu Yan asked curiously. This is my latest concoction, the body refining soup. Completing the course strengthens the body. It increases your strength, endurance, and even resistance by 4 to 5 times. After drinking it, your body will become more robust, less prone to illness, and might even make you look younger. So mother-in-law and Aunt Zhou, you too must drink it. Upon hearing about all these benefits from Lin Mo, both Chen Shi and Aunt Zhou were naturally quite eager. After they drank it, Lin Mo carried a large bucketful over to the training ground, distributing the soup to each soldier and new recruit. Although the training was arduous, under Ling Wei's strict regimen and guidance, these rookies seemed brainwashed in a way, their eyes filled with admiration and awe whenever they looked at Lin Mo. 2 words came to Lin Mo's mind as he saw their gazes: loyalty. It had to be said that Ling Wei really knew how to handle troops. With Ling Wei's teaching and the aid of Lin Mo's potion, whether soldiers or rookies, they all felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Lin Mo. Especially after feeling the increased strength in their own bodies, they developed a deep-seated respect for Lin Mo. Lin Mo was the one who provided enough food not only for them, but also their families, making sure there was meat on the table daily. Lin Mo was the one who drove away the accursed rebels, ensuring the safety of their village. Lin Mo was the one helping them grow stronger, providing hope for vengeance. Therefore, they vowed that Lin Mo would sweat, bleed, or even sacrifice himself for their cause. Chapter 80. How can you treat little piggy like this? Over the next 7 days, everyone's physical fitness improved. Lin Mo improved 5-fold, and at this point, his physical condition was already 15 times that of an ordinary person. With one hand, he could lift 1,000 caddies. His speed and stamina also reached a terrifying level. Most others improved by about 4 times, with only a few individuals improving as much as Lin Mo did, 5 times. Though there was a significant difference between a 4-fold and a 5-fold improvement, it was still a great leap forward for them all, especially the soldiers in training. These 7 days of medicinal baths were equivalent to a year or even several years of physical exercise for them. Now that they had built up this foundation, Ling Wei could focus on teaching them combat skills and strategies. The blacksmith Guan Yu also saw obvious effects. He worked with greater strength, naturally enhancing the quality of his craftsmanship. He did not disappoint Lin Mo. After more than 10 days of research, he had finally figured out the forging method and crafted the most challenging part. With the other parts already ready, Lin Mo quickly assembled a Zuga repeating crossbow. There were also quite a few specialized bolts and magazines for the repeating crossbow. Because it was the first one, Lin Mo wanted to personally test the crossbow. He took it deep into the mountains. A happy event brings joy and good fortune too. After some searching, after more than 20 days, Lin Mo once again found the wild boar herd from before. This time, he didn't choose to ambush them, but instead rushed out directly with the Zuga repeating crossbow in hand. Although the wild boars ran fast, Lin Mo was faster. With powerful bursts of speed, he immediately caught up with the sow. Decisively, he pulled the trigger, swish, swish, swish. The Zuga repeating crossbow couldn't fire like a machine gun, but its half-second burst shots were still quite effective. Through some experimentation, Lin Mo found the optimal range was around 40 meters, roughly 26 or 7 steps. Even beyond this range, it still retained lethal power, though its effectiveness diminished. This value was consistent with what was described in the blueprints. In fact, this wasn't the true Zuga repeating crossbow, but a system-improved version. The original Zuga repeating crossbow was larger, over 2 meters in length, and could load 10 iron arrows at once. When fully loaded, its weight reached 100 kilograms. It should be understood as a type of city defense traction crossbow rather than a portable, close-range light crossbow that people often imagine. An individual soldier simply wouldn't be able to operate a true Zuga repeating crossbow, let alone carry it to chase enemies. On the other hand, the system's reward version weighed less than 10 kilograms when including the bolts, could load 20 arrows at once, and had an interval of just half a second between shots. Moreover, the magazine could be detached, and it was ingeniously designed. It required less effort than archery troops, so any bowman could use the Zuga repeating crossbow. And now Lin Mo's soldiers had all been enhanced. Lifting a crossbow weighing 15 to 20 caddies was no big deal for them. 10 seconds later, Lin Mo had fired off a full volley. He kept chasing the wild boar. At such a close distance, with his master-level archery skills, there was naturally no missing. All 20 arrows struck the body of the sow. Despite the tough hide of the wild boar, the power of the Zuga repeating crossbow was immense. The last 2 arrows pierced its vital spots. Thus, the boar could only fall to the ground with tears in its eyes, ceasing its struggle. However, the look in its eyes just before death was filled with pleading, as if begging Lin Mo to spare its young. After the mother fell, the 4 little piglets still didn't know what had happened. They continued to poke her body with their noses, snorting, as if asking, "Mother, why aren't you moving? Quickly get up and run." All things have a spirit, and Lin Mo was deeply moved by this great mother. He decided not to kill the little wild boars. The meat would be too little anyway, and he planned to raise them until they grew bigger. Additionally, because they weren't castrated, the wild boar meat had a strong gamey smell, so Lin Mo planned to perform a small surgery on them first. Storing the mother wild boar in his personal space, Lin Mo effortlessly captured the 4 little pigs. Good luck indeed. He had 3 males and 1 female. A pair could be left to breed, while the other 2 could be raised for meat. Quickly making a rope from vines to bind the 4 piglets together, he hung them over his shoulder and carried them home. Village head, you're amazing. You always come back with gains from the deep mountain. 1 big wild boar for little ones. Village head, you've made sure their whole family is intact. Village head, you're dishonest. You said you'd take us hunting. Following the village head means we have meat to eat. Our lives are getting better and better. Lin Mo's arrival once again attracted a crowd of villagers. Without being told, Old Ox, the butcher, had already prepared his slaughtering knife. Each time he slaughtered Lin Mo's prey, he would get 2 gene of meat. As he was the best butcher in the village, it was naturally his responsibility. The large wild boar was handed over to Old Ox the butcher, while the smaller ones were kept in a pig pen made from the original house structure used for repairs. "Hey, Old Ox, could you lend me your sharpest knife in a bit?" As he looked at the 4 terrified little pigs, Lin Mo hesitated. He'd never performed this kind of surgery before. It felt like being thrown into an unfamiliar situation. But he was the only doctor in the village, and no one else had experience in this area. "Sure thing, here you go." Old Ox picked out his smallest knife and tossed it to Lin Mo. "Dogwa, Lu Jian, help me hold this little pig's 4 legs and flip it over." Since there was no anesthesia, he knew he couldn't handle this alone, so he called out to 2 bystanders for assistance. Lu Jian was a county soldier who had consumed the strengthening broth and had plenty of strength. Dogwa, though young, had been fattened up these past few days and wasn't lacking in muscle either. Though unsure what they were about to do, both of them helped restrain the wild piglet. The little pig seemed to sense the danger ahead and thrashed around, squealing pitifully. However, its small frame was pinned down tightly by the 2 burly men, making its cries go unheard. Onlookers felt sorry for the piglets, thinking Dogwa and Lu Jian were being too harsh. "Brother Mo, village head, if you're gonna do something, just do it already. We're almost losing control." Facing everyone's intense gazes, Dogwa and Lu Jian started feeling quite embarrassed. "Just a second, let me gather my thoughts." Performing such surgery on a piglet in front of all these people left Lin Mo feeling the pressure too. Just then, the guard at the entrance rushed over. "Village head, what are you guys doing here?" 3 big men ganging up on 1 little pig? Lin Mo quickly put away his knife, deciding to postpone the procedure. "What's the matter?" "Commander Li and Commander Yin have returned. They've brought some refugees with them, and one of them says he wants to see you." "Me?" Lin Mo sighed in relief. Just when he was about to dismount the donkey, another slope had appeared. "That must be something important. Ask them to come meet me." "Dogwa, Lu Jian, release it for now." Chapter 81. Call the patriarch quickly. "Brother-in-law, what were you about to do just now?" As the crowd dispersed, Qin Miao looked at Lin Mo with a strange expression. Smart and clever as she was, she had already guessed roughly what Lin Mo intended to do. However, she didn't understand why Lin Mo wanted to do it that way. In her heart, the little girl was clearing Lin Mo's name. "Don't think nonsense. Brother-in-law must not be a pervert. I plan to perform a small surgery on the piglet, but I lack experience, so I dared not proceed." Lin Mo felt pressured under the villagers' watchful eyes. But when faced with his closest ones, he remained calm. "What kind of small surgery is this?" The curiosity of the young girl was aroused. and she intended to get to the bottom of things. Is it true, husband, that you can also perform surgery on pigs? Wang Yuqing added fuel to the fire. Lin Mo sighed and said, I just don't know how to. Brother-in-law plans to castrate the pig. Lu Yun, well-read and wise, reacted first. However, after speaking, her face turned red. What does castrating a pig mean? Right after Lu Yun finished speaking, Qin He, Wang Yuqing, and Qin Miao asked simultaneously. Lu Yun's face turned even redder. Yun, you deserve to be praised. Come, explain it to them. Lin Mo said with a smile. Castrating a pig means performing castration on the pig. Lu Yun's cheeks flushed, unwilling to imagine that scene in her mind. Why would you want to do this? Wang Yuqing wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Rather, she found it an extremely interesting thing. After all, in her eyes, pigs were merely food, and there was no difference between male and female pigs, naturally meaning no sense of shame either. Lu Yun continued to explain. After castrating a pig, it removes the musky odor from its body. The meat becomes more tender, and their temperament will also become gentler. The pigs people raise will all go through this step. Oh, now I understand why the wild boar meat I ate wasn't as tasty as the pork I used to have. Upon hearing Lu Yun's explanation, the three women suddenly felt like they had gained knowledge. Housemaster, Captain Li has arrived. At this moment, Auntie Zhou entered with several people. Walking at the front was Captain Li Ling. Before he could speak, an old man darted out from behind him. Master, it really is you, Master. Your disciple has finally found you. What situation? Hearing this aged yet loud voice, Lin Mo's hair stood on end instantly. Before he could react, an elder approached and respectfully kowtowed before him. Your disciple, Kuang Liang, pays respects to Master. Tears brimming with excitement shone in the elder's tired eyes. From his tattered clothes, it was evident that he had endured much hardship over these days. However, by nature carefree and unconstrained, such tribulations meant little to him. However, an elder over 60 bowing down to a 16-year-old youth shocked everyone present. Master, have you forgotten your disciple? Seeing no reaction from Lin Mo, Kuang Liang quickly wiped his face with his sleeve. One didn't need to know how long his clothes hadn't been washed, for a sour smell radiated off him, and his face became dirtier with each wipe. Enough wiping. Anyone who doesn't know would think you're here to show off some face-changing trick. Lin Mo hastily stopped him. Each wipe seemed to change his face, which truly impressed Lin Mo. Once Lin Mo spoke, Kuang Liang immediately stood up smilingly and signaled to someone behind him. Xiaozi, come greet our ancestral master. Soon, a beautiful maiden walked out from the group. Approaching Lin Mo, she paid homage. Xiaozi greets ancestral master. She sneakily glanced at Lin Mo and was immediately attracted by his handsome looks. Ancestral master looks so young, so handsome. Initially quite resistant to calling Lin Mo ancestral master, she did so only due to her grandfather's insistence. However, after seeing Lin Mo, she changed her heart. Having such a handsome, talented, and skilled medical patriarch wasn't too bad after all. Lin Mo felt his scalp tingling. What the heck? I'm still so young, and now I'm already someone else's patriarch? Nevertheless, this granddaughter was quite pretty, elegant, tranquil, possessing a beautiful almond-shaped face, especially those small lips. Though many images flashed through Lin Mo's mind, he quickly cleared them all away. Old man Kuang, taking you as my disciple isn't impossible, but you must first pass a test. He was just wondering how to castrate a pig, and here you came offering yourself willingly. Castrating a pig is a veterinarian's job. If Kuang old man doesn't know how, he can refuse legitimately. If he completes the task, it means he can help in many other areas, making it worthwhile to take him as a disciple. What test? Please let the master set the question. Kuang Liang stood proudly. As the top physician of Guangzhou County who once participated in the National Medical Exchange Conference, he had quite some confidence in his medical skills. Come with me. Lin Mo led Kuang Liang toward the pigsty. Lu Yun and the others immediately understood what kind of test Lin Mo had in mind, so they didn't follow. But Li Ling didn't know and curiously went over to take a look. Did you see those two gray piglets? Castrate them. If you can accomplish this task, I will agree to take you as my disciple. Lin Mo pointed at the piglets that were isolated, seriously instructing Kuang Liang. His granddaughter quickly covered her face and ran aside. Kuang Liang was dumbfounded. I, the top physician of Guangzhou County who has dedicated myself to healing, am actually asked to castrate pigs? If you can't do it, don't force yourself. But I won't take on as an apprentice someone who can't even handle such a small matter. Lin Mo waved his hand, looking like he absolutely wouldn't make things difficult for Kuang Liang. Kuang Liang gritted his teeth, yelling inside. For the sake of medicine, go for it. Xiaozi, bring me my medical box. Kuang Liang shouted loudly. No. Xiaozi knew what he intended to do and flatly refused. Kuang Liang helplessly had to run over and fetch the medical box himself. Captain Li, could you possibly help me with something? He surely couldn't manage alone. He needed a strong man to hold down the little pig. Li Ling wanted to laugh, but dared not offend this renowned doctor. After all, as a soldier, being poisoned or injured was inevitable, and a good doctor could save their lives at critical moments. Despite much unwillingness, he still helped Kuang Liang pin down the little pig. Kuang Liang wasn't very skilled in internal medicine, but excelled in surgery. Before the little pig even felt pain, its lifelong happiness had already been taken away by Kuang Liang. Kuang Liang swiftly applied some medicinal powder and then wrapped it with bandages. Next, he did the second one. The entire procedure took less than 5 minutes, leaving Lin Mo with new impressions about Kuang Liang's medical skills. Amazing. Looking at Kuang Liang emerging from the pigsty like a wronged wife, Lin Mo gave him a thumbs up. Starting now, You're my disciple. Upon hearing this, all resentment on Kuang Liang's face disappeared, and he immediately rushed forward, calling out, Master. Hold on. Lin Mo quickly stepped back. Why don't you wash up first? You reek. Kuang Liang blushed slightly. Please allow your disciple to find a place to clean up. There's a special hall where soldiers bathe. Captain Li, would you please take him there? No problem. Dr. Kuang, please come with me. Captain Li Ling's clothes also smelled awful, so he too intended to freshen up. You, come over here. Lin Mo noticed Xiao Zi standing somewhat lost nearby, seemingly feeling disoriented after being separated from her grandfather. It was evident she relied heavily on her grandfather. Hearing Lin Mo call her, she nervously walked over, saying, Ancestor Master, is there something you need? What's your name? Xiao Zi. Do you have the surname Kuang? Yes. Chapter 82. Defeat Ling Wei with one sword. Kuang Old Man is eccentric, and the name he gave to his granddaughter is also unique. Kuang Zi. Doesn't she have a best friend whose last name is Lan? Meow meow. Lin Mo had barely finished speaking when a petite figure ran out of the courtyard. Brother-in-law, are you calling me? Take her to wash up, and find her a clean set of clothes to change into. Lin Mo said, looking at the dirty Kuang Zi. All right. This big sister, please follow me. Qin Miao said with a smile. Kuang Zi saw that she was lively and adorable, very likable, so she did not refuse. Besides, the Grandmaster shouldn't harm her, right? Lin Mo came to the training ground, where Ling Wei was personally teaching everyone swordsmanship. The teaching content was practical sparring practice, one-on-one duels. Ling Wei and Shan Mao were demonstrating to everyone. However, due to the large gap in their abilities, after just a few rounds, Shan Mao was defeated. If Ling Wei didn't use her full strength, there would be no way to display the essence of the Pai Feng sword technique for everyone. Seeing Lin Mo walking over, she brightened up. Next, I and the village head will demonstrate a complete set of the Pai Feng sword technique for all of you. You must pay close attention, carefully comprehend it, and savor every move. After Ling Wei finished speaking, she handed Lin Mo an iron sword. The students used wooden swords, while her and Lin Mo's sword skills were already quite mature. Even using iron swords, they could still control their strength well. Husband, hold on for more rounds. Ling Wei said with a smile. In the past, Lin Mo could only endure around 70 or 80 rounds against her by relying on his physical advantage. But now that she had consumed the chi tea soup, her stamina had increased 9 times compared to an adult man. She thought she could defeat Lin Mo within 20 moves. Hee, I'll try my best. Ling Wei didn't notice, but Lin Mo's smile seemed a bit strange. Let's start. Ling Wei allowed Lin Mo to attack first. To avoid embarrassing her husband in front of everyone, she did not intend to exert her full strength. Be prepared. Lin Mo smiled slightly. The next second his sword moved. This sword stroke was like a gentle breeze brushing against snow, soft and gentle. It looked utterly ordinary and didn't even resemble a move from the Pai Feng sword technique. The students already had some basic knowledge of swordplay and couldn't understand why the patriarch was using such a bland technique. Shan Mao and Yinzi, on the other hand, shook their heads. They thought the patriarch was too dismissive of the commander. Fighting the commander with such a soft technique would likely lead to instant defeat. However, Ling Wei frowned, because at this moment, she felt as if it was snowing around her, chilly and cool. This move was extraordinary. She had never seen this move before, but her intuition told her not to underestimate it. She immediately dropped the idea of holding back and focused entirely on her counterattack. Yet, the moment she attacked, Lin Mo's sword shadow suddenly changed. What was previously soft and gentle now felt like a typhoon-force wind blowing hard enough to turn snowflakes into hard ice chunks. Oh no. At this point, Ling Wei realized she needed to change her strategy, but it was too late. Lin Mo's sword moved faster than lightning and mightier than a collapsing mountain. With a clang, Ling Wei's sword was knocked away. In the next second, Lin Mo's sword tip had already pressed against her chest. Lin Mo promptly stopped, as moving forward even half a centimeter further would have split those two mountains in two. Ling Wei was stunned, and so was everyone else present. What happened? How did Commander Ling lose? I don't know. It was too fast. The patriarch is truly too strong, defeating the commander with just one move. That previous sword strike was terrifying. If it were me, I'd probably be dead hundreds of times by now. Everyone looked at Lin Mo with expressions filled with shock, admiration, and even a hint of excitement. Among the villagers, there was also a trace of pride. Ling Wei stood dumbfounded, staring at the sword pressed against her chest. The images of that move continuously flashed through her mind, as if a chain was about to break free. Patriarch, what's wrong with Commander Ling? Seeing Ling Wei lost in deep contemplation even after Lin Mo had withdrawn the sword, both Shan Mao and Yinzi began to feel nervous. Could Commander Ling have been disheartened? She has always been very proud of her sword skills. To be defeated by Patriarch with just one strike must have been demoralizing. Why don't you let our commander win sometimes, Patriarch? Look at how much you've affected her. Both girls started blaming Lin Mo. Don't disturb her. Lin Mo put away the iron sword and made a shushing gesture. Ling Wei wasn't disheartened, but rather had gained insight. Such a powerful ability to grasp, truly admirable. After quite a while, Ling Wei's eyes finally regained their clarity. Using slowness to hide speed, using softness to hide hardness. This is the highest realm of the Pai Feng sword technique. You all continue practicing. With that, she headed towards the back mountain. It seems she really grasped the concept. Lin Mo felt happy for her. All right, everyone keep practicing. I'll demonstrate with Cat Team. Yinzi and Shan Mao naturally understood this point. Now wasn't the time to disturb the commander. Wait a moment, there's something I want to show you. Lin Mo called out to Yinzi and Xuanhuan. What is it? The two asked curiously. Have you been teaching everyone archery? We've taught a little, but only a few have any talent for it. Xuanhuan shrugged helplessly, primarily because she herself had no talent for it. Her skills in archery were only at the beginner level. Now that everyone had more strength, drawing a bow was possible, but accuracy was another matter. Ling Wei had trained the group a few times, yet only 8 of them showed an aptitude for archery. Master, why do you ask? Are you thinking about teaching everyone archery yourself? Xuanhuan looked at Lin Mo with anticipation. Lin Mo's archery had reached master-level skill. If he taught, even those without much talent should be able to achieve some level of success. After all, these trainees could endure hardships and had extraordinary perseverance. If everyone wants to learn, I can teach. However, what I want to show you isn't about that, but rather a gift for all of you. Lin Mo took out the Zuga repeating crossbow. Do you know what this is? Xuanhuan looked confused, but Yinzi immediately recognized it. I know, it's a crossbow. However, it looks different from the ones I've seen before. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. The crossbows you've seen are single-shot crossbows. They're more powerful than this one I hold, but loading arrows takes a lot of effort, and the firing speed is slow. What I have here is a Wu Ho repeating crossbow, which can hold 20 arrows at once. By simply pressing the trigger, arrows can be continuously fired without interruption. Yinzi, give it a try. Talking about it wasn't as effective as showing it once, so Lin Mo handed the repeating crossbow over to Yinzi. Sure thing. She accepted the Zuga repeating crossbow, feeling a bit excited. But the moment she lifted the crossbow, it was like she turned into someone else. Serious expression, fully focused eyes. Yinzi aimed at the straw dummy set up for archery practice,